what it is. We can talk about stuff. Then when it comes to knowledge of, like, basically at that point, I would just rely on Ryan for who goes in stream. That's fine. Yeah. It should be. Honestly, it should be that anyway. Because he's gonna determine who's gonna ID, who's not, and then whoever's left, like the best player left, should get over here. So if we have to, let them have a vote.
Now.
What's up? Good to see you. Yeah, no, I can hear myself too. Hey, everybody, welcome, friends. I see friends are jumping in early. Thank you. We're just doing some quick tests before we get started today. So if you can hear us, if you can hear my beautiful voice, please let me know. Let me know that we can be heard. Help us out with the test. Be part of the tests. Tintin, how's it going? Matthew, what's up, friends? Let's see. I know it's like a 10-second delay. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. I mean, I can hear myself. Obviously, I think we're fine. Let's see the other headset, because the other headset should be able to hear it too, because we fixed that, I think, from last time. Yeah, just you can do it. You got yours.
All right, testing. All right, I hear myself. I can see green bars.
Oh, actually, you know what? Let me see if we can hear each other.
All right.
Testing 1 2 3. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Loud and freaking clear.
Let's see if anybody else said anything in the chat right now.
Oh, yeah, Amber, thank you.
Oh, we got feedback.
We got Amber says we.
Amber, thank you so much. Awesome. Are you excited for our Reign of Jafar release event? Because I know I am.
Oh, I feel it in my soul. No worries, friends. We're going to be bringing more to you in just a little bit. We're just doing some quick tests. Thanks for jumping on early. Just hang tight, and we are going to get this party started in not too long. If we lower the microphone, they can hear us. Folks, let us know.
Not true.
Can you hear us?
That's not true. Hi, when starts? It starts now.
Now, actually.
Hello.
Yeah, right now, even. Friends, we're getting stuff moved around. We want to say thank you all for jumping in. Let us know that we can be heard.
What's up,
Meyer
everybody?
Says no, he can't hear us.
Mayor cannot hear us.
Friends. The island has turned to a desert. All the trees gone.
Jafar.
Left at its place, lava and pain and giant cobras.
Wow.
Everywhere the eye can see.
All I can see is sand. I've had sand in my... I hate going to the beach for that reason. You get sand in your ears.
Oh, it's the worst.
You get sand in your shorts.
It's
You feel like you
disgusting.
can never really get rid of it.
It's disgusting.
I don't know how Jafar does it, but he's out there casting spells.
He's slinging illusions out there.
He's being a bad man, guys. And
He is.
I know some people have been able to defeat him already, and inside a little box.
Yeah, he's stored in a box now for most people.
We don't do lamp. We just do the box.
Yeah, no, we don't like lamp. We love box. And friends, welcome to the reign of Jafar. Welcome to Southside Gaming. Folks, I know we can't hear you, but I can feel you out there.
I feel it.
Round of applause, everybody.
Let's
Welcome to the chat. We are here to rock and roll. We're excited. We've got guests that you'll be seeing momentarily. We've got matches out there. Just so much crazy things that are happening. Thank you all for jumping in here. We wish you were here physically. You're not. That's okay.
Okay.
We're here.
Yeah, we're here. You're here with us in spirit.
Yeah.
Guys, we're competing for a lot of product today. What are we at now? Well, I guess we'll find out the final number.
Yeah, it's at least 8.
I know we were at 8 cases, but I believe we did have a good amount of attendance, so we'll see how many cases it ends up being. But guys, we have a lot of Reign of Jafar at stake today. Multi-case tournament, big case tournament here at Southside Game in Margate, Florida. As Gabe mentioned, we have a special guest who I'll surprise you guys. There he is. You see him? He's in the back.
I love it. My favorite is Liam's behind the scene Easter eggs, like sneaking up when he he's like the cards that we get at the back of the boosters.
For sure.
It's a nice surprise.
Yeah.
When you
Not
see
the
him.
insert though.
Well, the insert's nice. I like the insert.
No. I think he's more of like the foil card that you
He's
get.
like the enchanted. He's
For
an
sure,
enchanted
for
card.
sure.
Look,
Yeah,
speaking of which, there's an alternate art Liam behind
You
me.
never know. You never know when you might see Liam. You might just be here. I actually expected him to pull up in the little go-kart that he built for his reveal video. I was disappointed he wasn't able to get it on the plane over here.
Yeah, I can't believe they wouldn't work with you to get that thing on the plane, bro.
But it's
I can't believe it.
But it's okay. We'll manage. But yeah, we're super happy to have Liam here and Aaron, and the whole family is here visiting us today. We might even get Baby on commentary later. Who knows? Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. She's
So,
wild, bro. Baby on camera is crazy.
Baby on commentary. So, but yeah, we're super excited to be here. Gabe, we have a lot of new cards.
That's a
in
lot
Reign
of
of
cards.
Jafar.
Yeah, I
Talk
don't know
to me.
them all.
You don't know I don't know them all either, but talk to me about some of the ones that you do know. What do you think you're going to be seeing a lot of today? I know, you and I, we do a little podcast and we did talk a little bit about expectations for this weekend, but for those who are not in the know, what do you think? What cards do you think we're going to be seeing a lot of? Any special archetypes you think are going to be kind of abundant?
Yeah. I think we're going to see a lot of Hawaiian roller coaster rides today, specifically in the form of a Beyond the Horizon.
Ravensburger and Disney Lorcana in general really love surfing cards. Have you noticed that Surfer Stitch?
Such a
Great
good
card. Surfer Mini. Great card. Surfer Mim was actually not bad. The one where she's on the broom.
Right.
Not the best card, but playable card.
Yeah.
We have, now we have Beyond the Horizon. Guys, if you surf in Lorcana, you are incredibly powerful.
Yeah,
that's what
I would agree. And I would imagine, and spoiler alert, I've seen some of the deck lists. We've seen some of the numbers. Beyond the Horizon's out there.
Yeah. My prediction was 4 copies today in top 8.
I said 2 because I don't think it's that good.
You don't think it's that good?
No. Hot take. It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's a giant potato sitting in your hand sometimes if you're not careful.
A giant potato.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Just sitting there waiting. You just have none, unless you're playing Mulan, unless you're playing cards that get rid of cards. It's just sitting there. Sometimes for the longest time, as your opponent just deals with problems on the table, doesn't let you sing them, and then you finally get to sing it. At least that's my experience. I've tested it a bunch.
Okay.
But also I'm not great. Like if you saw my ICL match, I'm barely serviceable at the game.
Sure.
If we're
You're
being
good
completely
enough.
honest.
You're good enough.
Well, thank you.
You got to set champs mad. That counts for
That's
something.
true.
I couldn't do that this season. So
That's fair.
But yeah, I'm super excited. I think that's going to be one of the ones we see a lot of.
Yeah.
I know Lady most likely going to be
yes,
a card that we see a lot of. New Lady, she does quest for 2 for some reason. She costs
for some reason.
I thought she quested for 1 and I'm like, wow, she quests for 2? Like,
So
why? But yeah, she is a 3 cost 2/2 that can play a 2 cost or less for free when you play her, which is going to be pretty crazy. I've already seen some lists playing any 2-drop you could imagine. I want you to think of every 2-drop in the game and how they can be played for free now. And there are many possibilities. from Smee to Penny to Piglets to
skateboardist Lilo.
to Lilos to all sorts of stuff. And speaking of Lilo, a card that's been getting a lot of attention that maybe was kind of not on my radar. I thought it was a good card, but apparently, people are going goo goo gaga for the new. I like to call her Freelo. It is the
That's
new
her rapper name.
That's I'm trying to make it. It's like Fetch. I'm trying to make it happen.
You're trying to make Fetch a thing.
I'm trying to make it a thing.
Don't make it a thing.
I heard, by the way, Harlan Sweet. I listened to his video on the way here because that's what I do because I support my peoples, and he actually called it Freelo, so it's sticking, Gabe.
Oh, that's dangerous.
It's getting
Folks,
there.
Please don't make this a thing. Freelo.
It's getting there. But yeah, Freelo, aka Lilo. Very powerful card. When you play up to 3 actions, you can play her for free.
Yeah.
And when she comes in, she has a LeFou effect where she readies something. And I've already seen some pretty gross combinations out there. People are experimenting with anything that's free in this game. People are gonna see if it works.
Did you watch the SSG test stream yesterday?
A little bit of it. I was a little busy, but I did catch some of it. Yeah.
Ray was playing against Jack. Ray was playing
with the Bruno deck.
With the Bruno Madrigal.
Yeah, the Bruno
and he had
deck.
Flower out. So the new Flower, I believe the way it works is
when you play a character,
you look at the top card of your deck.
Top card of your deck.
And he I don't know if you didn't catch you have to go back and watch it. He gets to see the top card being Lilo. The 3 actions are in effect, so it's free. So he sees it with Flower. And then he goes, okay, Bruno Madrigal, play the Lilo, ready the Bruno, sees with the Flower a second Lilo, calls it again, plays a second Lilo, and he looks at the top deck and he reveals a third Lilo. It was disgusting. It was so stupid.
I see Illuminite talking about my other favorite legendary in the set that, you definitely should not buy and the price should not go up. Please, guys, I'm trying to get my set first. It is the new Namari. Which I think is another very powerful card that we may see today.
We might.
I don't know who might be playing that card, but I think it's very powerful, especially in some of these. I don't want to say Kiwi lists because those are a little different, but any kind of blue steel list where you can ramp into a Namari, very powerful. That card definitely is a powerhouse, good at taking out locations. It has a power equal to the amount of cards in your discard.
Yeah.
And it gives you a draw effect at the beginning of your turn. And when you play it, it lets you draw a card, discard a card, which, the discard a card part could be better. But you're still getting to filter through your deck. I mean, right when you play her, you get to draw that card immediately. And then the beginning of every turn, it's almost like a beast, but you have to discard a card. But I think that's totally fine considering that she's getting buffed the more cards are in your discard pile. She continues to grow and grow and grow, and I think that card is very, very strong.
Yeah.
Some people in the chat say Moby Duck will win the tournament.
Which by the way, great video on the combos.
Thank you.
Appreciated that.
Appreciate that.
Moby Duck, potentially, some people calling them the potential winner. Danzer's out here, and Machiavelli's out here talking about they're going to win this whole thing. Monstro, another great card. I do think we're going to see some Monstros.
Oh, yeah.
If it'll be in a Moby Duck deck, I think is that the best case? Is that the best
Blurple,
case use for that?
Blurple's been. I think Blurple's going to be using it a lot too. I think Monstro is just a solid card in general. When I predicted that Blurple or Purple in general would eventually get a board wipe, I thought it would be Into the Unknown, right?
Yeah.
Before we saw any of the cards.
Yeah.
I always thought
great card too, by the way.
Which is another great card. But I had always thought Into the Unknown was going to be like, you're going to send all your opponent's stuff into the unknown. Like that's going to be the board wipe.
Yeah, that's it.
I didn't think it was going to be a giant whale.
No,
but it is. But it is a giant whale.
A big old whale.
But that whale is got. It's got stats.
Come here, fishy. Come here, little fishies.
It's got stats. Obviously, there is a OTK one turn. I don't want to say one turn KO.
It's a knockout. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like saying the other word.
OTB, one turn banishment.
One turn, your opponent scoops up their cards. So
yeah, one turn scoop.
So we'll see. I think as we mentioned, a lot of dog decks. I think we're going to see today. I think a lot of steel decks, whether it be amber steel, green steel.
Yeah.
I know me and you, we have a little bit of a contest that we're doing on our podcast where we're trying to predict and get points for things. First point was Liam wearing not a pink jacket, and I got the point for that. Liam did wear a blue jacket today. So guys, I'm on the scoreboard for one. So.
I got cooked. It's not fair. It was rigged. This whole thing is rigged. Okay.
Yeah.
I know you worked it out with Ronald. He rolled the dice. I saw him do like this weird flop roll. Okay.
I hear the players out there. They are cheering. I'm guessing we're getting through the player meeting. So guys, we will have some awesome Lorcana in just a few. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with us today. For those of you just joining, welcome.
Yeah, and I want to know what are some things you all predict to see. Let us know in the chat. What are things that you expect to see? Thank you for those that are sharing already. in there. We love the interaction. We love being able to just talk with you all. I think that's one of my favorite things about our SSG stream, is that I think we tend to do a little bit better. If I don't want to toot my own horn here, but
wow, Gabe, that's really cocky of you to say.
But I feel not just okay. You didn't let me finish my sentence. First of all, yeah, we're the best.
Sorry, I'm trying to move.
I feel like we do better with like engagement with the chat.
Trying to give you cinematic.
So for those of you out there that do casting and stuff like that, if you're able to engage with the chat, I think it's a lot of fun. Yeah,
and
Dragon John Z.
We missed John Williams. He's out there, guys.
He's out there.
What is he playing?
I gave him a big hug. I gave him a good luck hug. I need him.
He just laughed at me when I said good luck today. He just laughed.
Yeah, because he's like, no, you didn't mean that.
He's like, yeah.
Good luck to a point. Good luck to 2.
And I feel like we missed the big card that we're not talking about. It seemed like to be until Beyond the Horizon took over the spotlight. I feel like it was the big bad that everybody was talking about, and that's down in New Orleans,
or Dino.
Dino was from the Flintstones.
Okay, that's not very Disney. That's not Disney.
Yeah, Dino is like an animal, like an actual dinosaur.
Right, fair enough.
Yeah, even though there's nothing to do with dinosaurs.
Are there any dinosaurs in New Orleans?
There might be a couple.
There could be. Is
there
tar pits out there?
I've never been to New Orleans.
You should go.
You're asking the right guy.
The other thing that happens over there is there's like ghosts and stuff, friends on the other side, things like that.
Reading the chat is import to casting.
Very Illuminate.
Yeah, every time I want to import my casting, I definitely look at the chat.
This is what not to do. Okay, you're supposed to Illuminate. Thank you.
But when I export my casting, it's a little different.
It's a little different when
it's a little different.
Export speeds are a little bit higher than import speeds.
That's usually how it goes. Yeah.
Yep. And for those of you that are not able to make it here, I see some love in the chat from Sisu, John, friend of all of us. We love you, John. We miss you. Freddie, not able to make it here as well, unfortunately.
No Freddie today.
Nope. He's got family. He's taking care of family stuff. So.
Family
first, folks. Family before Lorcana. Take care of your family. Yes.
Ohana's?
Ohana means family, and family means you don't come to a game store when you got to do stuff for your family.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Those are the rules. We don't make the rules.
We don't make the lyrics.
Well, that means that Freddie doing everybody a generous, doing everybody a solid by not coming today.
I don't know, because remember, he's already qualified. He's already qualified for the Invitational.
True.
So it would be a pass down if he were to. I'm sorry. He'll be upset with me when he would have won again. When he would have won, it would have been a pass down. So somebody should be grateful if he makes it to that page.
Okay.
Yeah, they owe him.
Oh, they owe him.
Yeah, it's kind of a big deal.
I get you. Okay. All right. It's kind of a big deal. All right, guys. And yeah, for those of you just joining us, thank you guys. Again, we are here at Southside Gaming. We have a full day ahead of us. Don't know how many rounds yet. We were getting a final count on players and everything as we do our player meeting right now. We were doing deck list submissions. So all the information, all the percentages and whatnot have not quite come through yet, but we will have all the stats, all the details for you as the day progresses here. But no matter how many rounds we have, it's going to be a nice long day for us here. We will have a top 8 cut, which will be later on today. So it'll be a one-day event. And yeah, like we said, we're expecting to see a lot of cool decks today. I'm expecting also to see a lot of decks that are maybe not upgraded. I know it is the first day of Return of Jafar, or second day technically, came out yesterday. So although people were able to get their singles, some people were not able to get their singles. And I know that's kind of a frustrating part about these quick events, but I feel like the people that needed to get their singles probably scrounged together with their friends and pulled together their boxes and figured out, okay, this is what I'm playing, this is what you're playing.
Here's the thing. Here's what I'll say about that, though. Like, I know some people have mixed feelings about it. I think part of the challenge is the ability. Like, it forces you into a position where you've got to be good at trading, and you got to be good at getting to those things. And in reality, not everybody's going to do it. In fact, our first event that we did here at SSG was won by was it Dylan?
Dylan was the first.
Dylan was one of the first ones. Yeah, so Dylan,
and he was playing the big Tinkerbell that was like not even supposed to be in the deck.
And we asked, this was a set that Genie came out, our favorite Genie, the Wish Fulfilled Genie. And we asked him, you should have had one more of these in the deck. And he's like, yeah, I know.
He just couldn't get it.
Couldn't get it.
He couldn't get it.
He's like, stop judging me. I couldn't get it. That's part of the beauty of this thing. And people who've won this event have been able to do so without the card, or at least all of the cards. They were able to get some of them, maybe one or two. You can still win this thing because everybody is on the same footing.
For sure.
And that's part of the fun of this. I think I kind of enjoy that.
Yeah. I mean, it's just exciting in general. Like I said, it's not these lists all the lists that you see today will likely evolve over the next days. I was going to say weeks, but not even weeks. The game changes very rapidly. I'm sure by the end of today, even the winning list will have something that they feel like should be different in the list. So today's kind of like a prototype, right? We get to see what people are cooking. We get to see what works, what doesn't work, what maybe could work but doesn't work quite yet.
And you know who's watching in the wings, by the way?
Who's watching in my wings?
Who's watching your wings?
Yeah.
It's Luke Wonderland and Zan Syed. All the players that are going to be at Worlds, they're going to be watching this as well because they want to know how does the meta get affected by all this? What are the implications for their triple deck constructed event that they'll have to do?
Sure.
They're going to be thinking about card evaluations as they go through their kind of decision-making process for how Sealed is going to look. I think a lot of these decisions are going to come from watching the stream. So I wouldn't be surprised that any of the world's players, like Bivens is here, of course. The SSG player Bivens is here. But not many other world's players are here right now, and you know that they're preparing for their event.
Of course.
But you also know they're watching in the wings.
Am I the only one that's having drops in the stream? Our stream does kind of kick every once in a while, so I apologize if there's any kind of disruption. We are running a very big project back here. If you guys could see, we're only in one room. The other room where the tables are, it's cables and things everywhere. So we're doing our best. We have an interview area set up. So every once in a while, the latency does kick in. So I hope that doesn't bother the viewing experience too much, guys. We apologize. We've been working on trying to get that fixed. But yeah, hopefully you guys are able to still enjoy the stream. And I do apologize for any kind of technical hiccups.
No, you're not. You're not sorry.
But we'll most likely get them cleared up. Usually they kind of fade throughout the day. I'm hoping that's the case. At least that's what I'm telling myself.
If you were sorry, you'd go out there right now and fix it.
So what's the mystery food for today? So there's no mystery foods, guys.
Oh God, no.
We no mystery foods today, guys. SeaWorld just sponsored today's stream.
Gonna have a lot of whale and shark action.
I thought he was calling us whales. I thought they were saying you're gonna be SeaWorld should sponsor because these two whales are on camera. Like, yeah, you got me.
That's all right.
But no, they're talking about whales and sharks.
Yeah, they're talking about Monstro.
Yeah,
which I mean,
fair.
I was gonna say even if he was talking about that, which I'm sure they're not.
I could be the whale. I could be well, and you could be soft. Oh, look at Nixon 7. Get this guy out of my chat.
Who's
How do I ban somebody?
Yeah, where's the ban button?
We don't talk about Nixon here. This is a non-Nix Illuminary chat. All right, get that Nix. There's no Nix in the Illuminary. All right, get that guy out of here.
Yeah, drag him by his ink casting ankles.
That guy out of here.
For sure.
All right, boys and girls, we are waiting. It should be just a few. I believe our first matchup will be one of our good friends, Mike Sr. Usually we have our winner of the event start us off. However, Jack Shadows, who won our last event, is not here. He does not live close by. Wasn't able to make it out this time, which is okay. We miss him and hope he's doing well. But instead, we're going to get our good friend Mike Sr., who did make the finals. Yep. He was top 2. And he's going to get us started off here with his opponent. So we will be happy to check that out. We also have, unfortunately, not on camera, but I'm excited to know the outcome. We have Mr. Jack, a.k.a. Ghosty, playing against Zack Bivens round 1. Yeah. We thought about putting that on stream because it is another crazy match, but I have a feeling it's going to be a quick one, Gabe. I think Ghosty, if he's on what I think he's on.
He's not hiding it. Everybody knows what he's on. Guys, he's playing Trainer Dogs.
If he's playing the dogs, we might have like a 5-second match here, and then you guys have to stare at a commercial screen for 30 minutes. So we'd rather just do a little bit of a slower one to start us off today. But who knows? This one could be quick too. So I think depending on the matches we see, it could be some quick matches, could be some slower ones. But my money's on the quick ones. I think it's going to be interesting to see.
So what wins it, bro? Everybody wants to know what wins it.
What wins the event today? I think it's going to be some form of diggy hole.
Okay.
I think it's Amber Steel something, is my opinion. Okay. Look at those beautiful mats, Gabe. Wow. Look at that.
Oh, they are beautiful, aren't they, folks?
Guys, beautiful
Jafar.
Mat drawn by our boy Gabe. Or excuse me.
I wish I had those skills.
Gabe is my boy, but he's not the one who drew them. Drawn by our boy Ray.
Yes.
Who is the same person who's designed our previous mats, a good friend of ours, and a team member of SSG. Who's a great player as well, and just talented in so many different areas, right?
Yep.
But we see this beautiful Jafar mat, which not only do we have some for top 8 today, but we also have bounty mats out on the floor. So the SSG players all have this same mat with the bounty logo on it, and they will be giving it out to anybody who gets the 2-0 off of them. So you might get to bring home a mat today if you're out there battling our SSG players. So good luck to you all out there.
Yeah, and look at that, a great show of sportsmanship here. Mike Sr., as we discussed, member of Freedom Gaming. Erica, however, I got to tell you a story. Erica came in here. She stuck her head into the broadcasting booth, and she goes, "Please be nice to me. This is my first time." So we're really, really excited that Erica is going to get an opportunity to play on stream for the very first time. So, you know, we're going to help her out. This is rough. And for those of you that are in the chat, many of you are very critical of plays. Let me tell you something right now. A percentage of those that are critical of plays, as we see Into the Unknown in hand, two of them even. Oh my goodness. But either way.
And double sale. Looks like, and we had double TPO. So this tends to happen at the beginning of a tournament, Gabe.
Yeah.
Or sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I know. I feel like you were. I feel like you were on your way somewhere.
I was. Yeah.
Go ahead. Go back. Wait. Let me tell you.
No, I just wanted to throw some love Erica's way. Just, you know, for those of you that tend to be critical of those plays, being on camera, there's literally 5 cameras on them, being stared at by a judge, as you see Judge Andrew behind Erica there. You know, maybe consider those external factors too.
Of course, yeah. Erica's super sweet. Popped their head in here, like Gabe mentioned. Said, "This is my first time, guys. Be nice." So remember, guys, you know, Lorcana's for everybody. And, you know, Erica getting her first taste of the action here. And what I was getting at earlier, Gabe, when she revealed her hand was, you know, she had a lot of copies of the same cards in her deck. And that tends to happen, I find, at the beginning of some of these events. You know, we have our deck laid out by, you know, cost. Like we're doing a deck submission. You know, you're taking a picture of it, whatever it may be, doing any final adjustments. And when we clump all the cards together like that, even if you give it a pretty good shuffle, chances are you're still going to draw some duplicates, right? And I can't stand it because I always know what's going to happen at the beginning of the event. No matter how much I feel like I shuffled it, I know we're going to get some duplicates. So most likely what we're seeing here from Erica is just, you know, some shuffling woes that'll go away as the tournament progresses. But we do see Mike not on his normal amber steel.
I know.
He's playing green steel today, which is very interesting. I know we've been testing with Mike a little bit on the side, and he's been playing a lot of different stuff, trying to get a feel for what he likes the most. And looks like he's going for his green steel deck. So very interesting. As Erica plays Sail the Azurite Sea, which will allow her to ink an extra card here. So let's see what she decides.
Yep. I mean, and knowing that your opponent is on Emerald, you got to think about the fact, like, what if there's another Ursula coming? So do you hold on to the songs? Do you send them into your inkwell? Things that you got to consider, of course, as you're going into Emerald. It changes the way you might play the game. And what we see is a turning of ink sideways. We see, what are we going to play? Let's see. Oh, I think Erica's thinking about it. We are going to, play. No, we're inking the friends. We're inking friends. All right.
Okay. It chooses to ink the friends, and we're just going to ink. Okay, and pass. Music a bit loud.
Music. What
is there music?
We'll double check it in just a moment. Yeah, the production is on it.
Jason, if you can hear it, I don't know if the music is still playing from the previous screen, but if you can knock that out, appreciate it. Thank you guys for letting us know. Sorry, we're still getting warmed up here in the booth, making sure everything is right and ready.
Yeah, and just let us know when that music is lowered, just so we know as well.
Just so we got it.
Yep, and we see the Space Pirate Pete, Pirates in the Sky, going to the inkwell in order to play the terror, the greediest of all, Prince John.
This guy. I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of Prince John today, Gabe. I feel like Prince John has been a big topic of conversation here. A lot of people are saying, this card is going to be very impactful along with any combination that can discard. We even have red-green discard in, kind of getting previewed with some of the new cards. We have a card named Undermine that's really cool for Ruby Emerald that discards a card. So I feel like Prince John, until he rotates, is just going to continue to be a menace. And there's just so many ways to play that card now. So I think it's very, very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see both players just establishing board presence here. We've got Belle, we've got Grandma Tala, which of course helps to fix Erica's hand a little bit. We see, just kind of this beginning process, this thinking through, how do we get to the next phase of the game? How do we get to the mid game, as they call it, where we start to establish that control?
Sorry, I'm just letting production know that we're trying to get the music off for you guys.
Yep, we are working on that.
We are working on it. Sorry, guys. We have a different control room in the booth than the actual production itself. So just trying to communicate that. So apologize for that. Hopefully we get the music turned off ASAP. If not, we'll have it on after this game here. I'll run out there and let them know.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we see here Michael just dumping on the board here, just trying to go wide. One of the real weaknesses to Blurple, unless you get to a Monstro pretty quick, is these wide boards, right? You know, we've never really had a way to deal with wide boards. So, you know, I think that's where Mike is going at here. He's just trying to establish, you know, as wide of a board as he can, and hopefully he can quest in and control that hand where Monstro will not punish him eventually. But yeah, Mike here just obviously building up a board, and Erica also doing her thing. You know, she's drawing cards here off Popsicles and Sails, just kind of filtering through the deck and just trying to establish her ink. That way she can do some big Blurple shenanigans here in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, Erica has to match that speed. You know, one of the biggest struggles, and one of the things I always hear when you're playing against Sapphire, Amethyst, Blurple, people always say, if you want to beat it, go wide. Just put as many characters down. Michael knows that. Michael is very well aware of that. Michael's doing that right now. Erica's response to that is to do the same. Erica wants to be able to play things like Crab to make that Diablo a bit of a missile going into characters. She wants to be able to play things like Elsa's eventually when she can get to that ink count. So, you know, that's essentially what we're looking at here is Michael doing the thing that you're supposed to do, which is to go wide, and Erica. Oh no, we see our first set 8 card of the game and of the day. That is the new Captain Hook, the Pirate King. Once during your turn, whenever an opposing character is damaged, your pirate characters get +2 strength and they gain resist +2. Insane. What a good card that is.
Yep.
Oh, the second card of set 8 has hit the table as we sing Beyond the Horizon. Going on that Hawaiian roller coaster ride.
Oh, and you see him discard Under the Sea, which is an interesting inclusion for Green Steel. Not something that we're accustomed to seeing, but I guess Mike just wanting an extra way to clear the board if he needs to. So Under the Sea will hit the bin, but we'll get some new cards here. And the way Prince John works with the Beyond the Horizon, you can make your opponent discard their cards. So you draw from Prince John and you draw from your cards. So we're up to 6. Your opponent's down to 3, and I think that's a pretty good exchange there. And also, I saw JDZ saying, tell Stefan to lock in. We don't have Stefan in the booth today. Stefan is actually out on the floor competing. He's trying to, in the dojo, as JDZ would say. He's out there, you know.
He's trying to get his invite to the ball.
Yeah, he's doing some cardboard combat out there. But it's okay. We got Jason in the booth with us, and we'll make sure we get that music turned off after this game, guys. So I apologize for that. But yeah, Mike here with a pretty overwhelming board position here. It's pretty scary. This Captain Hook is, you know, quite the big body.
Oh, Crab doing crab things.
Okay, that's pretty good. You know, I think maybe we would want to get rid of that Captain Hook over the Smee, just because he's so big, right? I mean, I feel like maybe we could have, you know, tossed it on a Tala or a Bell. Did we play Bell or Tala this turn? I didn't catch it. I think they might have been in play already.
They were in play. Tala was. The Crab is the first character played this turn so far.
For sure, yeah. So Smee, you know, Smee, not a terrible thing to get rid of. Obviously, we do want to get rid of Smee, and maybe she wanted to draw a card as well off that Diablo.
Oh, of course,
but this Hook is remaining to be a pretty huge presence.
It is a big deal. That thing is a monster. I mean, it survived. It being out there is what allowed Michael to play that Beyond the Horizon
for sure
relatively easily. Was able to keep that Prince John from having to tap itself to sing, putting that Prince John in danger. Of course, not a thing you want to do when you're playing Emerald. You want to keep that thing alive as possible. That generally means it needs to stay standing and not turn sideways.
For sure. And we see. Oh wait, no, Tala doesn't go away. Okay, good. We caught it. I was like, Tala, she stays alive. She stays around. This Captain Hook kind of gives me vibes of, remember back in set 1 when
back in the olden days, in the Dark Ages.
We would back in the Dark Ages. I would say they were probably the Light Ages. I think, yeah. So back then, we would have that shift hook, right? We would shift in that hook, and nobody really liked to play the hook, but they just played him just because they would get to play him quickly on turn 3 and shift and go for a whole new world. And I feel like this is kind of the vibes I'm getting from this Captain Hook, except he's actually a decent body. He's inkable, right?
Great effect.
His effect is good if you manage to put some damage. At first I thought he was, as long as somebody's damaged, he has that effect. It has to be during the turn,
right? The first time that someone is damaged this turn,
right? So that is a little different. I think that takes it down just a notch for me, but it's still a huge body, representing 2 lore right now and a huge singer. So I still think a very problematic card here for Erica. If she wants to get ahead in this game, we're going to have to figure out a way to get rid of that hook. But we pass it back over to Mike, and we will get another draw here. And Mike just not having an issue with cards in hand, right? He just drew a bunch off the beyond the horizon. We're going to get a little Pete down just to make sure there's no shenanigans coming down from Erica, who may be playing cards like Into the Unknown, which we know is a new action that maybe Blurple might be on. Yeah. And we also get a Diablo into play. So just sometimes you got to do it the old-fashioned way, Gabe. Instead of shifting, sometimes you just got to pay 3.
Sometimes you just got to pay for the thing. You know, if you want to play, you got to pay. You got to get in where you fit in. You know what I mean? Yeah, for my wrestling fans out there.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I love everybody giving love to the play mats in the chat. Thank you guys. We're all very proud. Every time we do these events, we try to make it special. And I feel like this is a way to commemorate that. You know, if people that get to earn these play mats, many years in the future, when these tournaments are far in the past, you'll have this cool, you know, token of your experience here. And I think that's something really special. And yeah, I love it. Yes. And somebody gave you a Fatu in the chat. I love it.
You gotta get in where you fit in.
We got a lot of kayfabe here at SSG.
All gas, no brakes for sure.
All right, so Erica going ahead and taking her turn now, and she's gonna have to figure out quickly what we're gonna do. And this hook is just going in. Smee not taking any damage since Hook is a captain.
Oh,
so
matey.
Yeah, so this Hook right now is doing some heavy lifting. And I think we could do some shenanigans here if we want to trade in the crab into Smee and then pump up the bell, perhaps. And then we could send that into... Okay, no, actually. No, because now what happens is we can't do that. Because what happens is now the Hook gets the bonus, right? He gets the resist now because something has been damaged.
Yeah. Well, hold on. We have to double check the wording on it because I believe it's only on certain turns. I don't know if
it says once during your turn, maybe. Oh, maybe it's only during your turn.
Let's double here, friends. We're learning together.
Okay, I think it is only on your turn.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, it's on a specific.
Sorry, guys. These are new cards. I know most of the effects, but some of the technicalities might be once during your turn, somebody clarified. Yeah, so that's what's going on. I was worried. I was like, man, that stinks. You can't even do a crab trade because he gets resist. But
no. It's a good effect. It's not that good, Skinner. Come on now.
I mean,
it's good.
I mean, I thought maybe you do combat damage, he gets resist for the turn. I think that would have been fair both ways. But we do manage to take care of it. And Erica identifying it with the same play I called out, which is a great part on Erica there. She really was able to do the thing. And let's see, we see Pete coming in to take out that goat. Mike just trying to prevent any kind of bouncing shenanigans. We know whenever you see a goat or a rabbit, it's never just one. You know, usually they start getting bounced, and before you know it gets out of hand.
Yeah, it's a reverse petting zoo.
Yeah, it's a reverse petting zoo. Yeah, sure.
The animals pet you.
The animals pet you. Well, there you go. I hope to never go to a reverse petting zoo in my life. Please.
I feel like that'd be so cool. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I don't know about that. So, passing it back over to Mike here, who still has a huge board, although Erica Erica's still on her turn. I apologize. I thought we were passing it back over. So Mike traded into the goat and everything, and then now we're on her turn.
Elsa taking, of course, Elsa doing Elsa things, taking out that Diablo with a challenge, which is a great thing to target. Michael does not need to draw more cards.
Was the Diablo exerted already or not?
I believe it was exerted, yes, which is why Michael was able to draw a card at the beginning of the turn.
Okay, so she wants to take out the Pete. I think I would have exerted the morph here personally, right? I feel like maybe we take out the morph just in case we have something scary come in.
Potentially,
just maybe target the morph there. I mean, I like what she did as well. I think that there's reason to both lines here, but I think I'm a little more scared of the morph, right? I think if that morph turns into something scary here, we could be regretting it.
Michael got to be excited with that top deck, was able to draw that sudden chill, which of course promises another card, which
Strength of a Raging Fire
isn't horrible if we can get more characters on board.
It's not horrible. It does take out the only threat that Erica has, but it still doesn't feel great. She does show that she has Elsa in her hand.
Yep.
So,
which we know because that's what she grabbed with that fox.
Bingo. So boom, that's gonna go away. The good thing is, I mean, if I'm senior, I'm taking these quests here, right? Because
you take them.
I don't know about the John quests here. The John quests, maybe.
Yeah, and Michael should remember that she has that Elsa. So either he forgot or he doesn't care as much.
Okay, I mean, it's possible that he's just saying, okay, well, if you want to take out this Morph, then John's going to get in. And if you take out this John, then Morph sticks around. So I guess maybe just giving multiple options here. I definitely am coming for. Okay, I'm definitely coming for the John.
Also doing the right thing here, because that with cards in hand still, that's a problem if Michael can keep drawing those sudden chills like he did last turn.
For sure. And
it's
still potentially scary here, because if he draws that Captain Hook, or maybe a Beast or something, he drew sudden chill.
That also should have some damage.
So that look coming in head, clutch that Prince John's no longer in play.
Yeah.
So Mike not able to get ahead on that. He does have to just go ahead and pass back. So this game is close. Right now, both players. Just a moment ago, I felt like there were so many characters in play, and we have not seen any board wipe. But yet Erica has been able to kind of micromanage her turns here and knock out.
Popsicle. Thank you, Minnie.
Yep. She had Popsicle. Yep. Elsa got Popsicled. All right. And Mike got 11 here, so he is creeping his way up the ladder and does continue to present threats. Wishing we had another Elsa right now. I know that Diablo is going to be key to getting Mike back into this game and getting him some cards.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, and Michael put down that Diablo. Michael, without an answer to that Elsa, is looking at one draw. Well, Erica, of course, is playing Amethyst, and Amethyst means we have, again, the reverse petting zoo in full effect. As the rabbits come on down, we get to draw cards.
We got more. And Erica, she tried to downplay. She came in here saying, "I'm new. Be nice to me."
Yeah, she's a ringer. She was messing with us.
She's a shark, She's like those people at the pool table that are like, "Play me, it's my first time."
Yeah.
And then they pocket your money and they're like, "See you next week."
Yeah.
So that's Erica right now, and she's doing really good. For coming in here and giving us like the disclaimer. I thought we were in for maybe a little bit of a not as experienced player, but she is absolutely experienced here.
She's holding her own.
Absolutely,
she's defending herself.
She's doing great.
Yeah, and I mean, Michael did have a pretty scary board at the beginning of this game. It felt a little untenable there. She was able to maneuver through that, and she's at a place now where Michael's kind of in trouble, to be frank with you.
I bet you he's wishing he had Under the Sea right now, which he does play in his deck, and it would be a straight up board wipe right now.
Be. We know he plays it. Does he play more than one is the real question.
With Mike Sr., you never know.
Yeah, he's the wild card, as we see Ursula and Morph in hand.
And for those who don't know, I'm calling him Senior. He is a good friend of ours. I'm not trying to be offensive or anything. He is the father of he's your adopted father.
Thank you. Yes, but
he is actually the father of Hazed, who is another well-known player who plays Blurple. So you would think Michael would have quite the reps against the Blurple decks, but he is Mike Senior and Mikey is Mike Junior, so that's why we call him
Hazed, as y'all might know him.
So if you hear us call him Senior, we're not making a jab at his age. We just call him Senior. All right, so we're gonna get in here for some lore. Michael crawling up the ladder here. We are at 12-13. That's gonna be pretty good, and we get to draw a card here off the Diablo, so that's a big one.
Yes, it
is. You see, like this Morph, I mean I'm happy Erica hasn't been punished, but this Morph I feel like is not long for this world. This Morph, we need to get rid of that ASAP, because he just drew that Pete. We know he plays the Captain Hook, could potentially be playing other scary shift targets, so we just need to, I think this Tipo or maybe one of these rabbits even can just, let's just get rid of it. I like the rabbits more because you can just actually keep the rabbits around. Yeah, let's do that. Okay.
Yeah. All right. I mean, we are dealing with the board, and of course, our Judge Andrew in the background there.
Making sure we have the damage correct. 2 and 1. That's perfect. And then I think we take an easy quest here with Tipo as well, since Ursula can't do much about it. And all of a sudden, Erica in a very dominant position here. And she's going to sail and see what else she can find herself here. We see Hades still in hand. So,
oh, goodness, yeah.
Hades just waiting for a big opportunity here to show his skills. I'm sure if Mike does drop anything super scary, Erica will be happy to introduce him.
And a free bell hits the table.
Yep. That's
man.
another 3 power in there.
Yeah.
And Tipo, we just questing in. We getting in there for 1. Yep, getting in there for 1. We're at 9.
And we see in Michael's hand, Michael's got a solo, not Sokoa, but a solo pirate, a space pirate.
It's a space pirate. What else did we draw here? Is that a Zeus?
It looks like it's either Zeus or a Muses. It's hard to tell, the image on the left side. We'll see it in a moment, I'm sure.
Yeah, it looks a little grainier today.
It is Muses. Oh, look at that. I know my cards.
It is a Muses. Okay, I thought it was a Zeus based on the corner there. Okay, so it is a Muses. which is pretty amusing,
Oh,
if you will.
that was great.
But fortunately, it's not as amusing when you don't have songs. So right now, it's just a warded character, which serves some purpose, but not the purpose that we're looking for.
I mean, it's certainly not. As we see, we've got Into the Unknown sitting in Erica's hand, and two of the cards I was barely able to. We got to catch those. Erica, put them back on camera. What are you doing?
Yeah, so Erica,
come on,
Erica.
There we go. Look at that.
There we go.
We're just we're running for it.
She says, "I know how to win this game."
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I believe the point of this game is you get to 20 lore. That's how you win the game. Is what she said.
So we're one short of lethal, but we do know Erica likely plays goats. Have we seen a goat yet?
We have seen a goat. Yeah.
Okay,
she
does.
one.
Yeah, she does play goats. So
there's the space pirate Pete, pirate in the sky, coming down. This is a scary body. This is a scary character.
Yeah. Mike knows he's in trouble here because we gotta do some cleanup.
Yeah.
So Erica will get to draw 2 cards, but Mike will get to save himself 2 lore here. But he's not out of danger yet, although he's close in lore here. We might get another quest, and now Erica's just got so many cards in hand.
So many. It looks like she's running about 6. It looks like right now. It's crazy.
This Elsa can clean attack into.
Oh, and we see Hades,
my goodness,
which is a fantastic target.
If she really wants to be, she can quest here probably, but if she really wants to clean up, she can run this Elsa into the Muse and then run the Tipo into the Ursula. But if she wants to just quest here
into the unknown,
okay, all right. I mean, that does work.
It's a thing.
I think we could have just punched it, but if we want to into the unknown,
I mean, she's likely valuing her board. She wants to make sure she has that character that can quest still. I don't entirely hate it. She's got a few different answers in hand, by the way, so. Okay, it's not the worst thing she could have done.
She wants to quest up here. She's choosing to ignore the muses. Okay, interesting choice there by Erica. But I don't hate it. I just think there's multiple ways to do it. Oh, okay. Yeah. So no song there.
No song, but we do have a Hades, of course.
Nice. And we have a muses joining the party here.
Yep. The real issue is Michael doesn't have any songs, and he's got muses.
Game 2. Erica scooping up the first game. Look at that. No sweat off her back as she... first time on camera and dominates that game 1. It looked very, very close for a minute, but Erica, weathering the storm and able to just get back into this game. I thought for sure we were going to need to see a Monstro in order for us to clean this up, but she just kind of pieces it together little by little. A couple crabs, a couple foxes, and that's all you need sometimes to climb back into the game. And Erica taking game number 1 away from Mike. And Mike, what do you think Mike's thinking right now? Is he feeling like he's in a good spot here? He's on the play now. What do you think? Okay.
He's thinking of first of all, I know what he's thinking. The first thing he's thinking is, I got to hear my son's mouth, because his son plays this color combination, and he knows, he's thinking through his play. He's like, what did I mess up? What did I not do that I should have done? Mikey's gonna tell me stuff. Oh, I got to hear his mouth now. So that's the first thing he's thinking. The second thing he's thinking is, okay, now that I've gotten past that, what do I need to alter in order to get to the point? What do I need in my hand? How fast do I need to move? How important are Ursulas at this point?
Yeah.
Where do I got to be at to make sure that I can outpace this?
We saw Mike, although a little unconventional, he is playing Under the Sea, which would have been very, very good in the right moment there. Unfortunately, he didn't see. What are we deciding here?
And chat, let us know if the music
is
still loud.
I'm going first.
Yes.
He said, sorry, I can't hear you. Okay. All right, I wonder what's going on in the headsets there.
Andrew needs to lower. Let me go.
Can you do the music thing, please?
Yeah,
can you make sure?
You hold the fort.
And can we turn this up the way you don't hear? Yeah, it's not deafen everybody here. All right, guys, we're gonna quickly see if the music is still on. We're trying to get that all turned off. Sorry, guys. Like I said, our main man Stefan is out on the floor competing today. So we're working. We get the oh, excuse me. I almost sounded like the deer. I was trying to say before my tongue wrapped around my teeth that we are working with the skeleton crew today. We got the inmates running the asylum, if you will. So they trusted us to be back here. So we're doing our best. The movie is still playing. I know what you mean, the music. I got you. We're working on it. Hopefully you guys were able to hear us for the most part. I'm sorry if there's loud music. But Gabe is trying to get that fixed right now. He's out there yelling at Jason. Get that music off that stream right this second. Do you guys have a melee? Yeah, we do. Let me see if I can pull it up for you, and I'll be happy to drop it in the chat. Let's see what I can do here for you. Do you guys have a melee? This guy always asking the questions. JDZ, give me this, melee that, hamster ball that. I mean, this is always something. All right, let's see. Melee. This is out of my pay grade, but I'm going to do it for you, JDZ, because I love you so much. That's not working. Let's see here. Thanks, hamster ball. That's the new thanks Obama for me, by the way. I say my family members have asked me what the hell I'm talking about because I'll just be like, thanks, hamster ball. Oh man, what a great video. That's a classic. That's a classic. We're good. All right. I have Mr. JDZ asking for a melee link, which I think would be also beneficial for the rest of our chat. But
set up, but I believe they set it up where if they do like exclamation point
melee, does that work? Can you try? Oh, look at that. Yep. Look at that. The technology we have. There you go. There's your melee. I didn't know it was already programmed in there. Thank you, chat. I should have known chat wasn't going to be on it, guys.
Chat is the best. JDC talks a lot of smack about his chat. He says that his chat are like basically Redditors, but our chat is the best. We love our chat.
Southside is goated. Thanks, hamster ball.
The hamster ball. We love it. We love a good hamster ball.
That's my boy. All right, so we are well on our way here. We've managed to get the music off. Thanks, Gabe. Good looking out, dude.
Listen, I had to take a bat to a speaker, but we figured it out.
I appreciate it. Us not having a soundtrack anymore. Music is off. Thank you, family. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, chat, for enduring that. And we see Michael pitching away that Under the Sea right away. So again,
what is going on here with this
again, that card has been stuck in his hand early. Definitely not the time you want to see it. Which leads me to believe he must be playing a couple of copies at least, unless he's just drawn this one both times. But yeah, Diablo Online pretty early here, which is going to be tricky. And now we have Morph 2, so we're double threats here that need to be answered as soon as possible, Gabe.
Yeah, we do. I mean, we can see Michael's hand. Of course, Erica can't. And so certainly when you see a morph on the table, that's usually that's either a diversionary play. It's like a tactic to say, hey, I might have something. You might want to deal with this. So yeah, it certainly is a thing that it sends a statement. It definitely sends a message. Speaking of messages, we've got that where are we at here? We've got that.
Sorry, I was reading chat, but it is best of 3, guys. Yes. Sorry for the distractions there. Yeah, we don't have a shift target here, but as you mentioned, whenever you see morph, you do have to be wary that surprises could be ahead of us. And Mike just getting real good value here, right? He gets to sing off the Diablo, the Raging Fire, dealing 3 damage to the bell, gets to draw an extra card. We develop the Prince John. Overall, just an awesome turn for Michael there. Any turn that you're able to develop something and then play a song and remove something from your opponent's side of the table, a la Amber Steel, that's what makes them so powerful. You can spend your ink on everything else and then play all the songs for free.
Very unfair, as people like to say. Very unfair.
I love that. I love that for us. So Erica cracking back here, trying to get her ramp going. It's going to sail the Azurite Sea. And let's see here. She's going to popsicle and draw herself another card here. Are we going to ink some more since we were able to? She's going to discard the popsicle, get the bell. Okay. Ink the Tipo.
Yeah. I mean, we're doing things we're supposed to be doing right now.
Yeah, right now we're cruising.
Yeah, we're in that opening phase. We're just trying to establish board presence. We're trying to make sure that we are in a good spot.
Yeah, we also just want to make sure we keep cards in our hand, right? Because it can get dicey now if our cards get too low with that Prince John. We know that's a threat. Mike, obviously not super stacked. He has looks like double Prince John in hand.
Oof, if we get this down. But instead, this is not a bad thing to do.
No, I like that too.
Getting Space Pirate Pete down early is just an absolute monster.
Yep, and he just eats that Tipo for free since he does gain resist by exerting. So she's letting him know it takes a damage. He's letting her know that it does not.
And Andrew
that's a common misconception because you do forget that when you attack with him, he gets the resist, which is pretty crazy.
It's certainly one of those cards that presents that awkward timing question that we often have about certain cards. It's like, well, wait, but you said you attacked me, or you said that you challenged. And it's like, yes, but in order to challenge, I have to turn this thing sideways. And while this thing is turned sideways, it's a pirate. Therefore, it takes one less damage.
And we see the power of Crab here as Crab comes down and dispatches of that Pete pirate. And it's going to be a little less things for her to worry about here. But this Diablo has just gotten so many draws in, and he's going to get another one soon.
This is an extremely high value Diablo. Extremely high value.
Not a good hand for Mike either. So if he was drawing all these cards naturally, Erica will probably be in a very good spot here because it's honestly not the best hand. But because he's able to just draw so many cards off this Diablo, he's kind of filtering through the junk. He's getting all that out of the way. And it's putting him in a much better spot here.
Yep, as we Bruno'd away that was the crab. Was that, I believe?
Yeah, it was a crab, which is an interesting choice here. I guess Mike deciding he does want to get in for some lore with this Prince John. So maybe deciding to get it off the board here. Let's see here. So 2, 4, 6 most likely.
It looks like a
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, got it.
So 1 and 4.
5 1. 2
and 5.
Just like 1, 7, 9, 1, 1, 1, 1, 4. How did that one end up being 4?
I don't know. You got to carry the 3.
Okay, we did some complicated math for that.
What matters is that both players know what the heck is going on the table. Okay, we don't have to know anything. They just got to know.
You rolled a 4 and we hit the first card. I'm like, how did that even happen?
Because it was 1 and I got it. It was 1 and 4. It was 2 and 5, and it was 3 and 6.
I've never ever
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's why.
Okay. All right. You got it, Gabe.
I got this. Listen, I'm basically at the table. I got this. You all are confused. Let me unconfuse you.
Don't unconfuse me. We are. What did we discard that John to? Did I miss something?
I believe it was to sing that Sudden Chill.
He discarded a John to sing Sudden Chill? No, he just discarded a John from his hand.
I don't know. Yeah, listen, you got me figuring out math. Now you want me to solve this mystery? I can't do everything for you.
I just saw him put a Prince John from his hand into the discard pile, unless I'm missing something. Totally could have missed something. I'm sure chat will let me know in a minute that I'm an idiot. Oh, strike a good match.
Strike a good match. That's what you get for being so distracted by the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Thank you. Sorry, I was so busy counting the cards and worrying about the about the numbering on the die that I did not. Yeah, everybody got me. Yeah, thank you, chat. You guys always
listen. We love Skinner.
Chat's clutch.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for chat, I'd be nothing. Gabe.
Yeah, that's exactly what I keep hearing.
Yeah,
I understand that.
I rode chat's coattails all the way to this position. If it wasn't for them, I would never
be here. Yeah,
I'd be I'd maybe be playing in the event and
you might
O2 drop.
O2 drop, baby. Let's go.
O2D2.
O2D2. Shout out to Monty. Let's go.
All right, Monty. We can't call him that anymore.
Yeah, you better not. You have no right. You got clapped.
That's it. That's why I'm defending him right now. You can't call him that anymore.
No, you better not. No. And in fact, he likes it when you call him that because then when you go up against him, he gets you.
He gets me. All right. Well, Mike continuing to, put on the pressure here. Erica's board is clean, but don't be surprised because Erica last game looked very similar in position and then suddenly turned the corner.
Yeah.
But we will see if she's able to do so this time. I feel, Gabe, like this Diablo has just gotten like 9 too many cards.
Yeah, it's too much. It's such high value at this point. I mean, you
Jinx.
Guys. Yeah. Hey, I owe you a Coke.
I don't drink soda. Thank you, though.
Okay, then I'll get you something stronger. But in any case, we got 16 minutes left in this round.
I might need something stronger. We finally got rid of this Diablo.
Wow.
We had to pay 7 ink to do it, and it did draw us 52 cards, but we did it.
And it gave Michael 1 more ink, even.
Yeah.
So, not
2 more ink, even.
2 more ink. I mean, this is certainly a very... Oh, as Space Pirate Pete hits the table again.
That's
what a monster. And we use it to, at this, Erica's got it right. It's
the only card in her hand, so she has to lose it. I was going to say there's a chance she gets it back, but no, she's got 0 cards, so that's going to be a rough one.
Yeah.
And you can see Erica realizing that this might be the beginning of the end here.
Yeah, and the chat is calling towards a very interesting philosophy that I've heard. The idea of scoop or no scoop. Like when is the right time to scoop?
I know multiple people earlier were calling. Machiavelli in the chat was saying that should have scooped a while ago. I know the lore totals are low, but you have to know it's 15 minutes on the clock here. You're in a pretty bad spot. Do we want to drag this out?
And listen,
and I don't want to say, you're guaranteed to lose, but it's definitely not a great spot for you, right? You're most likely not favored to win this match. Maybe we just scoop it up, go to game 3. where she has the play, she has, more options. And you just got to hope that Michael doesn't high roll again. Maybe he doesn't draw the way he did this game. So although Michael did have a slow start, but it just felt like Erica had more of a slow start.
Beyond the Horizon being used as essentially a very expensive dock right now on behalf of Michael.
Yeah,
Michael, that's an interesting use case for that. Pay 7 to draw 3 cards.
Yep. And Erica just kind of watching Mike play the game right now. I'd love to see her just move on to game 3.
Yeah, everyone's
give herself a chance. I'm not saying that she shouldn't. She should just give it up. But you have to be smart about time. A draw is not going to do good for either player, and she has a real shot to win the game if we go to game 3 here.
Yeah.
So.
And Skydol asking, who said Horizon's overrated? I said it. All right. I will stand on that mountain. There's a card that does what Michael just did. It's 2 less cost and it's inkable. It's called Finders Keepers.
Yeah, Finders Keepers is pretty good. Okay, so we can hit that Pete. Oh, we're under Pete. Oh, we can't hit that Pete. Dun 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 dun.
There we go.
I think we're cooked here, Erica. I think we got to go to game 3.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping she realizes that I would love to see her get enough time here to play that last game.
Yeah, that would be great. And she has a really good shot in that. It looks like we're finally calling it.
All right, Erica. She's like, I've seen enough.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think there's Lorthel on board as well.
Yeah. I mean, it was over either way, but I'm glad we didn't take any more time than we needed there, and we have 13 minutes left to play. So we will see if we are able to squeeze out a third game here. I think players, if they shuffle pretty quickly, we might be able to, if we play at a reasonable pace, I've finished many games in under 13 minutes. I think we should be okay.
Being just under this timer, it turns something on in your brain that makes you suddenly speed play. Okay, you're going to get to you don't want to get to those final 5 turns. You want to make sure that you're able to execute your plan kind of as openly as you can without the restriction of knowing that there's just 5 turns left. So.
For sure. And Chad pointing it out, inexperience is a lot of that,
Certainly.
It's not just playing the game, right? It's knowing the rules of the round and knowing the timer and knowing how draws work in the tournament. And there's more to a tournament than just playing your deck. Sometimes you just need to know when it's time to move on. You got to look at the clock, keep that in mind. And something that newer players may not even, recognize. They might just be so focused on winning or losing their game and not even realize how much of a factor the clock can play.
Absolutely. I refer to it as like playing. So there's playing the game and then there's playing the tournament, right?
Sure.
That's the playing the tournament element.
Right. But, it's part of the game. So, it's definitely something you need to consider. I don't think she was slow playing or anything like that. I thought everybody played at a reasonable pace. But these games can go long, So, just knowing when it's time to get on with the next one. But we have a little under 12 minutes here to hopefully get through this game. It looks like both players mulliganing pretty quickly, or altering rather. And Mike thinking it through. What does he want to keep here on the draw? Looks like he's got a Beyond the Horizon. He's got 2 cards face down, and I'm wondering if those are cards he's keeping or cards he's pitching. Yeah, those are definitely cards he's pitching. Yeah. So he did keep a Beyond the Horizon in his opener. All right. Well, Mike will shuffle it up, and Erica gets the start here. And if she can get her ramp going online quickly, and Mike's not able to set up his discard, in a timely manner, could potentially be either player's game here. But we'll see. We are going into this game 3, and we're ticking down, guys. We got 11 minutes. I'd love to see us present these decks and get the ball rolling.
Yeah, and they've got to play. They've got to get to the game at this point.
Yep.
They both, neither of them want a draw here. Both of them believe that they have a shot out of this.
Yeah.
As again, great sportsmanship on both players' parts.
Senior is just a stand-up guy, and Erica seemed like a sweetheart too.
Erica's awesome. Yeah, she was so sweet when she came in here. I'm like, you got this, girl. You got this.
She's like, my husband, probably here. I'm like, you're doing great. Don't worry.
Yeah, get out of here. You're doing fine.
You're doing great.
You've been proving it here on this game. So great job.
Yeah, well, I think all of us. I mean, I love Senior. Don't get me wrong. That's my boy. But I'm also Team Erica. Team new players. I love seeing players that don't expect themselves to win to come out here and put on a show. So I love that.
It looks like I think that because the background noise might be too much. So we pipe in We pipe in sounds to try to help deaden some of the noise. So that means that you and I got to be a little bit quieter. Okay. We can't be too loud. Or what we do is we don't openly talk about what's in the hand.
Okay.
And that's be fine. Yeah.
I'll say like Captain Hook.
Yeah. You do. Well, now it's on the table, so now you can go Captain Hook. It's on the table. It's fine.
Yeah, right. And then her hand would be like, oh, she's got a rabbit.
Yeah. See, that would be what you just did there is exactly what you need to do.
Gotcha.
Great job.
Okay, I can handle it.
And I was seeing in the chat, people are like, "Yo, I know that judge." Yes, it is.
Yeah,
Andrew.
it's Andrew. He's a goat. Yeah, we have Andrew here for all our events. He is quite the goat.
It's crazy. We get like the DLC judges here frequently. So if you ever come down here, you get to, it really is like a mini DLC.
Yeah,
here.
we work with the best here, guys. We are working with the best. And next round, you guys will get the pleasure of. Oh, look at that! I was about to mention his name. There you go. Next round, you got the pleasure of hanging out with Liam from the Illuminateers, which is super exciting. We even have Aaron joining us today, be helping us out here in production. So you'll get to see them both today. So I hope you're very excited about that. Golf commentary from Skinner and Gabe is where go I subscribe.
Right. We call that ASMR content in the streaming world. JDZ, you should know that by now. It's called ASMR.
That's where I also go. Where I go, so I subscribe. Thank you for that.
Yeah, we'll hit you up with the whispers from the Inkwell versus voices from the Inkwell. That's our ASMR channel.
Well, in our defense, we came up with voices from the Inkwell, but there is a set coming out. Whispers from the Well.
Whispers from the Well or Whispers from the Inkwell?
From the Well.
Whispers from the Well. Okay.
Whispers from the Well? From the Well? From the Well?
Whispers wow, how dare you?
Well? In the Well? From the Well?
Whispers near and around the well.
Whispers, they're coming somewhere.
Whispers at or about the well.
We're not sure, but it's close to what our podcast name is, so I understand the confusion.
Yes. Whispers
so no
within proximity of a well.
Whispers somewhere coming from outside. We're not sure. We think it's the well.
But which as we're seeing this game kind of unfold, a shout out on the Lorecast, by the way. It is going to be a spooky themed set, so I'm kind of excited about that.
Oh, I love spooky stuff. That's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm looking forward to hopefully a cool October set eventually. Maybe we get some like cool Halloween costume.
Yeah, maybe some franchises or something that we don't know about yet.
I think that'd be so cool. Some
franchises.
You get some like different like characters dressed up as other characters and stuff. That'd be a lot of fun.
Like cosplaying characters would be so cool.
As Enchanted and stuff. I think that'd be a really cool idea.
That'd be so cool. Yeah,
just Ravenberger. I don't want any pay or anything. Just
you can have that one for free.
You can just use that one. Okay.
Characters cosplaying for the spooky set.
Got it. Well, we just speaking of spooky, we did see Beyond the Horizon here just get casted, and we saw Captain Hook and Diablo both sing it together, which is not a good feeling for Erica.
And this Diablo, unlike the last game, is a low value Diablo. That thing got taken out.
Yeah, Erica learned her lesson there. She's like, that guy, no, that's not happening. Are we doing any celebration pickle egg shots? Absolutely not.
No,
guys.
Unfortunately, Liam's writer specifically said he would not want to be near in any vicinity. Him or his family.
Actually, we have an actual robot that's banning anybody who mentions the word eggs today. Yeah. So be careful in the chat. You might get yourself kicked out of here.
Yeah, my publicist says that I have to stop talking about that. So he says it's not good for my image.
Oh, goodness. Well, this hook is carrying 4 damage. Is it 1 damage or 4? It looks like a 4, right? Is that a 4? That looks like a 4. I think that is a 4. 4 damage as Diablo has been taken care of. Hook is looking pretty weak. And what do we got in Senior's hand here? We got looks like a Bruno, a Pete.
Remember ASMR.
A Bruno, a Pete. We have Captain Hook and some other things here.
Okay, a little bit closer to the mic next time, but that's a good first try. And Erica has got 2. It looks. Oh yeah, so we see what looks like
it's an Elsa and
a genie.
Oh, Elsa and genie.
Yeah, very nice. As we whisper in the wind.
Oh, okay.
All right, friends. Yeah, there you go. So now you know what's in the hand, but they don't. As we play Pete, the chip and the Captain Hook, of course. We're trying to establish a board here.
Gabe, are you going to be a vintage hick?
I'm sorry. What did you just call me?
Are you going to be a vintage hook player or a modern hook player?
Okay, that makes more sense. You know what? I've never been one to like be showy. I don't care about like having alternate art, or I just want to play the game. So
I know, but like
whatever's in the pile.
When you sleeve up your hook, you're definitely not mix and matching hooks. Don't be.
I will do. I am a monster.
Don't be a heathen.
Are you kidding me? I'm a monster.
You're not. You're playing 4 of one or 4 of the other, Gabe. You're not mix and matching.
Oh, I'm mix and matching. Not only am I mix and matching, let me tell you what. I sleeve my cards with the sleeves from Ravensburger that has the Lorcana, like the back of the card sleeves. And when I ink those cards, I will intentionally have some face up and some face down. And I just watch the eye twitch in my opponent's face. Just watch them as they go, what are you doing to me right now? Why would you do this to me?
I used to have a friend named Tito. I'll never forget him. I used to lend him decks for Magic back in the day during tournaments.
Yeah.
And he would give them back to me shuffled upside down.
Oh, what a hero. I love that guy right now.
My gosh. Let me tell you how that drove me absolutely insane. I don't know how anybody could do that in their right mind.
Oh my goodness. I love it. Well, that guy's my hero, and I am totally down with, yes, but as long as the shuffles are not damaging the cards.
Oh, I can't tell.
I don't care what order.
All right.
As we see Smee and Morph hit the table.
Yeah, Mike just loading up more characters here onto the board. And Erica, she's still in this game very much, but she's just top decking. Well, that genie will help get us a little further in, give us an evasive. You see a little smile there from Erica. I don't know if it's a good smile or like that's too late smile.
Yep, certainly.
Yeah, let's see.
We do see, we got that bell. We've got a...
Okay, bell is not going to do much for us. Tipo.
ASMR, we got the bell.
What's your bells? Oh, we got the Tipo. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And we'll get in there for one with the Elsa. Still 3-1 here with time winding down.
Yes, we are approaching the final hour here, the final minute, the last second.
Neither player able to get a quick head start on the lore totals here, as both players essentially just trying to set up their game plan.
Yeah. They would, whatever they do, they need to get themselves within just like tapping distance, exerting distance of that 20 points that they need to get, the 20 lore.
Mike's out of cards though now. I mean,
that's a problem.
If
that is certainly a problem.
I mean, the big Pete is quite problematic for Erica to deal with unless she draws herself a crab off the top here, which would be sensational. That's not a crab, that's a Diablo.
Speaking of Diablo.
So we still have to deal. Well, I think we're definitely sending in somebody to deal with the Smee, right? We definitely got to get the Smee. Oh, actually, he has resist.
Yes, it is. It is.
And I think she's gonna find out right now.
She's about to fall for the classic trap.
I think she's about to. She's about to make the same mistake I made. She's like, this guy's got evase. This guy's got ward, or not ward. Excuse me, resist.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna take a double peek here, but yeah, as long as he's exerted, Pirates have it. Yep. They're going to clear it up.
They are, yep.
So that's really good here because that's really going to keep that's actually Pete doing very heavy lifting. Ooh, she did choose to trade into it.
Well,
so.
I think the issue here is that she declared it and she turned it sideways, and so it's being enforced as an official play. So it was done. The play was done, and then she fell into it and discovered the issue. But at that point, it's too late. You got to commit to the play.
Yeah, that's a tough one there, and that's a lesson. I almost made the same mistake here in the booth. I mean, I was just totally forgetting that second line of text from Pete is quite.
Oh, that cursed merfolk is big. It's big here. That's more lore.
Yeah, if we have an Elsa, we can knock it out. But again, this big Pete is just we don't have 5 power, 6 power, or to deal with this.
No, it is not an Elsa, but she did draw a bell. Oh, she drew a bell.
That's not a great draw.
I mean, it's a bell.
Yeah. That's gonna be it's gonna be tough. That's gonna be tough. Which bell is it? It's not the blue bell.
No, blue bell's an ice cream.
Oh, that is the blue bell. Why did you lie to me?
Well, blue bell's an ice cream.
Well, it is an ice cream.
It is an ice cream.
It is.
It's a great ice cream, even.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's okay.
It's not bad.
It's not bad. We take those. We do take those.
And all of a sudden, Mike looking like he might be able to close this game out within the minute. I know we're most likely going to turns here, but it just doesn't look good for Erica. This Smee still holding on to that resist. So we need to put 2 damage into him, which we definitely can do that. But then how do we deal with this giant Pete?
I mean, that is a problem. It's been a problem all 3 games for Erica to have to deal with. It's kind of just been like this weird sore thumb that's in the way, messing with the math, just as we saw it happen last round there.
Right.
Michael, of course, drawing the cards, playing a Pete, which will limit any actions.
So no Into the Unknowns,
and ultimately just turning these characters sideways.
Yeah, Into the Unknown is a big way here to deal with that Pete, and now just absolutely shutting the door on that option. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Oh, and look what it is. It's an Into the Unknown.
Into the Unknown.
Oh no. No, Pete. Pete was such a good draw there for Mike to keep her out of that. Oh man, that would have been a big one.
That is tough.
I mean, Mike's still at 17, but that still would have been a huge play there, being able to Into the Unknown that Pete.
Yep.
But instead, we are pretty much I think we're in big trouble here for Erica. I think it might be the beginning of the end here.
I do believe so as well. I mean, the time has officially ended. Erica will be what they call turn 0. So you get 5 turns. Once that the timer has ended, starting with the player whose turn it is when the time ends, they are considered turn 0. So Michael will get turn 1, and they will continue to play until turn 5 is over.
Yeah, some people in chat saying he should be at 18. I think it's going to be over anyway. I'm curious where he might have missed that lore. So, but yeah, it definitely doesn't look like it's going to be going too much longer here. Erica just thinking it through, making sure, there you go. We did get it up to 18. There you go.
There you go.
We fixed it.
There was so somebody didn't click a button somewhere. It's good.
Thank you guys for staying on it. And yeah, Erica just exploring her options here. But I think we all know this Big Pete is just not going to allow us to stay in this game. Let's see here.
Yeah, and she's going through the math. She's deciding. At this point, they're in turns. They have options. We see she's using the bell to go into the Pete, challenging that Pete to banish it.
Yeah, I like how much pirate synergy Michael's playing. I don't know how good the big hook is, but I do love its synergy with Pete Pirate Captain.
Yeah,
or and also or whatever his name is, Space Captain,
Space Pirate,
Space Pirate.
That's the one. Pirates in the sky.
Pirates in the space, and also with Smees and stuff like that. So a lot of like hidden pirate synergy in this deck, even though it's not really a pirate theme. Which I really enjoy, and
it's pirate light.
It's pirate light. That's a great way to describe it. And that wraps up this first round, as Mike will take it. And shout out to Erica for being amazing and coming on stream. I know it can be very nerve wracking, especially your first time playing. You're coming in, not first time playing, but first time playing on stream.
Yeah, of course.
Like Gabe mentioned, we do have quite the amount of cameras out there. It's not just one, it's like 10, and they're all pointing in different directions, so that could be a little stressful, but she handled it wonderfully. I think she played very well, and I think she's got nothing to be ashamed of. I think Erica did great, and I hope to see her in the future here, and I hope her husband's out there doing well as well. So
yeah,
shout out to Erica. Great games, guys. And I really want to, can we pull up that melee? I want to see, I'm sure chat will tell me, did Zack Bivens win or did Ghosty get it?
That'll be, let's find out. Oof.
That is something that I was curious about.
Yeah,
that was going to be
them dogs.
That was going to be our match for round number 1, but we wanted to follow tradition here. We always usually have the winner of the previous event, so we wanted to stick with that. Although I know a lot of you are most likely looking forward to watching Zack and Ghosty. But I'm sure we'll be seeing them throughout the day. So
yeah, if you ask
worry.
Either player, they're going to be playing each other in the finals.
Don't you worry. We'll be seeing them later. Oh my god, how much scrolling do I have to do?
All of it. All of the scrolling. All the scrolling.
Can somebody, I don't have access to do it. Can somebody hit ! melee for me in the chat? Now we're going to get like 20 people doing it. But I just need one.
We just need uno.
One. Who is the chosen one? Who will give me the melee link?
So let's talk a little bit about what we did see from those games in terms of implications for the rest of this tournament.
Sure.
So we saw a couple of those set 8 cards. Would you say that it was a large influence? Was set 8, was Reign of Jafar, would you call that a large influence on that game? Would you say it was a medium influence on that game?
I'd say medium.
Okay.
I'd say medium. Let's talk about the new cards we saw. So we saw Into the Unknown.
Yep.
Thought the card looked good. I thought we didn't really see it in super specific situations that we needed it.
Okay.
I think it would have been very good on that last turn. Unfortunately, we were locked on their Pete. Thank you, Max Goo, for getting me the melee link. And if it opens, open.
Yep. Click on that one, and then there's like an open in new tab. There you go.
Tab.
Let's talk about Beyond the Horizon there. Beyond the Horizon was another interesting card that we saw.
I don't know.
There was maybe, of the times that it was played, I think there was one time where it just completely blew out Erica's hand, and it allowed Michael to draw a bunch of cards. So there was one time where that happened, but for the most part, when that card got played, it ultimately was either to get +3 draw, to Michael, or there wasn't a Prince John in play, so we didn't really get the crazy power move. So I mean, it came into effect somewhat. I mean, let me know in the chat. What did you feel the impact was of Beyond the Horizon in that matchup? I'd love to hear from everybody in the chat. Like, what were your thoughts?
I wasn't super impressed. I thought it was fine, but I mean, it didn't do anything that I thought was like. I mean, the one turn that he drew 6 and your opponent drew 3. That was pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. But I don't know. I think the card's very powerful. Yeah. But jumping into our rankings here,
Zack Bivens versus Jonathan Williams.
Oh,
I love it. Let's do it.
I don't know if you just heard my man Jason in the background.
We have Zack Williams versus Jonathan Bivens.
Zack Williams match
versus Jonathan Bivens.
Versus Jonathan Bivens, folks.
So we have Zack Bivens up next with Jonathan Williams, which you will have the pleasure of hanging out with Gabe and Liam, and they're gonna get an awesome game to watch there. I'm really jealous. Maybe I'll go sit courtside, if you will, and watch
courtside. Well, you sit courtside. You want to do me a favor?
Sure.
Can you give me a water?
Yeah, I'd love to. Thirsty. Nothing would make me happier.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to do that for you. But yeah, Zack Bivens did scoop up his first round. Some notable players here that won their first round. And again, if I don't mention you, it's not because you're not notable. I just maybe don't know. But Hector Harris sitting at the top here, number 1. He did get his first one. We have REB Dreams, which I know is local to Orlando, that he got his first round as well. John Williams scooped up his first round. That's great to see. Who else we got in here? Zack did get his round, and you guys are going to get to watch.
Liam, you're going to get the cast.
You're going to get to cast Zack Bivens versus John Williams next. So that's that'll be a fun one. Even our boy Stefan getting that round 1 win. Shout out to Stefan. He's out from production, and he's out there like a madman. He was building his deck literally during the player meeting, like last second. So
he submitted the list and was like, "Where are the cards?"
Yeah, he submitted the list, but he didn't have the deck sleeve, so we worked it out. We also see our buddy Kylie doing well, getting that first win. So, Hayes getting a win. Wojciech getting his win.
Oh, Wojciech.
We have the Freedom Gaming guys getting their win. So everybody's from Freedom Gaming did good today. We see Momentum got his, Sploosh got his, Hayes got his.
Yep.
Okay. All right. It's looking pretty good out there, guys. So we will see how the day progresses. How many rounds did we say finally? Did you catch that?
The number should be 7.
So this is accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So we have 7 rounds today. I wasn't sure exactly how many. Perfect. All right. So we have a lot of fun to see. I'm curious to see what Jonathan Williams is playing. I mean, I know I could probably just do the boring thing and just pull it up here.
Don't do it.
But
don't do it.
But
I'm
curious to know, is he on red blue? And if he is on red blue,
it's called Ruby Sapphire.
Ruby Sapphire. You're very correct. And if he is on Ruby Sapphire, is he playing any new toys, any new tricks?
What tricks there's one trick I know of. Maybe Freelo. Is this a Freelo Ruby Sapphire? If even Ruby Sapphire.
I don't know. I also saw like a build that Sailor put together that's like pretty much pretty much Ruby Sapphire, but plays Nothing We Won't Do.
Yes, the combo
which gives you an infinite combo potential. It is a little hard to set up, but it is definitely something that you can kind of sneak in out of nowhere against your opponent. I don't know that he's playing any of those shenanigans. Could be something a little cleaner, but I guess we'll find out shortly. So
we will see.
Very, very exciting.
We'll also see Bivens in action. Now, is Bivens testing out one of his triple deck constructed decks?
I know what Bivens is playing, and there is a card in Bivens' deck that Bivens showed me today. I'm not going to spoil the surprise, but Bivens showed it to me, and he says, I got to play this bad card in my deck. And I guess it wasn't that bad because he did win his first round.
Yeah, but, I was going to say, how dare, you better say I'm sorry to that
but
card.
It's a set 1 throwback that I have never seen in a constructed deck game.
No.
I've never seen it in a constructed deck.
There's
maybe like a meme deck.
There was one in set 1 that I think.
I'm sure you could say any card in the game has been in somebody's deck.
I played it,
but in general, I think that
I played it back in the first chapter.
I don't know, man. It's a card. It's a card, guys. Yeah. It's one of the. It's one of the card of all time.
There are numbers on it. You do play it, and it does things.
Yep. It's going to be an interesting one for you guys to see, and I don't think you're going to be expecting it. I will tell. Oh, I don't want to even ruin the color. I won't ruin any of the surprises. I won't ruin any of the surprises. You know me. I like giving teasers. I like giving little. But I'm going to let you and Liam do all the fun stuff. So no worries. You guys will get to cast that. Do you want to take a quick break so I can get you some water? How much time? I wonder how much time we're looking at. I mean, I see people already
No,
pretty much.
I can still chat with him if you want to.
Yeah, if Liam wants to jump in here, or if you want to take a quick break, and then we'll meet up with Liam. Whatever you guys want to do. I'm gonna put my headset down, and whatever happens after that.
That's what I hear.
Okay, look, the next game is on, so I'm gonna go grab water for you guys. Liam, he's gonna hop in the hot seat.
Yeah, get Liam in here. You're done. You're cooked. Get
me out of here. You guys are gonna get to watch quite the match.
Jonathan Williams is on the colors. He's on the colors. We might do this.
Oh
folks.
My God!
I might get.
All right, let me get out of here.
I might get my prediction. Help yourself, sir. Yes. Liam, my friend, my goodness, in the back there doing some research. Liam, look at my man here. Liam, please tell the folks who you are, which I can't imagine that they don't know you, but please let them know who you are.
I'm here. My name is Liam Cosma. My wife and I run the Illumineers YouTube channel and all social media and a bunch of stuff. We do Lorcana content. We love Lorcana. Really? And occasionally I do some commentary as well, and I love it. And I'm excited to be here with you and with all of you watching. Yeah. I run myself with the camera.
Yeah, right
all of you watching. This is exciting. This is so exciting.
It is so cool.
I mean, new set, new meta at Southside Gaming, one of the best places to play competitive Lorcana in these types of events with some amazing commentators.
Thank you.
What an amazing weekend.
I know. I'm stoked. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad Aaron's here. It was wonderful seeing you all this morning, and we are going to have a great time as we get to watch Zack Bivens on colors that I don't think anybody's ever seen him on before. And as you can tell by looking at the kind of chart up there next to his name, those colors are amber and emerald. Boy, oh boy, are we in for some crazy, crazy stuff here.
I mean, this is going to be a fantastic matchup. I mean, you all talked about these players already, but Jonathan Williams, a player who's known for very specific colors, very consistent, brilliant deck builder. He's always testing. If you follow his Patreon, kind of he's always cooking and dreaming stuff up. But generally settles kind of on the same build because he's convinced it's the best. And also, by the way, always finishes second here every single time.
We love Jonathan Williams for that. Dragon John Z. That's first in my heart, but second at SSG. That's the tagline.
Dragon John Z rhymes with consistency, and that's what he is. He is consistent. And on the other hand, you have Zack Bivens, who another very consistent player, but consistently different in terms of his deck builds. Always crafting new things, bringing in new toys, going different directions. And you all hit the nail on the head before. He's bringing in some interesting stuff this set. So.
Yeah. I mean, you as we understand now. With the triple deck constructed format, there's a lot of things that you have to consider. Is this the deck he's considering? Who knows? However, he still needs to know these matchups. He needs to consider these things because he's got to put together just like the power trinity of decks in order to survive that world's format.
That's true. Here it is. This is the card you all were joking about. This is Aladdin from set 1. It is a 2/2 with Ward here in Emerald. You don't see that played too often.
No, you don't.
Ever.
I can't imagine why not. It's a 2/2. It quests for 1, but it has Ward. That Ward is powerful, as we've started to learn as this set is kind of starting to reveal itself. Not being able to target it, not being able to choose it, is kind of a big deal here. Yeah, so this card is in here for a very specific purpose, and that is to stick on the board. Yep. And one of the ways that Zack is going to try to win this game, there is a certain card, I think, in Amber Emerald, which he probably has in his build that he's working towards. And so getting cards to stick, here's another warded card, for example. So getting this card to stick on turn 2 is very important, and he's working towards his game plan. The problem, I think, for him is this might be a bad matchup for him. Yeah, he probably wasn't hoping for this. And I'll be just to be very frank with you, having seen the numbers, Ruby Sapphire isn't here in huge droves. It's not the first, it's not the second most represented deck here. So Zack was playing to the meta, the expected meta. He wasn't wrong about that. He just unfortunately is we use the word unlucky, I guess, in that pairing. But yeah. But his alternate game plan here, if he can't line up a particular card, and I don't want to spoil it for folks, but a particular card, which some people in the chat, of course, Ed Chu, their North American Continental Champion, has identified. If he's not lining up that card, his alternate win condition here is to force discard, and it gets to control deck. That's what he's trying to do, is whittle down Jonathan's hand and put him into top deck mode. So Bare Necessities is one way to start to do that. And here's another way. You have forgotten me. And you may have forgotten about this card, because this is another set 1 card.
card making an appearance here again in Zack's deck. So on his second game plan here, be able to force Jonathan down a few more cards, and that's what he needs to do to win this game, is put Jonathan into top deck mode as soon as possible.
Yeah, and with the removal of Hiram, that is not difficult to do to get Jonathan Williams down to just lower hand counts where these discard cards are just so high value, just so impactful. Not difficult to do. Jonathan Williams' primary puzzle that he needs to solve is, how do I keep cards in my hand?
Mm-hmm.
And right now we're playing Scrooges, so let's see what that means for him. It looks like a whiff. It looks like we did not get an item. Oh my goodness! All right, but we do have characters on the board, and these characters they're a higher strength than what Zack probably wants to see from them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Jonathan desperately trying to get, his game plan here obviously wants to take it to the end game. Inevitability is usually with the Ruby deck because of that control, but needs to get to 7 or 8 ink, because the reality is in this matchup, there is a good chance eventually he's forced into top deck mode, and he needs to be able to play his board wipe if he top decks it. And it's going to get harder and harder, especially, here's Zack's getting so much value out of these discards with those Prince Johns on the board, but that's what he needs to do, is get to 7 ink to play your top deck. There's nothing worse than in the late game, drawing your Be Prepared at the perfect moment and having 6 ink, and you're like,
well, here we are. I found myself in this spot many a times, unfortunately, so I can relate, and boy, oh boy, it hurts every single time as we see the enchanted Maui hero to all hit the table and deal with one of those 2 Prince Johns. Just devastating. That Maui, just such a powerhouse, as we see just so many cards in Zack's hand. Zack's hand is so large. Jonathan is rocking about 5 cards, so not a small number himself.
Now, you can definitely play Be Prepared if you top deck it, JDZ Quest. That's the point. Is you need to get to the situation where you can play those board wipes when you draw them, and that's the thing. And that's the way you're out of this in this. But the other problem is with Prince Johns. We saw this version of this deck can build such card advantage. We saw Zan said on the green steel version of this in Las Vegas with like a quarter of his deck, or no, like half of his deck in hand in the finals. And that's
just insanity.
Yeah,
complete insanity.
That's one of the problems when you're running Diablo, when you're running Prince John, and you can get all those extra cards. Even if Jonathan manages to wipe the board, then Zack potentially is just dumping his whole hand next turn. So it is a challenge for sure.
And we're seeing people pointing out Louis here. Reckless Louis he came and went.
He was around for a moment. Comes into play Exerted, making him an easy target for people to clean up pretty quickly. But another great card in this meta. One of the things it's in here for, it can sing a little bit, but it's very, very well statted, and it's made to counter some of these aggro decks. So very good against Daisy, where other cards going to move fast. It can force Cinderellas and things to run into him. So great card. I talked to Zack before this, and he's really high on this card.
Oh, I can imagine. As we see Cricky hits the table, Cricky, such a great card. Just allowing so much ability to control the board with characters that generally are lower on the strength kind of spectrum there. So that really does bridge the gap there. As we see now, Jonathan Williams, no characters on the table.
No, that's true. But what are we at? Are we at 6 now? Yeah, this 1, 2. I can't math.
1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like 6. Yeah, 4 tap.
So
2
again,
we're available.
We're a tough spot again because you draw into that answer, and you can't play it. So that's the game plan for him. If this deck can get to that point where they can utilize their board wipes, you can come back from this. But it's a lot of hand pressure.
Yeah,
it's the removal, as you pointed out earlier. It's the removal of the Hirams.
Correct.
Honestly, that makes this really hard.
Yeah, and we see Jonathan Williams' answers to that though. We see the workshop on the table. Workshop designed to kind of facilitate that draw. Like we've seen through the last set and just going into this set, what a powerhouse that workshop can be. Just netting so much draw, in many cases even more so than Hiram has done for previous iterations of this deck.
And now we have, I think, 8. So I can't see up top because I think we put 1 on the top, 1 on the bottom. So I think we have 8 on the table. So now we do have Sisu available. We do have the Be Prepared. This is the situation, not that you want to be in, but if you're going to be top decking, at least you can play your answers if you draw into them. But Zack pushing his lore all the way to 16. The top deck is not how far I'll go. We will probably be going into game 2 here shortly.
A quick scoop.
And just not drawing into that answer. So rough go there for Jonathan. And it's just the hand pressure that Emerald can put you under.
There's that. The other thing to consider here is it's still really early in the tournament, and tournaments the longer they go, the more likely the player knows what you're on. So there's a really, really good shot. Jonathan had not seen Zack's deck out there. And I mean, I wouldn't put. Would you put Zack Bivens on Amber Emerald? Is that a color combination you'd expect him to pull out today?
Probably not, but I never know what Zack's going to play. I mean, it's like 50% amethyst steel and then 50% something else. And you have no idea what is in that bucket.
Yeah, I'll say like Steel X. Like I'm willing to put you on anything Steel X with Zack. So the fact that he's not playing Steel, I'm excited. I love seeing these, and I love players that have the ability to just take any color combination and be serviceable, be very, very good with it. It's going to be critical going into Worlds that you're able to be that way. You're punished in triple deck construction format being kind of what we call a one-trick pony, or somebody who's known for a certain kind of deck. Because if you're going against that person, that's the easiest target. Like you're not playing that deck, dude. DKP, I don't care. You're not playing Ruby Sapphire.
It's a fantastic point, especially in this matchup, because again, sometimes you do get to be a little predictable, and Jonathan Williams is a player who's very much known for these colors. So if you're in the blind against Jonathan Williams, most likely you're planning on playing some form of this control deck.
Yeah.
And the reason that matters in this matchup is for Zack, we talked about Under the Sea a bit, and there is a line in this deck which is trying to get Under the Sea out as soon as possible, and it's made to counter the aggro. And so Zack can alter his hand one of a few different directions. One of them is very, very strong towards that Under the Sea play early. And in the blind in this meta, perhaps that's his ideal alter, is what he's going for, hedging his bets and trying to play against an uber fast Chernodogs deck coming out now, dumping a bajillion characters by turn 4 or 5.
Yeah.
But knowing that Jonathan Williams is a control player, now he says, okay, instead of going that route, I'm gonna hedge a different way and play against the control. So it's an interesting point talking about what people are known for, what they're not known for, because in the blind, it can affect how your opponents treat you.
Yeah, and that's a big part of it. Like you think about what makes a good player. Oftentimes we think about these moments sitting at this table, but there's a bigger picture there. There's what happens at the table, absolutely, obviously. There's what you do when you're building your deck and what pieces you put in there. And then there's a third component that I think we really undervalue, and that is understanding the meta, like understanding what is out there, what is likely to be out there, what are your opponents likely to be on. The player that does all three the best wins the tournament, period.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. It's the game before the game, as I like to call it. Yeah. Understanding the meta, building, and coming in prepared.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So it is a new meta, but it's the same turn one for these Ruby Sapphire decks. Turn one popsicle, get that item on the board, draw a card. So
the more things change, the more things stay the same.
That's true. That is true. It's a delicious opening there. All right, Enchanted Maui into the Inkwell, followed by turn to Tipo. So this is the opening that Jonathan wants.
Yeah.
One of the things though, one interesting note against these discard decks, Tipo and some other ramp cards that force you to send an extra card out of your hand against a discard hurts just a little bit.
It does, and we have a hit. We have a
hit.
That's
and the hand
tough.
Pressure starts already.
Yeah.
And here we have another ramp card, which will force another card out of the hand. So, it's good to ramp. It's good to try to get there, but losing cards out of your hand against discard smarts just a little bit.
It does. You've got to be very smart, very strategic about how you opt to ramp. There is a world where sometimes it's better not to try to reserve whatever cards you can, save answers if there is one. In this case, we see Jonathan Williams just deciding to go ahead and ink that Sail the Azurite Sea, which. Mm-hmm. Why put pressure on your own hand? Zack's doing a darn good job of that all by himself.
Yeah, so we'll see which way this goes. But yeah, it's again wanting the big thing to look at here is keep an eye on Jonathan's Inkwell. He wants to get to a certain ink. We're gonna hit that combo there. Prince John coming down, singing Sudden Chill, forcing a discard, drawing a card for Zack, and it is starting here. This is gonna be a tough road to climb. We need the right top decks. Drawing into uninkables does not help us at all.
No, it does not.
With the hand. So, and I think, Scrooge. Maui comes down. Maui's going to clean up that Ursula. All right. Get a big body on the board. That's going to prevent some singing shenanigans without repercussions.
But Zack, with just so many cards in hand, we see that that You Have Forgotten Me just to finish the job here.
Yep, here it comes.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Wait.
Okay,
no.
Okay. All right. We have opted to play. It looks like I believe it's one of the Gators. Nope, it's Chip. Oh, Chip.
That's right.
Yes.
I had to look. So the foil it's Chip Quick Thinker.
Yes.
It's a way to chip away at your opponent's hand. I've been waiting for that card. Forces a discard when it's played. Fun little card there. Establishes some board presence and plays into this discard strategy.
Yeah. It seems to fill the spot that like the Daisy Duck, the Amber Daisy Duck kind of filled. You've got a great character, which by the way, love Chippendale, one of my favorite franchises. Love Chippendale. But that's beside the point. But it feeds into what Prince John wants to do. It gets us more cards, and Zack just still so much pressure, so many cards, all the options, all the play lines available, deciding on which one is the best one, which one's the optimal one. And Zack says, we're going to look at more cards. We're going to look at the top card. We're going to look at the top 4 cards. We're going to find some songs. We're going to figure this out.
Yeah, just you hit the nail on the head. There's so many resources available. So Jonathan here, I mean, managed to draw this out a bit. He's got a 6 ink in the inkwell. We're 1 away. We've got a decent board state. So, a little bit of breathing room here. But let's see what Zack chooses to.
Oh, let's see. Zack's debating, doing the math. Yep, we're gonna see that hand one more time.
And there they are.
And there they are.
Look at your hands.
Spirit fingers,
Show me your
everybody.
hands.
When
there
you
they
have
are.
no cards in hand, the proper response is spirit fingers every time.
All right. Will we draw an inkable? We draw.
We draw a Tipo. Yeah, we see a Tipo.
Yep.
And Jonathan Williams, the look on his face says it all. He's like, great.
Yep.
Not the top deck I wanted.
I suspect this will go straight into the inkwell.
Yeah, deciding on putting a little bit of lore pressure on, not a lot. Inking the Tipo, yep, and then making sure that he can start to do things when he top decks them.
It's not the worst. I mean, there's I mean, you'd love to get how far I'll go. There's plenty of other things you like to draw, but there's worse draws in that scenario.
100%, yes. And this does basically start to open up the play lines for Jonathan. Being without a hand isn't the worst thing in the world for a Ruby Sapphire player, because if there's anybody that you do not want to enter into a top deck battle with, it is a Ruby Sapphire. Now, Zack Bivens has got the answers. Jonathan Williams has to rely on the top deck. The problem is you need ink to play the things that are coming off the top of your deck. That's the problem. As we see Painting the Roses Red come down, which,
there it is.
There you go. Under the Sea takes out the entire board, including that Maui. That is absolute insanity because of that Kita, by the way, for those of you that missed it, that Kita does drop the strength of those characters, and that additional -1 is what pushed that Maui over the edge.
Dear, and Under the Sea sending everything to under Jonathan's deck.
Yes.
We have a how far I'll go here, so we'll take a look at a couple cards. Got to think carefully about this. You don't want to leave anything in your hand for Zack to discard. So Sisu will come down, ping that Diablo, get rid of that.
Really the only option.
The only option. But it's better than nothing.
There you go.
We'll have another card in the inkwell there that does make the Sisu available next turn if we top deck it. Here we go. It's back to the hand. Pick a card at random. When there's only one, random's pretty easy. Heads to the discard pile that will draw Zack another card, and here we are questing for 5, 6.
Yeah, certainly. That is the number, as we see Jonathan Williams doing the counting out the ink. Zack thinking through: do I ink this? Do I not ink this? Doing the math. Am I going to be where I need to be in about 2 or 3 turns to get to that 20? To get to that 20 lore.
Yeah, and Zack sitting bare necessity is not going to do a whole lot of good when your opponent has an open hand. Dropping another Diablo on the board. We'll take a look, show the hands. Hands are empty, and
Spirit fingers one more time.
Spirit fingers won't even show them this time. Drawing into another Tipo. That hurts. You need to draw into one of your removal answers here, because Zack's hand is a little empty at this point.
This
so
is just mean.
It's back. It's discard, draw a card.
Poor Tipo.
And here's we need that answer. I mean, again, not completely done. Zack's whittled his hand down. He's only a couple left here. We do that Under the Sea, but if you can draw into a Sisu, if you can draw into, and we have a Scrooge, that's not going to do it. We'll take a look, but that is,
but that's not it. Yeah.
Not going to help.
This is the end. It looks this is going to be another draw, but at this point we're depleting our ink.
We're looking to see how close the board wipe is at this point. That's what it is. Where is that board wipe? And Zack takes this in short order, just crushing Jonathan with discard pressure. And look, there we're looking. Nope. Not coming.
It wasn't there. And but that was a quick game, a quick match. 2-0 for Zack. Of course, this was just a rough matchup for Jonathan Williams. Not what, and interestingly, Zack, didn't want to see this deck, given the fact that he's really designed to deal with aggro really, really early, which is what he expected to see. However, I think an interesting point here is that while he was probably not wanting to, and the deck decisions was relying on the fact that there wouldn't be a lot of Ruby Sapphire, it deals with Ruby Sapphire very effectively because of the ability to discard, a thing that Ruby Sapphire does not like. You want to upset a Ruby Sapphire player, start plucking away their resources. That's what you do. Guess what Zack Bivens did? He knew the mission. He went in, he did what needed to be done.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And to be fair, discard decks have always been a decent way to beat the heavy control decks. But these control players, they plan around that. Green Steel has been popular for so long that these control players know how to play against them. And the way you do it is generally what Jonathan did. But the challenge is, against these discard players, you have to draw into your removal at the right time.
Yeah.
You cannot have that be prepared sitting in your hand because it's going to get picked by Ursula on turn 6 or turn 5, right before you're able to play it. But the way the math works out, though, when you do like the hypergeometric math and whatever, if you are altering away from those removal options and you are drawing a certain number of cards with how far I'll go, etc., your odds of drawing into like the Sisu or the Be Prepared on time are actually pretty decent.
Yeah.
And so that's generally the game plan is, you're probably going to be forced into top deck mode. So get as much in your inkwell as possible. Don't give Prince John any extra value before you drop your 7th or 8th ink. And then you are trying to draw into that reset. And then from there, it's off to the races.
Absolutely. Yeah. The reset is critical. The longer that the pieces stay on the board, the Prince Johns, the Muses, whatever the singers, the longer they stay on, the more value they get, the rougher it is for Ruby Sapphire. So tough break for Jonathan Williams. I did predict that he would be second place today.
It's a solid prediction.
He was upset with me when I saw just a little behind the scenes. Me and Skinner were doing our podcast. And before we did our podcast, I'm like, wait, I don't want to make a prediction about somebody who might not be there. So I shot him a message. I said, Jonathan, are you going to be there? And he's like, yes. I said, good, because I'm about to make a prediction. And he was like, it better be that I'm winning. And I'm like, ... send. And then I ran. I said, ... send. And then he's like, Gabe, you got to answer the question. And I just ignored him. I left him on red. Yeah. And now he knows why. So no, but I kid. Jonathan Williams is such a good sport, such a fantastic player, a great person. He was a good sport about it. And I saw him out there and he looked at me. He gave me like this knowing look of like, I knew you were going to do that, but at the same time, I'm not mad at you. So he's such a good dude.
Yeah. Wonderful presence at the tournament. And with that, it looks like we have an interview. I'm going over to Aaron and Zach.
You forgot somebody.
Mommy has one and Mr. Zack has one.
I know, Lena.
The star.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to the SSG tournament. I am here with the incredible Zack Bivens, who just took that entire round in, I think, 20 minutes flat, Zack.
It was very fast.
How does your first SSG... Actually, let me start with this. We have finally entered the meta in which Worlds is going to take place. You've been waiting for this meta for like 5 months. How does it feel now that it's actually here?
Feels great. I'm excited to test it. That's why I'm playing the deck I'm playing today, just trying to test random stuff, test all these different decks, because I got to bring 3 different decks to Worlds. So
yeah, well, I got to chat with you a little bit this morning. You were a little nervous about how this deck was going to perform today, and you've done incredibly well in these first 2 rounds. Is this kind of changing your feelings about this deck a little bit?
I don't expect too much from this deck today now, but so far so good. So not really, but we'll see how it goes.
What was making you most nervous about this deck coming in today?
It's very slow, and the low end of the deck, like with the colors, there's really no good low end you can play. If you miss your Diablo, you're doing nothing on turn 1. If you miss Ursula, like you're doing nothing on turn 2. So like after turns 1 and 2, you might be doing nothing. So
you say it's incredibly slow, but you just won that round in 20 minutes.
That's true. The deck is slow. I play fast.
So, you are one of the newest members of Team SSG.
Yes.
How is it feeling being a part of this family and this South Florida community?
That's exactly what it is. It's a family. It's been amazing. Really grateful for them. So it's been awesome.
So today we have an amazing field. We have a ton of great players out there. What decks are making you most nervous? What decks do you feel now that you've kind of got a couple rounds under your belt? What are you feeling good about?
I think Amethyst Emerald was probably my hardest matchup. And then some of the more aggressive decks, they can absolutely beat me. Just like I said, if I'm just not drawing anything in the early game, they might just run me over. So really anything fast, it's probably biggest concern there.
And why did you settle on? I mean, I know you want to test out a bunch of decks in the coming months, or in the coming month. What made you settle on Emerald for this weekend?
I think it's sneakily good. People aren't really paying much attention to it because it's basically a set 4 list. I have a couple new cards, but honestly, most of the deck is from set 4 and before.
And you have a couple of very, very old cards in there that we haven't seen.
I have a set 1 Aladdin that has never been played in a competitive setting.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Like, why?
Because the low end is so bad. I need my 2-drop to sing songs. I needed to sing Sudden Chill, Bare Necessities, and be able to be there to be able to sing Under the Sea if I needed to. You have Ursula, the green one, which is really amazing, but then there's no other options. Like I was playing the Ursula, the yellow one that's in Still Song. I was playing that because it's Singer 4, so it can help sing Under the Sea, but it just gets removed. So the ward on Aladdin is the whole reason I'm playing him, for that keyword.
Do you have a question for Mr. Zack? No, you just want the microphone. So I know you, I'm going to completely switch gears here. I'm like bouncing all over the place. I know you have a little one as well at home. You told me your family's going to get to go to Worlds with you. What are you excited about for that experience? Obviously outside of just getting to play for the World Championship.
So obviously that, but it's my 3-year-old daughter's first time at Disney World. So yeah, that'll be really exciting. She loves all the characters, so it'll be awesome.
That'll be such a special experience. Well, I am so excited to watch how you perform the rest of today and to see what you show up with in this next month after all of this testing. Thank you so much for taking time to chat with us today.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you, little one.
Say thank you, Mr. Zack. Thanks, everybody. Back to the casting team.
And yeah, we were just talking all the expert and then I went to Disney and saw
Mickey Mouse.
Mickey Mouse, yeah,
he was there.
And
we love him.
Man, that was the most brilliant story there was such good analysis. Man, that was. I wish people could have heard it. It was so good.
You missed out. Yeah, folks missed out. So hey, that game ended pretty quick.
Yep.
So we're gonna be talking for a little bit. Skinner will be back in a moment. He's out there getting drinks if you want anything, by the way. So we'll make sure you get you something if you're thirsty. Make sure that your vocal cords stay nice and moisturized. You're going to be doing a lot of talking in how long is it now? In about a month's time.
About a month. It's crazy.
In about a month's time.
Close.
Which, by the way, again, congratulations, everybody. Let's give a congratulations to our friend. He kind of undersold it. He said he, quote unquote, occasionally casts is the terminology he used. That's how he described himself. He occasionally does it at Worlds too, by the way. Just occasionally.
just once every so often.
No big.
Yeah. No, thank you for that. I'm very excited, very honored to get to do Worlds. So everybody, if it's not already on your calendar, the 28th and 29th in on Disney Lorcana Twitch, we'll be commentating there. It's gonna be a lot of fun. But I'm not gonna lie, it's a lot of pressure. I'm really nervous.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure to represent the community well. But honored to do it. I see JDZ, one of my fellow commentators there in the chat as well. Another fantastic person who I also look up to quite a bit and learn a lot from. So
yeah, he's tall as well, I've heard. So looking up to him is a literal thing to him sometimes too. And JDZ yesterday tried to corner me. He's like, hey, so Liam's going, so when am I going to go to SSG? And I told him that I have my people call his people. So just keep holding on to the phone, JDZ. They'll call you. We're busy today. There's a thing going on right now. Just you keep holding on to that, bud.
He's a fantastic commentator, fantastic person. So,
he's such a good person.
We have a great lineup for Worlds, though. I'm very excited.
Yes.
A lot of wonderful people, friends, and it'll be a lot of fun. But it's one of the reasons, though. I mean, if you're watching, like we're all going to get out there. We're trying to get as many reps as we can to be as prepared as we can to bring you all the best broadcast possible. So we're doing what we can.
And while it's natural to be nervous and it's natural to feel that pressure, Liam, JDZ, Baker, I mean, just the whole team, everybody that's going to be there. Rebecca, I mean, I'm missing one. Who's Brandon? Thank you. Yeah, great. All of you have earned that spot. If we're being completely transparent, each of you have earned that spot. You've worked hard for it. You've done a fantastic job of representing the community. So we appreciate the nervousness because it tells us that you care, and we are excited about what you all are going to bring to the story of Lorcana. This kind of this moment that we've all been waiting for since the first chapter, like this idea of organized play and going to DLCs and getting to meet all these people, and we're finally getting to kind of end that chapter. We get to close that book, and there's no better narrators than the people that they've selected. So we are excited for you all. We really are.
You're trying to make me cry on stream again, aren't you?
Did it work? I hope it worked.
It's getting close. I tear up really easily.
I do too.
So I appreciate those sentiments quite a bit. We just want to do the best we can to try to bring the community there, and to represent the game as best we can for everybody watching. It's we feel a lot of responsibility to do it right for you all. So that's the goal.
Yeah, that is, and maybe one day we'll get to be there together. We'll see.
Yeah,
that'd be awesome.
That'd be a dream.
That'd be
so many great commentators in this game, and what you all we should talk about the meta more. But I have to say you gave me some very nice compliments. But what you all are doing here at SSG, both building building the community, supporting the community with these big tournaments, bringing all of the community out there, all of you, like a very first look at the Reign of Jafar meta with some very good players is really, really important. And what you and Gabe are doing, both with your podcast and here in the booth, highlighting your community, bringing it forward, and the chemistry that you all have is very, very good, and it's really good for the game.
Thank you.
Very, very talented. I'm off screen over there. I talk about I cry easily. I also laugh really easily, and I wish you all could see my reactions over there in the corner when I'm listening to these two, because the jokes are constant, and I'm constantly laughing. It cracks me up.
It's we do have a good time, and it's so much fun. And you're right. We should eventually talk about the meta. But we've got 6 rounds to do it, and plenty of time between here and the next game. And so as our water boy comes with the drinks, water's here.
Let's see.
Thank you very kindly.
I got a fist bump.
Thank you, Skinner.
No, it's great.
Yes. But yeah, I mean, speaking of the meta, though, let's talk about that a little bit. So I mean, we've seen 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts so far? I know me and Skinner both shared our perspective. What are your thoughts on what you've seen so far?
On what I've seen so far, what I've seen in deck lists, what I've seen out there, what I've talked about, just some general thoughts. And this is day one. But one is it seems to be a pretty common thing that new Lorcana sets come out, and everybody looks at some big cards and like, oh man, this is going to change everything. And then after 2 weeks, what we have is the same 5-6 decks. And maybe they've shifted a little bit in terms of ranking, and they've just each gotten some new tools.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we're seeing out there is a lot of the same color combinations, a lot of the same decks, some of which have increased in power a little bit, some of which have decreased in power a little bit, but it's a lot of the same faces, just with a few new tools.
Yeah.
The one I'm interested to see, there's one deck I think that everybody thought would get like a huge boost, and that's like the Trinidog's deck with some of those new tools with Lady and a couple other cards. And so I'm interested to see if some of those really break out. And on the opposite side, and we saw this last round, there's 1 or 2 decks that really didn't get a lot of new tools.
Yeah.
And one of those is Ruby Sapphire.
In
fact, I think Jonathan Williams' list may be very similar to.
Yes. Yeah. I haven't seen the majority of I've seen most of the lists, and I'll tell you that Ruby Sapphire, the only one card that I've seen included, and I'm a bad caster because I already thought nothing. Oh, it's the Ruby action, the one that like activates the combo. Nothing. Oh, sorry.
I'm drawing a mic too.
Yeah, that's fine. It starts with the word nothing, and it's Ruby. But what's really awesome about that action, what it does is when you play it, it's an action that allows you to ready characters. And so it doesn't have the restrictions of like not being able to do stuff with it. So being able to use that with like the half shark, you play the card, it brings back the half shark. It allows you can sing, and it's sing together too is the other thing. It can be sung together with like 2 Talas, for example. And that particular 1-turn combo that's kind of been talked about online, everybody's looking for that. What makes that combo kind of cool is the deck uses all of the cards already except for the song. So it's interesting that people are kind of sleeping on it because it's like the deck is built to do that thing already. And yet we're not talking about that. We're talking about Beyond the Horizon. That's the big card we're talking about. Or the new Lilo, the Ruby Lilo that gets played for free. So you're right that we tend to think about the big shinies and the things that have the words free on them, or the things that kind of do what we feel is explosive. But generally speaking, it's like these cards that are a little bit more mid power that tend to have a larger effect because of the consistency. Cards like Genie, Wish Fulfilled, where we knew it was going to be an okay card when it was released, and then it became really powerful, replaced Rabbit at the time. So it'll be interesting to see which of these cards do that. The other sentiment that I've heard, and I don't fully agree with it, I think that that's something that we're going to learn as well. People are immediately thinking about rotation. They're thinking about what the future looks like. They're jumping to the rotation. So there's a big conversation right now online. I've seen in the chat as well around the idea that, well, this is like a lame duck set. And, you know, these cards are like placeholders because the real meta starts in 3 months from now. And it's like, we don't even know what cards are going to get reprinted, folks. Like, let's calm down a little bit.
Yeah, actually, it's so funny. I've had more conversations out there. You're right about like potential rotation than I have about the current meta. Now that you mention it, which is really funny. Everybody's like, because we have, you know, Beyond the Horizon, does that mean we won't get Whole New World? Because we have this, we're getting this, or Aerial Spectacular.
What's
Singer.
Ravensburg trying to tell us about this? Why did he give us this card?
Because that's true. Like if you're not competing, well, of course we have set champs coming up, and so people will be competing for those set champ cards and all that. So there is some incentive to learn this meta. But for a lot of people, 3 months are going to go by very quickly, and all of a sudden things are going to be very different. So do you want to invest in a card that might be very valuable now for a particular build, only to have it be not as good 3 months from now when everything changes and all of a sudden that deck isn't viable? They're good questions to ask.
But conversely, what happens when we have in other games, for those of you who don't play other games, conversely, what happens is cards that get rotated out make other cards that we used to look at that are like, these are the worst cards ever. All of a sudden, they're the greatest cards of all time. And I think that's even more exciting. And we don't talk about that as often. We talk about that as often as we talk about Bruno, which of course is we don't do it. And that's to say, think about the possibilities, folks. We live in a world of wonderment and growth. And when we rotate cards out, that means other cards that have been sitting dusty in a folder since they were released will now get use.
That's true.
And I'm excited about that more than anything else.
That's true. That's true. That's very true. And so, I mean, today, you know, Zack Bivens bringing in a card from Bulk. By the way, I didn't mention this. This is things that only I care about. But Aladdin is Lauren Walsh is a very prominent D&D artist. It's her only Lorcana card in all of Lorcana. So it's really fun to see it played. Lauren's fantastic artist, and it's a great card.
Let's petition for more art from it was
Lauren Walsh.
Lauren. Yeah, let's get what's going on here.
Get Lauren some more art. She's very good, very, very wonderful person.
Maybe now that Zack's played the card, we've added a little bit of stock to that card, and maybe we can get
that's true. The demand
will go up.
Buy out Aladdin.
Get Aladdin now.
Do it now. Anyway.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So what else? And so we've seen a few new cards. You and Skinner talked about a few that we saw. Beyond the Horizon. We talked about. I'm trying to think of what else. We haven't seen the Lady played yet. I think she's going to be very popular.
Yes.
Another card that I'm excited to see, because there's a lot of Amber Steel out there. The Rhino and the Rhino Shift.
That
bonkers
strong little hamster. He's so cute and he's so strong.
Having a ball out there.
On the hamster ball.
Right there on the floor. So I'm excited to see that in action.
Yes.
I think it's a very good card. I'm excited to see Beyond the Horizon. Although I'm not gonna lie, I took a peek at some different decks. I talked to some folks. I looked around out there. A lot of Amber Steel lists still running Whole New World over Beyond the Horizon. That might be a holdover. I don't know, but we'll see. If that makes a difference. And the other thing I'll say is every set. I think everybody, even if you have a favorite deck, you hope that there's something new to freshen things up. Diggy Diggy Hole is an example of a build which is in colors that we know, but was like very, very different, and the aggro kind of shifted the meta a little bit. Lemon Lime, when it burst on the scene, was another new deck that did very, very well. Of course, it kind of burst onto the scene in the Lame Duck session up in Toronto with Diego Saz taking it down with that color combo. But then it proved to stick around a little bit. Clara Sear got her invite to Nationals with those colors. So I think we all want some of these colors combos that are underrepresented to do really, really well. And so every set that comes out, I've got my eye on a couple to see if people can break it. I don't know. We're not seeing many of those out there. I kind of hoped initially that Turquoise, like the Baja Blast deck, would kind of break out and be viable. There's a couple out there, but hopefully they'll rise to the top and they'll do well. The other one I thought that Ludwig
I know.
is so good.
It's such it is individually the best card in the set.
Yeah.
Like if you analyze it on its own, you factor out what the rest of the deck would look like. That card by itself, best card in the set. Period.
Very good. Of course, it's not necessarily build around, but I wondered if it, maybe that there's enough now that people look back and they're like, okay, this card is so good on turn 2. Maybe I can build something, but I don't know. I'm kind of, I've looked around, I've looked at deck lists, I've looked at the meta out there. I don't know that we're seeing anything new. If you're out there and you think there's a deck combo, an archetype that is going to break out due to Reign of Jafar, let us know.
Ruby Emerald with the new Lilo. I think that's another one that we're not really talking a lot about. Ruby Emerald, able to play things like the Sharpshooter Robin Hood to play songs from the top of the deck for free, getting you to that magical number of 3 actions played in the turn, which activates the Lilo, being able to turn turning the Robin Hood sideways to then use the Robin Hood one more time in the same turn. So just so many, they're there. I think what happens, especially at the beginning of a new set, is there's people that are playing their established colors, and there's a lot of data that we've already garnered. We have a lot of data on Ruby Amethyst. We have a lot of data on Ruby Sapphire. We know what makes them work. There's entire communities, discords, group chats,
fan
clubs around all these colors. Blurple, of course, being the craziest of the group, and these other colors, their club, their fan club, is a little bit smaller in members. And as they start to grow and we start to get more data, they start to catch up. And I think that's kind of where we are. I agree with you. I think Baja Blast is an exciting one. And there's even variants of Baja Blast, despite the fact that there's still a subdued number of them. You've got this shift thing happening with all the Big Hero 6 characters. You've got the big scary bend to my will stuff happening. And so even in these smaller numbers, we're kind of learning about what does this look like in either direction that we go. Which part of the flow chart are we moving when we build these decks?
Yeah.
So I love this. I'm a nerd. I just love this stuff. This is my favorite part.
Yeah. I don't know, argue Undermine is the best thing that Ruby Emerald got. Ed Chu pointing out, yeah, I mean, some good cards there.
Yeah.
I'd like to see those colors broken. And then the other thing I was going to mention, if you're into Baja Blast, like blue green, if those are colors, like Mo Shamblin, Worlds qualifier, tried to break those colors so hard last set, bringing him to CCS and a couple other tournaments, and it just wasn't quite able to crack it. But if anybody breaks it, I think Infinity's Mo Shamblin would be the one to do it.
He's definitely the top of the list. Him, Ed Chu, like if there's anybody who's going to break something, it's those guys.
That's true. Ed keeps everything pretty close to the vest, though. It's as you all said pretty earlier, comes in and coming into now I'm talking about him because he's in the chat. Coming into North American Continentals, bringing his Ruby Amethyst deck with no genies.
I know.
Everybody's running genies. The Genie Wars last set was all genie on genie, and how do you beat genie and crush genie? And Ed Chu's like, I'm not going to run genie. I'm going to go win.
Like, congratulations on you and your genie.
Yep.
There will be no genies here.
I'll see your genie. I'll raise you a championship trophy.
And we're getting some stats. This is another thing that I love. Stats.
Here it is. Stats. Somebody tag Knive. Get him in here. Knive wants to see stats. So let's look at this breakdown. All others. So
wow. The others. So we generally will show the top 5 color pairings. The other ones will become available you'll be able to see them on Ink Decks once the tournament's over. So you'll be able to get more in-depth information. And as we get closer to the top 8, we generally will release more information as well. But we do like to show at least the top 5 as we compile those numbers. And look at that. At the very top, not even 20% of the meta. We got 18% they're running Amber Steel, which I expected.
So fascinating things here. Not totally unexpected. Okay, a few thoughts. One thing that surprises me is the number of holdovers in Ruby Sapphire, because I think this is a lot faster meta, and I didn't get a lot of new tools. That being said, a lot of players love this color combo. It's something they've been playing for ages, and I'm willing to bet that a lot of those are just carry-ins from the last set where they're like, this deck's been good forever. I'm just going to bring it in. I know it. I love it. And I bet we'll see 1 or 2 represented in the top cut. Not surprised to see Amber Steel at the top. For ages, we just called these colors by default Steel Song. But now, one of the things that makes that color combo always interesting is there's a lot of variety in there. And so you have the very aggressive, Diggy Diggy Hole aggro variant. And then you also have a traditional, Steel Song variant. And then a mix in between. And so that color combo is a little bit deceptive because you see very, very different things within it. And so I'm interested to see which ones kind of rise to the top there. I could talk more. I'll shut up for a second and get your initial thoughts.
No, I mean, what I'm loving seeing in top 3 right now is that amethyst amber color up there, so high, 10% representation. How many of those are running the Monstro? What's being called Moby Duck online, where it runs like the Monstro. It runs the new Donald Duck that gives all other characters tap this card to draw a card, and then it runs this combination of cards that essentially will, when you play Alan Dale, you play the 3-cost Amethyst Song that lets you take a card and put it back into your deck and shuffle it back in there. You play it to infinity and beyond, and you win the game because of Alan Dale. So I'm wondering how many of those are Monstros, and are we going to get to see that pop off? That's exciting stuff. Or is it a Madrigal deck? Is it a singing deck? Are we starting to see the birth of a new songs deck in these colors? I mean, I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see more of these color combinations. Our goal is to get as many of these different things on screen for you all to see. We want you all to be able to see all the stuff that's out there. As you know, we always strive for showing the most diverse that we can, the most diverse pairings, the coolest things, the funnest things. That's what we do here at SSG. It's all about the fun. It's all about making sure the community is good to go. And it's all about making sure you are all prepared as you start to build your decks, because set champs is not that far away, folks. It really isn't. It's always just one moment away.
It is not far away at all. Sorry, I'm distracted a little bit because I'm doing a little analysis over here on my own. One thing, as I'm trying to talk and type at the same time, which is always dangerous.
But you're a hero for doing it. You're doing a darn good job of it.
I'm doing my best. Always dangerous, but amethyst, ruby amethyst, that ever present color combo that some people love, some people hate. I'm not represented in the top, which I'm not super surprised by. It's always around.
It's always watching.
It's always
watching.
So for other represented decks here, we have just a splash of Sapphire Steel. Sapphire Steel, obviously, becoming a little less popular with the banning of 2 of its favorite cards. RIP to Fortisphere. Taking a little bit of
gone but not forgotten. We miss you.
Right. So a little bit of that. There aren't many rogue decks. We do have, I think, 1 Baja Blast, 1 Ruby Emerald.
Okay.
There's just a couple Ruby Amethyst. There's Amber Amethyst. I need to check those Amber Amethyst. Yeah, this is the Amber. So the other thing I was going to say that surprised me, the Amber Amethyst being that represented, and I need to double check those numbers. It's a lot. Traditionally those colors lean into hyper aggro, but we have seen some folks try to do different things with it. The last time I was here, you had a couple of very good players try to take it a different direction with some recursion. And so we'll see what those are. But yeah, overall, the meta is not super surprising to me. The thing about the top 2 decks that really stand out to me is they're both decks that you can take in multiple directions and have so many different tools that you can go either you can take it multiple ways. Green Steel is another one that has a lot of different tools available, and it got even more with some of the like the pirate tools and the pirate synergy that we saw pop up both last set and this set. Pete Space Pirate, for example, is a card that some people will play, some people won't play. That Captain Hook that you saw last round is a card now that's available to people. So these decks are both ones that you can take a number of different directions. And so I'm not surprised to see them at the top, because I think if you broke those down among their different variants, you'd actually see a very diverse meta within those top few that is betrayed a little bit by just the color combos.
And I believe we may have gotten a correction, by the way. I think there was
there it is.
There was a correction, folks. So the correction's back. It's on screen. So the Amethyst Amber, that was an error. So just to clarify that. It's oops all burbs. No, I'm just kidding. It's either oops all burbs or it's tempo. You're looking at Emerald Amethyst. That's what was in the 3rd spot. So our apologies
this
from that
I'm
one.
not surprised by.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Quick
correction. Yeah, this I'm not surprised by. And what I said stands true for the Amethyst Emerald color combos as well. This is one of my favorites. This is another one that you can take a couple different directions, although the most popular recently has been the discard variant, I think, of the Emerald Amethyst deck. And although there's tempo versions, this deck can go aggressive, it can go mid-range, usually played as a mid-range version. And there's a lot of different tools at the top end now. And so there's different things you can do in the end game to kind of surprise your opponent. So not surprised to see that there. It's been gaining popularity all throughout the last meta. And this is more like it. What are your thoughts? And what are you seeing here at SSG with these color combos? Does this represent kind of what you've been seeing recently?
Well, I mean, that third spot, I play that. That's me. That's all me. I mean, I'm not out there, but I have friends out there. So Emerald Amethyst does make sense to me. It had, to your point, it has been kind of garnering a lot more of a following. The addition of like the discard with the draw, with the oops all Diablos, as we like to call it. You get to play 12 Diablos, and then you get to do all kinds of crazy stuff. But you also get to discard. You also have tempo, so it makes sense. What we primarily see here, in terms of like from a local perspective, because we get large locals out here. Our set championships, we had like 40 people in it. But like generally speaking, SSG is the place to go if you're playing either like Steel Song or Ruby Sapphire. Like those are the two decks we generally see the most of. I am not surprised with the new inclusions of where we stand. Beyond the Horizon, I did predict that Beyond the Horizon would create more of a steel presence. So looking at about 29% of the overall meta, at least, and that's not even looking at the others. Just looking at looking at the top 5, steel is prevalent in 29% total, and so like that's a big deal. A third of the tournament that we know of has steel in it. And that I'm not surprised by, because I think that singular tool is probably the biggest news that we got out of it. But to the point that you were making, it doesn't mean that it's going to be the thing that makes the biggest splash. And I think that's what it boils down to. And
some new tools in steel, usually paired with other colors. But the thing is, in Lorcana, you really have 2 colors with removal. You have Ruby and you have steel. And so some of those, to keep the aggro decks, the hardcore aggro decks down, people are going to run one of those 2 colors generally. You're going to see those represented in the meta. Otherwise, the aggro decks just run away with things. And a lot of the Ruby decks, the popular Ruby combos, just have not been as popular, dropping in popularity. We mentioned Ruby Sapphire already. We mentioned how Amethyst Ruby has kind of dropped a bit in popularity.
Yeah.
And so without the removal, especially the early removal that you get in some Ruby, steel is going to be prevalent because, again, you need to keep the aggro decks. You need to keep the dogs at bay.
Woof, 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 woof.
Like literally.
I got that dog in me. Let's do it. Which I hope we get to see some. And by the way, very important question in the chat. Penny's asking, aren't you guys in Florida? How are you not super warm in those suit jackets? Penny, first of all, from Florida here, Texas over here, we're built different. That's the answer. The answer is we're built different. So we're used to it.
That's true. That's true. Practice every day.
Absolutely.
Every day. We gotta look good, there was a challenge made. I said there's some discussion about my uniform for the event, and somebody said, or I offered, if dice are rolled with the colors, whatever colors come up, Lorcana colors, I will wear those 2 colors. And it was I had the option of Sapphire Steel or Sapphire, and I went with blue.
Yeah,
and
which you look fantastic, bro. You look so good.
Thank you.
Even though it's causing me to lose a bet. I mean, aside from that, you look great.
Oh, I appreciate that. But I did honor you with pink in the shirt.
Thank you so much. That was very thoughtful of you.
Yeah.
You were just a gentleman and a scholar, and we appreciate you.
Absolutely. People talking about the meta here, I would argue very healthy. We'll see how it shakes out. Sometimes we have a deck or 2 that rises to the top. All others is an interesting number. I think one of the reasons you're seeing all others at 44% is, one, we only, as you pointed out at SSG, we only look at the top, or you all only look at the top 5. And then what you're going to see in the others, if you looked at it, is you're going to see like 7%, 6%, 5%. So there is just a ton of diversity. Where usually like all others is like relegated to the rogue decks, like the one Ruby Steel player who's come in. There is one here, by the way. But it's not, all others are not like the crazy decks now. There are some, like Ruby Amethyst is in the others. At I think about 5 or 6%. So let's
do some quick math. So let's say on average, because as we said, 7 players represents 8% of the field with that amber emerald, right? So we've established that. So let's say on average, the other combinations take up about 5% of the meta share. So what we're looking at is potentially somewhere in the ballpark of 9 different color combinations that represent those others. So 9 other color pairings. 9 plus 5 is 14. We're one color shy, or one combo shy of a full house, of a full suite of colors that are in appearance. I'd have to go in there, and I'm using 5 as an average. I'd have to look at the numbers. There is a chance that all 15 are represented. But yeah, like just looking at the math, it might be 14 of the 15, and one color gets left out. And I'm wondering now, and since I'm getting ready to step out, if you all are busy, I'm going to go ahead and bug Jason and take a look at all the numbers just to confirm, because I'd love to come back with that data, because that to me is the good stuff. That's the fun stuff.
I'm not gonna. So I'm doing a quick check, and I think there are like 1 or 2 colors that are not represented. One is not surprising.
Okay.
I don't think anybody's been brave enough to bring in amber sapphire today.
That's a challenge if I've ever heard one, folks. That's a challenge.
Do it. I want to see it. But nobody's bringing puppies in today, apparently. And there was one other that I was surprised by, and I'm blanking out on it now because I made the puppy joke.
Ruby Steel's not out there?
There's one Ruby Steel.
There is one Ruby Steel. Okay. I'm trying to guess what it might be.
Emerald Ruby is here. Emerald Sapphire is here, and low numbers.
Emerald Sapphire and low numbers.
Ruby Amethyst, only 2.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the story of Lorcana, like if we talk about the entire picture of Lorcana from first chapter to now, the prevalence of Ruby Amethyst, the importance of that color combination in this game has been like, it is just insane to me that we are not at a place where we're seeing 2 Ruby Amethysts in a tournament. That is so crazy. And the chat echoing the sentiment. It is crazy.
Yeah. And so think about what that does again, like talk about those control colors. So now all you have, if there's only 2, and Ruby's really only viable, or has only been viable with a couple colors. We do have a couple rogues out there, but I'm going to discount the rogues for now.
Sure.
And just talk about the tried and true decks. That is only like 10 players or so playing a traditional Ruby build. And so that control, that board wipe is not represented. That was the other one. Quest for Game said Amber Ruby. Sometimes you see that pop up.
Ruby.
You have like the Mufasa builds, and you have.
Wait, there's no Amber Ruby?
I didn't see any.
Monty, where are you?
I could be wrong. I'm doing a quick scan. But yeah. So without that control in the meta, with Ruby's influence on the meta kind of going down, that opens up lanes. But it also means that Steel is even more important, because again, it's where you get that control.
Yeah.
One of the things too, like so the story of Ruby being underrepresented. Let's take a look at Amethyst in the current meta. Because last set, the Genie Wars was everywhere. And I think one of the sentiments was, especially before Continentals, was, Amethyst is the best color. The question is, what do you pair with it? Oftentimes. And so everybody's figuring out, well, do I do Blurple, or do I do Amethyst Steel, or do I do Ruby Amethyst? And everybody's trying to figure out how to maximize their genies. There was this genie on genie subgame. But look here, and you see just a dearth of Amethyst in the top cut, and just with it being paired there with Emerald, in the top, not top cut. I'm sorry, in the top 5 decks. So another interesting note there. But we talked a lot about Steel, a lot of Emerald, a lot of Emerald.
Yeah, and I'm getting word, by the way, just so you all know where we are. I am getting word that round 3 has been paired. So we should be moving towards, for those of you that have been waiting for the next game to come up, we are moving towards selection of that matchup. That'll be on stream. We'll learn a little bit more. Skinner will jump in here. We'll hang out with Liam. But yeah, just to let you all, I just want to let you all know, round 3 just got paired, and we will be seeing that game coming up in a moment. But before we get there, of course, they get situated. I want to know, what do you all think? So in the chat, let us know some of your thoughts. I do see that there are some people sharing some ideas here. I'd love to see it. Somebody mentioning, I believe it was, I don't remember who it was. Somebody did mention, though, that Beyond the Horizon, I think it was Bad Vegas. Bad Vegas mentioned Ruby Amethyst. It's just tough to play it when Beyond the Horizon is just so prevalent in the meta. Or you might expect it, at least.
Right? Or is it? I haven't seen.
Oh, Skinner's here, folks. Skinner is singing his way. He sings his own theme songs to go to places. It's kind of weird, but we love him.
I feel like the Pink Panther is an appropriate song here at SSG, where Pink is your
Yes,
color.
the cherry blossoms, of course. And I'm going to be stepping away. Skinner's going to be jumping in for me here as I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to check out the floor. I'm going to go hang out with some folks. I'm really excited. You all have a good time, Liam. Be careful with this one. He's crazy.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thanks for a fun match.
Oh, they're putting Stefan
Yeah,
up.
Stefan's 2-0, bro. He's earned his title.
He knows how to play?
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
That's crazy. You're getting this behind the scenes changeover here. Let's get camera back to the booth. Let's take a look at Skinner's beautiful faces. We get the.
Can you let them know, Gabe, to switch us over?
We're
good looking at numbers here.
I'm so
What's up, Liam?
so excited.
Good to see you.
Not much. This is a treat. It's always a treat getting to sit next to either you or Gabe. But one day we'll get 3 seats and we'll all 3 get to do this together.
I'm going to petition for a 3rd seat in here. It gets a little hot back here, so I'm not sure how many bodies we want to cram into the same, like square, circumference in here.
That's fair.
But yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea. I think we all wear coat. We should be okay, right? And that should be too bad.
I always bring hot tip when you're at a TCG event, even when you're casting, always bring extra deodorant. And I have it right over there. So
yep. Very important. Very important. Hygiene is number one for sure.
That's true.
But thanks for joining us, Liam. It's so good to see you. I know you've already been chatting it up with Gabe, but
I have.
I don't get to sit with you too often, so it's a pleasure to have you back. Thanks for joining us again.
I'm excited to be here.
I'm glad you came back, family in tow. Brought everybody with you.
Actually, I have some breaking news for you all.
Breaking news.
So in a moment, they're going to be revealing a QR code on screen.
Yes.
It is for SSG's first ever giveaway.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
And, we want the audience to scan that code, and the prize, the winner, is for a case of Ring of Jafar.
Wow.
You're going to see that QR code. Like it'll come up here.
Is it going to be like a hidden code? Like,
No,
did you see that code?
Yeah, right. It just pops up like in the
background.
bottom for a moment. You gotta you have 10 seconds to scan it.
That's it.
And
So,
it goes
guys,
away.
for those who did not hear the announcement, very exciting. We have a special giveaway for today, first ever from SSG to do this on their stream. There will be a QR code. So have your tablets, phones, beepers, whatever you may need to scan that code, have it ready because we will be giving away a full case of Raid of Jafar. You heard that right. A full case, no payment required, nothing, shipping, nothing. Coming right to you. And that will be popping up on the screen shortly here. So make sure you do scan that code and get yourself that free case, guys. I mean, I wish I might be scanning that code.
It's a heck of a giveaway.
Yeah, I mean, I need some. Hello there. There we are.
If I win it, you don't have to ship it. You just give it to me.
That's true. Yeah, you're gonna see me scanning my code in
That's
a minute
right.
here. So yeah, guys, definitely, if you weren't paying attention, pay attention now because you're gonna have the opportunity for a free case of Reign of Jafar, which is worldwide shipping. I'm pretty sure. If I had to guess, I would say yes. Knowing Devin and knowing the people here at SSG, I would say worldwide shipping. Yes. I'll double check just to be 100% sure, but they didn't give me any restrictions when I heard about it earlier, so I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
I tell you what, we'll commit to world. If Devin says no, I will chip in to the Illumineers will chip in.
Oh, come on.
We'll make sure it goes
we're going to
worldwide.
get you your case.
Of course.
Don't you worry.
SSG is.
They're not going to let you
the
pay
best.
for it, Liam. I promise. They're not
SSG
going to let you.
is the best. SSG takes such good care of us.
We try. Devin really cares about his people, and he's walking around making sure. Today I was looking through random Pokemon packs, which if you know anything about Pokemon, it's impossible to find at the moment. I know it's not Lorcana related, just a quick sidebar, but
it's adjacent. It's Lorcana adjacent.
But the point is that the cards are very hard to find, right? They're the packs, people fighting in stores over them, and they were just opening packs casually, and they're like, "You want any of this?" I was like, "Oh, okay," and they were just, "Yeah, there you go." Well, where are we going?
Somebody said they saw nothing to scan.
Oh,
So
nothing to scan.
I'm
Oh! Gotta catch it.
It's over here. It's over here now.
Get it while it's.
No.
It's over here
It's
now.
over here now.
Guys, quickly
Follow.
catch it.
Yeah, we don't want you to miss it. No, it's over here.
No, it's over there.
Oh my goodness! I hope they're seeing what we're seeing because
Quickly.
if they're not, we're gonna look crazy right
They
now.
definitely see what we're seeing. I think they are. I would have to
Okay,
hope.
good. Yeah.
Well, that's our giveaway, guys.
I wonder
Scan
if it's adjusting based on my movement. Then I'm sorry, everyone.
Okay, 57 viewers have scanned the card. So
Woo!
57 people are
Get
on
it.
it right now.
Get it?
People are on it right now,
It's a heck
guys.
of a giveaway. Why not? Like it's
Somebody's got to get it.
a free chance at a.
Somebody's got to
case.
win
That's
it.
pretty good.
Why not you?
That's pretty good.
Why not? Have you gotten to
there you
open any Reign of Jafar yet, Liam?
I did. I got to open a little. I got to open a box,
Okay.
a trove, and
How'd that go?
it was delightful. I mean, great. It didn't get an enchanted,
Okay.
but 5 legendaries and a 4 legendary in my box, which
Nice.
is like great.
Nice. Do you
So
have
yeah,
any chase cards this set that you're looking? I know you Bambi is definitely one of them.
Bambi,
I know that's a big
enchanted
one.
Bambi.
Yeah, it's a beautiful one. I don't have it. Wasn't mine. I should say.
Okay.
I was in the presence of others opening packs, and it was a very beautiful card. I wish I could say it was mine, so I can send it your direction. But I have opened actually 0 packs of Reign of Jafar so far. It's okay. I'm in the right place, right?
What is your chase?
My chase for this set, it might be It Means No Worries. The Lion King Enchanted. I think that's top among them. I have a weird thing for the Gothel too. I don't know why. I know it's not high on a lot of people's lists.
That's good. That makes it cheaper.
But I'm big into Tangled, and I think the lanterns in the background. Plus, I love villains. Something about the aura of that card really calls to me. And then obviously, Into the Unknown, I think is the one that nobody would be upset with opening. It's a beautiful card. Elsa, obviously iconic. Just all the right things. It's a great song in the movie. It's a great song in the game. Get Elsa on the front of it. I mean, you name it. It's a beautiful card. So it checks all the boxes for me. So I would say those 3. But yeah, those are my chases per se. But then, are there any cards that are like not in the expensive category that you have your eyes on that maybe you're looking to do some testing with? Are we still playing Emerald Amethyst? What are we on lately?
Emerald Amethyst are my favorite. As long as it's like sort of viable, I'm always, I think, going to be in it.
I think it's Pull the lever combo is pretty
levers
good. Yeah,
the levers are some excellent tools and funny. I think you get bonus lore if you play them in order too. Pull the lever, chronic wrong lever. But anyway,
I was like, wait, did I miss something? Is there extra lore?
flavor lore, flavor points
for sure.
No, I think levers are cards I need to hunt down. I'm going to work those into my deck and try that out. Other cards, I don't know. I want to get some Bambis. I don't think the print, Little Prince, yeah, the enchanted version, but normal. It's not necessarily the best card in Amethyst, but I think it's one to kind of play around with. Super aggressive,
for sure.
And just beautiful card. I don't know for other playables. I mean, it's just the standard ones everybody's looking for,
right?
Beyond the Horizon, and the ones that I think we're all chasing.
I'm actually just impressed in general with the quality of the Enchanted. I feel like
so good.
Every time I think they can't get better, they somehow just print something even more incredibly beautiful. And we'll say screenshots online and things like that just don't do them justice. Seeing them in person, I mean, man, they're beautiful to look at. The foiling just adds so much to it. I see people saying some people having issues with the screenshot. I believe on the iPhone, if you screenshot the image, you should be able to go into photos and like hold down on the QR code and it would open up the thing. Okay, somebody posted a link to the QR code, so hopefully that helps. If you guys have any issues, just let us know. We will be sure to make sure everybody gets in before. Okay, I see more people scanning in. So I think that link might have helped. So thank you guys in the chat for helping us out. And good luck to everybody out there getting yourself a free case. I hope it goes to a loving home.
I hope everyone wins.
I hope everybody gets a case.
If you're listening, I hope you win.
You're the one.
Gosh, I am pulling for everybody. Well, look at this. We are off. I'm really excited for this matchup. Not only these two colors that we've been talking a lot about, we're obviously going on and on about Amethyst, Emerald, and here we get to watch one of these decks. But I am excited that we get to see Stefan in front of the camera instead of behind the camera.
Absolutely, yeah. Stefan doing great out there today. We were kind of joking with him before the event because he had submitted his deck list, but didn't even have the cards available. I mean, had to scramble around the store pretty much during the player meeting to complete his deck list. But surely it's doing pretty well. He is 2-0 in the event so far, rocking Amber Steel, which he's no stranger to. He did make some adjustments to his list, but he is definitely an Amber Steel aficionado. And then we have Jose with Emerald Amethyst, which is really interesting. Jose is a local here. He usually plays Sapphire, Emerald Sapphire, like the Bend to My Will style decks. Jose is really known for kind of playing that kind of deck. So interesting to see him 2-0 here with Emerald Amethyst. And, as an Emerald Amethyst enjoyer, I'm really excited to see what he's cooking here. I would have to guess most likely we're going to be seeing some lever action here, considering that card is very, very powerful. And we are starting off with the shiniest card ever.
I think that's Cinderella. Yeah. Everyone challenges casters here.
Literally just rays of light. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's also Cinderella there.
So shiny.
Yeah, it's a big one.
And over to the other side for that Pegasus, that 1/1 evasive by Brian Weiss.
Yeah, Brian Weiss. Your wife and I were just talking about Brian Weiss. So he is amazing, and he drew Flounder as well, which I love. So yeah, shout out to Brian Weiss. And it's always scary to run out this one drop into the face of a Cindy, right? You're always wondering, Are they going to just remove it? And
it looks like that might. There it is. That's the combo you hate to run into. Sometimes you got to play it and ask them to have it. And they're Stefan with like the classic Steel Song opening.
They always have it. They always have it. It's I've never seen them not have it.
And combined into a turn 2 Smee, great opening here for this color combo. Jose a little bit on the back foot now, losing that early Pegasus, but we'll follow it with the Merfolk. Might have had that in the hand turn 1 and probably drawing out that Let the Storm Rage On into the Pegasus and then playing his more aggressive card here.
For sure.
Maybe the only play he has on this turn, but indicating he wants to be the beat down here, try to push the lore total. Stefan saying, though, answering with the daisy, saying, I'm not going to let you push the lore total. Here, I'm dropping down 4 lore on this turn, and now we have 7 lore represented. That's a lot.
That is definitely a lot. It's going to be a quick game here for Jose if he's not able to establish some defense and get some of these characters off the board. Problem is, this Mr. Arrow's got resist, so that's going to be tricky. This Daisy has 4 defense, so these things are not just going to fall over very easily. And with this Cursed Merfolk being the only thing on the table, that 0 power is not going to really do much for us here. Okay, Kick Cloud Kicker will help us out a bit here as we get that Daisy back in the hand, and we'll get in for 2. So hopefully we get to snag a card out of Stefan's hand next turn. We will see, but we pass it back over to Stefan, who still has quite a lot of lore to get in there for 5 lore potentially here. So Stefan's still in the driver's seat for the time being.
Yeah, so interesting choice bouncing the Daisy there. I mean, you get that out again for 1, but it is uninkable as opposed to bouncing the Mr. Arrow, sending that back. 2 lore either way. Speaking of Mr. Arrow, there he is again. What's the plural of Mr. Arrow?
Mr. Arrows.
Meister Arrows.
Arrows.
And then you have 2 daisies as well. So just going completely wide here. And if there's one thing that Amethyst Emerald has trouble dealing with, it's wide boards. There are always scenarios where you've worked an Under the Sea into this deck.
Sure.
You don't usually see it in this color combo, but it's possible. Other than that, though, you're really working on bounce-based removal or damage-based removal, trying to get an Elsa down or a Fox or something with Rush. And just not a lot of tools to deal with this wide board. So it's a challenge.
For sure, yeah. And even if we are playing Under the Sea as some wacky tech option, I mean, how much ink are we going to need or characters in play? I mean, we don't have a lot of time here. Stefan's already unloaded an insane amount of lore onto the table here. So even if we were able to get the pieces, I don't know that they would be fast enough to save us from double Daisy, double Arrow, Smee, Cinderella. It's quite the start here for Stefan, who I believe is down to 1 card in hand or no cards in hand. I'm not sure, but looks like most of his hand is definitely on the table, if not all of it. So it'll be interesting to see here if Jose can stabilize. I mean, Fox is a great option here, but those 2 daisies being ready is going to keep them safe from Fox. And we're getting in here for potentially 8-9 lore this turn, Liam. That's not. Oh, and the dock off the top.
Oh, if that came off the top, what a great top deck. We're going to dump another Daisy on the board. I mean, the only answer here is Under the Sea. We don't have enough to play it. And gosh, this is what an opening.
My goodness. I had a feeling we were going to be seeing a lot of aggro today.
It's always dock.
Yeah, it's always dock,
says the chat.
The last card is always dock, or the top card. Yeah, I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of aggro today, right? Between this and the dog variants of these kind of lists, there's just a lot of aggro, especially for these kind of first time events for a new meta. A lot of people are testing new cards and new strategies and new tricks. So sometimes hitting the ground running is the best policy. Just get underneath all these interesting cards that you're playing, all these beyond the horizons. That's all great and dandy, but can you deal with this 10 lore that I just placed into the table? So yeah, I anticipate us seeing a lot of these aggro decks climbing into the top today if they're not able to be answered. But Jose's in a tough spot here. Only 2 characters in play. One of them definitely not playing defense. And although I do see Cloud Kicker still in the hand there, it's going to be really rough for him to. At 17, I think we'd probably already be going to the next game here. Yeah, I think that's the right play here.
Yep, just thinking about it, taking a look, possibly memorizing some of the cards over there, knowing what he's going into game 2. Yeah, man, what a fast start. I mean, this deck clearly wants to be aggressive anyway, but drawing into 2 daisies, 2 Mr. Arrows, like all of that.
And then more daisies after that.
And then more daisies. And then if that wasn't enough, you had the Cinderella Let the Storm Rage On combo just to set your opponent back just a little bit more. Yeah, that was a fast start from Stefan.
Yeah, for those asking what Bivens is on, he was on stream last round, and he was playing green, yellow, or emerald, amber discard. So that's what Zack's cooking today, but it's not the traditional list. You'll have to wait till later to see what he's cooking with, but it's definitely some spice in there. And for those of you who are just joining us while we're in between rounds here, just wanted to remind you, please scan that code that you see on your screen there. You will not regret it. It is a giveaway for a free case of Reign of Jafar. We will ship it to you no matter where you're at. No postage required, no payment required. It's just from us to you because we love to do things crazy here at SSG. So make sure you get your scan in on that. I will find out after this round when the drawing will be. But in the meantime, make sure you get your scan on, guys. Get that free case. And then send me the enchanted. And if it's Bambi, send it to Liam, please. Thanks. Please and thank you.
I'll take one. Yeah. I am buying that card eventually. I'm hoping the price goes down.
It's beautiful. Up. It's so. Have you seen one in person yet?
No.
Oh, you have to. It's so good.
Maybe today.
It's so good. I'm sure there's one in the case somewhere. You have to take it. Talk to Devin. Maybe he'll give you a real good price. Some price you can't refuse.
People make me cry today in person.
But going into game 2 now, we have Jose that's going to be on the play. So what do you think, Liam? You think Jose will be able to weather the storm here with Stefan being on the draw?
Man, it's a lot easier to weather it on the draw than on the play, for sure. I mean, this deck has some answers. You don't play green, purple, or any deck in the meta without having some answer for aggro. Diggy Diggy Hole was so prevalent for a while, and then Chernodog's also able to go out early. So, but it is. And here's the other thing I'll say. Very few hands are going to beat 2 or 3 daisies on
plus Cindy on one into storm,
followed by multiple daisies. That's unbeatable for almost any deck. But there are answers. Jose is going to want to get that kit on turn 3 if he can. Try to establish a well-statted character on turn 2 if possible.
Yeah.
So there are some answers. You can also keep an Ursula and pick the storm on turn 2. So there are certain cards you're looking for to try to blunt the momentum here. And so I think this is definitely doable.
I also saw Peter Pan in the hand, which is another rush that would allow us to kind of tick off some of these characters and potentially Iago. We have seen those cards paired together quite often. So if he is able to get an Iago online with rush, that could be something that could potentially combat a lot of Stefan's board if he doesn't go too wide. But unfortunately, with great power comes great responsibility, because if that Iago is hit by a storm or a raging fire, he will be vanishing instantly. So, it's going to be coming down to a lot of who's got what here. Obviously, Jose on the play here, so he's going to get us started off as we ink a card. And is that a pass?
Oh, yeah, pass not great.
An ink pass.
Followed by a daisy. That's okay. We're okay. Obviously not threatening that storm there, but you didn't have a card anyway, so it's not bad. But we are going to play the Ursula. Or no, we're going to play the Flynn.
Flynn Rider.
Okay.
I like that.
I thought we might try to pick, but without the card to sing, I guess it makes more sense to establish yourself as the beatdown. And that is one way around this too. You could play the control route, or the Amber deck here can be the aggressive deck. You risk running into some of the control answers over on the other side, like the storms, but you have Merfolk, you have Flynn Riders, you have other cards. If you can be the beatdown and force Stefan into the control role and get yourself into the mid and end game, you stand a lot better chance. And it looks like that's the route that Jose may be considering here.
For sure. And I love seeing Flynn Rider making his return. I've seen
I love this
a lot of players like Artabax, a very well-known Emerald Amethyst player who's been experimenting with Flynn Rider again. Definitely was him and Cusco, I think, were my favorite set 1 cards.
Mine too.
Yeah, they were just so good, so timeless, and I love seeing. I don't know that we'll see Cusco come back anytime soon, but I do love that Flynn Rider's still hanging in there, and I think this is a solid 2-drop here where we can get some lore, potentially attack the hand of Stefan. But unfortunately, Stefan does have that daisy, and on the first quest, I don't know if you noticed, he hit wrong lever off the top. So Jose did not get that wrong lever added to hand, which is potential removal. So that is a little sad that that Jose was not able to claim a new card off that Daisy quest. But he's still going to get his turn back here and deciding. We know he has I almost said Kit Cloud Kicker. He's going to be targeting the Daisy most likely here to send her back, considering that she is uninkable. So. It's hilarious. We got to move the QR code. He's getting Mike Wazowski right now. Yeah, he's getting Mike Wazowski at the moment. But we will get in there for 2 with the Flynn Rider, which is great. And it's going to be a big decision here if Stefan wants to combat that, or if he. Never mind. Oh,
Fox is the classic answer to a Daisy. Fox on turn 3 will bounce that Flynn back, get the lore out of it, remove that Daisy, and what a great answer.
That is perfect. Yeah, that's definitely what you want to be seeing in the face of a Daisy. Fox answers it so cleanly and then sticks around potentially to provide her value for another turn here. So great play from Jose here, but the aggression is not stopping from Stefan. He does not know that he's on the play, or he's on the draw here, as he does his best play impression and plays this lady, which we're getting to see for the first time. This card has been getting a lot of hype, Liam, and we can see the power here as it puts in a Piglet for free and provides its own 2 lore on it. You know, it's just an absolutely absurd card.
Yeah, fantastic card. Family Dog, delightful name there. You're right. It is one that was really, really hyped. This is our first time seeing it today. It slots into a lot of different decks very nicely, enabling you to cheat out a card cost 2 or less. And I'm willing to bet we're going to see it around for quite some time. But yeah, now all of a sudden going wide again. We talked about the challenge of a wide board for anybody playing Amethyst Emerald, and Stefan hoping to go that route here.
Absolutely. I agree 100%. And we will see Cloud Kicker. We definitely don't want to send back the lady.
That lady, right?
Yeah, we definitely don't want to see the lady go back, but we will send back the Piglet, which will save us some lore for sure. And now we have ourselves a nice 2/2 body here that can challenge into this lady, potentially sing us a song next turn if we needed to sing a Friends or something. So overall, Cloud Kicker, really, really solid option here. However, we got to get in the driver's seat at some point. You know, Jose still playing defense right now on the play, forced to just play defense.
Oh, there she is again.
Oh my God, the dogs are out.
Family dogs love company, and now we have a pack of them there, bringing out a Piglet.
Piglet's back, and Daisy also back to the party.
There's that wide board. Stefan solidly in the beatdown role.
Yep, and you know, Stefan questing obviously with the lady that's been around, even though it's a different copy of the card. But yeah, taking that 2 lore is amazing. I'm so surprised that card quest for 2. I thought for sure it would quest for 1, but 2 is better than 1 for sure. But yeah, we passing it back over to Jose now. And this, what do you think here? I mean, it's looking pretty one-sided at the moment, Liam. I'm not sure if Jose's going to have what it takes to get back in here, but we do. There you go. Some friends.
Sing Friends, look for answers. Giving up that challenge there. So we'll see what we have available. I mean, there are answers. You can start, if we haven't inked this turn, I think we have. You still have an Elsa that can come down and clean some stuff up.
Sure. And Pan.
There we go. Going to clean up that lady. So that's why we forewent that challenge.
For sure.
Leaving 5 lore on the board. So still okay. And Stefan's hand, I haven't seen it, but he hasn't hit any card draws. He's probably getting pretty low. I think 1 card there.
Right. And Stefan's at 6. So that's a safe number, right? That's a number that we're not super terrified of yet. We could still kind of do our thing before we have to worry about panic. So yeah, Jose right now just kind of setting up. This Piglet is going to get in for 3 this turn, which is going to be kind of painful. But I think Jose, if he could just weather this storm, as you mentioned, Stefan getting a little low on cards at hand. But you already know it's going to be Doc off the top.
Right, Doc or the Rapunzel. But we do see what he has in hand. He has the Penny in hand there, which is a fun card from last set, I think. And then let the Storm Rage on for a little bit of control. So if we're looking for other answers, we can remove a threat, draw a card. But Stefan's, definitely thinking about now control versus, aggro. Do I push my lore total, get within striking distance, or, do a little bit of control card draw? Let's see what we do.
Yeah, he's thinking through his options here. I mean, Storm can potentially take out this Flynn Rider or the Pan. I mean, Pan might be more problematic. Yeah,
yep,
he does decide the Pan. We don't have as many options to deal with the evasives, right? I mean, at least the Flynn Rider he could always crash into, but I think it's a good decision
Another
here.
Daisy.
Yeah, guys, Daisy's just floating to the top here for Stefan, as we've seen quite a few amount of copies since the games have started here. And I'm sure Jose is not enjoying Daisy here. Oh, we get ourselves a little Genie.
Get the Genie. I mean, great card to have, but it's not aggressive. It's not control. It's definitely, but best to get, now it's off the top of the deck, so that unlocked whatever he drew afterwards.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, Jose spent almost every turn trying to deal with Stefan's board, and is still just getting absolutely pressured into up against the wall here. I'm really not sure, what he'd be able to do here. I mean, we saw Pan come down, got immediately removed. This Piglet definitely needs to go, but there's just so much stuff.
Really need a Fox. I mean, to clean up. I mean, we definitely need to clean up that Piglet. That's 3 lore. A Fox would have been nice. I don't know if we have it. We do have another
6,
Pan.
Yeah.
So we can clean up. We can clean up a couple cards here. We have the Pan Shadowfinder with Rush. The problem is you're going to spend your whole turn doing it, lose a couple characters. You'll leave those daisies behind, which is another 4 lore going up to 17. And then you hope to draw into a Fox. And so the other thing is, Daisy will give you a little bit more. Oh, you do have a Fox in hand. Okay.
All
right.
So he's not totally out of the waters here, but
but
Stefan's still putting a lot of pressure. Oh, he's choosing a quest here.
Okay, because we need to. So he's saying I'm going to bounce that.
All right. Interesting.
Let's see.
I think I'm
So
okay.
Peter Pan.
Okay.
Challenge the piglet.
Okay. Do we have have we inked yet? Can we ink Fox?
I'm sure that we can still do that. I'm not sure we would have given up that play.
Yeah, ink. Okay, so he's gonna ink
a crab into the fox.
Okay, get back to Kit. I like the heads up play here. He's got to keep that cloud kicker in hand just in case he is forced to bounce something next turn that's unexerted or readied rather.
Yep.
So that's a good play there from Jose. I do like that heads up play there. But as for now, this Daisy is gonna get to quest again, and we got 4 more lore coming in for Stefan, which is it's gonna be up to 17. You have Rapunzel in hand, and what's the other? Penny and Rapunzel?
Penny is the other one. Did we? Oh, we did draw the...
Putting resist on this Daisy could be pretty good if we wanted to go that route, considering that it would need double attacks to take it out.
It's just a lot of lines available here because you have the resist route. You also have the Rapunzel that you just drew into. So we could quest, go to 17 striking distance, or get a few more cards. So we do have the Penny. It's going to give resist there.
Oh, but now this Daisy could attack into Fox if she really wanted to, because she has the resist. Carry the 3 damage. If we had the ink for it, it would be really cool.
Great play.
Yeah, that would have been really cool. But yeah, no, unfortunately, we can't do it all. Ooh, that is a goat. So
again, not a great draw, but you clear it off the top for next turn.
Yeah, well, we will get in there for 2 more.
So you definitely going the aggressive route here.
Yeah, and now this Daisy is going to keep that resist till next turn. So Fox is no longer a clean trade. You'd have to send 2 characters in, and this Flynn Rider is not going to deal any damage to the Daisy. So you would have to send both the Fox and the Pan into Daisy in order to remove her, and that's not even including the other characters that are currently hanging out on the board. So definitely going to be tough. Let me see here. So we have in hand, do we have any more rush stuff? I see the goats. It's a little hard to see.
Yeah, you all can see better than we can the hand, I'm sure, but I don't see any other rush characters.
Yeah, Kit is going to be good, but
we can use the kit. We can draw a few cards in a pinch, but yeah, I mean, we have to clean up at least 3 or at least 2 characters here. Genie comes down. We'll draw a card. Sets us up for next turn, but yeah, that's a tough spot.
It's being at 17 is this is it's a tough pickle for Jose to get out of here. Okay, you're going to bounce Daisy back. Okay. I mean, he is developing a pretty big board here, and he's slowly chipping away, but will Stefan be able to sneak in?
Yeah, and I will say, so note that the Peter Pan Shadowfinder does give evasive characters rush.
Yeah.
So the Genie able to challenge in there.
Very good.
We've cleaned up 2 characters. Now we have the Penny left. Now, again, we're not completely out of the woods. There are plenty of cards which can deal with ready characters. There's the kits, of course. We've seen Kit bounce around. You also have Elsa, which can come down and exert ready characters, enabling you to challenge into them. We'll see the Daisy back again and Rapunzel. And Stefan is saying here, you need to answer everything.
Yeah.
And so
go to 19 and you do the rest.
There are answers. I think we still have friends, so we can sing that, draw a couple extra cards. But this is going to be a tough spot. Let's see if we have it.
Definitely.
I mean, you can get to a point here. We've dumped the Rapunzel. We can get to the point here, if Jose manages to draw into the cards that he needs, where he's forced Stefan into top deck mode with an empty board, and then all Jose has to do is answer a threat each turn. And with a card draw you have in Amethyst, it's possible to come back from this. Let's see.
It's tough. Yeah, I mean, Jose's definitely not out of the waters yet. I mean, if we could find a way to bounce this kit over and over again, we could potentially start bouncing Stefan's threats away. But in the meantime, we're going to need an Elsa.
We do have the Elsa.
Yep,
and sending the friends into the Inkwell hurts, but clearly we needed all of that. So we'll exert the Daisy here, and then looks like we're going to bounce the Rapunzel. You hate to do it, but
great play, though.
If you have an empty board, that Rapunzel's not super threatening anyway and expensive to drop out there. So there we go. We did have the answer. Exert that Daisy challenge into it with the Fox. We have to answer the Penny. Let's see what we...
Oh my goodness. I did not expect this. I'll be honest, Liam. This is definitely I love the resilience from Jose. He says, I'm not scooping. We're gonna take it from me. and Stefan's at 19, but 19 is not 20, and Jose is going to turn a lot of stuff sideways and pretty much present himself lethal or lethal, if you will, for the next turn.
I can't say that word.
I know it's such
I can't say that word.
I know. I feel weird every time I say it.
Get out of here.
I did commentary for ICL one time, and Luke is like in the monitor, and I'm like speaking. He's like, Lorthal. Out of nowhere. I'm just like, oh, Lorthal.
Well, look at this. There was a fist bump and a scoop, and I think that was a game. Wow. Came back from that. That was good. So dropping a ton of lore on the board, forcing Stefan then to answer, and had no answers. One thing I was going to mention, it's probably not in this build, but Amber did get a card that gives you a little bit of reach, and I'm blanking on it. Chat's going to let me know, but I think if you sang a song this turn, you play this card, and it gives you 1 lore. And so...
if you sang a song, you play this card. I know there's a madrigal that if you play it on turn 1, you can reveal a song and it gains you a lore.
Oh, maybe that's it.
Yeah, it's a 1-drop. That might be what you're talking about.
Yeah, I guess that's probably it. So there are cards that give you a little bit of reach, but not really much, and this deck's probably not running them. So at that point, Stefan having to answer threat every turn, and
for sure. And we have Mo in the chat saying hello, Liam.
Yeah,
no hello Skinner, just Liam.
That's right.
He's a popular guy here.
Somebody tagged him and told him I shouted him out here earlier. So that's what it is. I mentioned
okay.
probably, I don't know. I mentioned we were talking about Sapphire Emerald, and I was like, Mo Shamblin, world's qualifier, tried so hard to break those colors last set.
I think this set might be the one. I think it's been the new one.
So if somebody breaks it, Mo is a player to watch. Probably the one who's going to crack that nut eventually.
I want to see his jeweled collar deck when it exists one day.
Right.
That card really interests me, and I think it has especially with the new go-go that can also let it go something when it shifts in. I think the color's got a lot of cool stuff. I just got to see if we can put the pieces together. And definitely excited for a world post rotation, right? I think there's going to be so many new archetypes and things that we can play. And I'm really excited to see the 2 different formats and how they differ from each other.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to be a big difference. Coming from games in the past where I've pretty much only known rotation my whole life, I could definitely say that it does switch the game up and keeps it fresh. Every little block feels like its own time and place in history. So yeah, really excited for the changes coming. And right now we're playing with the most sets that we will ever play with before rotation, right? We have 8 full sets of cards to deal with here. So I think once we have a smaller card pool, definitely will be room for some more funk and some more, some spice, if you will, in the decks.
Yeah, I completely agree with you.
But we're getting ready here for a game 3, and Jose will not be on the play this time. Can you imagine that last game? Jose was on the play and still... Almost couldn't get out of there with Stefan putting all that stuff in play, but now Stefan gets to go first. And if I'm Jose, I'm scared, but I'm looking for all the same stuff I saw in my last game, right? Lots of foxes, lots of kits, and just pans, anything that can rush or stop Stefan from questing. So going to be interesting to see if he's able to put it together here.
Yeah, two-step process here for Jose. Step 1, don't let Stefan draw multiple daisies.
Sure. Yeah. Step 1, cheat. But all the daisies to the bottom of your opponent's deck.
But step 2, there are certain cards you want to hit on curve to stand a chance here.
Sure.
I did see on that opening hand, Jose he had a 1-drop. He did have the Ursula as well if he kept it to pick the song on turn 2 if Stefan goes that route, the non-aggressive route, and then into the kit on turn 3. If we drew into a fox with a hand altar, we'll feel a lot better. On the other hand, though, as we talked about on Stefan's side, into this color combo, there are hands on the play that you just win.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Stefan drew into the multiple daisies, and I see the Smeed, 2 Smees.
Okay.
So we got the Mulan on turn 1.
We prefer Mulan to Cinderella. We'll take a Mulan. I think if we're Jose here, we're feeling good about this Mulan here. It's definitely not going to be able to threaten our 1-drop. So hopefully Jose is able to come up with a 1-drop in this game, but it looks like he does have a couple to choose from.
But look at the value of this card here. Doc is a card that you're not going to play for 4 or 5 turns, maybe 6, once your hand is empty. It's uninkable, and you do not want to dump your hand now. So it's not the best card to have. Mulan coming down, allowing you to cycle that card out of your hand and draw into something more useful, is incredibly impactful on turn 1.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've seen some cool builds with this Mulan and the Simba, where you just essentially want to just play characters that draw a card early, and then you can Pleekly, which I know is another fun card that a lot of people aren't playing. You put them into the Inkwell. They've already drawn their card, And then now you ramp straight into 5, and there's some powerful new 5 drops like Namari that are in the game. Even if you get all the way up to Vincenzo, who's a 7 cost card, that's really good. So I have seen some builds playing more of these Mulans and Simba cards that are able to draw and discard. And I think Mulan, obviously, a mainstay for these cards, and like you said, able to just get rid of your uninkables and fill to the hand when you might have double dock or something that's a little clunky. So great play. And we go ahead and add a Piglet to the table, and back over to Jose, who is likely not going to be able to answer this Piglet quite yet. He might be able to trade into this Mulan if he wants to lose his Pegasus. It's a trade he could think about, but
it's a trade. It's so interesting because Stefan's inviting that trade here because the Piglet represents extra lore. If 3 characters are on the table, Stefan clearly wants to be in the beatdown role. It's kind of inviting you to trade into that Mulan, saying, hey, you want to prevent Piglet from getting extra lore. You better take a look at this because Piglet's going to get plussed up on my turn. And but nevertheless, surviving the turn, now Stefan going to drop a 3rd character here, maybe a 4th character at the same time. Piglet's going to quest for 3 and 4 with that Mulan.
Right. And what's scary here is if he would have decided to take out the Mulan, we could just play a lady, right? And now lady plays something else for free, and now we have the 3 characters.
That's true.
And had that lady played a free prince, I think we would have been real happy with that to protect the Piglet here. But now it looks like we might not get a chance to get rid of that Mulan, as we have a 0/5 prince just blocking the way here.
Oh, it's so brutal in this matchup.
Yeah, it's a big one.
Your ideal removal on turn 3 or 4 is that fox, and now you have to devote multiple characters to that challenge. Yep. It's a rough card to see.
Absolutely.
Especially when it's guarding a Piglet.
Yeah, 0/5. That's quite the stat line. And the fact that you could play it off lady for free is even more crazy. I remember when we were playing Simba's, 2 ink, 2/3 bodyguard Simba. That card was so powerful for so long. And it's cool to see how far we've come. Now we have, these 0/5s that are quite the wall. And you can see Jose here figuring out, okay, maybe I could play a Cloud Kicker, bounce the Prince, but then we still can't crash into this Piglet. We don't have the power unless we want to send our whole board in. So either way, we're not in the greatest position, even if we do play the Cloud Kicker here. So Jose debating his options. We see he has Pan in hand. Even that will be enough damage. Pan is 2, and then Flynn and the Pegasus are 1. That's only 4. So this 5 damage is going to be really tough to come up with.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, we do have the Fox, I think, in hand, which means we can bounce that, but we can take out the Prince if we want to. But having to spend your entire turn bouncing in, and you have to get rid of the Piglet too, right. Because even if you clear it up, Piglet's questing for another 3, and it's a lot to deal with. But there are tools available. We do have the kit, so we could bounce the Prince if we want and send both things into Piglet. But at some point, there we do have the kit. It's going to bounce the Prince. Let's see how we choose to clean this up. Okay, we now are going to trade.
We'll take our 2 lore.
Yep, and we're going to leave Piglet there all alone. Stefan, though, he's plenty of 1-drops in this deck. But you are starting to put after a little while some hand pressure on. I say that, but Stefan's with plenty of tools available.
He's got lots of cards in hand. We see one of them is a dock, which we assumed when we saw him pitch one earlier. We'll ink a Smee, and we will run back out the Prince back into bodyguard formation here, and we'll run a Smee as well, which does give us the magic number. Then we will get up for 3 more lore.
Piglet, the MVP this game so far.
He is sailing away.
Powerful little pirate. But now choosing to play that kit instead of the Fox last turn to clear up that Prince. Now we're in a scenario where you can play the Fox, bounce the kit, have it available again.
Yep.
So now we can trade in. But again, you're going to leave that Piglet standing, which does not feel good at all.
You have to use all your resources on that Prince. So the Piglet just, he's being the best bodyguard he can be right now for sure. Piglet is safe and sound with Prince here. And you can see Jose just trying to put the pieces together. If I bounce this and do this, can I get enough? But it feels like it's just so hard to get rid of Piglet and Prince. It might just be one or the other. So we could, maybe play a Cloud Kicker and hit the Piglet potentially. Would that be something that maybe is an option? But I just don't know. You can see him deciding, okay, we're going to take 2 damage in here. Okay.
So it looks like we are going to bounce. We'll
There's
get that
Fox
back. We're going to
Get rid of that once and
deal
for
with
all.
that. Get rid of that problem. We will leave the piglet up. There's not enough to do anything else with. Quest up to 5. Now that we've cleaned up that bodyguard, though, perhaps next turn we have that kit in hand. We have the fox available on the board. We can do some more damage. You're just hoping that Stefan can't, drop 3 characters this turn, or another prince or a high bodyguard character.
For sure.
We are going to ink friends.
Oh, send it back over, and 5 lore incoming, more than likely here. As we draw, and looks like another piglet. It might be a piglet. Looks like a shape of a piglet. I think it's a piglet and some other goodies there in the hand. We could drop the second piglet if we so choose, which we know how hard the first one was to deal with. So might be problematic for Jose. But I see Jose got, he's got kid in hand, so he can bounce potentially a character next turn. Probably the piglet, if I had to guess. Unless he decides to run in the fox, so we'll see. But we're not gonna get to see that until Stefan gets 5 more lore here. Ooh, there's the other piglet, which Jose has potentially. The dock.
2 characters with the dock at the right time. I don't think we discarded anything. Did we manage to hit that right?
No, we did it perfect.
That's painful when you're playing against this deck. There's 2 ways to draw cards. Generally, it's the piglet and the Rapunzel. And I'm sorry, the dock and the Rapunzel. And if your opponent can hit those. Especially if you can chain docks, that's always brutal. And he did draw into the Rapunzel, so
yeah, it's gonna be tough. I mean, Jose's got a good turn next turn where he's able to, fox and kit. He could do some stuff next turn, but in the meantime, Stefan most likely going to get in here for 5 more lore. And I know right now Stefan's thinking, okay, I don't want to lose stuff for free to this fox, but I think you just got to go for it, right? I think we just got to get the lore in there, take us up to 13.
Yeah, it's funny. There's a scenario where you leave things up and try to get the full lore closeout, or at least within striking distance. But I think you're right. I think there's a right call. Go for it. Put yourself up to 13. Force Jose to have the answers. The one day I will highlight again or mention again, one reason this deck generally loses is because it runs out of gas. And so if you do not hit Doc or Rapunzel in the mid game to kind of refill your hand, eventually you're into top deck mode. Your opponents gain control of the board and you're out.
Yep.
So drawing into that Doc at that point in the game is so critical to keeping this going.
And this is the first game we don't see 10 daisies in play, right? This is
Right.
the first game where, piglets are definitely doing some heavy lifting, but it's good that, good for Jose that we don't have all these piglets, but we will take out.
Look at that Elsa,
piglets.
though. What a draw. If we drew into that Elsa, that is a fantastic top deck, exerting the piglet, challenging into it. Now we have the fox and the Elsa on the board. All of a sudden, things feel a little bit better.
Yep.
A little bit better. And so, unfortunately, look, there's nothing much to challenge into. You can challenge into the Flynn to get a damage on the Smee and then use the Rapunzel. So there is that.
And Flynn's been quietly questing here. Stefan's so focused on trying to get in there, get to 20. But this Jose every turn has been getting to. And that Flynn is just inconspicuous right now. He's just kind of hanging out, out of sight, out of mind. But he's slowly clocking up the lore for Jose as well. Although Jose's not at 13, he's still getting his lore in with Flynn. And if he is able to turn the corner here, he could potentially close the game out rather quickly.
It's a great point because oftentimes you feel there's a dichotomy in TCGs where you feel like you're either the beatdown or the control player. And most of the time players feel like they occupy that role and are forced to do one or the other. And usually that's true. If your opponent is the beatdown, you are purely control. But you watch the best players and they're always looking for the ways to squeeze out 1 or 2 lore.
And it's huge.
And oftentimes, it's an obvious play. In this scenario, though, there's plenty of turns where Jose could have used that Flynn to challenge into things.
Yeah, just a chip in.
Do some stuff. But has protected it and valued that quest here and there and managed to squeak up to 7. So there's a really good there's a scenario here if Jose draws into the other couple control cards he needs, perhaps another Elsa, where you watch the table swing just like it did in game 2, where all of a sudden, because of all that lore he gains control of the board and has game on board.
Ooh, so interesting. He's put 1 damage into Flynn Rider.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to use that Rapunzel there instead of the Smee. There we go. We'll move that, draw a card.
Essentially just cycling a card, right? Because we're discarding one, then we're drawing one. So essentially getting rid of a card we don't want for a card we might enjoy more. And there is the
draw into
Daisy.
the Daisy. Not a terrible card to pick up here when you're at 13. At 15, after that quest for the Smee, Smee will take a damage here because there's no captain on the board. That could be relevant with Rapunzel's in the deck. And there we go.
Yeah, so I thought for sure this Doc would be taking out this Fox here, but Stefan says, no, I'm all gas, no brakes. He's just going to go sideways. And I don't hate this idea. I mean, we do have 15 lore on the board, or excuse me, 15 lore on the total, and we have 4 lore potentially next turn if he only deals with the exerted characters. So that'll put us to 19, but as we saw in game 1, or that game 2, 19 is not 20. So Jose still has an option here to crawl back in this game, but it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, you're right. It's an interesting sequence because you could have traded and reduced, Jose's board state just a little bit, but getting that extra card allows him to go wide. Stefan's saying, "Hey, look, I'm going to start dropping, ready characters, multiple ready characters if I can, every single turn, and force you to have the answer every single turn."
For sure.
Does not know that Jose is sitting with a Cloud Kicker in hand, so we have one of those answers already, able to delay things. And Jose just doing the math now, trying to figure out how to save as much as possible while getting rid of both those characters on board.
Yeah, I feel like Kit's really going to get his time to shine. I mean, he's always been a solid card, and I feel like a lot of decks have utilized him over the year. But I feel like this format is going to be a big one for him. I feel like there's so many threats that are 2 power or less that we need to take a little break sometimes, get a turn to kind of reset and breathe. And I think that he's going to be a big part of that strategy for anybody playing Emerald. And I also think Ursula is going to be a big factor in this game, or in this meta as well. So I think Emerald has a lot of weapons that are going to be potentially really good in this environment, and we see some of them here as Jose tries to stick around in this game and gets.
You blinked and you missed it there. Peter Pan Shadow Thunder comes down and hits that Smee, cleaning that up.
Yeah, he takes it off the table altogether, so that's one less thing to worry about. And we see Jose just kind of putting the pieces together here. Okay, so if I do this, all right, we can bounce the Rapunzel.
Yeah, this is an interesting choice there. The Rapunzel a lot more expensive to play. It does give your opponent the benefit of being able to draw more cards, but that would force Stefan to take a turn off to challenge into something.
Sure.
So sending that back, it's a lot more expensive. And with the Daisy, at the very least, you get the benefit of a card in your hand. And some of your answers, a lot of your answers are character-based removal with the foxes and the kit. So definitely, oftentimes, you think sending Rapunzel back to hand is a really, really feels bad play. But in this instance, probably the right one.
Plus, what's he going to attack into, right? He's going to maybe hit the Flynn Rider, which is 1 card, and you have to lose a card to do it. So it's not the end of the world.
And you'd rather have your opponent challenging into your Flynn than questing with that Daisy.
Absolutely. Sure. I think that's a great point. And I obviously cannot attack this Elsa since she is evasive. So although you are presenting an opportunity for Rapunzel, there's not much value to gain here. Nope. So that's really heads up from Jose, removing that Fox from the table and just pretty much leaving him with just the scraps, as Stefan needs to come up with 5 more lore before Jose can close the door. We're up to 10 now. And, this bridge is shortening little by little as Stefan is losing his lead here. He was up by a lot, and now it's a close game. So Stefan with only a few cards left in hand. We know one of them is Piglet. Okay, Piglet, Prince, and Rapunzel. Okay, so what can we do? I think Prince is probably pretty big here, right? We need to, obviously Kit would be a big punish, but I don't know. I think we might have to play this Prince here and go for it.
Yeah, you're kind of out of answers. I mean, there's certainly different ways you could go about this. One is to establish that Rapunzel again, force your opponent to deal with it, or you have 19 lore sitting on the table, and then next turn go wide. But the problem is, as we pointed out again with Jose, so we're not going to do that. It looks like we're going to go wider here with the Prince coming down, not in Bodyguard. So we're going to preserve that Prince, force Jose to have multiple answers for your ready characters, and present a game on the board now, unless there's something to remove ready characters. So
but back to what you were talking about earlier, you were saying that some strategies, just leave your guys ready. Don't even worry about questing right away, and then just build up enough where you can kind of do it all in one go. And I think that's a great idea here. I think that you called it right on the head. And Stefan, considering here, if he wants to, I mean, once you play the Bodyguard in ready, I would imagine we're not questing, but he was deciding on it. Okay, so he is taking the quest.
So we are going to take the quest there, go up to 17 with the Daisy.
Okay, I don't hate it. Right,
I don't hate this line either, but look at that. Daisy getting a fox off the top of the deck for Jose. So if we didn't have answers before, we have an answer now.
Yep.
This is what a brutal top deck, because now you have what you need on the board to clean up that prince just on board, and you can bounce something with the fox played again. I have to take a look at the ink. If you have 6 ink and you can bounce the kit and then play the kit on the piglet, you can potentially wipe the board with that fox deck there. Oof.
Yeah, Kit is doing some heavy lifting here with the bouncing and getting rid of these piglets and these princes. Prince, obviously, huge defense, but Cloud Kicker doesn't really care about that. Cloud Kicker would be happy to get him out of the way here. And I think Jose has the tools to dissect this turn. We're going to have to see if he's able to navigate it. But Fox is definitely going to be a good one here. And Jose, not only does he get the Fox, but he gets to draw the extra card since the Fox was off the Daisy. So, 1 card deeper into the deck, potentially one other answer. So Jose really thinking about it here. Unfortunately, we don't have a view of the hand, so we're not able to see what else he's got. But even if he bounces on, how many ink do we? I hate black sleeves.
I do too. I think we have
it's just like a gap of
right, just a blob
just
there
a
for
black
us.
blob.
It's 5 or 6. The key number here for me is 6. If we have 6, that's enough to bounce kit and play kit. And so you get maximum value.
That would be best
out of
case
that card.
scenario, I think. Yeah.
And it looks like we do. We're splitting up 3 and 3. It looks like that's the line we're thinking of, because man, how impactful. I mean, this game at the end, we're gonna dissect it a little bit, but it comes down to some of the key removal at key times. I do think Jose may have this anyway with other. He may have been able to turn the corner, but that fox there is brutal. But that Elsa earlier. Like, this game may completely come down to that Elsa drawn on that turn.
Yep. Elsa's a
like 4 or 5 turns ago.
Yeah, I remember when Elsa first came out, I had some non-believers. They were like, she's good, but she does a lot of little things, but nothing like super well. But I don't think that's I couldn't be further from the truth. I mean, I've only seen Elsa do exerting up, and we know this from previous sets where we had, Pinocchio and all these other cards that would exert something. Exerting a character in this game is very powerful effect.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just allowing yourself to choose when you're going to combat something is very powerful. And Elsa having the rush and the evasive is just the perfect combination here. And she remains a staple. And we're even getting a nice new one in the collector box coming out soon. So that's
true.
That's a really cool one too. I'm sure all the Amethyst players will be picking up their play sets of those boxes. So looking forward to that as well.
And here's that line we talked about, everything into the prince. We got the fox. The fox is going to not take the kit. Instead, we're going to take back the Elsa.
Interesting.
Leaving that piglet up. Do we have another kit in hand, perhaps?
Oh, that would be...
Or another removal? No, it is wrong lever.
Goes to hand, though.
Wrong lever goes to hand. Same
Which
with
is
the
still
kit.
great. It's an inkable mother knows best. I'm happy with that.
That's
right?
true.
That's great.
So it's an interesting choice here. So you have the choice to have. Well, now we have the Elsa in hand. So that way, last turn, if you bounce the kit, you play the kit. We don't. Of course, we didn't know about the wrong lever.
Sure.
But now you've maintained that Elsa in hand. So you're able to exert anything that Stefan plays and make it susceptible to that fox. So man, what a great turn there. And that fox. What a draw.
That fox is huge. It's just almost as big, if not bigger, than that Elsa earlier. I mean, he's just drawing very good defense here against Stefan. And Stefan's right there, 17. And I'm sure he's like salivating, just like, let me get over this finish line. But Jose just keeps on drawing the answers. And Stefan presenting a new threat here for lore. And this arrow does have resist. So damage is not going to cut it, at least not a small amount of damage. And let's see here.
Yeah, we'll see. We do have that also available. We'll see what else we have. By the way, I have to mention that the way that we did that is the only appropriate way to announce that card on stream. Wrong lever. You cannot say it any other way.
Oh, it's too good.
Take note.
I think that's one of my favorite cards of the new set, actually. So I'm happy to see it getting some representation here. And I think we'll be seeing a lot more of it. If Emerald Amethyst becomes more popular, I think we'll be seeing lots of wrong lever.
So you made a point about the Elsa earlier that I want to mention as we see it played again, exerting the Rapunzel, making it susceptible to the Fox and the Elsa challenge. Not only is it a good card, but what it did is it gave Amethyst something that it didn't really have before, which is the ability to remove ready characters.
Yep.
Amethyst always had to find. There were some answers already. There's a Pinocchio that exerted characters, and there were some others, but they weren't super playable and required you to put them in your deck for the sole purpose of being that kind of answer. Elsa, not only is she exerts ready characters, but she has rush, and she does a lot for you, and it establishes a pretty good board presence on the other side. So it did a lot for these colors. It slotted in to a void that Amethyst had, and it was such a popular color already. So that I think is really what makes it so popular. You put Elsa in another color, and she's good, but she's not as powerful. She is paired with things like Fox and in these color combos.
Okay, and while we were gone here, we Stefan added another arrow to the board and chose not to quest with the first arrow. He's just saying, okay, just keep
it ready, keep it up.
Keep presenting him with an option. Like, can you deal with all this? Can you bounce your Cloud Kicker? And if you can't, I'm going to win the game. And Jose's desperately looking. He played this genie, drew himself a new card. You see him frantically going through the hand. He's taking his turn out here. We're not quitting yet. So maybe Jose has an answer here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, it's pull the lever. It's pull the lever.
Pull the lever.
Wrong lever.
Oh, 18. What a barn burner of a game that was. I was happy to see that one was a little closer. It felt like the first game, Stefan kind of just was in the driver's seat the whole time. Second game, amazing comeback from Jose. And third game, I thought it was going to be another repeat of getting that comeback. But Stefan closes the door, and we go on to the next round.
Yeah, DeCandia with the note in the chat. It's the wrong lever. Turns out the wrong lever was the right lever, but instead left with the wrong lever, which is pull the lever. And so Stefan taking that, leveraging the wrong lever.
He leveraged that game.
Can I leverage this word?
I love it.
So yeah, fascinating there. I'm going to have to go back and watch that game again.
Yeah.
Several times.
That's definitely one to watch again for
there's
sure.
so much to dissect on various turns there. But the one other note I want to make is Jose finishing with 18 lore.
Okay.
Just because we talked earlier in the game there about how important it is, especially when you feel like the control player against a heavy aggressive deck like that, to squeeze out that little bit of lore here and there.
Yep.
And Jose doing that managed to put himself within striking distance.
Yeah, he was right there.
I do want to go back and watch and see if he could have squeezed out 1 or 2 more quests and just squeezed out 1 or 2 more lore earlier in the game.
It's possible.
Because there perhaps are scenarios where we could have done that and closed out that game, but it was that close. What a great game.
Yeah, it was absolutely a great game. And I thought, honestly, it was going to be a little more one-sided when I saw that Stefan was on the play. I was like,
me too.
It's going to be another repeat of the first game. But no, I mean, you can see the powers that Emerald Amethyst has, and it is able to stick around. As long as the board doesn't get too crazy wide, it can pick apart the pieces and kind of crawl back in. But like you said earlier, it comes down to whether or not Stefan's able to refill. We did see Doc come into play. We did see Rapunzel come in for just a little bit, but she did draw a card. So that gas was able to kind of keep Stefan in the game. But I felt like if he wasn't able to get into those, it most likely would have eventually stopped. And, Jose might have been able to turn the corner there. But unfortunately, Stefan had pressure up until the last turn and, just made it a little too hard for Jose to navigate there. But had we see a bounce there, I mean, it would have been huge. You could have bounced the arrow again, and we could have seen that loop go on forever. So definitely was an open door for Jose, but unfortunately didn't find the pieces in the right time. And wasn't able to put it away. But I thought it was a great performance from both players. Like you said, a game definitely worth watching again. I'm also interested to see if there's maybe some lore we could have snuck in there. I'm sure Jose will be watching this again and doing that same analysis. But overall, great showing. And I do hope that Jose continues to perform well, because I would love to see some Emerald Amethyst in the top 8, some representation today. So that's the case.
Well, and especially this was traditional Emerald Amethyst. This was not the discard package that we've seen, around. So no Diablos and no Prince John, none of the discard cards.
No, just
really tempo. It's the same deck from last set with basically 2 new cards.
Yeah, that's it.
Pull the lever and wrong lever.
Turns out the deck was already good.
Yeah, right.
It just needed a couple pieces. Traditionally removal has been something that's tricky for that deck to deal with. I'm sure we've always had bounce, so some variants play discard or Bruno to try to get something off the table. But just having access to this new tool, before, if you wanted to play Mothers Knows Best, you got to squeeze in the uninkable count and how am I going to fit this, and it gets a little clunky. But now we have 2 new tools that do everything the deck wants to do anyway. And I think that, wrong lever and pull the lever are going to be mainstays in the deck, and I think they make it way better. So I think it's going to be a really powerful deck in time. I think people are still figuring out the ratios. Are we playing 4 and 4 on the pull and on the lever, or are we doing 4 and 3? And people are still going to be finding the mix there, but I think there's a lot of potential for those cards, and I think Emerald Amethyst has a real potential to be a very strong contender in this metagame.
I completely agree. One thing I will say, though, is enjoy it, folks, because there's this deck after rotation, after Fabled, probably very, very different.
Very different. I think a lot of decks will be very different.
Very different. The bounce package may or may not stay around. And Kid Cloud Kicker, we saw the he's like.
Sorry, we're like blurring in and out here.
We saw the power of Cloud Kicker in this deck. I think we saw it played in this match, 12 times with all the different bounces. And it's one of the keys that you need to keep control of the game and to slow your opponent down when you're playing a heavy aggro deck like this.
Sure.
That card's an Inklands. It may not survive rotation. We may have Pull the Lever as kind of the bounce card that kind of fills that role, even though it doesn't do it as well because it doesn't give you a body. You can't bounce it. And then the other thing is foxes and all of the things that this color combo needs to control the board. Foxes, crabs, set 2, Floodborn. So it's going to lose potentially a lot of the core of this deck, and it's going to feel very different potentially on the other side of Fabled if we don't see certain key reprints.
Absolutely. And I think Fabled's going to change up the quota completely. I don't know if you've I know you've already seen the packaging for Fabled. I don't know if you saw the enhance on the side of the box, but it looks like Powerline is a Singer 9, but guess what? He's not Amber.
He's not Amber.
He's not an Amber card. So I think I don't know what else the card does. Obviously, it's blurry and stuff like that, but I think it's exciting to at least know that we're going to be getting Singers in different ink types. So maybe there's a quota change on which decks are Singer decks, which decks are not Singer decks, so I'm just really excited in general. I think Madrigals, they've been pushing a lot to be like the Singer deck. I think rotation's just going to be a lot of fun. I'm just really excited. I know we're rating Jafar right now.
Yes,
we don't want to jump the gun too far, but I think it's just going to be a really exciting time for Lorcana, and I think both formats will benefit. I think Infinity format's still going to be a great format, and if that's the way that you enjoy playing the game, then I think it's still going to continue to be a great way to play the game. But I think having a new option will not only bring in new players. We have a new jumping on point. There'll be so many new reprints and things. So people that felt like they couldn't get their old cards because chapter 1 is impossible to find, all this stuff, that gives them a jumping on point, which I think is really important to keep building the community and getting new players to join the game. And it's a little bit less, overwhelming. We only have to deal with a few sets. I don't have to worry about getting cards from 9 different sets, so I think overall it's going to be a very positive impact on the game in general. And I think the decks that are going to come from it are going to be a total different. Like right now we're in a point where every set it's like, all right, what 1 or 2 cards can I add to my list, and that's fine, but I don't think that's as fun. It feels like we've had the same decks just getting upgrades for 9 sets. Now we're going to have whole new archetypes, whole new decks, whole new color combinations. I cross my fingers that Ruby Emerald will be good one day. I still
there's one here. Maybe it'll make the top cut. You'll all see it.
I think Undermine is a really cool card from the new set. It's a 2 inkable action that gives +2 to a character and your opponent discards a card, which I think is really cool. I mean, I know people don't like the discard stuff, but traditionally we have not seen Ruby Emerald have discard package, so it's a cool new tool that could potentially open up another archetype for them. So there's just a lot of pieces moving around right now. We don't know that Prince John will be reprinted, obviously, and kind of hope he doesn't. But I still think that discard will be an archetype that's going to exist. I think it'll be a little more fair if I have to play a card, you lose a card, and then that's it. Instead of I play a card, you lose a card, and then I draw 7 cards. That's not as fun. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of fun stuff coming with Fabled, and I think even Reign of Jafar, we have a lot to explore here.
Yes.
Again, this is the last set before rotation. This is our Worlds format, and I think the players, especially Zack Bivens, who's in attendance, are looking at this tournament very closely. To see, what people are cooking, what ideas are coming up, maybe adding some new ideas to his, his repertoire. And yeah, I think it's going to be very important set for the history of Lorcana, I think, for sure.
I think so too. And I'm really excited to see the way this tournament plays out, who makes the top cut. And we've already seen some fantastic Lorcana so far.
Absolutely. Yeah. We've gotten some 3 great rounds, 3 great rounds already. We're going into 4 already. Wow, this day is flying by.
Are we ready? Are we going?
We are.
All right. Here's the thing. I'm going to rotate out. because I need to get the power team back in here, and I'm going to go eat lunch because I started to fade a little bit at the end.
We are all the power team. It's our powers combined.
That's true.
It's our powers combined. There you go. Teamwork makes the dream work. There we go.
That's the better way to do it. All right.
Perfect.
I'll see
I'm gonna
you
get some food
in a little bit.
Enjoy your pastelitos if you have any out there, and we'll see you in a little bit. Thanks for
Thank you all for watching.
Of course. Thanks for having. Thanks for being here. Wow! Look at this. The royal. Liam's such a classy guy. Yes. Such a class act.
I've been knighted. This is fantastic.
There's a reason why we fly him out here, guys. Liam is the creme de la creme.
The cream of the crop.
And we are ready to see him at the world stage. So excited. Liam was talking a little bit about the nerves and things that come with it, but we know he's a professional and he's going to do an incredible job. So we are so excited.
Am I making you uncomfortable?
Me? No, it wouldn't be the first or last time you've stood next to me like that just for no reason. Yeah, maybe we should just do standing commentary. Maybe we should just stand. When they cut back to the camera, we're both just standing in here like, hey, so what's up, Gabe? How'd it go out there?
Boy, oh boy, I saw that last match.
Was that a good match or what?
That daisy that triggered that fox was something, wasn't it?
That was a card.
That was, yeah. So that's a lesson in what we call sequencing, folks. We do the daisy first, and then we see what we're going to do afterwards.
Yeah, that was a card, but still, Stefan able to squeeze it out.
Yeah,
it got a little shaky there at the end. I mean, in game 2, Stefan went all the way up to 19.
Yeah,
before Jose could claw back in, and I thought it was going to be a repeat for a second there. I mean, Jose was finally getting his bearings. He was crawling up the lore total, but Stefan was able to find the pieces. When you're playing a deck that everything quests for 2. It comes to a point where you're just going to keep slamming guys until something sticks.
Yeah, you get to like a critical mass, and exactly, like we know we're bouncing, we know we're sending characters away. We've got Kit coming, we've got all kinds of stuff. We've got Elsa's tapping. Yes, J-Bomb, the casters are in fact identical twins. You may have just kissed me, so congratulations. I don't know whose is what.
Mine was full, so this is mine.
Was yours full? We're gonna not risk it. How's that?
Did you drink? Right over here? Dude, I only. Never mind.
Let's leave that for off camera because things are getting a little bit weird.
Identical twins. Not all bald people are twins. Okay, just because we're bald. Hold on, I get my glasses on too.
You are blind like me. You're not really wrong.
That'll add to the effect here.
Oh my god! Give me your hat. Where's your hat? Why did you not bring a hat today?
Because I clean. It's very rare that I have no stubble on my head because literally it grows back like 10 minutes after I shave it.
And folks, QR code over there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right there, right above there. In that direction.
Right over there. Go ahead and scan that QR code.
Guys, for those of you just joining us, or for some reason if you were muted or you, I don't know, went to go eat a bagel, or I don't know what you were doing, but see that QR code that Gabe just swatted away from us? That's something that you should scan because it is a free giveaway. Guys, free. Hold on. I don't think they hear me. Guys, hold on.
Yeah, bring it in. Guys, rock it in here.
Guys, have you ever gotten anything free in your life? No, right? Because nothing is free. But I'm going to give you something for free. It is a case
of Reign of Jafar. Yeah, we got to time that better. Look,
yeah, we got to do like the dragon thing where you say, I
am. And you're not even putting the camera in the right spot. I don't know. Things.
All right, guys. Just scan the code, guys.
Just scan the code.
Just scan the code so we don't have to do weird things.
Right there.
So if you scan that code, there is going to be a giveaway for a full case of Reign of Jafar. So if you like getting lucky, now's the chance. We're drifting.
Yes, we are. And as well, just so y'all see what we have on screen, we decided to bring in apparently an underdog all of a sudden, Ruby Amethyst.
Oh,
yeah, and look who's on it, Dylan Crowley. He's actually already qualified.
Is he playing against Terrace?
No, that's Sean.
I don't have my glasses on. It looks like Terrace. Oh, that's not Terrace. That's Sean.
Terrace. That's Sean.
I was like, Terrace is playing Ambersteel?
After somebody just called you and I identical twins, you went ahead and you turned around.
Well, he's got the hat on. He looked like a cool dude. I know Terrace is a cool dude.
Cool. Yeah,
so Terrace. I thought it was just, my bad, dude. I confused my cool dudes. But Sean is also a cool dude, and he's playing against Dylan, who's on red purple. Interesting.
I know. Yeah,
Dylan always surprising people. He's always playing some new stuff.
Not a combination we normally see Dylan on. Quite interesting to see what he does with this. I will say Dylan's known for shaking it up. Like he takes things, he takes color combinations, and does very unconventional things with them, and has done so to great success. Although this opening is pretty basic.
Yeah, it's pretty basic. And I can't stop staring at these mats that we have in play, guys. I mean, these mats are so cool. If you're competing today, top 8 does get a mat. We also have those bounty mats out on the floor. A lot of them have been claimed already. If you manage to beat one of our SSG players 2-0, they will be giving it up. So you might see some new faces coming home with a nice new mat today. We love to make sure everybody gets a little something here at SSG. So we're also doing giveaways out there. Obviously, we have this big giveaway on the stream. We will be shipping you a case. We don't care where you live. You could be in Antarctica. We will send it to you. We'll send it all the way into your igloo and give it to you. So, we got a Pegasus. Okay, so we're playing some old school red purple. We got Pegasus in play, which is great for checking Diablos and other evasive, pesky characters such as Pan and things like that.
Yeah.
Helga Sinclair also great at checking pesky evasive characters. This card is actually I can't stand this card when I'm playing Diablo. She's always punching my birds and
get out of my grill.
Yeah,
Helga.
she is quite strong. 0-4 on normal, but she does get +3 when she attacks, which makes her a 3-4 evasive puncher.
Yeah,
which is quite powerful for sure.
And we have a Pete games referee just hitting the table so early in this game. Look at that in Dylan's hand. We see locations. So this is a locations deck. It's got what I see as the library, but of course, a decision about to be made as to whether that library, at least that one, because there might be more, but whether that one sees play or not.
Yeah, and so far it looks like a pretty traditional list from Dylan. I'm curious to see if there are any new additions that he has added to his repertoire here. Okay. So far, we're in with the basics. We're going to go ahead and play. You can see the Helga just putting in major work right now, just totally stifling Dylan from being able to quest here. Dylan just kind of having to play stuff and pass. We did play an upside down Pete. Oh no!
Yeah. Yes, Kendall loves it.
Kendall, identifies the upside down Pete.
Yeah,
and
that's the most dangerous of Pete's is the upside down.
Yeah,
Pete,
you never know.
You don't mess with an upside down Pete.
You never know what he's going to do. Please tell me Red Purple has a card from set 8 at least. Maybe it is day one, guys. Maybe some people are just they're happy with their old faithful, but I wouldn't be surprised if Dylan's trying a couple new cards here, but who knows? Only time will tell.
Yeah, and as a reminder, earlier in the stream, we were talking about people who have won these events with less than the total number of cards that they wanted.
Yep.
Dylan is one of those people. Dylan came in and was able to, I believe it was it Azurite? It was during the Azurite C
I believe
meta where he was able to win. He was missing a Genie Wish Fulfilled. So he might not have all the pieces. He might. I'm curious if it's a similar story.
And DeCandio says Hades, please. I would love to see the red purple Hades make its debut here.
Yes,
I think it's a very cool card from the new set, as well as Monstro, which is another big bomb that Amethyst could potentially be playing if he wants to go that late into the game. So I don't know how late this game will go though, because we do see Rhino, which is a brand new card from the Reign of Jafar, which is making waves. It is a very powerful 4/3 for 4, which might not seem that crazy. However, when you realize that it shifts for 2, starts to be a little better. Quest for 2 as well. So already, right there, we're good, right? Shift for 2, 4/3, quest for 2. That's already, you could have stopped printing text on the card. But it does more stuff. So while there's no damage on this character, he has resist 2. So he's got this hamster ball. It's covering him
hamster ball.
He's got this hamster ball that's just giving him resist. And you have to break through that hamster ball before you can get to our boy Rhino. So very powerful new addition. You can't just Storm Rage on. It will just absorb that 2 damage. So it is quite difficult to deal with unless you have a way to punch through this resist. So Rhino will present some new challenges here for Dylan and for anybody playing against Rhino. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Rhino in our future.
I think so too. Rhino, a great singer of 4-cost cards. We love to see it, and
and he sings right, exactly, and he sings Zeus and things like that. So just a really great card.
GDZ.
Imagine Rhino in the hamster ball resist
4. There we go. Hamster
ball. All right, so we pass it back over to Dylan here. No, not yet. We're gonna pass it to him eventually here. Okay, we're gonna get a Lawrence out there first. Okay.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Lawrence is a strong presence out here. We were dealing with things. Now we're looking at Dylan's side of the board. Dylan, if I'm playing against Dylan, I'm going to immediately assume we're looking at like a half shark build, probably some actions waiting for me. Maybe there's a be prepared somewhere. You're playing the evasives. You may as well go all in on that.
And all these cards, if you think about Sean's list here, right? Like imagine you're playing in a steel meta, and your Lawrence has 4 HP. Your Rhino essentially has 5 HP. Your Helga has 4 HP. Like these characters are big. And quite difficult to deal with. They're just very bulky. They all quest for a lot. It's quite problematic Even though Dylan does play red, which is usually a pretty good answer to these steel threats. Right now, Sean just going ahead and loading up the board with lore here, and Dylan will play an old classic here, and that's a good answer to anything, right?
An oldie and
a good old Maui punch will do it, and that's something that even the hamster ball cannot protect you from.
No.
And we'll send it back over to Sean. I'm sure Dylan happy to get one more thing off the table here, and he gets to keep his Maui on table to maybe use it in the future turn here to collect another Glimmer. But we'll see. Okay, we're going to go Cinderella here. We inked the Rapunzel. We're doing 5, and we're going to go on a whole new world.
We're going to spin that wheel.
All right.
And draw those 7 cards.
And they'll be on the horizon, right? We're just seeing an old school wheel here.
Classic
carpet ride. All right.
We do see some strong possibilities in Sean's hand. We did see an Ariel, kind of keeping the hope alive there. So Sean did draw into some heat. Taking a look over at Dylan's side, 7 new cards. What does that represent? We see Elsa. That's an answer for something. We see some Diablos.
Diablo, I see a Be Prepared.
We see a good old Be Prepared.
Yeah, we see
copyright. Trademark of Baker.
Lorcana villain.
The villain. Another Worlds caster.
Amazing.
Congratulations to him.
Okay. All right. We did that. We did the thing.
We did.
All right.
Maui's gone. But Maui did deal with a lot of problems as he left the table there.
Yeah. I mean, he took out 2 characters. One of them both of them important because now without that Helga in play, we can actually start doing stuff with our evasives. Is it normal on the side that the cards are not readable at all? I wonder why that is.
If they're foil, it's usually more difficult if the cards are foil.
No, it means the
side cards.
Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, we can certainly take a look at it. We'll take a look at that.
Yeah, we'll definitely try to get that figured out. We're not sure why that's happening. I thought it was just for us, to be honest. But if you guys are seeing it that way as well,
Pendela, have you considered going to? Maybe it's your eyes. Have you considered going to an eye doctor? That could be the thing.
No, definitely not an eye thing because I can't see the text either. So
you
after
also
this round, we'll go check it out, guys. Sorry for that. I don't know why that's happening, but it's first time for that. So we will do our best to get it fixed.
Absolutely. But if we do get any set 8 inclusions and they do pop up, we'll certainly make sure we'll do our best to read them for you as well. But we see Dylan as some board presence. Sean is sitting with a singer. We got Ariel. Ariel's a kind of a problem. Ariel sitting on the Amber Steel Songs player side of the board. Not the thing you want. It hurts when it turns sideways and it does things that become really annoying. You've also got a pretty solid singer in Lawrence itself if you needed it in a pinch. Generally speaking, what you want to do with Steel Song, the strategy, of course, is you empty your hand as much as you can. You sing that whole new world with the Ariel. You do it again. You keep emptying your hand until you reach a critical mass. And ultimately, you tap sideways all of your characters, and then they win the game.
That's how it works.
That's how it works. That's the thing, folks. You go crazy.
And both these players sitting at 3-0, so they're cruising through this tournament so far. And one of these players will walk away.
Oof! And another Ariel,
no longer undefeated.
Sean is just continuing to establish a board of singers. Oh, there is that whole new world.
Okay, so we're going to add that into here, and we can choose to sing it right now if we so wish, but I don't think we will. Okay.
Ooh, Cinderella. Yeah, we're again establishing.
Oh, sorry, we played double Ariel. Okay, I'm sorry. I missed. I was looking at chat for a moment. Okay.
And upon playing that Cinderella, we use the Lawrence, who is dry, and that lets us get rid of the Peter Pan. That's going to turn off the rush effect on evasive characters. Kind of a big deal. You got to worry about something like a half shark, which we do see in Dylan's hand. So that did shut off that ability for Dylan. Dylan cannot be happy about that.
For sure. Absolutely. Yeah. But Dylan still in a pretty decent position here. We were able to withstand some of Sean's early aggression. We went through a whole new world, which that never really feels good as a red purple player because, you're trying to kind of set up your hand and then all of a sudden they just kind of throw a loop into it. We do have Be Prepared in hand, as we know, which is a pretty good equalizer if we need to use that. But Dylan right now just figuring out, okay, am I able to do stuff without having to hit the big red button? And we will find out shortly as Dylan sifts through his cards here. Are the playmats foil? They are not foil. Unfortunately, we were not able to get partnered this time with Matified. Matified has some stuff going on. So although they are the same artists, our good friend Ray from SSG, they are not foiled out this time, unfortunately. But we'll see in the future, and it's not the end of the world. We'll be happy to maybe figure it out for the next one. But in the meantime, they are just non-foil, but they're still beautiful, and
they are. Yeah,
I really like the way they came out. So very cool, very cool.
Yeah, and certainly there's we do love the art, and it's the bounty mats as well. Is the same art with bounty on the top. Which, by the way, I did a quick check as I was on the floor. All of the SSG players have been able to hold on to their bounty mats,
except for Devin.
Devin, okay, so Devin did lose his.
Yeah.
Oh,
so why you lie?
I lie. Me lie to you now. Me liar, big time liar.
Devin gave it up, but everybody else, Devin likes to give stuff away. He would have given it away even if you win, he wins. He would have given it away. So.
Yeah, he's the kind like if he got paired up into like a kid or something. So like if you bring your kid to one of these events and you can like figure out a way to hack melee and then get Devin to be paired up against like your kid.
Yeah,
Devin can't resist.
He's like TCG Santa. He's just like he has to give you something out of the bag. He can't just walk away. He's got to reach in there and be like, "Well, this one's for you.
I'm gonna go ahead and clap you up, but here's something for your efforts."
All right. Well, we're still deciphering what are options here. I mean, everything being readied is definitely problematic here. Obviously, we have cards like Elsa and whatnot that can be used to potentially turn something sideways, but okay, Dylan taking the one lore here.
Yeah, I mean, it represents a draw. You get rid of it. You don't get rid of it. If you get rid of it, it's a draw. If you don't get rid of it, it's another lore next turn.
Okay, we could do a clean trade,
and
here.
Even better than that, it's something I can use to take a Fox and put it down, and trade with Lawrence.
Okay, that does help a little bit, right? We were able to get one character off the table here. We've still got two aerials in play, and we know the whole new world is in Sean's hand.
Yep.
So Dylan's got to be looking to dump as much as possible here if he can. Let's see. He adds a thing and another thing. Where is it? Okay. So he plays a brawl. Okay.
Yep. Brawl gets rid of one of the two aerials.
Yep. So that's good because when the whole new world eventually does go off here, it's one less song that could be sung off for free once the 7 new cards come up. So getting rid of that card, also just lowering the card's count in hand, so that way Dylan is not as affected by this whole new world.
Certainly, I mean that's the crux of the Amber Steel kind of strategy. The idea, of course, is to lay down the singers, get them out there, so when you do get off that whole new world, it's just pluck. By forcing Sean into this position, Sean has to be a little bit more strategic. Oh, and of course, heartbreaking.
Yep.
It's always rough when you run that whole new world when you play it, and then you have to reveal the fact that you've been sitting with a second one. So that's one less opportunity to do that. It's never fun, but we at least get a chance to kind of reset here.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, looks like 7 brand new great cards added to the hand. Dylan, although he does get 7 new cards, I'm sure he's not super happy with having to lose the Be Prepared and potentially some other stuff, but it looks like he did end up with another Be Prepared here. So that's always nice to see that he didn't, didn't lose his emergency red button altogether here.
Well, at least not one of them. He had to give up, so he did lose some. And of course, with the idea is that if you use it, you're forced to use it. You have to use it. So you'd think that maybe with a Be Prepared, you're able to kind of dance around it, maybe put them in a position where you don't want to use it, but it's tough when you lose them anyway, even if you do have one, because sometimes the game boils down to like, okay, I wipe your board, I play locations, and then I wipe your board again.
Yep.
And if without that second again part, it can still be kind of rough for you.
For sure. Yeah, absolutely agree. And we'll take Ariel off the table, so no more Singer 5s here, which I'm sure Dylan is very happy about. We definitely, Singer 5s that's a dangerous number to be singing. So we'll just get rid of that just to kind of, even it up. Oh, get a Maui as well. Okay.
What can he say except you're welcome, of course.
So Dylan cashed in some pretty good cards here. It looks like he, the 7 that he was dealt are not that bad. No. So he was able to kind of defend the board here. And Sean's still sitting at 2, right? Both these players just sitting at a very low lore total. They've been just battling it out over the board.
Yeah.
You can see how many characters and things are in the discard. We've had wheels, we've had combat, we've had all sorts of stuff. And we see Monstro making his way. So the first new card here from Dylan is Mr. Monstro, the giant whale which is very powerful. And I think that's the first new card and only new card I've seen out of Dylan so far.
It is, yeah. It's the only one I've seen either. And I mean, but boy, oh boy, is it a big one.
It's a whole.
We're gonna need a bigger boat.
Well. Let's just say it's a big one.
Yeah,
I was trying to come up with a whale pun, but I couldn't find it.
I need you to do better. But as you lock in, will we see it used to great effect?
Or will we see it used?
Yes.
Monstro and a hamster ball.
And a hamster ball.
That's super powerful.
That's crazy.
Hamster ball. Thanks, hamster ball.
You really enjoyed that video,
dude.
That was one of JDZ's best videos.
I watched that video more times than I'm willing to admit. It was good. It was really funny. I want to be on the next card reveal for JDZ, please. I'm putting in my application. I'm sending it in. Put me in there.
Yeah, I'd love to be a customer.
Even if I'm just like some random guy in the background for the green screen, whatever. JDZ, put me in, bro. Put me in, coach.
Put me in, coach.
I'll be the hamster ball next time. I'll just, I don't know. We'll figure it out. All right. So we add a rhino to the table, and we also add a troubadour.
And so we're seeing a similar story here. We've got just the attempt to establish singers. We're trying to put ourselves in a spot where if we do have to clean up the hand again, do another whole new world, we can figure out solving for the puzzle of what my opponent's board looks like. Because I can have things like Zeus, I can have things like Strength of a Raging Fire, let the Storm Rage on, and have the characters on the table to actually turn sideways to use them to that effect. So we're gonna see, is Sean able to restabilize this?
For sure. And guys, if you're just joining us, welcome to the SSG event. We have round 4 going on right now. As you can see, Dylan and Sean both 3-0, flexing their chops right now, trying to stay in the undefeated bracket. And if you haven't already, be sure to scan that QR code at the top corner. That QR code will enter you into a contest. We will be giving away a free case of Reign of Jafar. You heard that right. Free case. Not free box, not free pack. Free case, guys. Free case will be shipped to your door. So be sure to scan that code. You do not want to be missing out at that. We will be choosing somebody at some point in the stream today, and we will be notifying you. And again, we'll send it to you anywhere worldwide. So be sure to join and follow SSG on their socials. They're amazing. And if you're not already, you should be, because we love doing these events and we love doing these kind of giveaways. And we appreciate all the support you guys have given us. So couldn't do anything without you guys. So thank you for that.
That is that is 100% a fact there. It's been great. And what's also cool, if you follow SSG on their socials, they don't just stream these large events. They stream. I've seen them stream locals. They've streamed their set champs. And if you like other games as well, a great opportunity to follow along. They stream a lot of Lorcana throughout the week. For sure. Yeah, check it out.
Definitely worth checking out. So boards have been cleaned up here. Dylan and Sean, four apiece. And if you're watching on the phone, the best way you can do it is to screenshot. And then I believe on the iPhone, at least, if you go into your photos, once the screenshot is done, you can press and hold on the QR code in the picture, and it should open up the link. I know somebody also earlier posted the link in the chat.
You know who it was, by the way?
Who?
It was our judge at the table there, Andrew.
Oh, was it Andrew?
Yeah. So shout out to Andrew. He hooked it up.
Oh, thank you, Andrew. So yeah, there may be somebody who can repost it, but if not, take a screenshot, go to your photos, and then press down on the code, and it should open up. But if you can't do it that way, then I'm so sorry. I'm out of tech support. They just pay me to talk here. I don't know how to do anything else. So sorry about that.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you guys will figure it out. And I hope you guys, I hope one of you wins. Definitely one of you will win. But,
yeah, I think that's how that works. Somebody who scans the code will in fact win.
But I hope it's you, whoever you are out there. There it is. There's the link. Look at that. Chat is just, man, we don't deserve chat.
No, they're the real MVPs.
We don't deserve chat. Everybody's got it now. Everybody's got it. Everybody got it. All right. All the links. Thank you guys. We appreciate you. And if you haven't already, click that link, click that code. You're gonna be happy about it later when you hit that free case.
Get that free case.
Free case with that enchanted in it.
Get you some of those ladies. Get you some of the monstros.
When will the drawing be? I could find out for you after this round. I would imagine we want to give people time. throughout the event to sign up and stuff like that. Not everybody is here at the moment, but I will find out. I would imagine hopefully before top 8, but I don't know how they want to do it. I will check with my superiors. I don't get to make the decisions here, guys. I just, they just do what they tell me. So,
wow. Wow. It's like,
I mean,
like that.
I make decisions, but just not that kind of decision.
It'd be your own sometimes.
It'd be my own. All right. So we are.
Whiffaroos.
We're whiffing. We are whiffing.
Yes.
All right. So we are reestablishing a board here. Sean clearing out that crab. We will have none of that nonsense going on. Oh, another.
Oh.
We've seen all the whole new worlds now. So we've seen 2 that got pitched on the last one.
Yeah.
1 that he played before. And then now this is the 4th whole new world.
It is, yeah.
So we are out of magic carpets as we give 7 new cards to Dylan and 7 new cards to Sean. And Bianca doing her best American Idol there as she sends us into the future here. As I see Dylan with a lot of good stuff. Definitely, Fox is going to be always a positive card to have there.
Yeah.
And I see Brawls. A little hard to see the rest there. I think I saw an Emerald card. I'm just kidding.
Yes, at this point, Dylan's just cheating. He's got Emerald cards. We love it.
Dylan counting the deck out. He's like, all right, how much do I have here? It doesn't look like a lot. Looks like both players down to the wire.
That's one of the secondary issues with a whole new world is that sometimes it puts you in a really weird place when it comes to your deck count. And you start to have to figure that out, and you have to start to guess, do I draw? Do I not draw?
Yeah.
Do I let this one slide?
And you see Sean getting a free deck tech here, right? He's just going through Dylan's discard pile.
Yep.
Saying, okay, you play this many, that. How many sharks are you playing? How many sharks have you played already? And just all this information is very important. Once we get to game 2 and potentially game 3, we need to know, how many of these things is he playing? He does see that whale was discarded, so he knows that's a card he needs to be careful with. And there is a shark.
Bum, 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 bum.
That is a scary one. And
we're going to need a bigger boat.
Yep. All 4 whole new worlds are gone, as mentioned, but we have not a lot of cards left in deck for either player. Let's see here.
Oh, it'd be cool. A Maui half shark and a steel deck.
And a hamster ball.
And a hamster ball so that you can bring back a whole new world and play it a bunch of times.
Wow.
Mill your opponent. Go ahead, folks. Build it. Do it.
That's a great idea.
And show them horizons.
Yes, show us them horizons.
Let's see
maybe. I have not looked at Sean's list. I do not know if or how many horizons could be in the deck, if any at all. But it is always possible. Yes, today is set 8 for those asking. This is the first event of Reign of Jafar. Obviously, some players still playing the old classic, not playing everything super new, but definitely we have seen some new cards today on the table. Rhino being one that we just saw recently for Sean, and Monstro being one that we just saw recently for Dylan. So both players here splashing in just a little little flavor into their repertoire here. So we're going to get rid of that aerial. So we want no singer, no 5 singers. Even though Whole New World is gone, we still want to make sure that we take that aerial out. And we will start the quest as this library starts to tick up. And although this Lawrence will be able to punch pretty hard, he's not going to be able to do 7. So this library will likely stick around for yet another turn, getting some more lore and potentially more draw for Dylan here. I don't know how much we want to draw, considering that we've already drawn, 20, 28 cards or however many. All right. Lawrence getting in there for 4. Yep. Yep. Okay. And then Zeusing. Okay. So we're Zeusing. So that will get rid of the library there.
Which good call there. I mean, Dylan has enough cards in hand. That library represents so much card draw in the right circumstances, especially with things like Chernobog's followers, the 1-cost characters that you typically find in Ruby Amethyst. So library is a problem. Got to get rid of it. That was the right call.
Good sequencing as well. Being able to hit the library first, then take out the pan. We want to make sure we don't give a free card draw for no reason. And we see, although I might want to give the card draw to Dylan at this point. Is library a May? Is it a May effect? You may draw a card.
Yeah, I believe it's a May effect.
Okay, because I was going to say that might be the strategy. Just leave the library in play and just
dare you
keep blowing things up. But no, that's not the route we're taking here. But Very scary board all of a sudden from Dylan as we add 2 more evasives. So we've got 3, problematic evasives in the sky here. And the shark being the most problematic of the bunch.
It usually is. Isn't shark just the most annoying thing you've ever dealt with?
God, that card. Let me tell you, I was never on the ban Diablo bag. I was never on the ban Whole New World. I was team ban Hiram. I will admit. But man, Shark's pretty close on my list. I think that card is just
Shark infested waters. We
I know some people will argue Prince John and all that, but that's rotating, guys. That's Shark. We're stuck with Shark for a long time. That card's really good.
It's so good.
It's really good.
Just
right,
kidding.
But
just kidding. It's okay.
Bolt of lightning will take him out, and you see Dylan say, "Wait, hold on, dude. How many of these have you played?
Yeah, was this the 6th one you've played
He's
on me, bro?
My guy. Let me get a deck check here." So Dylan's taking a quick peek because he's like, "My goodness, how many do you have?"
Yeah, stop playing games with me, bro.
Yeah, he sees all 4 there, which is what he was looking for.
Yeah,
and he knows now the coast should be clear for the most part. Yeah, finding all the Zeus. Yeah, that is a big deal.
That is kind of crazy.
Long came Zeus. He's just up there hurling thunderbolts. And Dylan will draw a new card here. It looks like a Pirate's Life. If I saw it right, it did kind of lag there for a second. So we need to get an IT guy in here, Gabe. We need to figure out what's causing this little lag that we get. That's like one of the only besides this sketchy text that we're getting on our on our cards here. Are you taking off your jacket? You getting hot back here?
It's
Gabe?
a little warm back here, folks.
For those of you who can't see us, which is everybody because nobody can see us, Gabe is like, he's been standing for the last 10 minutes. He's walking around. He just took his jacket off. You good, bro?
I'm fantastic
you
right now.
Good, dude?
I'm just a little warm. It's a little warm in here, folks.
Warm, dude. You need a bathroom break? You good, man?
No, I'm not. It's not yet. No, I'm just trying to make sure I don't melt here. I'm letting this air just like flow under my shirt right now. Is what I'm doing. It is so.
I'm just trying to focus on the game, but the game is just next to me,
hovering over,
pulling his jacket off. What's going on?
Yeah. So if Skinner sounds a little distracted, it's because I'm making things a little bit weird in the room for him.
It's getting a little.
I just can't wait for Liam to get in here so I can make it work for him too.
It's a little strange. All right. So Pirate's Life will put us put us a little further ahead and pull Sean away from the finish line here. And now if you're Sean, you're at 4 lore. I don't know. Okay, we'll go to 6. Dylan just keeping Sean away from the finish line here. And it's going to come down to deck count pretty soon if Dylan's not able to close this game out.
I mean, we are approaching the 30-minute mark of game 1 of this match, folks.
I love that.
That is not lost on me.
I love that for us.
Yeah, which
we see double prep and Dragonfire, by the way, in Dylan's hands.
This is crazy.
Yeah, he's Terrace ain't here, so I gotta hype up. Yeah, Terrace, he's out there on the floor.
Yeah, he's actually on the floor.
I saw him. I saw him out there. He's out there doing his thing. I don't know how he's doing in the rankings. I haven't checked, but he is out there.
Yeah, he was over there signing ferry ships and stuff, by the way. Last I saw him. The guy's crazy. The guy's a wild card.
Oh, God.
Yeah, he's just...
I think players signing cards is kind of strange. That's maybe I'm the hot... Maybe I'm the...
Yeah, well...
Maybe I'm in the minority.
Yeah, I played against...
And I don't mean just him. I mean, like,
in
all
general.
players.
Yeah.
Like, I think,
I played against Bro Hamilton yesterday in the ICL. That man has Sailor signed Sisus, okay? And he slapped me with those things.
No offense. I love Sailor. I've even mentioned him in one of my YouTube videos. I think he's an incredible player, but I'm not letting nobody sign my foil Sisus. I'm sorry.
What if I let you sign my We Don't Talk About Brunos? What if like that's your thing?
I don't want to sign. I didn't create that card. I had nothing to do with the making of that card. I don't know. I think it's a fun thing. Like, don't get me wrong. If that's something you enjoy, like getting like the players to sign your cards, go for it. But personally, I like artists or like I have cards signed by Ryan Miller and things like that. Like, developers of the game, like that's different. But just to have a dude that plays the game sign my stuff, I don't know about that.
Dude that plays the game sign my stuff.
Now I need a Skinner sign card.
Yeah, that's like the rarest.
Okay, I would take a JDZ sign Hamster Ball. That's the only card that I would accept, and it's got to be a full one.
Forget it. If we can get JDZ,
and it's got to say thanks Hamster Ball. That's the only way I'll take it.
Spelled how it sounds.
It has to spell with the accent. It has to be with the accent. Oh, good times, good times, guys. We're only in round 4, guys. It's only going to get more unhinged from here. We are reaching not even the halfway point here. So
yeah, I saw Jack on the floor. Yes, JDZ signed Uncrustables. Let's do it. Let's go. I saw Jack on the floor cracking his 4th Celsius. By the way, for those of you that know, SSG Ghosty.
Yeah,
somebody get this man his sponsorship.
He has more Celsius than blood in his body.
Yeah.
He's just 98% Celsius.
Yeah.
JDZ signed Tipo.
Speaking of fancy cards, we got a Dragonfire.
That's a good answer to that hamster. Yeah, that hamster. He's got resist, but you can't resist.
Goodbye,
can't resist this
ball.
dragon.
See you later.
Can't resist this.
They want Skinner signed Tipos. By the way,
no, we're not doing. Yeah, don't encourage the people. Okay, we're gonna scoop it up.
Yeah,
Sean says I need to get.
We are 30,
I have a family. I'm gonna go home.
We're 32 minutes into this round. This is going to be very, very difficult when it comes to trying to figure out how do we get to the winner. Dylan is in a position where he needs to win this next game to lock this win. I just can't imagine that they don't go to time with 18 minutes left the way that these 2 games went, or this one game went.
I mean, Sean might just run over Dylan in this next one. Maybe he just curves out, really crazy. We did see he's playing more of a mid-rangey song version. So it might have a little bit of harder time closing out quickly. I didn't see him on daisies.
Correct. Yeah.
Or piglets or any of the stuff that we saw like with Stefan playing earlier.
Yeah. It's not as fast.
Yeah. No ladies, nothing like that. So a little more traditional Amber Steel. So that might be problematic in terms of closing the game out. I know historically, whole new world decks are pretty good against red purple. So, but it just comes down to time, right? Are we going to have time to do it all? And, Sean did get to see all 4 whole new worlds last game. He didn't get to cast all 4 of them, but he did get to cast 3 of them, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. But unfortunately wasn't enough. Dylan just had all the answers every time that Sean decided to put something on the table that was, that was noteworthy. Dylan was able to dispatch of it pretty quickly. So we will see if Sean's able to power through on this one. And once again, guys, just want to remind you at the top left corner where you see Dylan's little face, there is a QR code, and if you scan that QR code, you will be entered into our giveaway to get a free case.
Are we allowed to scan that thing, or are we like? Is this one of these?
I scanned it 4 times already. What are you talking about?
Is that what I keep seeing? All these someone scan the QR code.
That's me. I'm just
put your phone down.
I'm just scanning it. I'm scanning it, dude. I need this. I need this.
I need this case in my life.
I need this case.
Excuse me. I'm going to scan the code too.
No, folks. No, I didn't scan the code. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I don't want to get in trouble. Can you imagine it? Like where the winner is, and it's like game
caster.
No, we're definitely not going to take. We're not going to take from the people. Where we're like Robin Hood. We steal from the rich to give to the poor.
Speak for yourself. I played Prince John. Okay, don't talk about me like that. Don't be fooled.
Oh my god. 1-0 is 3 points. Sean's best shot is a draw. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. I mean, we have 16 minutes. Like I said, it's not impossible to maybe get it to a 1-1, but as far as finishing a 3rd game, I think we're out of reach on that. So we shall see. We shall see.
Yeah, certainly. We'll see. I mean, 15 minutes. For a game that took them over 30 minutes to play. Let's find out. Can we do it? As we ink a Cindy to play a hamster.
Yeah, well, this can quickly get dangerous here. This 1-drop Rhino can very quickly turn into a 2-drop, but a 2-shift Rhino, which is very problematic. And we can only imagine that's what's going on here. As we take a look, I don't see it unless it's one of the ones in the background that I haven't familiarized yet. It could be one of those cars back there. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, sir,
I haven't learned the backgrounds of the new Reign of Jafar cards yet, so if it's a new card back there. All right, let's see here.
All right, we are inking the Troubadour, and we are going to... Oh, we're deciding. Yep, it is going to be the Helga.
Helga is a big one here.
We do know that we do not, having seen game 1, we know that Dylan plays evasives. The Helga's not a bad play here. Certainly kind of prevents some of the craziness that you might anticipate. A Pegasus, slow that down a little bit, which there it is, the Pegasus again. We're getting a repeat kind of last game, minus the hamster.
Minus the hamster ball. But he didn't shift in run 2, so I'm sure Dylan's happy to see that since that card could get out of hand pretty quickly.
Yep.
But we will follow up with the Lawrence here. And we'll be passing it back. So this Helga checks the Pegasus. and potentially next turn we can get in here with this Lawrence, but let's see what Dylan has in store.
Dylan, of course, has some options, has the ability to play a couple things here. We see in hand, barely can see in hand. Yep, we got that. We got some one drops. We got that magic broom. We know he's got brawl, so he's got a few things he can choose to do. Opting to continue to establish a board, not just any character on turn 3, but rather something that it turns on a lot of flexibility in his deck. He's playing that Peter Pan Shadow Finder, and then what that allows him to do, of course, is that all other characters that he plays that have evasive, they now have rush. So what does that mean? Well, that means that Sean needs to be very careful about what he turns sideways.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more with that. But right now it's pretty much a stalemate, right? Both these players, not wanting to quest yet. We saw last game, right? It took a long time before we started getting that lore total in, right? Right at the beginning of this game is very much a chess match. We're just trying to play characters and get rid of our opponent's characters all at once. So, we see Alan Alanadale, which is a really interesting.
Yes, Alan Adale. It's Alan Adale. Alan Adale.
You say Hiram or whatever, so I don't want to hear your pronunciation.
How many times have I been writing you wrong at this point?
Not many.
A bunch.
Not many. I was right about the color suit that Liam was wearing today, so
you rigged that.
I did not rig it.
You
it was all
paid Ronald to roll a dice.
No, I didn't pay anybody. That's all hearsay. Judge.
Yeah.
Objection.
All
right. Let's see here. We got a brawl. Okay, so that'll clear up the skies, allow us to quest with our evasives, which we want if we were playing our amethyst evasives. And interesting that he's playing this Alanadale. He's got, whenever he plays a song here, he'll be getting a lore. So essentially like a pseudo flute, right? It's from the flute days.
Yeah.
Most likely pretty good into control, except that it can be removed, right? Traditionally, flute was really good against red purple because they had no way to remove the item. Alanadale, not the same as that, right? Alanadale can definitely be targeted, so maybe a little worse than flute. But if he starts chaining together some songs here, it could potentially get him some lore. We see Rhino. He opts not to shift in. He just wants to go ahead and play it for its full cost so we can keep more characters in play.
Yeah, Sean over here is certainly valuing the board states, valuing having an additional character on board. Sometimes that's worth the extra cost.
For sure. And I see people in chat talking about breakfast. I'm starving, guys. Please put your favorite breakfast in the chat so I can drool.
Not near me, you weirdo. Get away from me.
Let me know what your favorite breakfast is. I need to know because I could go for some pancakes right now.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Dude, you look like a hot what is it, a hot cake?
A hot cake.
Is that what they used to call them at McDonald's when you would get them?
They still call that.
They still call them hot cakes?
Yeah, they're hot cakes. We love a good hot cake.
You look like a hot cake. Red eggs, JDZ's banned.
I can go for like a nice red vinegar drink right now.
This was actually a test. Anybody who says eggs is banned.
Failed.
No, I'm just kidding. Regular eggs are good. Poached eggs on an English muffin with bacon and hash browns.
Spoof. Sign me up. Let's do it.
Let's go. Gravy and biscuits. Oh, man. This is what we do during slower games, guys. We just talk about breakfast. Oh, green eggs and ham. Okay. Thick with the C cut bacon.
J-Bomb, you're missing a C in that. Thick. There's 2 C's in thick.
There's this insanely good barbecue place in front of my house, guys. I think it's the best barbecue in Miami. It's called Apocalypse Barbecue. And they have something called the brisket bacon. It's just like these strips of brisket that are like, they're cooked to be like bacon, but they're just these thick pieces of brisket. Oh, man.
Wild. That sounds wild.
Get in my belly.
Rush Iago hits the table. My favorite thing.
Speaking of thick.
Yeah, that's a thick birdie.
That's a thick bird right there. And we will continue to clear the skies here as we get in there for some more evasive. And obviously Diablo's always fun to quest with, since if they do get banished, we'll be drawing some cards, which we love that. Sean continuing to build up the board here. Hasn't been able to resolve a 5-cost singer. I know last game we saw aerials in multiples, but this game we are seeing no aerials.
Yeah.
So if he is holding on to A Whole New World, it's going to be one that he has to pay 5 for, which is never fun.
Yeah, and I mean, what we're seeing here is just like both players just valuing the board very much. Sean knows that a half shark is imminent. Still with that Peter Pan down on the table, if we cannot deal with that Peter Pan, turning characters sideways and giving Dylan the ability to grab actions from the discard pile is a big deal. Big deal here. So I totally understand why Sean is valuing that, but it does create a very, very slow scenario here. And at this point, Sean is fighting for a tie the way we're going.
You need some water, bro? You good, man?
I'm doing great.
You good? You sound like you just had a 6-pack of cigarettes in the
Hey, everybody. I'm just playing in the hamster
You
ball.
good, bro? I don't want you to die on me back here.
No, we're not dying.
If you need a sipperina, let me know, dude.
Yeah.
You could take a break, man. I can run the ship if you need to.
No, I could use a penguin sandwich though right now.
Don't pass out. Do not start with the penguin sandwiches, dude, please. And I saw somebody talking about Spanish Marie. Actually, I love that brewery, but I don't like sours, guys. I'm an IPA guy. I'm one of those bougie, beer guys. I like it with extra triple hops, extra hoppy. I'm one of those guys.
So there's
hamster ball.
This princess is being turned sideways on screen.
Yeah, sorry, I'm talking about sours and beers. Somebody said Spanish Marie, which is a brewery down here, and I live very close to it. So
do you?
Yeah. So
maybe we'll pass by there.
Yeah, they have a lot of sours though, which I'm not into. So maybe not pass by there. IPAs are the way to go, guys. IPA gang, stand up. All right, no more alcohol talk. We'll worry about the IPAs after the round. We'll worry about it later. Stouts, okay, I'm down with stouts. Anything but melted candy, please. That's what a sours are to me. Just melted Jolly Rancher in my cup with alcohol, which I'm not a fan of.
Something wrong with that.
So Anyways, guys, I'm not an alcoholic. I promise. I just love a nice cold IPA here and there. Okay, just so we make it clear.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, and we're thinking about what we're going to do here. We definitely want to trade into probably get some of these Diablos off the table, although they are going to draw. He chooses not to do anything here.
This is just rough. This is not fantastic.
I mean,
for Sean right now.
He doesn't want to give up anybody into the Iago because the Iago would just gobble up stuff. But just passing is rough too, right? Like you're just, I don't know. That's a tough one.
I mean, what this does create a very awkward situation as Dylan is kind of entering into the turns where be prepared matters. It forces Dylan to decide whether he'll need to use that on a very, very bad board state. Can Sean amass enough of a turn where he has enough characters on board to where he can just quest to the win? I mean, we might be getting there if we can't figure that out. And Dylan may be forced. Oh, there you go. Library is a good answer here. And so Dylan is saying, hey, you know what? You want to keep playing around? You want to keep dilly-dallying? That's fine. I don't have to turn characters sideways if I don't want to. But you know what? I do want to. And if you're going to take them out, that's cool because I'm going to draw for Diablos, not just once, but twice. So you either turn your character sideways to deal with my location, you turn your character sideways to deal with my Diablo and let me draw, or you sit there and I just win the game.
Yeah.
Those are your options right now, Sean.
That is tough. And Sean does not have the option to scoop and to go to game 3 because, he is down a game here. So
yeah,
he is at the mercy of Dylan's board at the moment. And Dylan has managed to amass quite the problem here. Obviously, library presenting another issue here because although we can start crashing into the library, the library is not the full problem here. Well, what's he targeting here with this? I'm interested to see.
Himself, because there is a long-haired princess on the way.
Okay, because I thought, okay, yeah, I guess hitting the Diablo, the Iago rather would remove it, but he draw a card. Yeah, I guess so. We're gonna go for that. But now we're tapped out. Right now we've used all our ink. We drew some cards. That's cool, but
yeah.
But what are you gonna do?
Can
with
we translate that exactly? Can we translate that into success or victory?
You can have eight cards in your hand if you like, but if we can't play any of them, it's going to be tricky. I think he's just looking for some songs here that maybe used to remove.
Alan Adale turning sideways to target Zeus.
He made sure
played Zeus to target the library.
He made sure he locked onto that. You saw that he put
it was a homing missile.
It's like right here. That's the one behind these cards.
It's a homing lightning bolt.
Okay, boom. Library down. All right. No more books. No more education.
Wow, that's dark.
as we attack into this Diablo, and we did the best we could here to clean everything up, but these evasives just, a lot of these decks these days, Gabe, you need to have an evasive check. So sometimes you just lose to evasive. Sometimes you have such a beautiful, huge board. As you can see, Sean does have a lot of stuff in play, but these Peter Pan and Iagos just kind of tick away, and
here's
you
the
just
thing,
can't crack them back.
Sean does have answers. They're called lightning bolts and strengths and all the things that Steel Song does. It's just been real slow getting to him. It's been
For sure.
real
And
tough to
he
get
even
to
plays Helga, which is like, I mean, that's a nod to
Yeah.
needing an answer there.
Yeah.
But once they're gone, you know, if you're able to squeeze in some evasives, you know, they can really go the distance here. And Dylan just trying to close the door as he adds another evasive into play.
Yep.
I think we're just, okay, we are going to go ahead and take her out. Okay. So we just want to make sure she's gone. I was going to say, I almost just want to quest with all my evasives, but I guess just play it safe. No need to, you know.
Don't get greedy.
Oh, yeah. No need to just throw the game away for no reason. So let's take out this. Okay. All right. And then let's quest for 2. Okay. I don't hate that. He got to get a couple characters off the table. We added a new evasive to the table. We lost none of our board. So
Yeah.
Dylan's loving that.
That was a pretty big turn.
That was a huge turn.
Yeah.
Absolutely huge turn. And then next turn, 1, 2, 3, 4 more lore could potentially. Okay. So he is finally going to. This Iago, after absorbing 5 damage, is finally going to get this badge.
Which
so good.
Cool story, folks. When you use that card against Iago, no matter what its health, it goes away because it has Vanish. But Dylan, so effectively, so surgical with the usage of that Iago, it would be that is the amount that it would take to
max value.
Yeah,
max value. He got 5 damage stacked into it.
Yep.
He quested with it. He got to run it into stuff, and now it's gone, which is okay. It did its job. Iago incredibly powerful, especially with Pan. Being able to rush in there with 4 power and 6 defense is an absolute house.
Yeah.
And although Vanish is seems like a pretty big stipulation, you'd be surprised. Sometimes people just don't have a way to target it. So it just ends up being this giant evasive bomb. And you could see that, it was able to really put in some work here against Sean.
Well, not only that, but what I also noticed about some decks that are running the evasives, they also do a really good job of providing targets that generally would be better targets than the Vanish. Like Vanish feels like you're wasting that card to deal with the character. And I took a 4/6 off the table. But, I think about like Emerald Amethyst. They run Diablos. I'd rather be playing Strength on Diablos.
Sure.
So there's certainly distractions along the way that help solve for that need.
Yeah, and Alana Deal gets the 2 in there, puts them up to 9. We still have Rhino in play.
Yeah.
Rhino, great threat here. Resist 2, which all of Dylan's characters only punch for 2 at the moment. So that Rhino, very well protected, but Dylan's at 14. And okay, so we got an old school red
in red, where behind sitting
what
near
are
chairs.
you pitching here, Gabe? I think we're pitching the Pete. Yeah.
Yep. 100%. Yeah.
I think the Pete's got to go. He's the least effective here.
Yeah. Alana Dale still has an effect. Hamster Ball, Hamster over here is still cool. And we got a 5/5. I mean, you want me to pick something that's not Pete at this point? That's crazy talk.
Absolutely. Yeah. So a Pirate's Life. Ooh, I didn't even see that because of the glare. So a Pirate's Life is gonna add more pain here for Sean as he gets pulled further away from the finish line.
Yeah, at this point, I mean,
just a Lawrence in hand, which he has to ink.
Yeah, this game's over.
And it wasn't just Lawrence in hand. Sorry, it was Lawrence and a very important card.
Yeah, a whole new world. Take it back. Kind of important. Kind of a big deal. This could turn it around. Actually.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but it's gonna.
You're like, that's hopeful.
That's ambitious.
Oof, a lot of high cost characters in hand. We see, just kind of thinking through what it is that we need to do to make sure that we can find success. I don't think there is. I think it's.
Yeah. Another Pirate's Life ends. This is somebody in chat says, yeah.
Correct. Yep.
We're gonna put out some more dudes. So get an aerial.
There's an aerial.
Yeah. This game is I think unfortunately out of reach for Sean here. I appreciate him, going through the motions here. And as you can see, I mean, Sean's got a board. I mean, the deck's doing stuff. It's not like, he's just losing. But the evasives were just really hard to deal. Yeah, it was hard to deal with. The evasives were just able to sneak in so much extra lore. And especially with the, Pirate's Life kind of topping it off here. Looks like Dylan is pretty much locked in. Okay, we got Rooster singing a little something here. Got a strength. Okay, so he does a nice job cleaning up. And suddenly he's at 10. Dylan does not have lethal until he gets to a goat, which, he could be playing. He could not be playing. Maybe. We'll see. But Sean up to 10 with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in play, which is pretty good. That's actually not bad, but I don't know. Dylan just has so many cards in hand. I feel like he could just play a bunch of stuff here.
Well, if he can get off with 2 songs, assuming that Dylan doesn't deal with the board,
that is a great point.
2 songs does it, right? We got that Alan Adele there. It's kind of creating a scenario with lore generation. So now Dylan's forced into a position where he has to deal with the board, because if you're not winning this turn, Sean can win next turn.
Yeah, that's actually pretty scary. I did not consider a lot of Dale's secondary effect there. So yeah, that's definitely something that could potentially present lethal.
Yeah,
we need to just respect that, and I don't think we can quest here. We might have to just.
Dylan recognizing it, wanting to get a count. Like Dylan's trying to figure out what are the chances that Sean has.
Yeah, how do I lose
2 songs?
That's it. How do I lose here? Like, what are the ways that I can lose, and how do I not do that?
Yeah.
So,
hey, Wonderland, what's going on, bud?
Sean on 8 wheels. Yeah, 9. I think
it feels that way for sure.
I think he's on 9. That's what I saw.
And we are currently in turns, by the way.
Are we?
Yep.
Oh, so Sean is playing for the tie here.
Yeah.
Dylan is playing for the clean win.
Yeah.
Dylan's still in a commanding spot here, but Sean.
Well, listen, a tie for Sean here means, like if he had any hopes of going into he loses out on an intentional draw round. That's what that ultimately means here.
Yeah, nobody wants to draw this early in the event. I mean, it's better than a loss, but Dylan's going to do his best here to make sure that draw does not happen, but Sean is in a scary predicament here. And you see Dylan really crunching it here. I mean, he's got the time now. We've already gone to turns, so Dylan just really thinking it through here and seeing what's the best way that I don't lose this game. Dylan has all his ink available and a lot of cards in hand. So, how much ink does he have? I wish I could tell you, but players love these black sleeves, and I cannot stand them because I can never tell. Okay, so we're going to brawl. So that's 3. So it looks like 6 ink is the most he has right now. That would make sense. No, he's not at 9. He's at 6. Which is unfortunate.
It is. I mean...
Yeah.
But getting rid of that Alan Adele, I think that's... So at this point, I think you can feel comfortable in doing what you need to do and quest at this. You have that Peter Pan that kind of survives. You gotta hope for.
If only we had like a Vitalosphere with Shark, or actually now that we have Pan, we can play Shark next turn.
Yep,
crash in, and then if these Elsas survive, we can sing Pirate's Life and end the game. But Sean gets one big turn here to see if he can stabilize. Yeah, Zeke, I agree. As long as the tokens are in black, because then it's the same.
Yep.
Oh, he has to answer everything because Shark in hand. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Shark in hand. Oh, what are we doing? We're whole new worlding. Oh boy!
You were saying Shark in hand. Do we still have Shark in hand after a whole new world?
We do. I saw one sneaking in there.
Snuck right in there. We love to see it.
I see the fin in the water there.
That's right.
And
it is Shark Week after all. I don't know when Shark Week is, but
I don't either.
Here at SSG, it's always Shark Week.
It's always Shark Week when you play Lorcana. Okay, we're singing what I would imagine to be a Zeus.
Yep.
Okay.
Dealing with the board. Oh, okay.
Okay, double removal.
This might have just forced. This may. I'd have to get a count on which round we're in. But did we just turn this around and make this a win for us?
We need a Pirate's Life here.
Yeah, Pirate's Life is good. Do we have it? Do you has?
We need a Pirate's Life.
Do you has Apple? Do you has Apple?
Be prepared.
Yeah.
Just.
And I think Dylan's realized. I do believe we are. Yeah, at the point where
I think we're gonna go to turns.
I think we're at a draw.
Sean almost had it. The B prep.
Yeah.
That was the B prep of all B preps, and you can see Sean laughing at it. He's like, "Oh my god, oh, terrible."
That was
Pain
and suffering is all I see here. This is Sorry, Sean.
Can he defeat this broom?
This evil broom.
Will this? People were saying he inked twice. Did he just double ink? Oh well, I don't think it's going to make the difference, unfortunately, or maybe it's fortunately, but double ink. We will be we'll be letting them know. Okay.
Oh man. Yeah, so this ultimately what happens here is with Sean pushing this draw here. Generally speaking, what happens at the later rounds of a tournament, when players, if they're still undefeated throughout it, they make decisions as to whether or not they're going to intentionally draw, based on their placements, based on how important seeding is to them. This prevents Sean from being able to do that one turn. Sean will be put in a position where he will have to play, whether he wants to or not, one turn earlier than other people. That's ultimately what that means here. And so yeah, we're just kind of taking a look here and seeing what decisions are there.
Yeah, everybody's talking about the doubles and triple inks. We'll have to make sure this player gets a definitive warning after this, and let our judge know that we need to be a little more careful on that. But thank you guys for calling it out. Unfortunately, we're just in the booth, guys, so we are not judges. We are just we're just spectating, but we're happy to pass on that when these things happen. So it's just me. It doesn't feel good for us either. We hate to see it. He's still double inking. Yeah, both inks are face up. Like, yeah. What's happening here?
They might just be talking it through now at this point. I don't even know if the game's still going on.
No, it was already. I think Jason might have let them know.
Yeah. Yeah, but him touching both cards is a recognition of that. And yellow, no, it's not automatically a game loss. By the way, it's usually if it can be resolved, it's resolved. Game loss is if it's like an advanced, like you have to first of all prove it's intentional. There's steps, there's layers to this, so it's not automatically a game loss.
Do you want me to run out there and let them know it happened twice? What do you think?
Yeah, why not? Okay. Yeah, I mean, listen. Normally, when we're watching National Geographic, we're not supposed to mess with the animals, but sometimes you got to go out there and talk to the animals. So here we go. Not that I'm calling people animals, but you know what I mean, or you don't. Whatever. Skinner's going out there to solve problems. All right, friends. Yeah, but in either case, this matchup, this game is at the end here. Yeah.
All right. They've been made aware. A judge says he didn't see it. Obviously, we have it on camera, so all the players didn't notice it. But I just let them know. Dylan likely going to scoop this game up or not scoop it up, rather. He's going to probably pick this game up. But yeah, sorry guys. I mean, it's never a comfortable conversation, whether or not it's intentional or any of that stuff. I mean, we don't know. We want to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. But yeah. Double inking twice is no bueno. No bueno. So they're trying their best to reset the game here to whatever state it should be in. And Dylan just kind of letting the judge do what they got to do. So, I mean, it is a pretty big deal. I mean, it's a draw versus a win. So.
Yeah. You're watching drama unfold. We love to see it.
I mean, it's not drama, right? I mean, Dylan's just playing the game. It's just unfortunate when something happens, not one turn, but two turns in a row. I mean, they're just need to slow down a bit. Yeah. Dylan wins 2-0. I think so, but we're waiting for the official ruling on everything here.
It looks like they're doing something in terms of random determination.
What turn of turns is it right now is a great question. I wish we had an indicator of that. I didn't quite. With all this extra stuff going on, it was kind of hard to follow what turn we're on. Let's see. Yeah, guys, these things do happen. You know, it's unfortunate. And again, I appreciate you guys. You know, we're here looking at chat. We're looking at different things. We have like 3 screens open, so we're not always able to catch things. But I know you guys have your eyes on the prize. You guys are able to catch these things. So thank you for pointing it out. And again, we're sorry for the mix-up here, as our judge, just navigates the situation, and we figure out what's the best way to resolve this here. But you're seeing it here in real time.
Yeah. Now, and for those of you that are like asking for a certain outcome,
we don't have instant replay or anything, guys. I mean, obviously you can go watch the VOD later, but like, this is not we're not ESPN. We can't just call the foul and then look to see was there contact, was there no contact. I mean, we wish we could do all that. But
even in sports, there's even some sports that don't use that in that way, and you have to also keep in mind too. We need to make sure that we understand that these people, like these players, ultimately are the two of them together are operating for this game to maintain a proper game state. It's the job of both players to keep an eye out on that. So oftentimes when warnings are issued, it's usually to both players when things like this kind of happen. In terms of you all wanting like game losses and this or that, or why can't you rewind the game state? You can't rewind the game state. There's layers to the way that the rules work in the document. And there's a level of intent that you have to prove, and that becomes even more difficult. But
like the Candio said, moving on. I mean,
exactly.
It let the players and the judge, figure that out. That's that's not up to us here. We're just here to commentate. And
Spam says you don't doubling twice on that. Well, I'd like beg to differ.
Spam.
I beg to differ. I can tell you, I've done that plenty, and not on purpose.
Yeah, I mean, guys, we want to always give everybody the benefit of the doubt. I'm not here to call anybody a cheater. I mean, we have to assume that it was just an accident, but I'm just happy that we could get it fixed, at least for the most part. And
but in either case, they're just kind of resolving it here at this point.
It just things also for Dylan, right? Because like you're sitting there, and you find out your opponent's inked multiple times per turn. So how do you think he's feeling right now? Like, he's like, well, then just give me the game, right? Now he's got to worry about the draw, but did your opponent earn that draw correctly? It's like it's never a good feel good moment. Unfortunately, when these things transpire. But Sean gives him the thing, and let me see how many pickled eggs. Nope, no pickled eggs today, Katie.
Yeah, not yet.
We're seeing. Hold on, I'm trying to see what he reported. Just one win.
I guess we will find out.
So Dylan gets it. Yeah. So neither of them were able to close the game out. So Dylan wins 1-0. So technically still a win for Dylan.
Correct. Same number of points.
So same number of points. Even though we only got through 2 games, and the second game was not finished, we do get to give a dub to Dylan. So congrats to both players for awesome games. Besides a little bit of controversy there at the end.
Listen, we love drama.
Drama's cool. That's what gets the clicks, right? But we don't like to see it as commentators. It always is a little bit awkward. Like, we want to do what's right, but we also don't want to overstep our bounds. We're not here to be judges. All we can do is present the information to the judge and let the judge do what the judge does. Some people may or may not agree with the way that things get resolved, but honestly, guys, that's what the judge is here to do. So, we just move on, and it was a great set overall, and I think we have a lot more Lorcana to look forward to. Yeah, the players' mentality is to maintain this game state, not the judge. I agree with 100% what the Candio is saying. Both players need to be more aware, but it's easy to miss. Look at us; we're getting paid literally to watch the game, and we can still miss it. So. Things like this are missable. So, but anyways, I'm glad that it ended in the way that, the universe intended there. And Dylan does scoop up a win, but doesn't mean that there isn't still hope, as Sean is only X-1 now and is still playing a good. Yeah, we're getting paid. They're paying us in Uncrustables and
I was told to stop bringing the eggs, so it's mostly Uncrustables now.
They pay us in Uncrustables.
Oh, there's pastelitos outside
and
too.
Pastelito and croquetas. That's how they pay us.
Yeah,
they pay us in our stomachs. Y'all are getting paid.
I love that meme. That's such a good meme.
Yeah, I use pay loosely. Pay as in the honor of being here.
Yes, we get paid how seals get paid at the.
I feel I'm owed back pay to carry the Well, oh my gosh! Speaking of
pay, the pizza's here.
I'm about to eat on camera. So we were just talking about how we get paid in food, and then Ronald walks in here with a pizza.
J-Bomb just asked a great question, Skinner. I need you to answer. I need you to answer that question.
All right, guys. What?
Hey, what are you doing? This
Hold
is
on.
product placement.
I gotta ask chat. Chat. What kind of pizza is inside this box?
Oh,
Let me get guesses.
A pickled egg pizza.
Let me see guesses.
Pickled egg pizza.
Who do we want, Gabe? Or it's you and Liam. What do you guys think? Huh? What? Yeah, you and Liam and Gabe get to decide. Who do you guys think? What do you guys like? What do the people want? More Bivens? What do we got up here? Who's winning? Oh, Sploosh is in. Okay,
Sploosh. And
against May or Mai? Excuse me, not May.
I don't know what they're playing. It all matters what they're playing.
Yeah.
Mai is most likely on purple steel. If I had to guess, if that's what she plays.
If she's not, that'd be a cool surprise.
Yeah, Sploosh. I don't know what he's playing, but still cool. I would say Bivens is another good one, but we've seen him already.
Bivens is always good.
Ray versus REB Dreams. I don't know if they're still undefeated, but that's another good series too.
Yeah, if they're undefeated, that'd be cool because
Ray's from the store, and REB Dreams is he plays for I forgot the name of their team from Orlando.
Rebirth,
that's the one. Yeah.
Yep, Team Rebirth.
It's up to you guys. Whatever you guys think is.
Let's say
I like Sploosh.
The guest you pick. Which table?
I like red one.
All right, let's do table one.
All
table
right,
one's good.
All right, Familia. I'm gonna go eat this pizza. Oh wait, what did we say? Wait, pineapple and ham. Well, I didn't see the guesses. Guys, it's pepperoni.
It's the most disappointing thing I've ever seen in my
Pepperoni is delicious, guys.
Pepperoni is not a real topping,
guys. It's cold pepperoni. Cold pepperoni.
0.1% of America.
If you go to Italy right now and you order pepperoni on your pizza, do you know what you get?
Well, we're not in Italy.
Do you know what you get if you order pepperoni in Italy?
The same thing you get when you ask for ketchup.
You get like pepper, like little spicy peppers.
I love spicy peppers.
Spicy peppers. You get like what looks like a jalapeno.
Love it. All right, y'all. I'm gonna eat this pizza.
Yeah, can you not do that? Like that's gross. Like this is not.
There's a mukbang stream.
Yeah, now we're doing mukbangs. Liam, welcome to the mukbang stream.
I think there's room in the.
I don't even know what that is.
I think there's room in the community for Lorcana mukbang streams.
Yeah, Lorcana.
Can we normalize Lorcana mukbangs?
Lorcana mukbangs. Let's go.
Just for you to know, but mukbang are streamers that eat on camera and get paid because people just enjoy watching them eat.
That's a job.
That's a thing.
That's a thing. You're really doing.
There's jobs for everything, Liam.
Fire my guidance counselor.
There are jobs for this. Now this is a C. Mo's interested. He wants the mukbang stream. All right, guys. We got to pay extra for mukbang, so I'm gonna get rid of this. Guys, click the thing here, guys.
Yeah.
This free giveaway
over here.
1 case of Lorcana of Reign of Jafar will be given out today during the stream. One whole case, guys. The whole case. 4 boxes, sealed, tape on the outside, the whole shebang. Mail it to your house, at your door. Ding dong. The witch is dead. All the stuff. All right.
Ding dong.
I'm going to pass it over to Liam, the amazing Liam, the ever so talented Illuminateer. And Gabe and him are going to bring you another awesome round.
Oh, goodness
As
gracious.
we go into round 5. We're
yes.
cruising, guys.
We are
Round
cruising.
5?
I know, right? Can you believe it?
We are cruising. The little timer up there says we've been live for 6.5 hours. It does not feel like we've been here for 6.5 hours.
No.
But anyways, players are getting comfortable, so I'm going to bounce out of here. Liam's going to join you guys, and peace out. We'll see you on there.
Wait a second.
What?
Oh, is that door closed? I don't want to reveal secrets unless that door's closed.
All right,
when you get out of here, you close the door. Guys, I have to. So we're doing ASMR, guys. We're doing ASMR because they can hear me if I'm not careful. So Mai is known for playing Amethyst Steel. Okay, we've seen her on stream before. She's awesome. As Skinner closes or widely opens the door and then closes the door very slowly. In fact, might I add, so slowly. Okay, there you go. So door's closed. I can talk a little bit louder. So Mai traditionally plays Amethyst Steel. We've seen her play that here as well. Now we are being surprised. Apparently, the reign of Jafar has come over Mai's brain, has affected her. She has been influenced. She's like Basil. Her mind, she's been hypnotized, folks. She is not playing Amethyst Steel today. Today, she is on Amethyst Sapphire. We're playing Blurple. I'm curious, do we think that Into the Unknown was a factor here? Did she like that card so much that she's like, I'm playing that card today? I think it's got to be that.
100%.
Now, Brian,
99.7%.
Yeah. That card is, first of all, if she's got 4 enchanteds right now, I'm in. Like I get it. That's a beautiful enchanted. Brian is actually I gotta go now. He gave me a high five. So me and Brian's on Freedom Gaming. I'm in the Illuminati. So we're like local and like we say like rivals, sure, but we're still friends. But there is one professional courtesy that we have for each other, and that is that we're both Emerald Amethyst players. Brian is not on those colors as well. I feel disrespected. I feel angry right now. There's a lot of emotions I'm going through.
I know it hurts.
It hurts. And Brian is doing all the hurting right now as he's not playing. And not only is he not playing the colors we love, he's playing the evil colors.
I hate these colors so much. Yeah, if you're a Emerald Amethyst aficionado at all, these are the colors I think you hate the most. And I fall into that category. But it's always fun watching talented players pilot them, and should be a fun matchup. I'm just checking a couple things here. Yeah, Blurple, not a very well represented deck today. Not many people bringing it in, despite the prevalence of Into the Unknown. So I'm excited to see it performing well. Apparently it's the right choice. I have to nod. Maya's deck name for this event, you'll all see it later, is I woke up and I'm winning.
I love it. Yes.
But no, this should be a really fun matchup. Okay, cool. Yeah. I've prepped. I'm ready. Here we go. This is gonna be fun.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. I mean, and Brian, listen, Mo, I see you're angry as well. You're angry like I am. We should be angry as Emerald Amethyst bros. We should be upset with him. But maybe it's not this card. No, I take it back. We see his hand. We can see his hand.
yeah, there it is.
Never mind.
There it is. So much discard muses. It's brutal. But we'll see how it does. I mean, it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be a fun one.
Now we see. Okay, so we see some of the staples that we'd expect. All right. So Brian's got an okay hand. Not bad. My kind of I guess we'll find out. We have to see Maya's hand, so let's figure this out. Rooster Man asks, "I got to win already?"
No, I think that's residual from the last round. This is it's definitely game one. Yeah,
it's game one. It's game one.
Yeah, so ignore that. And it's not. We're not manifesting anything here. It's
no.
No. All right, Liam, lock in. Okay. Interesting hand here. We got 2 Ursula Deceiver Evolves on Brian's side. Brian playing the classic green steel line here, saying Diablo turn 1. Let me take a look what you have. She has the bell. I think she has the popsicle.
She has the popsicle, so
yep. There we got that opening, as well as some cards she'd rather have later. But Tipo, I think, as well. So there's Into the Unknown, not being played, Into the Inkwell, and we have the classic popsicle opening on that side as well. So, the more things change, the more they stay the same.
That's the theme. That's definitely the theme for today. As we figure, it's only a matter of time. By the way, beautiful nails, Mai, as she pops that popsicle, and of course, as we are figured out, she plays the bell.
Get that on the board early. Ursula Deceiver coming down. We've seen everything in the hand. We're going to take a look again.
One more again.
Nothing to choose there. So Brian, of course, knew that was there. Probably his only 2-turn play, but get a little bit more, get another card on the board and pass it back to Mai.
Yeah, that's generally the case too. So sometimes you got the two. You gotta go on curve sometimes, and that's just the way it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And not a lot that you're really saving. If against a Ruby deck, you might hang on to that for a while, look for that, pick that, be prepared, but not really a ton you're saving it for here. Of course, if you manage to snag a How Far I'll Go, if it was off the top deck, that'd be a great hit. So yeah, back over to let's see, Azurite Sea, Into the Inkwell, probably see another ramp card here. I think we had a Tipo available.
Yes, there was definitely one of those. And there it is. There's Tipo. Hey, Tipo, what's up, bud?
Tipo, another card Into the Inkwell. So this is, tough opening, I think, perhaps for Brian. Here we have got crucial card here. Friends from the other side. Card. It's from set 1. It vanished for a little while. It comes in and out, but used to great effect here against a discard deck that's going to look to put hand pressure on her. Blurple is a deck that wants to survive into the later game. It has all these bombs on the back end, and so it needs to hang on to ramp. And one of the ways to beat it is to put consistent hand pressure on and force it in top deck mode soon, especially when you're whittling away your hand with cards like Tipo to ramp. So being able to draw that extra card there with friends will be maybe particularly impactful. But on the other side, you have a Must Answer card that came down.
Yes. You do, and I mean that's going to present some very, very dangerous scenarios here, especially the way that Brian's hand is currently set up. This can deal some serious problems. Mai is taking a look at options. And of course we saw it, McDuck Manor, a good card in this matchup because Emerald characters generally don't have a whole lot of strength. It forces Brian to either let it run, you try to outspeed it, or you have to invest many of your characters and resources, potentially songs if you've got them like Zeus, in order to deal with that problem. So this is a great distraction in this matchup.
Yeah, it really puts a clock on the game. As you said, there's not a lot of really clean, easy answers for it in Brian's deck. The best thing, of course, is along came Zeus, but even then you're going to have to invest more in it. Yeah. We do have the Ursula Deceiver of All managed to stick around, so we're going to double singlet the Storm Rage on. Getting those characters removed is one thing, but being able to draw 2 cards off of it is probably the more impactful thing with that card at the moment. And now we're left with the McDuck Manor sitting there just gathering lore as Scrooge counts his money in his vault.
100%. And that's generally like when this card goes down against Emerald, that's kind of what you have to do, at least in the beginning. You start to amass the strength that you need. Brian, of course, saying, well, is one lore going to be the difference here? Let me at least start the onslaught. Let me at least start, speaking of palace heists, let's put a heist on the McDuck Manor.
A manor heist.
Let's do a manor heist and see if we can get into that pool, into that coin pool, and figure that out.
Yeah, Brian also dropping a Pete down, not the most impactful card in this matchup, but it does stop, how far I'll go and other cards that Mai could use to ramp and push her hand a little bit. So we are going to see a Peter Pan Shadow Hunter come down, rush, take out the Diablo, get rid of that shift possibility, control the board a little bit. And again, that clock is just going to continue to tick with that manner. Pete does put 3 power on the board, though, able to start, knocking some more bricks off the walls there. And
Prince John wants a cut of those coins in that pool, as we see. A double singing sudden chill.
Brutal.
Yikes.
Yeah, Ursula Deceiver of All, such a impactful card on the board. It's one of those must answer cards, and that's one of the things that makes Green Steel it feels so oppressive sometimes, because it has these cards that, like Diablo and Ursula Deceiver of All, which I think they're must answer cards. If they stay on the board, if you get to establish them and they stick around for turn after turn, they're going to allow you to run away with the game. Now that being double sung partnered with the Prince John, even worse.
Yeah, I mean, just synergy. We often think about games and how they're won or lost in percentages. And if you talk to any of the best, they think about what percentage closer to a win am I if this happens? How far away am I from a percentage of winning? And you have to imagine that every time you're able to trigger Deceiver of All, every time you're able to let another card draw happen from Diablo, that percentage above your head goes up just a little bit more. And as we see that percentage continues to rise, holy moly.
And I think Mai is in top deck mode, if I'm reading it correctly here.
Yeah, that is correct, yes.
Pete's going to move in, put another couple damage on the manor there. But yeah, Mai purely in top deck mode now, having 3 sudden chills sung into her, and Brian getting the value of drawing 3 cards off of Prince John there. So, God, goodness gracious. This is going to be a challenge.
It is, as we see a Bell.
Establish a Bell. Bell, not super impactful, other than she is an answer for that Ursula Deceiver of All eventually. So maybe it'll stick around and clean that up. But in the meantime, Brian's getting in another turn to do some shenanigans with Deceiver of All.
That is exactly it. I mean, Bell is maybe an answer to Ursula Deceiver, but Ursula Deceiver can very easily, depending on what we draw. We see a Strength of a Raging Fire. JK, Deceiver of All says, no, you will not challenge me.
If that was a top deck, it was a brutal one. And here we have the Beast Tragic Hero. I mean, everything being played like right on curve perfectly here. Beast Tragic Hero, a great card to establish here as soon as you're able to, getting extra cards for Brian. And another, I wouldn't call it necessarily a must answer card, but it's a must answer card after a turn or two. Like you need to do something about it, or again, the card advantage. And Green Steel, we said it last time I saw this on stream, but it's a discard deck, but so much draw power.
Yes.
I will never forget seeing Zan Sayed with half of his deck in hand at the end of DLC Vegas in the finals. Just ridiculous.
Yeah, I remember I was standing there. I was watching that on screen. That was just insane. There's a reason why I call him insane, okay? Because that was just crazy.
Yeah.
This McDuck Manor, it just will not go away. I mean, Brian has had to invest multiple exertions of his characters to deal with this McDuck Manor. It's still not gone.
Yeah. And now double shot again, 4 damage, the perfect amount to clean up that Elsa, and drawing 2 more cards up to Deceiver of All. Deceiver of All has done work And if you couple it with the Prince John with 2 Let the Storm Rage on, with 2 Sudden Chills and another 2 Let Storm Rage on, he's drawn 6 cards off the Ursula Deceiver of All alone, 3 extras. Just really, really terrible.
Interesting
terrible
that
scenario.
we turned that McDuck Manor. Apparently, it was leveled so dangerously, so badly that it got turned into like woods and cove. As we have a hidden cove over on Brian's side of the table
There's
here.
nothing left but water.
Right.
I will mention too, the Prince John cleaned up there by the Elsa, made vulnerable due to a quest. But once you force your opponent into top deck mode, that Prince John, they're going to, every single turn, they're going to keep their hands empty if they can. That's one of the ways you counter Prince John, is just don't have anything in your hand.
Exactly.
And so at that point, not doing a whole lot, and you can quest it. Of course, it does help you out with cards like we don't talk about Bruno, which forced the discard, but again, just not doing a whole lot. So squeezing that lore out of the quest, not terrible there. Sudden Chill, man.
I wanted to keep that thing. That was a Hades. That would have been
had to. Uninkable. That's
the
rough.
life we live.
Yep.
That is the life we live.
Of course, just as I say that, it's not doing any good.
Hey.
Yeah, we drop another Prince John and we get value out of it. Do the Hades that's stuck there. And 1 ink, the difference here, 1 more ink. And that Beast Tragic Hero is in the inkwell instead of being, a problem over there. But Hades not able to be played. And
this game is over just as fast as it started.
1 more ink and it possibly turns the tide, sending the Beast to the inkwell and allowing you to establish the Hades. Buys you some time at least, but that was tough. That was really tough.
It was tough. I mean, I think the biggest issue here, of course, was Mai was not able to keep up with the board after dropping that McDuck Manor. Was the McDuck Manor would be great if we had additional things to follow up with. If we had other distractions, other characters to deal with the characters that Brian is forced to exert to deal with the McDuck Manor. We didn't have that. Brian masterfully put down that Prince John, started singing Sudden Chill, double singing Sudden Chill with the Deceiver of All. And I mean, how do you beat that? Yeah,
and dropping, and this is another weird card to mention in this scenario, but dropping Pete as a bigger body, able to clean up that manor because your other characters are doing other stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's tough. To your point, what Mai really needed is something to start answering these other characters. Fox perhaps cleaning things up, it's these must answer cards. Ursula Deceiver of All is every time it is a must answer. If you don't get rid of it, it will allow you to run away with the game.
If you don't get rid of it, it gets rid of you. That's what happens.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So we'll see. Really need to find something in the early game here to take care of that.
Mai has a lot of high cost characters pre-alter. We're taking a look now. We see more bells.
Yeah, and it's
Finders
tough.
Keepers, McDuck. These are all not the kind of cards you want to see at the start of this game.
The other thing I'll mention too is one of the answers to Ursula is getting a bell to stick early, because that it threatens the Ursula if it's removed. The problem is that an Ursula double sung Let the Storm Rage on is the answer to that bell, and she protects herself in that scenario.
Yeah.
So one of Mai's early game answers to remove some of those threats is susceptible to a pretty good counter.
Absolutely. And as I see some chatter about speaking of rotation, people summoning some dark evil, wanting Prince John to get reprinted. Color's Law, the defender of goodness and everything great, is like, don't you wish this evil in this world? Color's Law, I've got your back.
I wouldn't even mind Prince John as I still mind him, but I wouldn't mind him even as much if he had 1 lore.
Yeah.
He not only is he good, but he allows you to close out the game fast. Because that's one of the things these green steel decks have a problem with sometimes, is closing out the game.
Yeah. Or no, no ward. Let's just get rid of the ward.
Yeah, let's get rid of the ward. I agree.
We don't need the ward.
Yeah. So here we are, same opening as last game, a classic opening from this. Take a look at what we have, what we're dealing with. No songs there to be picked. We do have the bell, we have the Tipo ramp. So again, not a terrible opening hand, but
yeah, I mean,
we had the same last time. So,
oh my goodness. Okay, we see some thinking happening here. Let's see. Boomy, of course, has a. How's it going, Boomy?
Boomy's not. I didn't say him make him. I'm just saying, hey, it makes him. I don't understand why he has 2 lore. You made him really good, and then you gave him 2 lore. I'm not saying that's how you nerf him into ineffectiveness. I wasn't trying to bucky him.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
No. That makes it fair.
All right, Tipo allowing the ramp here. Again, mine needs to get to the point where her end game becomes available, so the ramp here is critical. Pete into the Inkwell on the other side, coming out with a Morph, such a versatile threat here. So many possible shifts. Of course, we have the old ones where they're used to. We've already seen Beast Tragic Hero, but one of the things we got last set in Arcasia's Island was Pete Space Pirate, which a lot of these decks have been running now. So many options to morph onto Pete.
Yeah, as we see the goat hit the table, we get a lure from my goat. Is not bad here. It's a strong. It's got a lot of strength. It can deal with problems if necessary. And Mai is kind of executing the plan right now. We've got to be careful not to enter into a phase where we're low on cards in hand. We've got like 2, and then Brian figures out a way to sing Sudden Chills, and then suddenly we're back in top deck mode.
Yeah, goat is an interesting card to get stuck here. It not the best card to play on turn 4 here, but it does one thing for you, which is it's the biggest thing it does for you here is it establishes a body that you can use either to threaten things, but more importantly, if that Tipo is removed, it gives you something to play the Fox, which we also have in hand if you need to threaten something else. But other than that, there's other ramp that we'd like to be doing. How far I'll go, perhaps. But yeah, Mai certainly not in as bad position last game because Brian hasn't managed to play and stick yet some of the bigger threat cards, although he has some of them in hand.
Yeah, that's 100% has them in hand. We see just that evil duo together, sitting, waiting to come out and say hi to Mai. We got that Prince John, the greediest of all. We've got the Diablo, the Devoted Herald. Just some of the finest Emerald cards on this side of the Mississippi.
So let's see. I think I can read some of the other cards, but for sure we know the top 2. We've got 3 inks set aside there. Let's see which way to go. Brian clearly debating here which direction he wants to take. There's a couple things I think that he wants to stick to get these combos going, and we are going to get the Prince John. That is, with Ward, impossible to remove. So we'll establish that. Brian not feeling particularly threatened right now, and so taking some time to establish this Prince John to get some of the discard shenanigans going that we saw before.
Yeah, certainly. Mai has to kind of respect that. We know that Prince John has the ward, as we've been discussing. So, you got to think about how do we work around this? How do we get to a point where we are not losing too many cards? They're not drawing too many cards. We start entering into the thought process about, okay, well, what do I ink? How do I keep myself effective? We're going to use that Elsa to tap down the Diablo. Would you have tapped down that Diablo, or would you have done more? What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, Mai knows exactly what she's doing here. She knows, all the shift options available on the morph. And I think I do the same thing. Mai knows what she has. She knows that Diablo represents a threat, and all he needs to do is top deck the Diablo or an action, and all of a sudden it's online. So clearly doesn't want to give Brian any more cards than necessary.
Certainly.
Also probably might have answers for some of the morph options.
Yeah, the scarier, bigger people that might be coming down.
That's true. And there's also, she's looking at, what happened before. Morph was their last turn. Beast Tragic Hero could have been shifted already.
Right.
But here we have the Diablo being shifted on the morph.
Yeah. I mean, that is kind of like it is. You're forcing them to use the morph instead of the Diablo to play that Diablo. That's got to feel bad, because we know that Brian's deck is running things like the beast that shifts. We potentially that Space Pirate. You'd expect the Space Pirate to be in here as well. So that kind of is that's very indicative of what is in Brian's hand. And if I was I mean, maybe I wouldn't say I feel great, but I'd say at least I know that he's willing to give this thing up for a Diablo, and there's not like necessarily something too scary waiting for me at inks 4 or 5 or anything like that.
Yeah.
And we see, we're kind of taking a look at Mai's hand. We do see Into the Unknown. We see the McDuck Manor there as well. Some better late game answers here.
Yeah, I guess I just think back through. I mean, I guess the morph is probably the better play, but it's really 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I think in this scenario, another morph into the Inkwell, and we're gonna move everything over to the Hidden Cove. Give it a little extra oomph.
Not that we have to worry about brawl, but hey, listen, one more strength and one more willpower messes the math up enough where you got to think about it. Elsa's suddenly aren't as strong as they were, which we do know Elsa's in play here. And you're kind of forced to figure the math out. Like, now I got to add a crab to this mix to make this Elsa do something.
No, that's exactly right. It just makes everything just a little more complicated. Oftentimes you're, and we've seen this with Hidden Cove quite a bit. You build your decks around very specific, damage, very specific removal options, which are tailored to very specific cards. And as soon as you throw that math off just a little bit, it makes everything you have a little less efficient. And my indicating, that Hidden Cove, potentially a problem. I'm just going to clear that out this turn as I work towards the end game here.
Yeah. I mean, we see that McDuck Manor is going to be big. If Mai can keep her board state the way that it is, we see that Brian is put in a position to use Let the Storm Rage On to try to draw cards, leaving Mai with characters that aren't able to be fully dealt with at the moment. But it's a card to draw for Brian. That's reason enough sometimes to play these cards. I get to see more cards.
Absolutely. Back over to my Beast Tragic Hero coming out on the board, managing to stick. So that card drawing engine now online with Diablo getting an extra card every turn, Beast Tragic Hero getting extra card every turn. Elsa's going to run into that Diablo there. Brian putting enough damage on it previously to make it a trade instead of a free removal.
Yeah.
And then Genie coming down now. Luckily, we got that Diablo out of the way first. Good sequencing there. We always like to draw before we play, but in this instance, get rid of that Diablo.
Yeah.
And then we see another card, and then I think a double quest there from Tipo.
It is, yep.
And
that goat has been around for a while. That goat has been here now for a few turns. It came down on 4 ink for Mai. It's been around for 2 turns. I mean, this pretty high value goat right now.
Goat's doing work. Doing work.
Yeah, we're not mad at it. We're not mad at Merlin when he's in goat form.
It's not kidding around.
Oh, we love it. We see, Mai's kind of thinking through it. This is a very critical moment in the game because if Brian can deplete that hand and then deal with this board, this game can be turned over quickly. Oof! So we see a second tragic hero beast hit the table. That is ouch. Okay, that's scary. That's scary. Because the thing about these tragic beasts is if you are able to get damage on them, they become very powerful. And suddenly that McDuck Manor is not that hard to deal with.
Yeah, it's really fast. And the wording on this manager. So there we go. We're going to get, make it extra angry. The thing is with it only works. I've seen people play this board. It only works at the start of your turn. I've actually seen people I've seen before people sing Let the Storm Rage on their own character to make it angry to then run into something. But it only triggers at the beginning of your turn. So I have to wait a whole new turn. But now, to your point, we can clean up that McDuck Manor pretty efficiently.
Yeah. I mean, it's at risk now, of course. There's a danger that Mai deals with it and gets that thing off the table. It wouldn't be a bad idea. And but Hades, that's a good Hades.
Last turn he was discarded. This game we have 7, sending that Beast Tragic Hero into the Inkwell. This card's been around since set 1 and has become a little more popular with the rise of Blurple. Genie running into that, as you mentioned before, cleaning up that beast.
Wow, there you go.
Wait, what cleaned up that beast? No, it's Tipo.
It was Tipo. Sorry. Yeah, Tipo who's
Beast quested.
Yes.
Genie quested. Yeah.
Thank you for your sacrifice, Tipo.
Yep. Tipo did a whole lot of work, and that's going to be it. Tipo is such an impactful card. Blue or Sapphire has always had ramp answers at 2.
Yeah.
And it's got more efficient ones than, we started with, 1 jump ahead, Mickey Mouse Detective on turn 3. But 1 jump ahead was always the default 2 ramp answer. And then we got Sail the Azure at Sea. But the thing about Tipo, and the reason everybody was so excited when it came out, is because it gives you that ramp, and then it gives you this annoying little body to stick around the board. And it's either going to get you a lure or 2, or it just sits there all game until you have the right moment to take advantage of it. And right there, Tipo just hanging on the board, just hanging around all game until all of a sudden it can run into a Beast Tragic Hero.
Oh yeah, beautifully done. And the thing about Blurple, the thing about Amethyst Sapphire is the Amethyst portion of that deck does such a good job of capitalizing on the character being there. I can crab Tipo, making it stronger.
Mm-hmm.
I can snake it. I can fox it. So it allows me avenues. And so when you think about these plays of leaving the character out, not tapping Tipo, there's a lot at play within Amethyst that you have to consider, because it is a strong mechanism to taking something off the board that's a surprise. So Tipo in Amethyst, I think, is fantastic. Such a good card.
I totally agree with you. So I think one of the things we saw in this game, we saw definitely difference between play draw disparity here, but we also saw, Brian on the first game, I think on his closer to his ideal draw, able to get the game plan online early, use the curve effectively. Game 2, not quite there. We also haven't seen him leverage the Diablo shift early game, so there's some even more powerful lines that are available. Blurple doesn't have amazing answers for that in the early game. So we'll see. I think a lot of it depends on Brian's draw here on the play. There are openings which make this game very difficult for Mai to win.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, Mai managing to hit her ramp on turn 2, which is super important. Turn 4, perhaps not as efficient with the goat, although the goat eventually did work. But we'll see. I think, in these games, inevitability is with the Blurple player.
Yeah.
But if you can get through the mid game, there it is again, Diablo and Diablo.
We see friends. So we know that there's one action. Of course, when we're dealing with Emerald, you're dealing with Ursula. So
I think there's a high likelihood that friends gets sent to the Inkwell right now. But sometimes you keep it and you force them to play.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So Mai is saying, you know what? If you got it, you got it, and play it. Yep. Play it if you got them.
She is on the draw. She gets that extra card, and you're also saying, hey, if you were playing Ursula on turn 2 and picking my friends, that's fine.
Yep.
That's fine. I'd rather you be doing that than something else on turn 2.
Oh, but
like playing a morph.
Like playing a morph.
So here it is, morph coming down, representing a huge threat in this deck on turn 3. There's plenty that you can shift onto it. So let's see. Bell there, singing friends from the other side. A great use of Bell, that first turn Bell in this color combo. Getting 2 extra cards, and that'll give her a little breathing room if that discard engine does get going.
Oh, there's Tipo again.
Tipo coming down. What a great sequence here. Fantastic opening from the Blurple deck. Bell singing friends, Tipo inking that extra card. So you're getting some ramp while not putting yourself at the huge disadvantage you usually do.
Correct.
By losing cards in this discard deck.
And let's be real here. The primary reason why being on the draw is a disadvantage is because you are forced to play cards one turn earlier than your opponent. Your opponent gets to play out 3 cost characters before you. What Mai effectively does by playing Tipo is she eliminates that on the play disadvantage that she has. She gives herself a little bit closer to getting that tempo back, to potentially overtaking the tempo, and then, getting to that point where she can turn those characters sideways to that magical number 20 lore.
And here we go, turn 4, big turn, getting that genie on board. That's an answer for the Diablo if it comes online. Establishing that is pretty important at this point in the game.
Yeah.
Bell here looks like we're gonna get 1 lore out of it. You may as well. But plenty of options available here. There's so many shift targets there. Pete is a target for Space Pirate Captain or Space Pirate. Beast Tragic Hero can come down. There's just a lot this deck could do this turn, although not an amazing hand. We do see the Ursula Deceiver of All paired with Let the Storm Rage On over on Brian's side.
Yes.
So Brian would love to establish this card and then use it to take out the genie next turn. So we'll see if this sticks around.
Yeah, Mai will need to deal with it. I think going into a 5th ink situation, being able to Elsa that thing would be fantastic for her. That's likely what she's hoping to get. Now, looking at her hand, we do see Crab. I can't see the whole thing. She might have it. Let's see if she has it. Let's see what presents itself here.
And Brian also, at the end of turn, sending that sudden chill into the Inkwell, getting that little extra ink advantage. And another card that could hang around for Deceiver of All later, but Mai has managed to keep her hand pretty healthy with the Genie, the Friends, the Popsicle, all replacing themselves. And so even that sudden chill on its own without the Prince John doesn't represent a huge threat. But the hand size right now for Mai, giving her a lot of extra breathing room.
Yeah, and she's opting to just move forward. She's identifying that she is in the control right now. She's in the driver's seat, and she's just trying to take advantage of that and get the quest in. As we double sing with the Deceiver of All, that Let the Storm Rage On gets rid of a Genie that offers Brian 2 more cards to draw, which in there we see another Deceiver of All.
Mm-hmm.
Oof, yuck.
We do have the Diablo now, and we have the Bruno to shift it if we want to get that online. But the Genie represents a check on the Diablo. But the thing is, so the Genie represents a check on the Diablo, but right now, Mai has the power on board to clean up the Deceiver of All. So there is a possibility Brian could just say, hey, I'm going to play 2 big threats. You can only remove one of them. He could also play the other Deceiver of All and allow her to stick around. That may be the safer play. But he could go like wide with big threats here if he wanted to. We also have the Muses we could establish to do some bouncy shenanigans. So many options.
Yeah, opting to ink the Deceiver of All.
Okay, and Morph is going to clean up that Tipo. And again, that Tipo combined with the Genie is what threatened the Deceiver of All. So not necessarily a trade you want to make because of the threat that Morph represents, but definitely valuing keeping that Deceiver of All on board. And now we have established the Muses, and this can do some shenanigans.
It can. I mean, Muses is an interesting card in this particular matchup. A lot of the things that you're going to be having to choose as a target, I mean, the Genie. So it'll prevent you it'll prevent your opponent from gathering too much lore too quick. However, these characters in Amethyst that are lower, as we see, into the unknown take effect, sending the Deceiver of All into the Inkwell.
But Finders Keepers to 3 more cards.
Very powerful. There's one way that you can beat discard, Liam.
Draw more cards.
Draw more cards, dude. Just keep drawing.
Draw more cards. And my doing that this game, what a healthy hand size.
Yeah.
So one of the things you mentioned, the checking the genies and all that. The checking the genie keeps the Diablo safe.
Yes.
That's one of the big things here is you want to, Brian's been going through his hand, not a lot of cards, like 1 or 2 left in hand at this point. You want to keep that Diablo safe. And so you find ways to check it. Here, we're going to send the genie back to hand with, we don't talk about Bruno. We're going to discard a card at random from the hand.
And there's so many options at this point in Mai's hand.
Absolutely. And then we can bounce that Diablo as well.
As they randomly determine, and they've assigned a number order.
1 through 6. Perfect. Yep. Perfect number. And it's the genie. Not a terrible card to hit.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you'd like to hit an Elsa if you could, but Genie, not terrible.
Yeah. Genie's not bad. I mean, Genie can help you get to an Elsa if you don't have one. Genie is also going to get you to just quest really crazy, can really speed the game up.
Peter Pan. Oh man, you wanted that Diablo to stick around, but Mai had the answer in hand the whole time. So that's what you would have rather hit.
Yes.
This is the Peter Pan Shadow Hunter, or Shadow Finder. And there it is, cleaning up that Diablo. What an impactful play here.
Man, that was crazy. Yeah.
And we're going to get another one in play, and just for good measure, and a Diablo. So plenty of evasive answers here. Blurple going the go wide route here, but 2 muses on the board.
Okay. That's a thing that can certainly create some weird situations. Muses, of course, great for keeping control of the board when there's smaller characters. We know that Peter Pan, of course, can be targeted. However, is that something you really want to send back into Mai's hand at this point? Oh,
Mystic's gonna.
Love the Mystic.
You can slide damage around with this, but the muses with ward, you can't choose them to slide that damage over to. So that damage stuck where it is.
It is,
unfortunately, or at least on your side of the board.
Correct. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yep.
But importantly, for willpower and 2 lore, it's one of the ways you can start closing out this game.
Yeah, you turn characters sideways. That is the main way you win this game. Mai's doing that, and we love to see it. Can Brian? Brian dealing with the first Peter Pan.
So we're going to do that. The muses then are going to bounce 2 characters, each of them trigger, and we're left with that Bell Mystic on the other side of the board.
Which that Bell Mystic is nothing to scoff at. That thing is pretty beefy.
It is. I mean, 4/4. And it represents a threat. So had Mai not dropped that on the board, the muses, start to quest here, start to get a couple extra lore. But that card threatens them and keeps them checked, keeping Brian from squeaking out, an extra lore here or there.
Oh yeah. Oh,
here we have the Fox coming back, bringing back the Mystic, and we will play her again. Just a tool to get the Fox on the board here. Once again, her ability doesn't matter at this point, but just trying to get another body on the board.
Oh yeah. I mean, at this point, we keep them fresh. We keep them standing up, not exerted. It forces Brian to have to deal with these characters in awkward ways, as we see him singing another song. Let the Storm Rage On. Not a double sing, just 1, so it's good for 2 damage.
Okay, one card.
Oh, choosing to bounce his own muses back. Okay. That's always an interesting decision when you have to send back a character of yours to replay but to do similar things, to keep it standing up, to prevent you from sending the Fox, which is just primed and ready to deal with the muses. And Brian is saying, listen here with your Fox. All right, you calm down. Not this turn, maybe next turn.
Yeah, you can quest. You can quest for that Fox and keep him over there.
Yeah.
And exactly what Mai will do. A little bit of questing there, going up to 12. We're going to drop another Fox, bounce the Bell, and bring the Bell back.
Yes. We are in a Fox loop, my friends. We are in the Fox hole.
Oh dear. And Brian just not a lot of answers, digging a little bit with some of his cards, looking for something that can answer this. Really, you have to establish, in this deck, you really have to establish a combo. You do have Beyond the Horizon there, but
is it worth it? And I think Brian is saying it is worth it.
It is worth it at this point. Play her outs, and perhaps you get some outs here. Mai still has a sizable hand. She's done a lot of bouncing and replaying, so 4 cards. We'll ditch those 4, draw 4 fresh ones, and hopefully Brian draws into one of the combo pieces that he needs to do some work. Something I don't know. I mean, Prince John and a discard.
Prince John and Sudden Chill.
Is that what we have?
Yeah, I see it's a Prince John and Sudden Chill.
Okay.
The third card I'm not 100% on. Oh no, that was not Prince John. I'm sorry. I'm wrong about that. It's not a Prince John.
So we're just hard playing the.
Yeah.
Did I say 2? I meant 3. 3? I don't know what I'm being corrected on.
Who knows anymore? It's okay.
Who knows? Maybe. And there we have Pete, Space Pirates.
Yeah, Pirates in the Sky.
Yeah, Pete, a card when he's exerted, your opponent can't sing songs, and also gives all of your pirates, including himself, resist 1. Great card that worked into these colors from Arcasia's Island. One of the things that makes Pete so good is he has a really great shift target in Pete Games Referee, which every Steel deck runs anyway. So,
correct.
Unfortunately, he's a big body. He'll do a little bit to check the board, but not immediately impactful. And now McDuck Manor, which probably represents the closer here.
Yeah, at this point, if you're you start turning things sideways. Okay. You show that you've got this game in lock. You force Brian into a really weird situation where nothing can really. He can only deal with one thing at a time, but it doesn't matter. We do see another Muses in hand. We see Pete. Yep, there goes the Muses. But here the thing is the only thing that Brian can target with a song is going to be the Genie if he chooses to bounce that back. Opting to do so, trying to reduce that questing pressure that Mai has on him.
Yeah, it's a lot. And that Manor, I mean, there is a decent board cleanup here, but that Manor just represents a lot of willpower on the board.
Yeah.
Pete able to go in and challenge that Bell and remove that 2 lore, perhaps buying another turn, but it's going to be rough. Yes, I'm sorry, everybody. I see that. If I misspoke, I meant, draw 3. That's what you get when you talk so fast. I get excited. Manor closing things out. Pete cleaning up that Bell and that resist coming into play. It's probably too much to deal with, but hey, play to your outs. Let's it's game 3.
Yeah. Does Mai have the goat? We got to see if she has it. We do see she has friends. So if she doesn't have goat, she has a chance to get to a goat. She can quest with her characters and goat for the win. She can, let's see. Oh, we see friends.
Friends, okay.
Into the Unknown.
Draw a couple
and a
more
T-Bow.
cards.
Those aren't goats.
Into the Unknown will be a great answer for that.
Man,
Space Pirate.
What a great use of that
card. Right. It's a little bit of win more in this scenario, but man, if the lore totals were closer, what an impactful draw there. Yeah. Sending Pete Space Pirate. We know where it's going. It's into the Inkwell, and Genie coming down for good measure, and just not enough. Golly,
wow,
Blurple! What a crazy turn of events. Game 1 seemed very one-sided. The Blurple deck just getting crushed by the discard power of Emerald Steel there. Game 2, a little bit closer. Mai powering back and taking it. In this game, it just felt like she was in the driver's seat most of the game.
She was, yeah.
But fantastic match, and fantastic match. Both these players, though, in good position, I think, to qualify for the top cut. Mai, I think, clearly in the driver's seat in that regard, and Brian still able to make it with another win or two.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the one loss does not hurt Brian's ability to get in. He should be okay as long as he can uphold the record and still maintain that. Both players playing so well, though.
Fantastic.
What great games. I love watching both of these players play. What's up, Jack? What's up, buddy?
This is for you.
Oh, what?
Your Mai.
What? Oh, are you kidding me?
This was a great time to hand it to you.
Oh, look at this. My friend, look, I got a Mai Tai. It's got my name on it.
Oh my
this
goodness.
Is great. Oh, excuse me. I know we're supposed to be wearing jackets and stuff.
We wear whatever we want. We're in your house.
Yeah. You know what? You're right. This is our house. I'm a Mai Tai. Excuse me.
We're in your house.
Oh,
you wear what you want.
This is fantastic. I love that. You guys are the best. Honestly, you guys are so good. And I love the colors, by the way. Purple, great color.
Purple, great color. That's amethyst.
It's amethyst. It's what you should have been wearing. You should have been wearing it pink on an amethyst roll.
The dice,
Liam.
The dice spoke. The dice spoke and said, "I had to wear." Wear this. Look at that. It looks good.
They did their research. It fits beautifully.
It looks good. How special.
Oh, this is great. Look at that.
And what a time to sorry, I'm off camera. What a time to receive it too. After watching and commenting a match, Mai doing some work with her Blurple deck, playing Amethyst, and to get an Amethyst jersey, look at that.
I love this. Thank you to all the Mai Tais out there. A great team to be on. I do love my Illuminati, but Mai Tais is definitely up there. Excuse me. This is staying on me the whole time.
It's one of my favorite team names that exists as well. There's some great team names out there. But,
Mai Tais are people who love watching my matches. They're fans of Mai.
Yeah.
Oh, this is beautiful. Look at this. A perfect fit. This is great.
Look at that.
Look at this. This is fantastic. I love it. Thank you, friends. Thank you, Mai Tai.
How cool. And it has your name on it.
Yes. Look at this.
What's 27?
I don't
Is that
know.
any significance?
I don't know.
Maybe you're the 27th jersey.
Oh, that'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, together we are Blurple. That's a good. That's a good observation.
Oh man,
here it is. Oh well, congratulations! What a special gift.
This is one of the greatest gifts I've ever gotten, and I'm including the birth of my son. Thank you.
Which he will watch back one day on. No, it's fantastic. How special. I'm really that would have. All right.
Yes.
See, I'm gonna cry again. You all make me cry again. I love the Lorcana community. I love the way everybody, we all support. It's gonna get cheesy, folks. I love the way everybody supports each other, and these have of showing appreciation for what all of us do in our roles. It's not as cool as a jersey, but
that is so cool though.
Friendship bracelets became a thing in the Lorcana community a while ago. I don't know if it copied Taylor Swift or what, but I always now when I commentate or even play in tournaments wear these gifts from Lorcana community, and I can tell you who made each one. And this was from Enchanted Hunter's daughter Kyla, who has a good channel. So and Caroline Lorcana Bell with this one, and Alyssa, Matt Hang's wife, and so fun stuff.
That is so cool. Honestly, yes. This Lorcana Craze says in the chat, this community is just top notch. This is a fact. This is a fact. Get in here. You got to get in the camera.
Oh, sorry. I keep leaning out. Yeah. I'm used to being on the other side, so I'm gonna,
we switch.
Yeah, it keeps me on my toes. But that jersey's so special.
Thank you.
Yeah, and now whenever I see you wearing it on your amazing streams, I'm going to know exactly when you got it.
I know, right? We can go back to this moment. Oh, this is great. Oh, Aaron, they're talking. Go.
Hey everybody, welcome back to SSG. The interview duo is back with our most recent winner, Mai. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So you were just saying before we went live that you can't believe that you're here. And why is that? You're such an amazing player.
I mean, there's so many amazing players that come to SSG. Every single time I'm amazed by all these players coming out here all the way to the store and to play. And I was a little bit worried about my deck. I was playtesting, the last set jams. The discard was just destroying everything.
Mm-hmm.
So me being in my Blurple deck, I was like, okay, if I get the right cards, I could probably pull it off.
Mm-hmm.
And in the first game, I was obviously not pulling it off.
Right.
So I was like, oh my god, I could probably win on the play, but I don't know if I'm gonna win on the draw again. You know? And so it's with certain cards, it's you never know.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you discard my whole hand.
That was painful, yes. Yeah. So I heard multiple times throughout the shop that you are not normally a Blurple player, but you piloted that deck so well. What was the impetus for the shift? Kind of why did you decide that you were going to branch outside your normal deck?
So there is a really good player named Mikey, and I always looked up to him. I always look for him for advice. So when the Into the Unknown card got released, and it's kind of like a Let It Go, but you play it earlier, you could play it earlier on or with less a less higher amount of characters. I was like, I could totally this could totally change the entire Blurple deck.
Yeah,
I could totally just put important cards that need to be into the inkwell with that early on if I needed to. So then I realized last tournament that I was here, Purple Steel that I was playing wasn't doing so well. So I went into Blurple and I've been loving it so far. So I just stuck to it for this tournament, even if I wasn't sure before coming in here.
I have to say it means so much to me, especially with this little one, to watch women dominating this game, and you're such an incredible player.
Thank you.
Do you have any advice for new TCG players, women who are looking to come into a really competitive field like we have here at SSG and might feel a little intimidated?
I would say it is definitely having so many men around here. It is a little bit intimidating, but you just have to realize when you play, you just got to play for yourself, and you no matter who your opponent is. So playing against one of the FG members who is like an established team. Oh my god, my heart was dropping the entire time. I couldn't even imagine that I was playing on stream against him.
You couldn't tell. You kept your cool the whole game.
I had to sing songs to get myself out of it in my head, or else I was just gonna lose my entire cool. But yeah, just like do this for yourself. As long as you keep believing that you can do it, you can definitely get there.
Awesome. Well, do you have any questions?
Yes.
Any? I don't think she has any questions at this point. Thank you all so much.
This amazing jersey called the Mai Tais. These are for Mai's fans. It has my name on it. Mai, amazing. We love Mai. And if you want to join the Mai Tais, we're accepting applications. Come and join the best team there is. So congratulations, Mai. So I just wanted to jump in and show the jersey.
God.
Oh, he's also got the jersey on.
I love that Mai's fan club has just joined us. This is amazing. I want to join the Mai Tais. I need to join the roster. Oh my gosh. Well, thank you so much, Mai. Best of luck to the rest of the day. I cannot wait to see how you perform, and thanks for taking the time. Absolutely. Back to the folks in the casting booth.
And so that was the third time that I beat Mike Tyson in a boxing match.
Sorry.
And he said, he said that was
wow.
Never seen that before. So
I'm just impressed you got to keep all your teeth.
Yeah, I know. It's really good. Oh, we're back.
Hey.
Hey.
You might know me from having run from that other room.
You might know me from out there. What a fun event.
Rooster just said my favorite. Mine might look like a sheep, but she's a wolf. 100%. Do not sleep on that.
That's true.
We love it. Oh my goodness. It's a wild time out here, folks.
It is. What a great, we'll talk more about the meta and decks and stuff in a moment, but just to want to highlight one more time, we talk all about how the Lorcana communities, I think it's a special place in the TCG world.
Yeah.
A lot of families play, really welcoming atmosphere. I love it so much. And there's a lot of good TCGs out there, but Lorcana has felt particularly special to me with the jerseys and the bracelets and all that. And SSG, you all down here, this is my second time. And both times I've been incredibly impressed with the community vibe, with how supportive everybody here in the store is and who's part of the official team is of the local community. Yeah. And you strike a fantastic balance between supporting your local players and the local community, and taking care of everybody who is grinding out games here in South Florida, but also the broader Lorcana community. Yeah. And trying to expose everybody watching out there to some top tier Lorcana talent, inviting people from around the country into these events. And it's a really awesome vibe. So if you haven't had the chance, if you're in the Florida area and managed to come, now it's in the bottom of Florida.
Yeah, fair enough.
But if you're in the Florida area and manage to come out to one of these, to visit the store, to come to these events, they're really great. And if you have the opportunity to fly into one, you should come experience one because it's pretty special. Yeah.
I mean, pricing is fair in terms of like entry when you get here. Just like the even if you don't like everybody's gonna show up. You don't come here if you don't think you're gonna win. I get that. You don't fly here to say I might lose. Even if that happens to you, if your tournament journey is over, your experience at SSG is not over. We've got the Blossom Pods. We're running Win-A-Boxes. So as soon as round 3 was done and we had enough people to start pods, they were doing side events. So people are winning products still. So even though some people lost, they're still having a great time. It's $15 to enter into these events. So it's not expensive at all. So you can win a box for $15 if you're able to beat out your pods. The way they work, they are single elimination, 3 rounds. You win your 3 rounds, you win the box. Pretty simple stuff. So even if you don't make it, there's still an opportunity for you to be very successful down here. As Liam's pointing out, have a great time. I mean, it's awesome. We for those of you that I mean, certainly if you've never been here, you don't know this. But SSG has kind of grown into other storefronts.
You keep knocking down walls.
Yeah, we're like taking over the entire plaza. The most recent expansion, it eats into what used to be a kitchen, and so there's a bar out there. We do not serve alcohol here, so kids they're fine here. No alcohol served here. There's a bar out there, and above the bar we keep a television. This stream is being played above that bar right now. Mm-hmm. And one of my favorite things is to go out there kind of midstream. And as the players are done with their matches, winning and documenting them, and they go over there, they pick up snacks, they grab something to drink, and they're just hovered around this bar. It feels like you're in a sports bar, and it's just all of us together, kind of looking at this TV. And last event, there was a young kid that was playing. His name is Zane, top deck king in our South Florida Lorcana network chat. He was playing against Hector. No, I'm sorry. He was playing against Zan. It was Zan versus Zane. I apologize.
Oh, Zan and Zane?
It was Zan and Zane. His dad was standing outside there at the bar, and he was yelling at the top of his lungs, "That's my son." Like, he was just so proud. So like those moments is exactly why I love this game, why I love this community. It is fantastic. If you can get out here, you have to get out here. You have to get out here. It's great. It's great. But if you can't, we do our best to try to bring this to you as best as we can, because we know if you're out there and you're watching Lorcana, no matter where you are, we want you to feel as if you're sitting here with us enjoying this, because it's all about bringing people together, and we love it.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's great. Well, we're glad you're here, though. We're glad your family's here too.
I love being here, and thank you all for having Aaron and Elena and I. And it was a wonderful trip, and we're super excited to be here.
Yeah,
and we're super excited that you all watching are taking the time to hang out with us, even between rounds. So for anybody joining us, we're between rounds. We're going into round 6. Am I right?
Sure. Yes. Question mark.
Okay, round 6.
Yes,
6 of 7 rounds. So this is the point of the day where, some people have secured the top cut. Some people are fighting for the bubble. So every game now that we're going to see super impactful, because it's pretty much, lose and any of these top tables is pretty much lose and you're out. A lot of people are going to be drawing in. Who do we have still competing here?
So taking a look at round 5 action here, where are we at with? Oh, sorry. Where did it go? Where is it? Standings? No, not standings.
Oh, yeah, we're still waiting. I think we're still waiting for some round 5 results to come in.
Yes. All right. So taking a look towards the top. So Zack Bivens actually is no longer undefeated. He took a loss from his opponent. So Zack Bivens is not undefeated.
Oh my goodness.
Dylan Crowley is still undefeated. Well, what's that? That's the one we watched. Yeah. So we know that. I mean, we're kind of reaching up towards the end here. We've got some SSG players that are still kind of in the mix. We have FS, who's Ray. Actually, Ray is the person who's like done the art for the mats.
Oh, fantastic!
So there's a pretty good shot. Oh, depending on what their circumstances are, they did lose that match, but they're still in the running for top 8. So there's still a lot of top matches to take a look at. A lot of stakes to be had, and I think that we're going to come across that as we see where we're at in terms of points. But to your point, there's a lot of stuff that has to happen. Players have to consider whether or not it's an advantageous time for them to double intention. They intentionally draw. Sometimes you don't have that ability. Famously, if you're Zack Bivens, you don't do that.
That's right.
That's not an option for Zack Bivens, and he's not wrong. If I have to say, because there's something very powerful in being number 1 in Swiss. For those of you who've never been to an event, who've never been to a DLC, or have never been to a major event like this, the main advantage that you get for being number 1 in Swiss is you get to go first in every match in your top cut. And boy, oh boy, that is one heck of an advantage. So, something to think about. Some people just want to get in. Some people want top cut, and they want to do it all the way through.
That's true. It's an interesting choice made by Ravensburger early on to make that kind of the tournament standard, because it does incentivize continued play. So one thing I'll note too on that, just because it's fun, I don't know, and we're going into Worlds. Zack actually got his Worlds invite through the strength of his continued DLC record and finishing top. And then got an invite that way.
Yep.
And so him choosing not to, in that particular or in a couple tournaments, draw it all and win out and go into as the top seed, actually got him his world qualification.
Correct.
So fascinating there. But yeah, it's always fun to see when you get to these rounds how people are going to play it out, game it out, and then there's a lot of people on the bubble who are just trying to scratch and claw their way in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how we do that. I mean. So we have Zack Bivens here.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen what he's playing. We know what he's playing.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I would, and I know it's like rude. Like in fact, I was on the ICL or last week. I was on the ICL, and I kind of joked with Luke Wonderland about what he was going to be bringing to Worlds, and of course he He said, "Oh yeah, no, I'd love to talk about that." And he muted himself as he started talking.
That's really funny.
I'm like, Luke, I love you, and yet, yes, thank you for doing that. So it's rough. Like, and we see these players testing decks that they don't normally play.
Mm-hmm.
We know, as we know now, the world's format is triple deck constructed. We now know the rules of that. So you got to wonder, like, what is Zack Bivens learning about playing Amber Emerald? Like, what is he learning by doing that? What lessons is he gathering from that so that he can parlay that, turn that into a success at Worlds, so that he can win that thing? You know,
I don't know. I did talk with him a little bit, and he. Because all these Worlds players, and you see some. Zach's not the only one playing in events here, but the last thing, like up until Worlds, but the last thing you want is to tip your hand, obviously. So
yeah, certainly.
I talked to him, and he was like, if I actually wanted to, if I was aiming to win, like my goal was to win this tournament, he's like, I wouldn't have played this deck. But it's fun, and what I was gathering from him is, one, it's fun to play, but two, he didn't understand it as well as other decks in the meta. He took a little bit of a twist on the lemon lime combo and said, hey, I think this is good. I'm not positive, and I want to understand it better. But if it was one that I think he was dead set on taking in, I'm not sure we would have seen it today. But of course, these things have a way of changing your mind. Perhaps you love it so much that it ends up changing your calculus.
Listen, that you just described like sometimes meals at a restaurant for me. I have like go-to meals, and then someone lets me taste a little bit of their meal, and you know what? I have a new go-to meal now. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of things to be learned from watching this stream. I mean, so far, I think we'll discuss like the idea that not a lot has changed from last set to this set. Not a lot has changed. There's these pieces that seem to augment or enhance what the deck is kind of already doing. Is there any, like, we're now approaching this point in the tournament where we've seen we're approaching the point where the undefeated decks are basically few and far in between now. So we've seen what operates at the top. We're going to start to see decks that are towards the middle as we see what kind of is at the win and end situation. So I'm curious if we see something different with the win and ends than we do with like the ones that are at the top. But what's if you had to kind of summarize your vibe on how this set, how this format or this meta is going to shape? And granted, you only have one day. You've been watching this today.
A few hours.
If you had to like make a call, like how does this shape out? What would you say over the next like 2 to 3 months?
I mean, broadly, it's still tough to tell because stuff changes so frequently. I remind everybody back in the start of set 7, Arcasia's Island. Week 1, you had Zan Sayed come out swinging with this item deck that shot the price of several cards like to the moon. And everybody was like, oh my goodness, this deck, Oswald, right? This deck is unbeatable. This deck is amazing. And then we saw people counter it. We saw. And then we saw the best counter of all, which was a ban of, 2 of the key cards.
Strike you down.
But even before that, we saw people kind of shifting away from that. And we saw Aaron Rubin, a very talented player and Zan's testing partner, bring this deck into the Hunter Burton Memorial Tournament and lose in the finals to Amethyst Steel, which was pretty much unchanged from the previous set. So all that is to say, it's still too early to make, I think, any solid calls. But I do think one thing I'm pretty confident saying is that Ruby Sapphire is where it was so dominant before. It is still a very good deck, but perhaps not quite as dominant as it was before, and perhaps we'll lose some steam. We also see Ruby Amethyst, losing a bit of momentum here at the start of the set. And so those two decks, which are always like powerhouses and mainstays, don't seem to have the influence that they did. Instead, a solid bevy of steel decks kind of at the top, decks that can be customized multiple different ways. And perhaps that's the biggest takeaway to me is the decks that I see performing, the color combos I see performing the most well right now, or the best, are ones that have a lot of room to adapt within those colors. And the perfect example of this, I think, is Amber Steel, which can go a very, very aggressive direction, or it can go a more traditional Steel Song direction with a whole new world. And there's a bunch of stuff in between. You see the same thing with Amethyst Emerald, where you can go like the discard route, which is a very specific build for that deck, or you can play the more traditional tempo version, which we've seen here on stream as well. And so those are the decks, to me, the color combos that seem to be faring very well are the ones with a lot of diversity in the build. Whereas some of the others, which tend to be a little more formulaic, with a very traditional build like Ruby Sapphire. And there are I don't want to say there's no variations to Ruby Sapphire, but the game plan of the deck is generally very similar. Maui Shark or no Maui Shark is one of the
the classic philosophical question.
Yeah, but I don't see any cards that are truly changing things. The one exception is I have not seen Beyond the Horizon played yet. I've seen a couple Whole New Worlds.
Yeah,
and I've been talking to some players, and they think that the dynamic of that card can truly change the dynamic of certain matchups and how you play them. Big difference for them in decks that want to play that card between dumping your whole hand and drawing a whole new hand and only getting 3 back when you're the player choosing to play that card. So that's one that I have my eye on to see how it really changes some of the statistics in these matchups. I'm sorry, that was a really long answer.
No, but I asked you a very broad question, so it makes perfect sense. Yeah, I'm glad you answered that. And I think the other thing too that I'm starting to notice is that decks that tend to be like locked into like a certain deck list, like this is a 61 card deck list. I need every 61 of these cards. Those tend, because to your point, because they're less versatile, they don't have those tech slots, those tech spots that allow you to kind of bend and wave with the meta. Oh, there's more Steel Song in the meta. I can put in these heavier, this heavier willpower characters. Oh, Ruby's back. Okay, we need higher strength. Just kind of these tech slots that help you solve for that. That tends to be an issue too. I've noticed too. So, all that to say, we've got a match coming up, and what we've got coming up here, my boy Skinner, and a fellow Mai Tai member.
Oh, Mai Tai. Let's go, Mai Tais. Stephanie's looking for you.
Okay.
She's right out there.
Yes.
She has something for you.
Yes.
She thought I was Gabe. She's like, just the man I'm looking for, Gabe. And I'm like, not the man you're looking for.
I own a great debt. So
just the man I'm looking for. Somebody who can find Gabe.
Somebody who looks like you. Hi, friends.
Hi.
How'd it go?
What a great time. Anytime you get to commentate Lorcana,
it's one of our bounty matches. Ooh.
Oh, we see that there. Anytime you get to talk about Lorcana, I love talking anyway, and I love Lorcana. Anytime you get to sit in a booth and make people listen to you talk about Lorcana,
absolutely.
Yeah, except all the people who have me muted right now because they're like, that guy talks too much.
Negative. No, that's definitely not happening. Yeah, I took a little lap around there. Got to see some people out on the floor there. It's
what'd you learn?
What did I learn? I learned that pizza's delicious. That was something that I definitely learned. I learned that there's not, at least from what I could see, I mean, I could only see so far, but I know you were talking with Gabe a little bit about Beyond the Horizon, but I have not seen any down in New Orleans today. I thought this was going to be a card that was really going to shake up the meta. And shake up just decks in general, just being able to sing. Everybody was talking about Naveen. Oh my God, you're going to play Naveen and then you're going to play 6 cost characters for free. Haven't seen it. So does it exist? Probably, but interesting to see that. I have not seen a lot of Sapphire representation, and the little that I have seen has been mostly Ruby related. So interesting. Just something I don't know if people didn't cook up for this event for that, or maybe it's just people tested it and saw that it wasn't all that. I don't know. We're going to have to see.
We shall see, and we will see how this match goes because we're off to the races now.
Absolutely.
Diablo is coming down, staring at each other, followed by a quick quest from Manuel there, and the Diablo going back to hand to play the snake. Big board presence there. And back on the other side, it's an Ursula coming on, a shiny D23 Ursula.
Oh yeah, Kylie loves his enchanted, loves his expensive stuff.
Oh goodness, we're going to see a full deck of glare here.
Always.
Oh my goodness, I can't wait.
If there's a foil version, Kylie's got it. Whatever the max rarity is, Kylie's playing it. So that's the way he rolls, and very well known for playing green steel. He's been on this deck for quite some time, so very familiar with it. I think he is playing some Beyond the Horizons in this list. I don't think it's a full set, but I do think there's a couple sprinkled in. So we may get to see the impact of that card here, but for now, I'm pretty much traditional. We just see the Diablo and the Ursula, which is a pretty standard start here. No shift on the Diablo here, so we didn't get the ultimate high roll, which is okay. But Manuel will go ahead and quest back over with this snake and add a Sisu, a little bit of classic here, classic red-purple here.
Man, feels like 2 sets ago.
Yeah, where's the Flynn Rider? That's all we're missing.
That's all we're missing right now.
Absolutely. So Kylie will get the ball back in his court as he pays 3 for maybe a Prince John. No, it's a
Deceiver of All.
Deceiver of All, which can potentially, whenever I see that, I get sirens start going off in my head and like, we gotta get rid of this card ASAP. Like there is not a lot of time.
100%.
Yeah, so we'll see if Manuel's able to brawl here or what he's able to come up with.
Yeah, we did see that last game. I mean, this is there are very few cards. Well, not there are very few cards. There's some cards that fall into the must answer category. Diablo is one of them, the Shift Diablo, and Ursula Tibural is another one where if you manage to get it to stick and you can do one or two things with it, it can really quickly allow you to run away with the game, especially in this build.
Of course, yeah, and red purple traditionally does not like getting their hand discarded. They don't have a lot of ways to save their hand from the impending doom of the sudden chills. So a double chill off this Ursula would be very, very bad for Manuel. But we see him very classic with the Queen's Castle. We're throwing it back a bit.
Well, it would, but Manuel taking a very aggressive opening here. And this is the thing. Even if Kylie now manages to spend a turn, let's say dropping the Prince John and then double singing, we do have the Muses now, and we'll see if we'll get impact from... So we do have the sudden chill. We'd love for that to be a Prince John instead. But unfortunately, both of those characters... stronger than what you need to bounce with the Muses. So, but what I was saying is Manuel managed to race ahead and putting 5 lore on the board, a lot of willpower as well. So even if he manages to crush Manuel's hand, like Kylie managed to crush his hand like he did, here has to answer the board here, and not a lot of very strong characters out there, or at the very least, characters that you'd rather have sitting back and leveraging their abilities or singing rather than challenging into things. So, let's see.
For sure. And because he has no cards in hand, the Sisu actually is small enough where he can bounce it back to Manuel's
whittled it
hand.
down enough.
Yeah, that's a good play there. Heads up play from Kylie, going ahead and emptying out his hand enough.
Doing the math and doing it right. A good sequence there.
Absolutely. But now the problem is both players are essentially in top deck mode. And we do have this Queen's Castle, which does need to be attended to quite quickly. That's another card that gives me some trauma when I think about it. I know there was a time and place when Be Prepared in Queen's Castle was the way to get to the finish line. So hopefully Manuel's not able to find a Be Prepared here, because Kylie would definitely be feeling the pain of this location here. But so far, location just, ticking up 2 lore a turn, which is not to be ignored, but no real devastating. Okay, we're going to get that back.
Yeah, I mean, what a fantastic back and forth here. I'm kind of on the edge of my seat here, managing to stick that snake into the Queen's Castle that, will want to be answered. Otherwise, again, you draw a card off of it in addition to the 2 lore. Manuel racing ahead to 7. Kylie kind of hitting the game plan here, double singing the sudden chill, crushing Manuel's hand. But without that, Prince John is running a little bit low on resources.
For sure.
So the Hidden Cove is nice. It'll give you a little extra strength to deal with that Queen's Castle. And in fact, I've got to math it out, but might allow him to, I think it will. There it is. The Hidden Cove, the perfect answer, making the math just right, I think, on this challenge, taking that down, preventing that card draw. What a fantastic answer.
Awesome answer. Yeah, usually Cove you would think is good for keeping things alive, but sometimes you can just use it to your advantage to turn on the offense here, and you can see that +3 buff does give enough power for us to take out that library, that Queen's Castle, which is a huge thing here. Pardon me. But and Elsa will answer back, take out the Muses, which is very important. That's definitely the strongest card that we have to deal with here on the table.
Absolutely. But look at the impact of that Cove there. Instead of it being, a pretty easy answer, the extra damage on the Elsa and removing that snake in the process, an incredibly impactful card, Hidden Cove, not only for the castle, but then what it means as far as the trades here.
Absolutely.
Very, very good card here.
Absolutely. Yeah. But Elsa's 2 power is not going to be enough to whack down some of these characters. I mean, even the Diablo now is a 2/3, right? It's going to be tricky, and I think we're just going to go ahead. Did he just put 2 damage into something, or I think he quested? Yeah, okay, so he's choosing just ignore the Cove altogether. We're just going to try to race it. But let's see if Kylie's able to put. We need a big play here. Maybe a beast or something. Okay, double morph. Double shiny morph.
Double shiny morph. That board is so beautiful. I love the art on that morph, by the way. It reminds me of a classic Renaissance painting.
It does. It's so good. It's one of the better ones, in my opinion. I love that card.
I totally agree.
Yeah, from that set, it was definitely my favorite.
Beautiful card, and I think a beautiful board state here for Kylie.
Yep.
Both those morphs represent a threat. Trunderbox followers here being cracked, looking for another card. It looks like it is Lady Tremaine. That'll force Kylie to pick a card to banish here.
I think we're picking Diablo, maybe, but if he gives away a morph, I'd be very surprised. Interesting. Yeah,
I thought about
he's
it.
thinking about it. He's like, I don't know.
Thought about it.
I mean, Diablo gives you a shift option, but other than that, you don't have another action in your hand. I just think it's best to get rid of the Diablo personally. And if he draws a space pirate here off the top or something like a beast, could be potentially a huge shift for him.
I do think we did draw a beast.
Oh.
There it is, Beast Tragic Hero right onto the morph.
Wow.
It's the threat that morph represents.
It's so
and
good.
what a great card. And let's note, like, not enough ink to play it, but having those morphs on the board, enough ink to shift it, and then with the extra ink to put it into the hidden cove, giving it a little extra oomph. And man, things have swung quite a bit here in the last couple turns.
Yeah, Morph's a card that I really hope that we see reprinted. I think it's such a cool design card. It allows just so many options and just opens up the door for, so many different shift lines and things. So I've always thought it was a very interesting card, and obviously one that's not super hard to deal with, but it's like, seemingly innocent and fragile, and all of a sudden just turns into something super scary.
That's right. You never know which way he's going to go. Manual inking an extra card here. We do have enough. So, noted we are in the territory that Ruby likes to be in with 8 ink now, which makes a Sisu playable as well as the Be Prepared. So we're going to bounce the later Tremaine with the Fox, load that up again, and it looks like challenge into.
We've got 6 power. We can take out the Cove if we choose,
or
but
remove the morph.
Yeah.
We'll take out the Cove. There we go. Get rid of that. Make the math a little bit easier. And now there's going to be nothing sticking around if you do manage to top deck that Be Prepared next turn.
Yeah, but Kylie's loading up his hand here. He's getting these extra draws off the Beast, which is really important, right? Because if the board wipe does come, we want to make sure we at least have some resources so we can rebuild the board. In hand, it looks like it's a Beast and a Muse.
It is. And so here's the tricky scenario, right? You want to drop enough on the board to close out the game. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You could put 6, 7 lore on the board with that Beast and get some extra card power. But are you overextending?
Yeah.
So here's the gamble. Do I really load up the board, or do I just play it safe and slow?
I think Kylie's going to go for it here.
I think he is. Make Manuel have the answer.
I think he's thinking, all right, if Manuel had it, he might have already played it. I think he feels like he might have done it already if he had the option to. But the top deck can be quite lethal if Manuel pulls the Be Prepared off the top here. But Beast is going to get in there for some questing, and Kylie just trying to shut the door here before it's too late.
Oh, it is a
Tremaine of goat and a crab. So we'll get rid of that. Okay, you choose a Beast and get rid of it. I don't know if he has a preference. They're both on.
Yeah, so I was trying to do the math here because it's a 1/3 with the 2.
Yeah, it should have been 2 damage on
2 damage onto it. I wonder if there's a math mistake there. We'll put 2.
Oof, yeah, that's definitely a lot worse than getting rid of a Beast.
Yeah, trying to do the math. Chat's going to correct me on my math and why I got that wrong. But clearing up that Ursula.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think there's a math mistake there. I think challenge into it, put 2 damage on it. Then we played the Tremaine,
that's what happened. Yeah.
Yep. And so,
the first time I think Kylie thought that it was banished, so he was going to banish a Beast, and then he realized that Elsa only deals 2.
Yeah, and I think Manuel must have thought he cleaned that up as well, because that's the play there. So unfortunate math error. It happens sometimes, but that's my assumption on what happened there. And now the Beast left standing, drawing Kylie some more cards, but that Be Prepared still represents a good swing there.
Perfect. So. And for those asking, I did get some information on the giveaway, which, by the way, is a full case of Return of Jafar, or excuse me, I'm still used to the movie Reign of Jafar, pardon me. And it will be, the announcement will happen after round number 7. So we'll be before top 8. And I'm pretty sure you don't need to be here. We should be able to reach out to you via either email or, DM you or whatever it may be. So you don't have to be present, but definitely we will be announcing it after round number 7. Just wanted to quickly give you guys that insight. So Kylie up to 15 here. Manuel, his back's against the wall here. We have goat, but that's not quite enough.
No, we are going to give that Lady Tremaine a little extra oomph with the crab. Challenger 3, get into that Beast, remove that. That still leaves us with 3 lore standing. So Kylie, not able to close it out, but able to get really close. The goat coming down now, gaining 1 more lore, but it does represent a bigger body on the board and nothing in hand. So Manuel now managing to dump his entire hand out there is going to have to answer what's on the board. Even a Be Prepared now feels kind of bad because you're wiping your board, and Kylie, we know, Kylie has plenty in hand to drop an answer. So kind of a rough spot now.
For sure. Yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy to close out here. And we see Manuel. I keep saying Manuel. I'm not sure if it's Manuel or Manuel, but still fighting here. I mean, it's still very much in contention for this game. And Kylie's just going to go ahead and turn sideways and try to just race to the exit here. And I'm not sure what else he's got. He's got a lot of cards in hand. Wow.
And the Beast Tragic Hero dropping the must answer card. And so now you kind of need to wipe the board if you can. And yeah, we'll be able to answer what's there. But
is it a B prep?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Be prepared.
Go to 17. It is.
Yeah,
it is. All right. So we're going to quest. We're going to be prepared. Now, I mean,
but now
oh my
the
goodness,
fourth beast.
The fourth beast. Tragically,
oh no.
Tragically, Kylie drew 4
Tragic
of them.
hero.
And gosh, we saw all 4 that game, and coming down at the perfect time, being the must answer card. Manuel almost pulled it out with the top deck. Be prepared. I kind of missed the gravity of it in this situation. I was looking at something else. I don't know. But
story of my life.
Nevertheless, Kylie having an answer, dropping it down there and taking game 1. So unfortunately for Manuel, can still take this match, but that bounty mat it's
off the table.
Off the table.
That's it.
Going to remain on the table on that side.
Kylie's been fighting for it today. He might get to take it home tonight, and I'm sure he's happy to have such a good performance. I know Kylie's been playing in the last few events, and he has topped a couple, but he hasn't been able to spike one yet. So, it's good. Today could be his day. He's playing very well, and it was very well executed in the first game. 4 beasts helped. Definitely, when you draw 4 beasts, that's pretty good. So yeah, it was a little bit of a misplay on that turn for Manuel when he, attacked with the Elsa into the Ursula and then played the Tremaine, and he felt like it was going to get the other beast. So that was a little bit of an unfortunate sequence there, but happy to see, Manuel in good spirits here as he chats with Kylie, and hopefully he can bounce back in this game number 2.
Yeah, I think I was trying to think of the gravity of that, and I think it only cost a lore because I think the play remains the same. I think Elsa would have quested otherwise. We did see if the damage was right on it, and I have to double check because I can't remember where Elsa picked up that first damage, but if the damage was right on it, the Elsa got cleaned up with the Let the Storm Rage on, and there would have been enough to remove it anyway.
Sure.
So I'm not sure if it was unfortunate, but I think it cost a lore, I think is the impact of that.
For sure.
But yeah, so goodness gracious, what a fun game. I really there was a point in that game where I wasn't quite sure which way it was going to go, and those are, I think, some of the best Lorcana games when each player is playing, back and forth, punch and counter punch, and eventually, one player managed to turn the table. But it was a lot of fun.
I agree 100%. And Jason, I'm not sure if you can hear me in the booth out there, but if we can get that QR code popped up on the screen at any time, just so those who were not here earlier have a chance to jump in this giveaway. There we go. You got right on top of it. So up there in the top right corner, guys, if you'll scan that, or top left, depending where Jason puts it, you could go ahead and scan that. If you're on your phone, you can screenshot it and go into your photos, and then you should be able to open it from there. But yeah, it is a free case of Reign of Jafar that will be given away at the end of our Swiss here. So make sure, if you haven't already, jump into that. We will be mailing it out to you for free. So yeah, if not, Liam and I are going to split it.
That's true.
So do it. All right. Look, the morphs are back. The shiny morphs return.
So, Manuel, one of his ideal openings here, trying to establish that snake in order to answer the Ursula Deceiver of All, but Kylie not on his ideal draw, establishing the Diablo, but immediately getting brawled. And so now an empty board over there. Manuel with the snake established, clearly in the driver's seat at the moment on the play.
For sure. Yeah, he definitely learned his lesson from all the beasts we saw last game. And we didn't even get to see Pete come out, so the big pirates. So definitely a lot of threats that Morph can present here, especially with a 3 ink available. So really heads up play from Manuel to just go ahead and get it off the board, right? Just get rid of it and then not have to worry about that anymore. And now we're playing a lot more fair. We both have a 3/3 on board, and Manuel's going to get to play something extra. It's looking like maybe a rabbit or a goat. Oh no, we're going to go a little smaller. So we'll go Diablo into... No, okay.
Nothing, okay.
If he had a fox in hand, I thought maybe he would fox the snake, but no, choosing just to go ahead and pass.
Yeah, both players, I think, not on their ideal draw, it looks like. We don't see the normal game plan here. Pete, not a super impactful card that turn. I'm ventured to guess there weren't a ton of other options wanting to establish that. Perhaps there's the shift line available, as you pointed out earlier. So you establish that now. You can shift if you have it or draw into it. Let's see if that's the play. It is. There it is. Okay, so we're establishing that. Not a super impactful play because of its ability, but getting that shift target on the board, immediately shifting out Pete Space Pirate coming down, cleaning up the snake that resist 1 will loom
It's huge.
large here, only putting 2 damage on there.
Yep.
And okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, that Pete is going to be very problematic here. If we were planning on singing Friends at any time in the near future, we wouldn't be able to. But look, clean up. Perfect. All right, clean up on aisle 7 as Manuel comes in and says goodbye to the Space Pirate. And now we're left with just a Crow. And Kylie's got to restart again. He's just going to keep throwing out. Okay.
Oh, but here we go, and we're going to take a look. We are going to pick that Be Prepared. Oh my goodness, what a turn! Paired with the Prince John will swing another card in Kylie's favor. This is what a great 1-2 combo on turn 5. That is brutal.
Yeah, if that Ursula would miss there, it would have been much less of an impactful turn. But because that Ursula was able to snag a song there, really good tempo play from Kylie to not only add this Prince John to the board, which most likely will be hanging out for quite some time. We got to get a card out of it as well. And there's a beast. And these beasts, these are coming to play.
And Manuel, it's just tragic that Manuel is seeing it again. Getting a couple, get some damage there onto the Queen's Castle. Let's get that down. Manuel will get an extra card off of it on the draw here. And Beast with an extra card on the other side. So we're seeing, the extra drawing into a Pegasus, not necessarily what you want to see here. And again, that Ursula sitting there is going to soak up that Lady Tremaine when it's played.
For sure. If we were, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was going to say, if we were able to get rid of this Ursula, that Tremaine could be great, right?
Could be fantastic.
Yeah, but just that Ursula is just going to make it so tricky to get through here. But we do have a Brawl, which can help with the Ursula, but we're not going to be able to do both.
Right. So I think we'll see the Tremaine come down. We'll eat that Ursula there. Leaves a bigger, moderate sized body on the board to do some stuff, but won't let Prince John exert again for sure. And that Be Prepared. I just want to talk about that again because, normally into these colors, when you're playing discard, you alter that away. You do not keep that in your opening hand. And so Manuel laughing there because I think he knows, that's in danger, probably sent some away. If he did drew into one, a turn or two ago and is like, oh man, I've got like a 2-turn window to get to 7 ink before this thing is usable. And Kylie hitting that at the perfect time.
Yeah. Sometimes, everybody expects Ursula to just come down on 2 all the time. And although she can be great on 2, she can sneak in there on a turn 6 and really just throw everything upside down. Maybe the red-purple player didn't commit to the board as much because they were planning to go turn 7 wipe. And all of a sudden you lose your board wipe and now you're behind on board. So yeah, it's very, very strong there. And Kylie, being able to pick up that board wipe is huge for this game because Kylie has 2 very hard to deal with threats at the moment. And I can only imagine there's more on the way. We do see Beyond the Horizon in the hand, which we have not got to see yet. But maybe we'll get to see it soon.
Ooh, here's that Diablo sticking around and just so many now I must answer threats down here.
Absolutely.
And we're going to put some more damage, putting that Prince John at risk there to get that library down. Back over to Manuel, who will draw an extra card off the library. I imagine that Lady Tremaine's not going to let that Prince John stick around. Wait for it. But we'll probably see that sent off the board here in short order.
Yeah, for sure. John's not allowed to stay. He's got to go.
No.
Okay, what are we doing here? Are we singing?
Boom. Never mind. We're going to quest and we're going to clear things out, leaving that Queen's Castle standing. So probably the calculus here, Kylie, knowing a board wipe might be coming. Let's get as much damage onto that castle as possible to allow me to clean it up easier before I lose everything. Yep. But here's the answer. Every time it's immediately Beast Tragic Hero on the other side.
Tragic for Manuel for sure. It does not stop. This relentless.
Oh my goodness. We're
going old school.
This is 2 sets ago.
We're going old school.
Back when Queen's Castle came out. This is it. Dropping another Queen's Castle on the board. That first one will get cleaned up after getting another 2 lore. But that Queen's Castle, the second one will stick around, representing another game closing threat. Kylie's gonna have to get some strength on the board here.
That's a lot of ink.
And we're going to do it. We're going to do just enough. Ursula de Several, usually a pretty good singer, but in this case is going to be a castle wrecker as she goes into that castle next turn.
Ooh, we're getting close.
We are getting close. I mean, the goat is this is exactly where you want to hit goat at this point in the game. Getting 16 lore, it represents 17 lore on the board, and now Kylie, it's a lot for this deck to deal with.
Yep.
There are answers. Let's see.
Kylie's still at 0, so even if he does manage to weather the storm here, he's got a long climb to get up to that 20 lore before Manuel finds some more goats. So it's going to be tricky here. I mean, obviously Kylie's been slamming bomb after bomb, but has not been able to tick any lore up. He's been pretty much having to use it to either draw cards or, combat his opponent. So although Kylie is, doing a good job here, how long can it last? Can we keep doing this for, X amount of turns? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. And one of the answers is using that Ursula to double sing songs like, Let the Storm Rage On to clean up the goat, the other characters, but having to use it here to take out that castle.
Yeah.
We have our ink left, but won't be able to do as much. Let's see if Bruno would be especially impactful here.
I think that's what he's thinking about. Yeah.
There it is. Okay, that's one of your answers. Probably send the goat back. There's nothing in hand. I didn't realize. So that goat will go back to the hand, right to the discard pile. Will represent another lure going up to 17. And a pretty good turn. All things considered, keeping manual.
It's great. But now we get to draw a card again. We get an extra lure, and now we're going to get a card deeper. We have all this ink unexerted. If we see a goat here, game's pretty much just ends on the spot.
That is true. We do not, and the snake represents the instant win. Let's see what we have. We have the Elsa who will come down and put 2 on the beast, get rid of that card draw. Okay. Beast will be extra angry now, but we'll certainly not get that extra card.
Not sad anymore, just angry.
No, and then bouncing the Elsa, right? Bouncing the Elsa for the snake. So snake does not represent an instant win with the goat anymore. And now there's danger. There's always a danger against discard decks of keeping a card in hand.
Yeah, it's tricky because you don't want to get rid of that Elsa, right? That's a good card, but at the same time, if he chains together a Prince John into a sudden chill, it's potentially an extra card you're giving your opponent. So it's tricky for sure to see whether or not. But I think at this point, you got to hang on to it. You're already so close to the end here. I think you just got to go for it and keep the card extra.
I think you're right, but you could tell he thought about it. There was definitely consideration to ink. We'll see how this works out, because I do think I see a Prince John in hand. We do. Do we have the discard to pair with it? That's the question.
Yeah, Kylie really thinking it through here. I mean, even just the snake is such a big threat when your opponent's at 18. I mean, off the top, that goat could be game over. So Kylie trying to figure out not only how to stay alive, but how to close this game out quicker. Because right now, Kylie, as I mentioned earlier, he's got a long road ahead of him. Even though he has so many cards in hand and so many options, he's just does not have the time.
We want to get this card draw engine online. If we can get a Prince John to stick and start chaining together sudden chills, Brunos, things like that, to just draw into a massive amount of cards, it'll give you all of your answers.
For sure.
So it's partially, controlling those last few threats over there. It's partially building your engine. We have 1 piece online right now, perhaps 2 if we consider Beast as a strong singer for Bruno. But we need that Prince John. But to your point, we really need to answer the snake. Like that's priority number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like, like not much of a threat, but it really is. I mean, 19 is not a joke when you're playing against Amethyst. And we got another Enchanted to be added to the board here, but
there's the Prince John.
All the shinies.
It doesn't look like we have anything to sing. So instead, we're going to quest for 4, and we're going to send it over and hope that Manuel doesn't top deck the goat.
He said,
let's see, is it?
Do
it's
your worst.
Not. It's a fox and an Elsa. So we'll quest for the snake. We'll probably stand up the... Well, no.
Yeah, because
I think you want to get another threat on the board that they have to answer, a ready threat. That is it. So we'll send the Elsa down, an evasive ready threat there. And now, you have to answer it. It's a lot of willpower. Even if you draw into Let the Storm Rage On, you need another.
Yeah, and as he's trying to choose here whether he wants to take out the morph or not, I think. And the morph does present more lore, but even if he shifts, he's not enough to close the game out. So I think we just need to leave this Elsa alone.
I think the danger is, I don't think we're running Zeus. We might be running Zeus, which would clean that up in short order, but drawing into a double sing of Let the Storm Rage On would be dangerous here. And so keeping that damage off Elsa is ideal.
100%.
I think that was the top deck, so that's not super helpful there in terms of a draw. So we do have Beyond the Horizon, which you can chain with Prince John. You obviously you're going to give 3 chances to draw the goat, but at some point it's your only out.
Yeah, I mean, if this Beyond the Horizon, I mean, it's a big card, but is it going to get us out of this situation? I don't know. Okay, all right, we got Beast joining the party. More beasts, the beasts.
That beast represents a challenge now for the snake.
Oh, he's going to sing together here.
Okay, we're going to sing together Beyond the Horizon. Again, it's not ideal because you don't want to give your opponent 3 chances to draw into a goat, but at the same time, you need answers, and this is your only out.
First trigger is on himself, and then now he has option to re-sing it again. He chooses not to.
But again, now we drew into this sudden chill.
Thoughts. Sorry, I'm so invested right now in what's happening here. Oh, we got the double sing of the Raging Fire. That's huge. Okay, so off of the Beyond the Horizon, he draws Strength of a Raging Fire, which he's able to double sing off the Ursula to stay in this game. Wow, what a draw there.
Yeah,
and we're gonna take away any hope here. Let's take away that. So now we're on a dream here for
gamble. And you know, one note in the chat. By the way, read cards, explain cards is one of the most passive aggressive things you can ever say. But you know, so there's a line here, especially when you have Prince John on the board, where you allow your opponent to draw 3 cards. There's the goat. See, so you allow your opponent. I know, right? Just for the goat on the top deck. If you're looking for certain cards, you allow your opponent to draw those 3 cards, hoping to draw into the sudden chill and other discard, and you're giving yourself more cards with your Prince John, seeing twice as many. To draw into answer. So
I think he just didn't want him. He just didn't want to give him a goat, and he got it anyway. So
no, that's true, and he got one anyway off the top deck. So fantastic. Crazy.
Yeah,
what a game.
That was a great game. I was counting Kylie out pretty early, and he stuck around. And that goat was a blank for a couple more turns, Kylie might have been able to swing it.
I think one more turn even. I think at that point you have such card draw. You know, the card draw is going so strong that you can find what you need. You just hope they're trying to go.
Yeah.
And unlike Amethyst, you know, Amethyst Steel, where you have Cobras and other cards, and some of those decks run White Roses as well. So you sometimes have like 9 or 12 possibilities to close out the game with instant lore. Ruby Amethyst generally doesn't run the White Rose that I've seen. Sometimes it does, but generally only
I've
the
seen
goat.
some burn package like decks that
play
like
hard burn,
like very, very aggressive strategies. But generally the traditional, they stick pretty much with goats from what I've seen. Obviously, there's always variations in people's deck building, but yeah, I found that flower the rose is mostly in the Amethyst Steel decks that you're mentioning here. Yeah, I've seen it a little bit in Amethyst Emerald as well, so it does make appearances, but definitely more traditionally in the Amethyst Steel decks. But yeah, some of these decks just have so many ways to gain instant lore. You know, they even have Cobra in the Amethyst Steel deck as well, which is another essential card to get you some extra lore. But here we're just with goat. But goat's all you need sometimes when you're playing an Amethyst deck that draws so many cards. And we see a lot of goats getting pitched. He's thinking about what he's going to keep here. Okay, let's see. Okay. So he has a 1-drop. He's got a Pegasus on 2, which will help him against Kylie's evasive birds. Unless Kylie draws, the high rolly Strength of a Raging Fire, and then there's not much you can do about it. So we'll see. Kylie will be on the play here, which is very beneficial for Kylie. Sure, he's happy to see that, but it's going to be a game. I mean, both players here, as you can see, have skin in this game, and loser of this most likely will not be continuing on in our event. So a lot of stakes here, and let's see who can put it together as Kylie starts us off with a Diablo. Ooh, let's take a peek. Okay, so we got no 1-drop. Oh, we do got a 1-drop. Sorry, we have Turnabog, and we've got that. Then we have the Brawl.
The Brawl is so important here.
Yeah, so these are things that he's taking note of, right? He's trying to see, okay, what do I have to worry about when I play stuff?
And we can snake on 2 to establish the board. I mean, not a terrible hand here to stay in on the draw.
And we'll just start off with the Bog and pass it back. Okay, let's see. So if he has the Diablo shift here into a Storm, I think I still take it, right? Because I get at least 1 turn, but he's going to, I like that. Let's take a peek. No, nothing. Didn't get lucky there.
Nothing there.
He thought maybe he could hit a Prep or a Friends, but it didn't work out that way. But there is... Okay, did he have the Storm too, or he's just questing? Okay, he's just questing. Unfortunate that he didn't have another action in play, so he could have maybe casted that or saying that Raging Fire. But it's okay. He's going to go ahead and take what he can get. And if Manuel decides to pop this Chernabog here, which he's not, Kylie would get an extra card here. So that kind of a deterrent here to stop him from being able to get his full value. But he's not doing that anyway.
True.
Getting his snake in.
I think the snake was the play anyway, trying to represent a threat to the Ursula Deceiver Evolve if it comes down.
For sure.
But your point is right. Like, your options are certainly limited when that Diablo is online.
Definitely something to consider. Yeah.
Ooh, Peak Games referee.
That's a big one.
And that's a good one in this particular instance. That Brawl is there.
Look at all
but
the
it's not going to. Look at all that. Do we top deck 2 be prepared?
That's what I'm saying. Like, he just checked and there was nothing. I feel like that happens to me every time I check for Whole New World. It's never there, but it's always on top.
I can't believe it. It turned to 2 of them. The insurance policy there. So Pegasus coming down now, represent a threat to that Diablo.
Yep.
So the Diablo is going to stay online another turn, but there is the answer for it over there, unless Kylie draws into some removal.
Yep, I think he's definitely looking for something to pick off this Pegasus here. Unfortunately, he knows that there is still a brawl, even if he does manage to get through here. Yeah, he does.
He does manage to remove that Pegasus, but
That's
he'll spend a whole turn playing the brawl.
Yeah, and Diablo's already drawn 3 cards, right, or 2 cards, and now he's going to draw a 3rd card. So, and we get the Sudden Chill.
Sudden Chill, going to force it. Now, do you discard? Okay, you discard the Be Prepared. Interesting. I think, you obviously have another one. It's uninkable, and you just hope your opponent sees you discard it and doesn't think to look for another one.
And never checks again.
Yep.
That's it. So, yeah, we have another Diablo in the play here. So even if Brawl does come down here, and like you mentioned, waste your whole turn to do so, doesn't even really deal with the problem, right? We've got a whole nest of crows here that are coming down.
It's another.
Kylie's looking dominant right now.
Right. I mean, a must answer card, and what's better than having one must answer card is having 2 of them. So we'll brawl the first one, the experienced one, the one with the other Diablo under it.
Yep.
And leave that other one up. But it's going to be online here shortly. Queen's Castle into the Inkwell. We're challenged that Ursula Deceiver, get her off the board, and now we're left with a less imposing board state over on Kylie's side, but critically that Diablo is still sitting over there.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, he cleaned up very nicely here, considering that his board is pretty vacant, but this Diablo is going to continue to turn sideways, and look at that. He gets another storm. When they start chaining the storms together, it's so miserable. It's just
one card that I hope gets rotated out in Fabled. I tell you,
oh my god,
I would not be sad
look
to
at this.
never see that card again.
Another Diablo.
Oh my goodness! What do we see? 4 Beast Tragic Heroes game 1. Now we're going to see 4 Diablos game 3.
Kylie draws things in multiples.
Apparently,
it's, very very strong here as another bird joins the flock, and we'll just run out at 1 drop. That's not good use of your 5 ink. If you're Manuel right here, you're not feeling great about that. Your turn 5 just playing a 1 drop. So
no, it's tough. The other consideration with playing the Chernobog here, I mean, it does represent bounce fodder. It also represents storm fodder. But you at this point, your way out of this is Be Prepared on turn 7, and you need your hand to survive to turn 7, and you need to have enough buffers in your hand to keep that Be Prepared alive potentially. So something else to consider as you get closer here, you need cards to ink, and then you need to protect that Be Prepared.
We're drawing 3 cards here.
Did draw an inkable. We're going to remove something.
You can have that.
Pete, not super impactful, but it is a shift target for Space Pirate. 2 Diablo is going to be online again, and now we have where I feel like we sit oftentimes 1 Be Prepared in hand, needing to draw an inkable, and needing to Be Prepared to stick around.
There has to be, Kylie has to check the hand here somewhere or another, right? He has to know 7's coming up. I don't know if he has the Ursula in hand. Oh, there it is.
Oh, he does have it. I've got to know if he top decked it or not. Oh my goodness,
got him.
Oh, yep, there it is. Picking that Be Prepared.
Well, when you're drawing 8 cards a turn, I mean, you do end up seeing your Ursulas, right? I mean, this Diablos are drawing, everything's drawing. He had Beast before. Storm Ray Johns are drawing. I mean, just drawing cards, and he's going to draw 3 more.
Mm-hmm. I think he has another Ursula. Yeah, he does in there too. So, just tough. I mean, Diablo. One of the things that makes it feel so oppressive is, if Diablo sticks beyond turn 2 whenever you play it, that's it. I mean, the game over. And in this instance, just having that bird online, every single turn, sometimes 2 of them, it's just a lot to overcome.
Yeah. It's definitely going to be very, very difficult for Manuel to navigate out of this scenario here. And Kylie, he's just got all the pieces, right? Look at this hand. It's just full grip of cards. He's got removal. He's got characters. He's got it all. And Manuel is just hoping for a prayer here off the top. If he can find a Be Prepared or a Sisu or something that can clean up this board. But
the challenge, I don't think we have enough ink. I think we're stuck at 6.
We're 6. You're right.
Yep. And
these black sleeves get me every time. I thought we were at 7, but yeah, it's a big one.
I think the hand got cleaned up too early. So another uninkable Lady Tremaine. We'll get rid of that. Again, Ursula Deceiver, good for picking cards, good for
sacrificing
Lady Tremaine, right? Lady Tremaine fodder yet again. And just 2 cards now off Beast Tragic Hero. There's Green Steel doing Green Steel things. And just all the answers now.
Wow. Look at that hand. My goodness.
Imagine if that Deceiver of All was a Prince John instead. And another one.
Imagine if this was even more of a game over. Oh my goodness. Look at all these enchanteds. So much money on the table.
Beautiful cards.
Wow.
So goodness gracious. So when a Enchanted Beast Tragic Hero is printed, Kylie, very excited, I'm sure.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness. What a tough game. And there's the Be Prepared as the next card, but again, no ink. Golly.
Wow. That was fun.
It was fun. There was it's time there in like turn 2 or 3 where I felt like maybe Manuel had it, but or could turn the tables, but no. I mean, Kylie just not with the ideal opening necessarily, but a great turn, 1 through 4 curve, being able to shift that Diablo, protect it, having the card to remove the Pegasus, and just the answer after answer, and having that Deceiver to pick on turn 6.
Yeah,
critical.
just the ideal hand on the play, right? That's exactly what he wanted to see. We were a little worried because we saw Brawl, we saw Pegasus, but picked off the Pegasus, P-ed the Brawl, played more Diablo so that the first Brawl doesn't do anything, and then just continued to pretty much steamroll the rest of that game, being able to just play multiple Diablos, Deceiver coming down at the perfect time to check the hand and get that Be Prepared. I mean, what else can be said? He had all the answers in that game, and it was Kylie's game to win, really. I mean, the Manuel's back was against the wall, was what I was trying to say. Pretty much that whole third game. I felt like the other 2 games were closer, but that game was just, that's what Green Steel does, right? Sometimes he played 3 Storm Ray Johns back to back to back. When they start chaining the Storm Ray Johns off each other, and then he hit the double Raging Fire, it's like, okay, well, this is not much you can do. Feels like your opponent's playing and you're not. So that's the way it goes. So Kylie's deck doing what it does. Sometimes the deck does brick. Interesting to see, we did see Beyond the Horizon. Wasn't hugely impactful in this game, right?
It was fine.
It was fine.
It was fine.
Yeah, I didn't see it break the game open. I didn't see anybody do anything super crazy. I'm not saying that card couldn't potentially do crazy things, but yeah, I don't know. I wasn't like blown away by the card.
No, I mean, we saw it kind of in the end of a game where it was like you're
it was like
going for it.
It was good. Like it did help him.
The wall.
It did help him, but I don't know. I'm just interested to see if the hype of this card is really all it's cracked out to be, or whether it's maybe just another good card, but not something potentially super crazy and meta breaking. I think we're going to see lots of it, especially post rotation. If indeed it does become the whole new world of the new format. But I don't know. So far, it seems pretty tame. And definitely a good card, but nothing that scares me for the future. So
nothing too terrifying. Somebody's going to find a way to break it.
Oh, of course.
Eventually. But for now, to your point, kind of to build off what you were saying, with this green steel is just good. Green steel is good. There are draws that into certain matchups where you just win the game, especially if you can establish a Diablo early. You win the game.
Yep.
And if you look at what green steel got in this set, I mean, you got Beyond the Horizon. It got Chip in some scenarios. Perhaps you run him to force a discard.
Yeah.
Wrong lever, perhaps.
Maybe.
But really, nothing that it got in this set makes it that much more powerful than the previous iteration. You could bring into this event, and I'm pretty sure some people did last set green steel deck and do perfectly fine.
Yeah. And that's what I know we talked about it earlier, but that's what excites me so much about rotation, is that I feel like up until now, it's been like maybe 5 or 6 decks, and then every set is like, okay, what 2 cards can I pick and add to my deck? And then the next set comes out, oh, there's 1 card that's good for my deck. And then the next set comes out, no, there's nothing really good for my deck. And everybody feels like you're just adding 1 or 2 cards out of this giant 200 card pools to add to your new deck, So I feel like this rotation is really going to open the door for a lot of cards that have been just kind of hanging out to suddenly be in the spotlight, and it's going to be interesting to see the market versus, Infinity versus the new car, it's going to rate the prices on some of the legendaries. But we do have Kylie with the wonderful Aaron in the commentary. So we will pass it over to them and see what they got to say. See ya.
Yeah. I think the deck's finally in a really good spot.
Okay, so just.
Great.
Oh,
Yeah, I did it for you, bro.
this shouldn't be too.
Oh, you know what? I don't need to fire this off, but Jason wants to see this on stream. Throw that out when you're talking about this. I fired that card off. You can throw that out, but they've been going, and Jason's gonna do this.
You guys just will share this. Try not to speak too loud into it. I'll check. If I point down, just bring the volume down. If I point up. Okay.
Do you want me to start over like that didn't happen?
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, nobody heard anything. How many viewers we got? 1,200. Holy crap! No, like 1,200.
Bro, I'm camera shy.
Let's try this again.
You got this.
2, 1.
Oh no.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to SSG. I am joined here by the amazing Kylie and my co-interviewer. If you hear from her, she might have a few thoughts on this last match. Kylie, how is it feeling coming off that win?
It feels really good. Actually, it feels good to come out here and be able to, bring green steel and keep showing people what green steel can do. Really like the new set. Beyond the Horizon, it's been my MVP card today. I know there were some naysayers on the card. It's really good. There's times where you can blow your opponent's hand out if they have like 5, 6 cards, and it brings them back to 3. And there's times where you just have absolutely nothing in your hand, and you can fire it off and just get a fresh 3 cards. It's almost like in green steel, it's like a better desperate plan, in my opinion.
Okay, and I saw in this last match you had a bunch of really great top decks. So can you talk us through, especially that you were talking about the first game right before we went live, kind of what was going on, what was going through your head at the time?
Yeah, when he was playing the locations, I was like, that's like the green steel's biggest weakness. That's actually my only loss today was 2 McDuck Manors back to back. So when he was playing the locations, I was like, man, I really need to get like power on the board. And I top decked the cove like just in time, so I could play the cove, put my whole board in the cove, and just one shot the castle, to just keep him from ticking lore and drawing cards. And in game 2, I did it too late. I may have been able to come back that game, but I was dead to goat. So, and he top decked the goat at 19, and it happens.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you got there in the end, which is what's important.
I got there in game 3, so.
That's awesome. So you not only are a member of this SSG community, you're also, I hear, the store manager here. What does it feel like getting to rep your store on this sort of level with all these viewers being able to watch?
It's really fun, guys. Like, when I started here, we were just one side, if you guys have ever been here. And our first major tournament was actually my idea because I really love Lorcana and I really love Stitch. So on 626 Stitch Day, I said, yo, let's buy up some Rockstar Stitch Enchanted. Let's buy up some playmats and let's just host a tournament. Mind you, it was free. That was the prizing, and we could only fit 30 players. So the place was packed, and it was hot. Anybody that was here, there's a lot of people out there, they can attest to it. We were all sweating. And the day after that tournament, Devin, the owner, he was like, oh, no, we need the second side. So literally the next day, Devin signed the lease for side 2. He signed a lease for side 2. We expanded. I think I've moved this store around like 15 times. I think Devin weekly will come in here and be like, I want a buy station. I want more tables. I want to do this. But it's really great to see the community grow from a local that didn't fire every week to what we have now, and the community grow and the game grow. And, I'm just really proud that I can be a part of the team. And, I just hope it just keeps going from there.
I have to say, this is my first time at SSG. I have heard how incredible this place is, and getting to see it for myself and experience it. It is like stepping into this family environment. Y'all have been so supportive of our family, our daughter. If you are in the South Florida community, especially, and you haven't come to SSG, you definitely need to come and check out this amazing community that they've built. Come to these events, especially if you're watching. So something we haven't talked about yet, we have a giveaway going on right now that the store is putting on. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah. So Devin, the most generous person you'll ever meet, he's actually over here. I'll pull him on here in a second. But he always makes crazy prizing, right? He always ups our prizing. Always make sure it's fun, right? Ink tokens, bounty mats. And there's been so many people like tuning in, and we appreciate you guys. We really do. That he wanted to share the giveaways. We do giveaways in between every round, so you guys know. So there's always a raffle in between every round. But he wanted to do kind of like a giveaway for all you guys watching at home. So if you guys, I believe they just have to fill out
a Google form. There should be a QR code. Hopefully our production team can put it up while we're chatting.
Yeah, guys, fill out that QR code. Whoever wins is gonna get a full sealed case of Jafar.
Oh gosh, and that is, oh no, we're tripping over. And this is the man himself.
This is the owner, guys. Big shout out to Devin. None of this would have been possible or even happened if it wasn't for Devin. In the beginning, he was a little naysayer on Lorcana, but that's okay. It's actually me.
They always come around.
Yes, it's me and Bucky. It's actually my fault with Bucky. The first game he ever plays of Lorcana, he's playing Blue Steel. He's all excited. He sits down. I Bucky him. That's all I have to say. I Bucky him, and then the next day, he quits the game.
I promise you I did.
So he did. But, you know, they eroded that card, hopefully uneroded that card for Infinity format. Ravensburger, if you're tuned in. Wink, wink. Nod, nod. Please, let us start fresh. But no, I'll just aside. I'll let Devin chime in. But this guy right here, he makes it happen. He helps bring down amazing people like Aaron and Liam from the Illumineers. Flies the team out. Supports other local teams like Illuminati, Freedom Gaming, and Inkcasters. And yeah, I'm tagging with this big boy.
I will say I have been dying to get Devin on camera all day.
I'm just not good enough, you know.
I feel like this man is like a legend walking around this store. I am so grateful for everything that you've done for the Lorcana community. What is it like seeing kind of these dreams? You have these amazing dreams and they're coming to reality. This is so amazing. What is that like?
Well, first and foremost, I know Kylie said it was all, you know, a lot of the stuff that I did, but I wouldn't have my sanity if it wasn't for Kylie. Kylie is our general manager, along with the most amazing team I can ever ask for, and then the community itself. But to see what this community and what everything has turned into as quick as it did, I mean, so blessed. I couldn't even fathom it. If you were to ask me in the beginning, we have, like Kylie mentioned, 3 bays. The locals are as big as they are. Events so that they're as big as they are. I mean, it's so fun. It's so exciting, right? So the hum is just, there's nothing like it.
It's amazing. And you can see you're so in your element today. Your team right now is surrounding us. You have such an amazing support network, and you can just tell everybody in this community is so welcoming and wants this game to succeed and wants your vision to succeed. Amazing work. Thank you so much, Devin, for all of this.
Well, thank you for coming out. Thank you for doing this. I love it. And let's do this more often. This is fun.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you all so much for tuning in and watching. I hope you enjoy the rest of the tournament. We'll be back with more player interviews later, and I'll throw it back to the casting team.
Hi, friends. We're just having a little chat.
We're excited. We're talking with Kylie about his match and this bonkers hidden cove. If you were around for last match, wow. Well,
hello
here
there. We have a little friend that's joining us here with our commentary.
Is here.
We're gonna have to get her a headset soon.
Yeah, we like to thanks everybody for putting up with Oli on the stream and everything.
Come on.
We are a family Lorcana channel. We do Lorcana as a family. We travel as a family as much as we can, and you can see there Aaron behind us in the reflection. So we try to show over. So one of the things that's really important to us, and one of the things we love about SSG, I'm going to hype your store one more time, is when
Don't forget the mini.
Don't forget mini.
Don't forget mini. We'll be back.
I'll be on in a minute, Oli.
When she loves your dad.
I love her. She's ridiculous. Sometimes when you're a parent, especially a parent to a young child, it's very, very difficult to fit some of your hobbies and your passions into your life.
It's already hard for me, and I'm not a father, so I can only
right?
I can only imagine. Absolutely.
But it's doable if it's something you are passionate about, and it works especially. But it only works if the community makes space for families, and if local game stores don't mind, let's say, new mothers nursing in like a back room or somewhere. If the store doesn't mind and the community doesn't mind having young kids at events, when the community, Lorcana community or any TCG community is welcoming and helps to make it work for families, especially families of young kids, it's definitely doable. And so we're big proponents of that. And that's another reason that we love SSG, because it is a place where all types of families can come and feel welcome, and where there's space for our 19-month-old to run around among the game tables and be welcome. And sometimes when you're a new parent, you can feel like you don't fit in, and that you're a distraction from what's going on. But our local game store is great because they always make us feel welcome, and SSG is another one where it feels like we fit right in.
I'm glad you do.
We thank everybody here for making us feel welcome, even though we're bringing our little one with us.
You guys are family. All of us in Lorcana, I feel like I've known so many people for so long because I've been online and talking to them and through social media, and it was whenever I get a chance to actually sit down, it's always heartwarming. And yeah, I'm glad that you guys have been able to come multiple times, and now your whole family coming in and getting to hang out and see what it's all about. And I mean, I couldn't agree more with what you said. I mean, you come here for locals. We have mothers playing, we have kids playing. We have people with special needs, and we find them a seat where they can sit assigned seating and let them play. I mean, everybody's welcome here. We don't turn the door to nobody. Devin, as we were talking a little bit off camera about Devin and Kylie, but the two biggest sweethearts that could ever run a card store. I mean, you would never know by seeing them, but they are two of the sweetest people. I mean, I see Devin hand out packs to kids and things all the time. I mean, he goes to these conventions, and these kids, I remember seeing a video. This little kid wanted to trade up. I forget what it was, something small. And he was trying to inch his way up the ladder. And Devin took it and gave him a whole D23 collector set. And said, here, you could trade up from here. And it was like a huge margin of increase. And Devin just does that because he likes to see, put a smile on the kid's face. The kid's eyes lit up. The parents are happy. It's just a special moment. And that's what makes this place so special. I mean, obviously we have an incredible roster of people playing here, which is another thing that's amazing. If you want to sharpen your tool set, this is the place to come play. But just the way that we're treated makes it, because I played at a lot of stores with good players. There's a lot of options here in Florida. I won't lie. If this place wasn't great, I could go somewhere else. And there's a reason why people keep coming back here. And they do it better than anybody else, and they really care about their community. We voice something that we want to see happen in the community, and Devin gives us all the power to do it and make it the way we think is best for the community. And I just think it's, I can't say enough. I know I'm always and I don't work here, guys. I really don't. I'm not an employee of SSG, but I consider SSG my family, because they are. I come here, I feel welcome. I go grab a drink out of the fridge. I live it's like my home. And I feel like they make that experience for a lot of players and a lot of people. And I'm glad that you feel that, even though you've only been here a couple times. I mean, you could already feel how people are treated here. And it's like that all the time. So.
And you don't have to be here to feel it. You feel it through your content, your socials. It's great.
Yeah. You're always welcome back. And anybody who's watching out there, you're always welcome to come join us.
Down.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. You guys, it's one thing to watch it on stream, but it's another thing to be here in the building and get to just be around the players and, such high caliber players such as Zack Bivens in the house, and Zan Syed comes all the time, and No, I'm Not. And, all these players that are huge, and they come here because they know that this is a place where they're gonna, get the experience that they need to compete at the top. And we're proud to host these kind of players here. So, but again, it's for everybody: families, great players, newer players, children, special needs, whatever it may be. I've seen it all here, and we do our best to take care of the community for sure. So yeah, it's amazing. And again, I'm so happy that you're here, and I'm happy your family's having a good time. And I'm looking forward to this next round. We got one more round of Swiss, and then we jump into the topic. This day's been flying by pretty quickly. I don't know if it maybe just for me. Does it feel long for you so far?
It's feeling generally fast, except that moment where all of a sudden I realized I didn't eat lunch 2 hours ago, and I was fading a little
you
bit.
Were like, oh no!
Yeah, I was
did
like,
you manage to get some?
I did. I did.
Okay, good.
I ate a ton of pastries.
Oh, okay. We got tons of pizza out there too. So if you like pizza, there's brownies. There's all sorts of stuff out there.
The pizza. What are they? Croquetas,
yeah,
so good.
Yeah,
I ate like 12.
Oh yeah, that's my go-to.
That's why I really.
I'm not a pastry guy. I love sweets, but I'm more of like a chocolate guy. I don't really do pastries, but croquetas. Whenever there's a get together, and that's like the go-to. Whenever there's a Spanish party, it's the thing of croquetas. It's the thing of the pastelitos. It's the thing of the empanadas. That's like the spread, and the croquetas are always the go-to. Yeah, croquetas that's my favorite. So
that's why I really come.
And we have some. I mean, those are traditional croquetas. We have some places that make, croquetas that are like thick filled croquetas here. Yeah, this is Miami's good for food. If you're looking for food, this is a good place to be.
Hunt those down tomorrow.
They're good.
Well, I appreciate you having me here. I'm excited to be here, but I am not going to be here much longer because we need to rotate out for the next round and
Go
get
yourself
in
a little break in. You've earned it.
Well, again, I would sit here all day, but you all don't want to listen to me. You want to listen to the pros here.
Come on, Liam.
Gabe and Skinner together. These two are great. I'm going to put this on mute. We're going to do a handover.
Liam always talking himself down, guys. Can you guys please tell Liam he's the best, that he's like the gold standard, please, so he can know. He is the gold standard of commentating, and we're so happy to have him representing Lorcana at Worlds, which, by the way, is around the corner. Around the corner, Liam. You're going to be a trip back to Florida before you know it. You're going to be here and then back again in just a moment. So
excited, nervous, and excited.
And if you don't mind, I don't know if you could, what size your luggage is. If you could maybe sneak me in. It might be a big luggage, but I mean, maybe me and Gabe, we can just we'll share one luggage together, and you could just roll us in the door. It would be totally inconspicuous.
We could just be two people with a trench coat.
Just do it.
Figure it out that way.
We'll just do it. Or maybe you dress up as Mickey and I'll be Donald or something, and we just walk in like we're part of the show.
Yeah, I've got the waddle down. I can figure that out. That's not a problem at all.
I think I got the waddle.
Right. Are we watching SSG or listening to Voice of the Inkwell? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Also yes.
Yes. And yes. Yes. We are.
I love that we can see
the reflection.
A few events ago, we had like puppies just in the screen. It was great. We got the puppies back here again.
What's up, guys?
Hey, friends.
What's up, Gabe?
What's up, buddy?
Did you have a nice little break?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because like break, but also I watched that match, and man, Kylie that was interesting.
What a game, right?
Those were some games.
What a game. Some pretty good top decks there. A lot of enchanteds.
Yeah.
A lot of enchanted,
shiny,
just a lot of shiny.
Tamatoa would be proud.
Which, by the way, now that somebody mentioned it, I mean, I didn't want to do the whole plug thing, but
oh yeah, we should, right? That's like a thing we should do.
Oh well, no, we can't do it anymore because we got Wochuck.
Oh, where are they at, folks? Where are they at?
We got Chucky.
Wochuck is a local hero down here, and I use the term hero loosely. Wochuck,
that's the man right there,
yes,
and he does have to play it out since he is 4-1-1.
Correct. Yes.
So this is for getting in a top 8, and he will have to battle it out with Emerald Amethyst. Very, very exciting for me to see third most represented being Emerald Amethyst today.
I love it.
Definitely wasn't on my radar. I mean, obviously it's on my radar because I do love that deck, and I have been testing a little bit of it. But I didn't think anybody else was high on the deck. But apparently, have you seen that video? Apparently, with the little kid.
Yes.
Yeah. That's how I feel every time I see that.
That's classic.
So apparently. So far Alejandro has been cooking, and we'll see if he's able to finish the meal that he's been preparing, or whether Alex will thwart his plan.
Yeah. So
Alex, aka Wochuck, who, for those of you who don't know, is a Pokemon world champion. For those who didn't know, then just thought Alex was just an incredible Lorcana player. It turns out he's incredible at a lot of things. He loves cats.
He does.
And he loves
dad jokes too. I've learned that he's a big dad joke person. He loves dad jokes.
He's a dad joke person. He couldn't be more different in person than he is online.
Yeah.
I think it's like two different personalities. There's Alex, and then there's Wochuck.
Yeah.
And Wochuck is a little off the hinges, but Alex is a super nice guy.
Good news is, so we did warn Alex that there would be no table audio because we generally would need a.
No, he's great. And we had a day where he was on audio.
Yeah, he was so good,
and he was so entertaining. I mean, he's a natural.
Yeah,
and we'll have to get him in the booth here with us one day because he really has a lot of insight in the game, and he's just an overall fun personality. We just have to worry about his filter. that's where we have to draw the line, because there's a little bit of a filter issue.
Yeah,
but everything else coming out of Wochuck is quite amazing. So we see him with his tried and true here going to Amber Steel. He did play Purple Steel during set champs, and he did manage to pick up a mat or two. I don't remember how many, but he was playing Purple Steel. So now he's back on Amber Steel, and I'm curious to see. I know he was looking for ladies today when he got it. Well, he's always looking for the ladies, but but today he was looking for 3-cost lady, and I believe he found them. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's always looking for something.
He's always looking for the ladies, but he found. I think he found his copies. So I'm curious to see what his list looks like. I have not looked at any list today, which has been actually something I've been enjoying. The first time we started streaming here, I would pull up both deck lists like at the same time, and I know it's like probably the right thing to do is to have that open, but I kind of like not knowing what I'm going to be seeing. I kind of like not knowing if they're going to drop, some one of tech that I've never heard of before. So we've been going in blind, and I think I've been enjoying it more. So.
Yeah, I would agree. And not only that, but I will say what also helps in production. We love you for this. These images on the left and right of the screen that you're seeing here, that pops up the cards as they're being played. That has been a tremendous help as well. It's kind of allowed me, and there's been moments where I've been able to not have to look something up. It just popped up on screen. I could see it and read it. And so I just do want to shout out production. I also want to shout out the SSG crew. I haven't had a chance to personally say it myself. We love it here. We love this place. They treat us well. They treat the community very well. Every employee here. You just heard from Devin. You heard from Kylie.
You heard from Lima and I before you walked in. We were gushing about it too.
Yeah.
So we all have good things to say, and we promise it's not because we're told to say that. It's just genuine. No. Literally, they just say, "Hey, here's the door. Make content. Have a good time."
Yeah.
And they never question us about anything. So I mean, we couldn't ask for more here at SSG. So
absolutely,
these are not paid actors.
We
exactly.
Are not. We're not. Yeah, unless you count pizza. And even then there was a fantastic pizza,
dude.
By the way,
there was a selection of pizzas.
Yeah.
And did you have the brownies, dude?
No, I'm trying to watch my weight, so I only had 5 slices of pizza.
Speaking of watch my weight, I'm gonna embarrass my. Oh my god, Chuck! This is the Chuck special here.
Oh, Daisy,
the triple Daisy.
He asks where they are, and he found them at the very top of his deck because he altered for him.
If I had $1 for every time I saw Alex triple Daisy somebody, I'd probably have like $7.
Yeah, it's like $7.
Yeah, I'd probably have like $7.
Easily $7.
Yeah.
I believe as many people would probably indicate, as you're seeing in your chat of the platform of which you're watching this, this match is probably pretty close to done. Let's see what happens.
This is
this match is pretty close to over.
I mean, I don't know, right? We're
in a 3 clock right now, 3-turn clock, dude.
But look, we're playing. Okay, so we're playing Emerald Amethyst, but we're playing, I think, the discard package, right? I see Diablos in hand.
Yep, this looks like an Oops All Burbs.
This is a Burby deck, and I do like this variant. I like both variants, to be honest, and I've been having a lot of trouble. I mean, the set just started, but I've been having trouble figuring out whether I want to focus more on my, discard variant like this, or whether I want to go more tempo. I think both of them have their merits. And I'm interested to see how Alejandro navigates here. Clearly been having a pretty good day.
Yeah.
So these foil 2-drop Diablos are really cool. I like those a lot.
Yeah, and the enchantments, of course. We love them.
Yep. Oops, all burbs. Yep. All burbs. Oh, we got a piglet.
Oh, because we needed more lore pressure. Alex said, "Here you go. I heard you like your lore, so I brought you more lore to give to your lore."
Oh, and he sends the pull the lever to the bottom, which is double lever.
What?
Look at Chuck's face. He's like, yeah, I love that.
Yeah, that cowl, that scowl on his face says everything you need to know.
Chuck is happy to see that, and we will pass it back over to Alejandro, who only got 1 new card out of those 3 Daisy quests.
That is rough. That is so rough.
That is rough. But look at the board that Alex has in play. My goodness. What turn are we on? Turn 3?
The answer is 3.
3? Oh my gosh.
Yes, I do believe we have Lorthal on.
Do you have a way to beat all this in one turn?
Actually, I'm incorrect. We don't have Lorthal.
Okay.
We're like 2 shy of Lorthal.
We got a Daisy down, guys. We did it.
Congratulations, folks.
We knocked down 1 Daisy and most likely a Fox here. Yeah, it's Fox. So we're gonna get 2 Daisies. Okay, 2 Daisies.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna take out that. Yeah, there you go. All right, so we're creating. This game is a little bit more fair. It's a little bit more fair. Okay. Yes, Zeke noting on Twitch,
Daisy all along.
He found his ladies. Yeah, he found them. He just had to alter for
them. Okay. So we're sending it back over to Alex, who only has 2 cards in hand. One of them being Doc. Doc is a big one. Doc will allow us to draw some more cards, but for now, let's see if we're going to get in here for some lore. We do need a song here, right? A song would be so nice to sing off the Cinderella.
Yeah, that would be so fetch right now.
That would be really good to take care of this Diablo, but we don't have that option, so we're actually going to ink. Okay, and there's the Doc, which will draw us 2 more cards.
It does, yeah. What
so
do we
does
get?
Diablo.
I believe I said, that is a song.
It is a song, but now your opponent just drew 2 cards, so that's not great. Look at the hand that Alejandro has.
Yep.
It may not matter if his lore total is not at 20, but yeah, there's a lot. Okay. Oh, he hits.
Yeah, I mean, you have to. You get rid of the fox. It presents problems for it. And regardless, whatever Diablo does, if Diablo decides to attack something, the Diablo is going away.
Right.
It has one damage on it already, so Cinderella does represent a banishment of that card.
And I guess he doesn't care how many cards Alejandro has. If he top decks a whole new world or something, even though he's going to have to pay full for it, which is not ideal. I mean, it's the 100 card. Look at the cards in hand for Alejandro.
Yeah,
he's got like 13 cards in hand. It's like actually gross.
It is. And taking a look at the lore count on Alex's side of the board, we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 total. So that is clearly and always obviously that was Lorthal. Can Alejandro knock this down? So we take out the biggest lore generating character there, and of course the Poo Pirate Piglet.
The Poop Pirate Piglet.
Ooh, we see 2 burbs.
The triple P.
2 burbs.
The burbies. Oops, all burbies.
Okay, we love Diablo. Oops, all Diablos. Oh, look at that. A replacement for the Poo Pirate.
The answer, Sky, is yes. We are cracking packs under the desk. We are doing that. That's exactly the strategy, and I would appreciate if you didn't tell our secrets.
Yes, Sky, what are you doing? I thought we were friends. This whole time we've been talking directly to you. Like the last 8 hours has been just to you, Sky.
Yeah, I was only.
And here you are telling people.
Yeah, this is unbelievable.
This is unbelievable. Just the lack of loyalty. Can you believe it,
dude? I would never. So let's see.
Can't be me.
Chuck. Sus Side Gaming.
Yep, we love it. That is the SSG After Dark name for sure.
Gabe, Alex is at 18.
I know. Yeah, this game's over. What are we playing around for?
I mean, Alejandro has 50 cards in hand, but with only 5 ink.
You know, I learned something in school in science about kinetic energy. There's a lot of kinetic energy in Alejandro's hand. A lot of cards that might be one day, but they will never come to fruition as he lays the cards out to show Wochuk.
He's like, here's the whole deck.
This is what you did to me. Thanks a lot, bud.
Wow.
That's I was talking to Alejandro. Alejandro he's come to exactly. Thank you, people in the chat. Potential energy is what Alex had. Or is what Alejandro had. Kinetic energy is what Alex had, which was stuff on the table. That's kinetic energy. That's happening. Potential energy is sitting in your hand, not doing nothing. Thank you for the correction.
You could be my science teacher. I would believe it if you told me you were a science teacher. I believe it.
Oh, absolutely not. No, you don't want that.
I think so. With that jacket on, dude, I believe it, dude.
Yeah, I got tweed patches on my arms.
Tweed?
You need to go Google that word. It's a big word. You just don't know it yet.
What's a tweed?
Tweed is a material. It's a fabric of some kind.
Got it. I've never unlocked that material in Minecraft, so I don't know what that is.
Yeah, you need like silkworms.
I need some tweed. All right, Alejandro getting the play this time around, and I'm sure he's going to be looking for some defense against Alex's shenanigans here, because Alex is going to be looking to pretty much throw everything on the board yet again. You see him looking at his hand here, and Alex is the person that I know that the most. I mean, nobody that I know does this more than Alex, where he will send us in a group chat random hands, and he will say, "What would you mulligan here?
Oh my gosh!
What would you mulligan here? What would you mulligan here?"
Yeah,
he does this all the time, and it just goes to show Alex is always trying to improve his game. He's always looking at opening hands. He's always thinking of possibilities. He always does like these little solitaires where he'll draw his hand and see what he would have drawn, and he just goes through every single situation possible to make sure that his mulligan is top of the game, because honestly, mulligan is such a huge part of this game. I know people have said it in the past, but the mulligan is huge in the game. You know, you're really just trying to set up your game, and if you're bad at mulliganing, it's more than likely affecting your Lorcana game, like 100%. So Alex, obviously, it's always, you know, it's random. You don't know what you're going to get, but knowing how to mulligan correctly is something that I think Alex prides himself on. And we do see the lady, as we mentioned earlier, which we didn't get to see in the first game, but she is definitely there.
Yep.
And most likely will be joining the party at some point. And we see Piglet also joining the party. We will start off with maybe a Mulan.
Fixing the hand a little bit.
Maybe a Mullen. That was my favorite character in Tony Hawk Pro Skater, Rodney Mullen.
Shout out to you, Rodney Mullen.
That was the best character. He would do the ghost slide.
Oh, the ghost. Yes,
you know what a ghost slide is?
Yes.
Yeah, it was cool back in the day when I used to think I could skate.
Yeah.
And now I can barely walk down the hallway without falling over. All right. Let's see. We got 2 ink. We're going to look at the hand here. We know we have that storm in hand. Unfortunately, Alex could not ink. Oh, you got choices here.
Yeah, there are options. Alejandro valuing the card that would potentially put another card in Alex's hand, saying, "You know what, you got plenty of ink."
It's tricky. Yeah, I was going to say because you know part of you wants to take the ink maybe, but
yeah, if it doesn't make a difference,
it doesn't make a difference, and the other one draws a card. So yeah, I guess we're just going to go with the storm.
And is that the hamster ball?
Hamster ball. Yeah, that is a hamster ball right there.
Well, that's a hamster. That's not the hamster ball.
He's inside the ball.
The hamster is in the ball.
Is that the 1 drop or is that the 4 drop? I can't tell. The art is so similar.
Let's go with 4. I could be wrong. We're learning together. Yes, Zeke, we did see pull the lever, but it got sent to the bottom of the deck twice because of Daisy's last game.
Yeah, Daisy's sent those right away.
Yeah,
which is crazy because normally when you play green purple, Daisy's like you love Daisy because Daisy just loads up your hand. But now that we're cutting characters to play these new actions, although the actions are very powerful,
they're great.
They are misses when it comes to Daisy. So definitely something to be considered. And we saw it last game when Alex hit back-to-back pull the levers. So
yeah, that was something else. This game feels and seems as though it's moving a little bit more fairly. Alex is not swarming the board nearly as fast. Certainly because Alejandro is currently on the play, and so that certainly helps too. Alex has to respect the fact that Alejandro can check him and making sure that we don't play things that ruin that for us.
All right, and let's see here. What are we trying to figure out who's water's who? I don't know what water this is. Am I drinking this water?
Well, this is the coldest one, and I just brought mine.
I'm pretty sure we've all swapped spit at this point.
Well, you know what? We've been hanging together for 8 hours.
Oh, well, it won't be the worst. Yeah, there's a lot of water bottles on the table. Gabe and I don't know which one's which, but we need to stay hydrated, so we're just gonna take chances.
Yeah. Thank you for the mukbang. We appreciate it.
Delicious.
As we see, just kind of thinking through the turn here, kind of considering.
I thought the stream froze, but no, they're just deep in thought.
Yeah, they're whispering to each other.
Wochuk looks like one of those Greek statues right now.
The thinker.
The thinking man.
Yeah, the thinker.
The thinker, whatever the thinking man.
Listen, I don't know that there's potential in kinetic energy, so I'll let you decide what the name of the statue is. Bro.
Somebody said the pickled eggs was the most fluid exchange I've seen in the Lorcana stream.
Celeste, I love you so much.
That's funny. That's funny.
Oh my goodness.
Oh goodness. Yeah, we're getting into the actually, I mean, I feel pretty. I feel pretty fresh considering we're in round number 7 going into top 8 after this. So this is a big game. This is a really big game.
Oh, lady coming down. What are we playing with that lady? What do you think? Is it do we use the dock?
Cindy or dock?
Or are we opting not to do anything with it?
Oh, he's just gonna pass on that.
Yeah, he's saying no. He's just gonna we're shooting down with some raging strength of a raging fire.
I guess he just does not want to risk Interesting why he didn't put the Cindy. Did he end up inking the Cindy? No, he kept it, right? I wonder why he didn't play the Cindy for free.
That's a great question. That's definitely going to be a Wochuk question. This is one of those questions that we're going to ask him in the chat. So
it's probably something super obvious.
Yeah.
I just
shout out in the South Florida Lorcana Network.
Maybe he wants to keep the ink.
He does enjoy talking about his gameplay there. So if you want to learn more about Wochuk and about what he's all about and why he plays the things he does and why he does the things he does, we encourage you. Join the South Florida Lorcana Network.
Yeah, Tintin said the same thing that I said. Yeah, he's looking for ink. Yeah,
that does make sense. I've heard him say that ink is important.
Well, for sure. No, it definitely makes sense. I was just curious. It didn't make sense at first, but it does make sense now. The
Poor
solo lady. Yeah, the lady with no trigger. It's a sad lady.
Yeah. Well, if a lady's not triggered, wouldn't she be happy?
All right, Gabe. Get Liam back in here. I've had enough.
You're like you've banned me from the box. I've
had enough.
Oh, and here we see Piglet. And and the dock. Well timed.
It's always dock.
And we see, okay, just continuing to get some more characters to potentially slam down. This is okay right now. Alex is likely wanting to see more cards in hand, and is hoping for things to show up at the top. Probably wants to get to another dock if possible. If Alex is on dock, though, I have to ask the question.
Interesting that he presents.
Does that mean he's not playing the whole new world?
I don't think he is, based on the docks.
I would think not, right? Like,
but maybe he is playing a couple docks and then the rest whole new worlds. I'm not sure.
It's an interesting choice because traditionally he plays what we identify as being the kind of more run-of-the-mill Steel Song. So this is an interesting decision, a decision to go a little bit faster. So I'd love to hear more from Alex about what his meta decisions was and why this was the right way to go.
Yep. And this lady does have a pretty ungood.
Wow.
My vocabulary is deteriorating.
Right. You know, you talk good, I gotta say.
Chuck gives a pretty good trade to Alejandro. My gosh, words are hard because lady was exerted, so she just got a free a free trade, which I'm interested to know why Chuck took that there. But maybe he's just I don't know.
No, and for those in the chat, this is definitely diggy hole. You can tell by the inclusions. I'm just shocked because that's not generally what Alex plays. Like, Alex is not known for the, like, he knows it. He knows the color combination well. He just generally my knowledge of him is that he generally prefers the Steel Song variant.
Okay, Alex shrinking the genie here. Don't think it's going to have an effect, but
oof, we're going to go to that's good for 5.
Is the shrinking only for your turn or for until your next turn?
What are we referring to?
The Rhino. The 1-drop says when you play him, target character gets -1 attack. Okay, it's only for that turn. Okay.
Yeah, until the start of your next turn.
Until the start of your next turn?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That card's good.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Okay. So now this genie only punches for 1. So that's actually super relevant. Yeah. I know people were talking. I was talking earlier with people and they were saying Rhino, the 1-drop stinks. I don't know. That's pretty good to me.
It's not bad. I mean, it's obvious what you're doing is you just need a shift target because
right. But it could have been vanilla or something and been terrible.
Oh yeah. I mean, granted. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really good. I like that a lot. So now this genie is not going to be able to punch anything except for that Cinderella, which is definitely not the target that he's looking to take out here. Okay, we're playing genie again. All the foil genies.
Oh, okay. Elsa.
Elsa is always a good one.
Tapping down that hamster.
That hamster ball. Okay, we're gonna get a little swingy here. And guys, while we wrap up this games here, do remember that code at the top left of your screen. If you scan that code and you enter in, there will be a free case of Reign of Jafar that will be distributed at the end of this stream. We will be choosing a winner. Not end of the stream, excuse me. At the end of Swiss, we'll be choosing a winner, and the winner will get a free case of Reign of Jafar sent to their front door. Yeah. So,
Stefan, if you can hear me, please confirm that I can't sign up for that thing. Okay, because I don't think it's. I got to talk to you about that. I don't think it's fair.
Stefan out there? I thought it was still Jason out there.
No, I think Stefan's out there now.
Stefan's out there now.
Yeah, he went 3-0. He went from 3-0 to.
It's me.
It's me.
It's me.
Yeah, he unfortunately had a rough go of it. We saw him at his highs. And listen, if you can't love Stefan at his worst, then you don't deserve him at his best.
Dude, he had a piece of me all day. I lent him my docks, dude.
Did that work?
So every time he played a dock, I drew him 2 cards.
You personally got him 2 cards.
I drew him 2 cards. We are stabilizing, Sky. I agree with you wholeheartedly.
Yep.
And I see a lot of people scanning that code. So yeah, if you haven't scanned that code, guys, get in there. Give us your social security information so that we can absolutely do nothing suspicious or malicious with it.
Yeah, please upload a photo of at least 3 credit cards and your last mortgage payment.
Please send us proof of billing and your social, and we'll get back to you with that free case ASAP.
Yeah, don't mind the magazine subscription that's going to randomly be sent to your house.
I've had a few of those where I'm like, who the hell signed up for this magazine? All right. So back and forth here as Alejandro debating on whether he wants to attack or quest. It looks like we're definitely doing a little bit of punching into this dock here.
You have to, right? I mean, you can't, like, we are on the back foot. Alejandro's on the back foot.
Mm-hmm.
We have to just deal with Alex's board. It's the way it is. It's just going to have to be that way.
For those asking, this is the 7th and last round of Swiss, and then we will be cutting to a top 8, and top 8 will be played today.
It will be, yeah.
So that is your information. We have a lot of people that are already locked in for the top 8, but this game is very important because this could be a game potentially sending in somebody in the bubble. So, both players really trying to lock it up here. And
just to be very transparent, there's actually a chance that neither of these players are able to get into the top 8. So it really depends on how the rest of this round shakes out. There are a number of draws that have happened. There's some players that are still playing it out. So it's not a guarantee that either of these players will make it through.
Right. But I know there's some X2s out there that we're hoping to sneak in. So if an X2 is hoping to sneak in, then a 5-1-1 definitely should have a good chance. So we'll see. We'll see how the cookie crumbles here, but definitely worth winning this game just in case. So we will see.
Yeah, I mean,
it would be pretty bad to go 5-1-1 and not get in the top 8. So I don't know. I think we might be okay, but we'll see. Wrong lever. Oh wait, that was the right lever.
That was the correct lever. As Alejandro is now kind of reversing the pain here, presenting more characters on the board, trying to be able to put his foot down into the sand and stop Wochuk from getting to the 20 lore. It's going to be rough though, because Alex Wochuk is sitting with 5 lore on the table, now 3. After the exclusion of that Mr. Smee from this reality, being banished.
I love that Alejandro has enchanted wrong levers already.
I'm impressed.
That's commitment.
I'm not even mad.
I don't know if all of them are. I saw one of them only, but he's got the enchanted in his hand. He's like another Kylie, dude. He's a max rarity kind of guy.
Yeah,
everything's got to be foil. Everything's got to be enchanted. So I don't know.
We love it.
We love to see it.
We love it.
I'm a non-foil kind of guy. I just, play with all the regular cards and just do my best.
Yeah.
Oh, we got Doc.
Oh, okay. We see lady.
Can we lady into whatever else we drew? Oh,
another 2 ladies actually. If you think about it, Daisy Duck is the lady after all.
If we had 3 ink there, that would have been so sweet to just draw 2, play lady, play the other one for free.
Yeah, this is just crazy.
But that's pretty good. It's pretty good.
So we are presenting more than Lorthel on the board. So Alejandro, in order to win, is going to have to figure out.
We don't have any board clears.
Dealing with characters that are not.
This is why I don't like the Prince John version. Could I just? Yeah, he's not happy about that. Can I just say? I know Prince John is a tremendous card, right? Let me just say,
one of the best.
I understand it's a tremendous card, but sometimes I just feel like it's too slow.
You're too slow. Don't talk about my board like that.
Like. What does Prince John do?
I draw cards when you discard
in that predicament when there's like Piglet Lady, Daisy, Doc, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna play Prince John. I don't know, man.
I mean, here's the thing. I mean,
don't get me wrong. I know the cards. I know the card is insane.
I know it wants it to come back,
but sometimes I play it and I'm just like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Are we watching in real time your decision to go to a Tempo Emerald Amethyst build? Is that what's happening right now?
No, I play discard decks sometimes without Prince John. I know it sounds blasphemous, but like I'm a 4 Genie, 4 John, 4 Genie, 4 Diablo, 4 Pan kind of guy. Wow, that's really disrespectful that you would do that. Those raging fires are too expensive to be tossing them around.
What do you mean? Yeah, well, you're not playing. There's no Prince Johns in here apparently. What do you mean? Like, what's happening right now?
I'm just saying, dude. I don't know, man. I don't know. If it had been a Peter Pan instead of a Prince John, what do you think would have happened there? You think it would have been a little closer, right?
Yeah, but would he be 4-1-1?
I don't know. Would he? We'll never know.
Well, the world may never know.
The world will never know.
Yeah. So congratulations to Wochuk. Hopefully, for his sake, hopefully that victory is enough to get him into the top 8. We still have to watch the rest of this pan out to really know if that's the case or not. But yeah, I mean, I think seeing Wochuk and having seen some of the matches that we've seen with Amber Steel, with some of these new inclusions, with the lady, I didn't see it beyond the horizon. I would imagine Wochuk.
I think I'm in big trouble, guys. For those of you who don't know, Gabe and I have a brand new podcast called Voices from the Inkwell.
Voices from the Inkwell.
Yes, if you want to check us out, go hit us up on YouTube. Yeah, Voices from the Inkwell. We have 2 episodes recorded. And in our last episode, we did some predictions for this weekend. And some of them were pretty silly. Some of them were more aligned with the meta. And my prediction was that 4 decks in top 8 would be playing at least one copy of Beyond the Horizon.
I told you, brother. I told you.
And right now, I'm not feeling good about that game.
But here's the thing.
I lost 1 point because you said Amber Steel would be the most represented. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I was right.
So you were right. I was wrong. Emerald Steel was second. I predicted first. So that was 1 point for Gabe. 1 point for me for Liam wearing blue, though.
I hate you and I hate Ronald.
I'm going to hold on to that point for a while. And then, what was it? I said at least 1 Emerald Amethyst would get in. Right, I have it written down. You don't have to click on the video. I have it written down.
I want people to see. Look, watch the video.
Oh, look. Oh, we just watch it here. We just
just watch the video. Just watch the video.
We're just gonna hold it up. We're gonna hold it up for a little while. You guys, let us know when you're done. All right, look. Hold on. I have the predictions here.
Okay, yeah.
Which we'll go through them on our episode. This is not our show. I don't want to just take over and make this a podcast. And look, we have stuff happening, so we can't even do our. What's happening right now?
I don't think there is.
People are getting changed. Are we watching something we shouldn't be watching?
Oh, interview.
Let's go. Take
everybody.
it away, Aaron. We love you. Go.
Run if you need to.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to SSG. I am joined by our most recent winner on stream. How'd that match feel?
It felt good. I definitely won the top deck wars. I feel bad. I was drawing the nuts every turn, so helps out when you're lucky.
Yeah, so unfortunately the TV in our watch area here at SSG froze on me, so I didn't get to watch the full match, but I heard some sort of activity around a triple daisy happening in the first game. Can you tell me what was going on at that point?
Game 1, we kept 2 daisies and a Cinderella in our mulligan with the intention of daisy on 1 and then Cinderella and daisy on 2 because I had a song as well, but my first daisy trigger, got an Ursula off top. And I also drew a daisy as well, so that changed the entire equation, makes it ink the song, triple daisy, and that's how you go from there.
Very nice, very nice. Well, is this your first SSG experience? It sounds like you know some of these guys, so you're normally at SSG locals.
Don't tell anybody. I actually I'm not gonna cop back there, but they don't know about that.
How does it feel getting to kind of beat up on? How does it feel kind of getting to beat up on some of your friends and locals here?
It's I mean, I don't like beating up on people. I love having good games. I love everybody here. Everybody's great competition. Everybody's all friends with each other. It's one of the awesome things about Lorcana. It's just so much friendlier than the other games. I remember the Pokemon days, and it was just cutthroat and crazy. And then we hear the stories about Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic. I don't even want to get into that. So it is definitely great playing Lorcana against my friends and loved ones.
It's amazing. I do love that about this community. Lorcana is my first TCG, and I just think that this community is just so warm and welcoming and open to new players, and especially down here in the South Florida community. I know everybody on stream has heard me talk about this ad nauseum, but y'all are just so warm and welcoming and incredible to new players. So we're about to go into top 8. I know we're waiting to hear kind of how all the other games shake out. If you are going to make top cut, are there any people that you're excited to play against, people you're nervous to play against?
Honestly, so they did some tiebreaker stuff earlier. My friend Thiago flew in, and he's like the solver wizard kid, and he says it doesn't look great for me tiebreaker wise. If I do sneak in, it would be the 8 seed, so I'll be on the draw the entire time. And honestly, to be honest, I hate my deck. I don't like my deck at all. It's got Rhino in there, which I don't think I played a single time today. It's got one Rapunzel in there, which I haven't used a single time. It's just not my type of deck. I like the other kind of Steel Song. This one's weird and plays off the top of the deck and just high variance, and I'm not a fan. But if I do make top 8 and have to get paired into somebody, who do I want? Give me Zack Bivens. I'm going to knock that kid out. Hell yeah.
Very nice. You heard it here, everybody, first. So you mentioned that you've been struggling with this deck. I mean, obviously you're doing pretty well. Are there any sort of like lessons learned, things that you would want to tech in instead of what you're currently running this weekend?
I would just switch back to the original Steel Song, the whole new world version. Again, the entire draw engine in this deck is Dock, one card that draws 2, and it's just not enough. You're just at 0 so often is playing off the top of your deck, hoping to rip things. Like if you saw in game 2, I was just dead, and I drew Dock into Dock, and that's the only thing that saved me. And it's just you're playing like that all week long, and it's just not where you want to be. It works. When it works, you look like a genius, but trust me, it's not where you want to be.
Awesome. Is there anything else you want to say to the viewers at home before I let you go and so you can see how the rest of the field shakes out?
Viewers at home, I love you all.
I will echo that. Thank you so much for taking the time. Congratulations and best of luck going into top 8. Thank you, everybody.
What's up, fam? Great interview. Thank you guys, and thank you, Wochuck. Congratulations on a win.
We love you, Wochuck.
It's about time.
You figured it out. Wait. That was one of my other predictions. We didn't get a chance to finish the predictions.
Your prediction was that Wochuck wins it all.
Yes,
but that wasn't in the initial. That if you get that, I'll give you 2 points for that one.
Yeah, because the real thing was that. Which he already,
right.
He's
here. I'm gonna go through them real quick.
Go. All right, so here's yours.
We were 5 predictions each, guys. So my first prediction, Emerald Steel was top represented. It wasn't, right? Gabe's first prediction, Amber Steel is most represented.
Ding 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 ding.
So
ding.
Gabe gets a point, right?
That's one for
Mine
me.
was at least 1 Emerald Amethyst in top 8. Looking okay right now. I think there's a chance. We don't know for sure, but we're looking at that.
Yeah.
Gabe's second prediction, John Williams finishes in second place.
That's
I think that's not happening because I don't know if John Williams is making top, but we will see.
No, he's out.
Okay.
He told me. In fact, I was walking. He cursed at me. He said things I can't say on stream, and he said, "Don't you ever do that to me again." That's what he told me.
Okay. So my next prediction: 4 decks in top 8 will be playing Beyond the Horizon.
Well,
we don't know.
We're yet to find out.
But it's not looking.
Unlikely.
It's not looking shake. It's not looking good. Gabe's prediction was there will be 2 decks in top 8 playing Beyond the Horizon.
And I'm going to say even that looks a little bit unlikely.
That might be close. My next one was at least 2 SSG players in top 8.
Well, one we have. It's one maybe. Yeah, it's Kylie might be able to sneak in. Does Zack Bivens count?
Zack Bivens is part of SSG. Of course it counts.
I was kind of hoping you'd say no. So I wouldn't lose the point.
But of course it counts. All right.
I know it counts.
And then Gabe's next one was, there will be 2 of each deck represented in top 8.
We will find out.
So Gabe's prediction is that there's going to be 4 decks in top 8, and they're all double.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. That's a tricky one. And then my last prediction was Liam will not wear his pink jacket.
I hate you.
And he didn't. He wore a blue jacket today, guys.
Ding, ding,
so
ding.
easy dub.
Easy dubs.
And then Gabe's last prediction was somebody from Club Lorcana will be playing Emerald Amethyst.
They weren't. I just checked.
You just checked?
I checked. They were not.
Wow.
Yeah. I saw there's 2 Nate and Ryan are both on Ruby Sapphire. And there's a third one with them. I forgot their name. They're playing. I don't remember, but I know it's not Emerald. It's not Emerald.
Okay.
Amethyst.
So we'll tally it all up. But again, guys, check us out. Voices from the Inkwell. I don't want to plug too much because again, this is not our show. This is SSG's show. But if you want to check us out and hear what we have to say, we plan on releasing episodes once a week.
Yep.
Most likely we'll be recording in a couple days here.
Yeah, Monday.
And
Tuesday.
talking about our events and talking about all the stuff from this event. So definitely go check us out. And we're getting ready for a top 8. But before we get into top 8, guys, I got to go find out maybe Stefan in the sky, eye in the sky can tell us. Devin said at the end of Swiss, we would be doing a giveaway winner for our giveaway, which is right here, guys. See that right here that I'm pointing at? See that right there? You're going to click that and you're going to put in your social security number.
Yeah.
And you're going to get a call from a number that you don't know.
Yes.
And you should definitely give them all your information. No, just kidding. That's for a free case of Reign of Jafar, guys.
Yeah.
Free case.
Normally, in order to take advantage of the really cool things that are happening, that happens when you come here. But for the first time in forever, it's happening right there.
First time in forever.
So you get to take part. You get to take part in all the craziness, all the fun that we have here. You get to scan this code and see if you win a case of Reign of Jafar.
And while you guys do that, we have some more interviews for you. So we're going to toss it back out to our production team, aka Aaron, hooking us up with the interviews today. And whenever you guys are ready to take it from us,
I'm just glad we didn't get censored because of Wochuck.
The ball is in your court.
Yeah.
But yeah, while we do this, guys, watch the interviews, enjoy yourself, kick back, grab a drink before top 8, and make sure you sign up for that giveaway, guys. You don't want to miss out. It could be you. It's got to go to somebody, right?
Right.
Why not you?
I'll make it me if you all don't want it. I'll scan the code and I'll make it myself. I'll take it.
Why not? Free case.
I could use more. I could crack more boxes.
I've already scanned it like 5 times, and I have 5 entries. So
how do you have 5 social security numbers? You do live in Miami. That's fair.
I'll tell you later.
Yeah, that's an after call situation.
All right, and we are back with Aaron. And Aaron, take it away. We have the Diz Dude, and do your thing.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I am joined by one of my favorite members of the Lorcana community, Justin.
Oh, you're so
Justin,
kind.
can you introduce yourself to viewers at home since they didn't just see you on stream like all of our other
Yeah,
guests?
sure. My name's Justin. I'm out of Central Florida. I represent Team Rebirth here. I go by the Diz Dude on social media. This is my first competitive card game. Learning a lot. I'm surrounded by a lot of really great players in Central Florida, and then obviously here in South Florida, it's like next level. So it really forces you to step up your game and be a good player. So even though I'm a first timer, I'm able to like put up some decent numbers here and there. Nothing crazy, but lots of fun for sure.
That's amazing. When did you first hear about Lorcana? And like, I mean, okay, so let's actually step back.
Sure.
So you're a Disney content creator. You have a pretty prominent Instagram, if I remember
it's fun.
correctly.
I did the whole Disney Instagram thing before Lorcana existed.
Yeah. So when did you first hear about Lorcana and what like got you to kind of take those first steps? Like, I'm going to try a TCG.
Yeah. So funny enough, I didn't know it existed, right? I was visiting my cousin in New York and I was just walking around Times Square and I popped in the Disney store. And this is on the second day the game had been released. And I go upstairs and they're like doing an expo of Disney trading cards. And I was like, are you kidding me? Like Disney has a trading card game. So obviously I snatched up whatever they had. Like it was just starter decks there. Everything else was sold out.
Of course.
You know how difficult
the first
was.
chapter. Everybody, I think for those of us who've been around the game since the beginner, we all
like
remember that
impossible.
first weekend.
Yeah, it was so good. But I picked up the starter decks and me and my cousin, we love trading card games. So we just like went around to the local shops and we like super overpaid for like a booster box and split it. And I became a collector. And then like a week and a half later, 2 weeks later, I decided, wow, I think I'm going to play this game. I think it seems pretty fun. So
I love it. I mean, you're like me, Justin. You grew up this Disney fan. I love Disney. My husband Liam, who you see in the casting booth sometimes, grew up a Magic player and a TCG player, and he saw this game come out and he was like, "Oh my gosh, this is something that we get to do together."
Perfect.
Marriage of our two favorite things. So that's awesome. So you're here at SSG. This isn't your first SSG either. You've come down a couple times now.
Yeah, I've lost 2 win-ins, and I got in the 3K Champions Path. I made top 8.
Okay, so what are you here playing this weekend?
I'm currently on Emerald Steel Discard. That was the last round. I ended up 5-2 for the day. I think I'm on a bubble, but I don't think my tiebreakers are great. But I had a lot of fun, and my opponents were all super, super great players. So
yeah. Fingers crossed. Well, so you did Emerald Steel. Is that your normal deck, or did you switch into it with this?
I play a little bit of everything. Awesome. Emerald Steel, I won a couple of set champs with, but I've played a lot of red purple. I've done Blue Steel is one I've been on a lot. Amber Steel is one I played a lot. So, I mean, I love purple steel. I really don't have like a set deck. I just kind of like to see what I think people are going to be showing up with and then just grind some games.
When you first kind of got into Lorcana, this is your first TCG, and amazingly, you became more of a competitive player rather than just a casual. When did you decide to take that step, and kind of what was that journey like? Rather than I'm going to just collect, I'm going to go and play competitively.
So I was like curious, and I just got into reading some of the cards, and I thought it was interesting. So I went to some locals. It was actually the weekend of the Miami TCG Con. So a bunch of like the top players were over there. And I went to the locals and I went to 2 different ones and ended up winning 2 tournaments. And I was like, oh, I can get more packs this way. And so I kind of like organically went into like, oh, if I do better, I will get packs. Because it was so hard to get packs back then. And so that comboed with, like I said earlier, where I'm surrounded by like players who are constantly in day 2 of DLCs, top 16, top 32. And those are the people I'm playing against constantly. And those are the friends I'm testing with. So it's like, that those 2 together kind of like pushed me to be like, oh, I can have packs, prizes, and have a lot of fun. It's always fun to win.
Yeah, absolutely. It is, and it feels so validating when like you're a newer TCG player and you play against one of like the best in the world and you actually squeak a win out of them. I've had that experience a few times.
It's good,
not
right?
a ton, but it does feel really validating. You're like, oh wait, I got this.
I can play with the best.
Yeah, exactly. And they're all so understanding. Like I am really fortunate. We live right around the street from Lorcana Bro, and he comes over to our house and plays. Aaron. He's so wonderful. And anytime I like play something and he's like, is that really what you want to play? Let me see your hand really fast. And he's like, no. Let's like reset. Let's do it again. And he's just so understanding and like
Yep.
you know, friends sitting around the table, but also like gives me a little bit of coaching.
We
as
get
I'm
better.
winning.
Like my buddy Jotham, he's topped at a bunch of different tournaments and stuff, and he's like one of my go-to testing partners. And like he was one of the people who we would sit down and grind, and he'd be like exactly just like Aaron did with him. He's like, "Why are you playing that? Do you have another option? What are your lines? Have you thought about what I could play next turn?" And these are all things that like really refined and honed like the competitive side of me.
Yeah, I love getting to talk about kind of the beginnings of this TCG journey with folks. I know we have so many kind of hyper competitive players watching at home, but for those of you who might be new to the game, and you're trying to like build up the courage to come out to an event like an SSG or even your local set champs, what sort of recommendations do you have for folks who are wanting to take that first step into competitive play?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest ones is just to be patient with yourself. I'll use me as an example. My first DLC, I was out of contention for day 2 in round 6. Then the next one, it was round 7. The next one, it was round 8. And then the other 2, I made it to round 9 and lost my win in ends. You know what I mean? So you're going to lose. Sometimes you're completely ready. You have the best deck, but you don't get the right matchups. Like that is just variance. That is how card games go. And so I guess the number one piece of advice would be patient with yourself. And the number 2 would be put in the work, you know, like go sit down with friends and play those games, grind out the matchups you might not be good at and just like play open face, talk it out. And so practice and be patient.
Yeah. Liam always tells me every game I lose is a game I'm getting better at the game overall. And
for sure. Everything's learning.
Yeah. It's sometimes tough, especially as a new player. You can get self-conscious when you lose. You can get down on yourself. Like, I'm not good at this, but keep persevering and keep pushing forward and you're going to get better. Like if you want it, I think that so many people have that in them. And if nothing else, enjoy the ride. Like we get to play as Illumineers casting Disney
trading
card
card game.
That is such a cool thing. I mean, to think that was going to happen in our lifetime, it's so amazing. Thank you so much for taking time to talk to me today.
Thanks for the chat.
And thanks for coming down to SSG. I'm so excited. I hope I get to maybe see you while I'm kind of wandering around Disney World at Worlds.
I might go take a little lap around the parks or Disney Springs or something.
Yeah, maybe we'll go to a park or something like that while like, you know, people are like playing a trading card game somewhere at Disney World.
Yeah, wherever that might be.
Yeah, whatever. Okay. Well, it was so great to see you. Thank you for taking the time. I will send it back to the casters. Thanks, everybody.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome back. Welcome back. I'm not sure if we're cutting yet to another interview, if we're still working on some stuff. Stefan in the booth. Let me see here. Let me talk to my boy Stefan real quick.
Yeah. I think he can hear you, but that's fine too.
No, I want to talk to him.
You want to type to him?
Is this you?
Is this? Show me the way. Is this you?
Hello.
Wow, this is just compelling. Just completely. This is just the most engaging. Content you've ever gotten in your entire life. Hey, folks, welcome. Listen, we're entering hour 10 of this event. Now, we're entering into the quarterfinals, but we've been here for about 9 hours. And what happens after Swiss rounds? Things get a little bit wild. So I just want to preemptively apologize for anything that we may say, do, touch.
I said,
smell.
I said, when do giveaway? when do giveaway?
When do giveaway? Yes.
I'm trying to help the people out, guys. I know a lot of people. Skinner got that extra glare today. Thanks, Wink. You know, I got that little.
Yeah, there you go.
I got that thing on me. You know, I'm getting to show that I'm actually whiter than Gabe.
Yeah.
See that? I'm more white than you, dude. I'm more pasty than you.
I spent some time in the sun.
I see that, dude. It's showing. It's beautiful.
Thank you. Uncrustables. If you want to give me Uncrustables, I'm happy to eat them.
No, I'm really full,
but they do need to be sealed. If you're handing me if you're handing me a raw dog Uncrustable, I ain't touching that. I'm just being very transparent.
Dude, they have some at Aldi's they're called they look like Uncrustables, but they're like not name brand Uncrustables. And I thought about getting them to try them and doing a review. Maybe I'll get JDZ to do a review next time he's here. Maybe I'll buy the fake Uncrustables and he can compare and see if they're.
Yeah, we can do like a blind taste test of like the fake Uncrustable and the real one.
But
see if you can tell.
You can tell because the shape is a little different.
then we'll just cut it up.
We'll just have him lick the filling, and then he's gonna tell us based on the filling. Oh god! Put your heads together and say, "Wonder Twins power activate." We want Uncrustables. We want Uncrustables in UK.
Harlan, wait. Harlan, are you telling me that they do?
They do healthy stuff in the UK. They
don't. They put like Vegemite in the. They put like you don't have it like with Vegemite in there.
Vegemite in my Uncrustable, dude. Get out of here.
Harlan's gonna be like, dude, that's Australia.
Dude, tell me you don't know anything about
Kiwi birds, baby. Let's go Kiwi birds. Put some Vegemite in there.
Hey YouTuber, free Twitch Prime. Oh, I thought Wake was gonna send them over to his channel.
Yeah, that's great.
Uncrustables. So if you don't have Uncrustables in your country, all you have to do is take a peanut butter sandwich, right?
Wow.
And then just cut out the middle, like get rid of all the bread on the outside. Just cut out the middle, and then just squeeze together the outside so that nothing gets out, and you're just gonna have like a pouch, right? Like just a pouch of
Can
bread.
You stop doing that on camera?
just a pouch. I'll do it over here. There's a pouch of peanut butter and jelly that you'll be left with, and that is an Uncrustable. But the only difference is an Uncrustable, they actually pack in like 9,000 more grams of sugar. That's the way that they really make it good. They just add all that extra sugar in there, and boom, you got yourself an Uncrustable.
Yeah, it's pretty good. A lot of preservatives too. I'm gonna guess it's like MSG or something. Who knows?
Yeah, for sure. That's everything in the United States. So
yeah, welcome to America.
I'm sure there's something relevant or close to it over there in the UK, but maybe not.
Yeah, but probably way healthier.
Never have I ever been over there, so I don't know.
Cool.
Have you been?
Yeah, no, I haven't.
Okay. We should go together, guys. Anybody want to invite Gabe and I out to the UK? Let me know.
Let me know.
We'll come kick it with you guys. And Stefan's not answering my question. When do giveaway? So let me go. Do you want to go ask him before we get into top 8?
I mean,
I don't want him to start sitting people down. I want some people want to get their giveaway on. It could be something we could be doing right now.
And
guys, while I go ask,
go ahead.
You do this thing, all right?
Yeah, do this. Hurry, because they might do it right now. He's about to go and tell on you that you didn't do it. And then they're gonna shut it down.
If you miss out,
it's your fault.
I don't want to hear it. All right, I tried. I advocated for you guys.
Oh,
right?
Wait, no, now you got to stay. We got like brackets and stuff.
No, you're gonna look at the brackets. I'm gonna find out about the giveaway.
What I just found out is I lost one of my.
There's a lot of green steel in top 8. There is a green purple though. Boom!
There is a green purple.
Drop that point in my bucket. All right, be right back.
Go for it. Absolutely. All right, so let's take a look. Yeah, so Wojciech, who we just watched, did in fact bubbled, and it looks like Zack lost his match. So unfortunately for them, they're not going to be in. Taking a look at the knockout bracket, we've got a mirror match, Mark versus Kylie. We're taking a look at that. Emerald Steel. That's going to be something crazy. Just two discard monsters facing each other. Speaking of discard, at the bracket just below that, we've got I don't want to mispronounce that, but let's say Ikaika and Nathan. Ikaika. Thank you very much for the correction.
Ikaika, yeah.
And that's Jason who's just jumping in here, whose voice has just popped in there.
Yeah.
We've got Emerald Steel. We've got Amber Emerald as well with Nathan, and so potentially 2 more discard matches there. Taking a look on the right side of the bracket, we've got Justin, we've got Tiago, we've got Aaron, we've got Dylan. So this is a very diverse meta, very diverse top 8.
Steel seems to be the thing, though. I'm telling you, we talked about this the other day. Beyond the Horizon, I've watched all these players play it the whole time. There's been a lot of Beyond the Horizons being played.
Yeah.
And it's been a very good card. I've watched it. I still think that the lady is a good card. There's been a lot of good cards in this.
Yeah. There's some requests for some matches. Specifically, it looks like people want to see Ikaika versus Nathan. We're gonna the players are still finishing up their meetings. We're gonna let them figure that out. In fact, if you can do me the favor, we got Liam here, so we can jump Liam in here.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna let you guys tell me which match you want. Maybe we'll take a poll from the audience, or you'll do it.
Right now, what's leading is Ikaika and Nathan. That's what's leading right now.
We haven't seen either one of them on camera either. I don't believe.
I think I'm inclined to agree with that.
Yeah, so we'll see, and we'll get you guys a great matchup for this top 8.
Absolutely, yes. Liam, jump on in here, my friend.
No, jump in.
Here you go, bud.
You keep talking all that. I was just coming in to see what was going on.
Liam's back, everybody.
Which match? Which matchup do you
Which oh my goodness, you're asking me when I'm on camera and on microphone, people are gonna hear and then they're gonna riot.
They're making the claim that they will in fact riot. Just so you know,
that is true. That's what I saw. So I'm not gonna let the chat influence my decision. But I will say this: I think people love watching First Seed. I think mirrors are sometimes fun, but we've seen a lot of green steel today.
I agree.
I think yellow green. I think lemon lime is kind of fresh. It's kind of fun. We haven't seen Cherno Dogs yet today. We have seen the discard package, so I would not mind watching that matchup at all. Also, I always love Amethyst Emerald as a backup, so I think those two are good.
Yeah.
So, but I Kaika versus Nathan, I wouldn't be sad about.
I would agree, and I hear cheering happening outside. There's a lot of people having a good time.
And we're finding out about the contest as well.
Okay, and we are learning more about the giveaway as well. We love it.
I know you all talked about it already, so we're rehashing some stuff here for the group. But what a fun top cut!
I know. So me and Skinner had done some predictions. I will tell you that I'm wrong, and I'm glad to be wrong. I was expecting there to be basically 4 decks 2 times. I thought that the meta would not be that diverse, and I was wrong, and I'm happy for it. I'm glad that's the case.
You're close. I mean, though, Green Steel just doing work here, very, very close to being right there.
Yeah.
But look, no Sapphire and no Ruby Sapphire specifically.
That is insane to me.
Wow. It turns out you get rid of Hiram and
wow.
look what happens.
Oh my gosh. That's crazy talk.
Yeah. But a lot of fun here. One of the things I do like about Green Steel, and also I say the same about Amber Steel, is there's a lot of diversity within those builds. You can tech them different ways. So, some diversity within those deck lists for sure, I'm sure. But probably, I don't know, discard heavy probably on those.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, there is a variant that exists in Pirates, but like where it doesn't do the discard thing, it leans more heavily into Pirates. That is considered more of a niche deck, something that's still being worked through in terms of its power level, and so that's unlikely to be seen here. We've seen Kylie play. We know Kylie's playing discard. Ikaika as well, I believe, we know is playing discard, and I think Mark is as well. Mark is from Nevershift. Mark Miller, who we've seen on the stream many times.
Yeah, great player, great person too.
Yeah,
I
certainly.
always love running into events.
So it'll be interesting to see which
do we do a giveaway winner.
Oh, so we are doing the giveaway winner.
You guys can do it. It's no problem. I don't need to be there.
No.
Stefan is going to pull up on the screen.
Okay.
Google form hiding everybody's personal.
Let's certainly hope that's the case.
Taught us. There's an app called Pretty Random, or whatever number generator you want to use.
Okay. So we're going to be using a number generator, some kind of an application that will.
We're going to show all.
Yeah, you're going to see all the giveaways.
And then we're gonna spin it 3 times.
3 spins.
3, that way it's random, and whatever number that is, you're going to count the columns, and that's the winner of our contest.
Okay, that's a lot of words.
The one note is if you have a header,
it has to be min 2.
You have to be clear on if you're telling everybody if the number is the actual.
Good call. Yes,
because the rows will be off. You start on 2. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll just say whatever you get -1. Whatever the number is -1. Essentially. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Very cool.
Let's do it.
What Skinner just said.
Or I guess I don't know. She said if you do min 2, it wouldn't.
Yeah, if that works too. If you do min 2 and you do through that works too. Yeah. You just hate it when the audience doesn't understand and like you spin one and then they're like, I was row 7 and you.
It's like no, it's 5.
You spun 7 and you said 8. And... My goodness, I love that. I low key love that. I might print that poster out.
Looks like you're doing stand-up comedy.
I know. That's exactly what I thought. I feel like somebody. That's funny. So I am going up to World Class Cards next weekend,
Nice.
but I'm flying late on Friday. It's going to be miserable. And then I think I'm going to hit CCS the following weekend.
Oh, so, I'll see you there.
World Tour.
I think.
And then back here for Worlds.
Practice. It's practice.
Respectable.
It's going to be so rough, but I need to practice and I appreciate everybody having me.
We can do it.
So wait, we get to do it?
We're going to do 1, 2, and then 3, and then that'll be it. But I have to make sure that I set.
Okay, well, we have to get the camera back in the booth. So
producers.
We're working on it right now. Stefan's working on it.
Okay.
So you're here. We are disembodied voices in the inkwell from the inkwell rather.
I'll be back in when it's time to do the thing.
Yeah. You let us know. So the giveaway is about to happen. So that is the prime opportunity for you all. They haven't done it yet. Last chance, folks. If you have not, scan the code right on the upper left, just above Mark's name. So Mark is the place to look. Above Mark's name, Scan that code, use your phone, get into this thing real quick. They are about to run this giveaway.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong. I think you win a pack of Lorcana cards, correct?
Yes, a large pack, what we call a case.
A case, a whole case in a giveaway.
Yes,
one whole case.
One whole case.
Golly,
not just one boosty, not 24 boosties, 24 times 4 boosties. I'm not good at math. Whatever that number is.
60-second cutoff. So let everybody know they got 1 minute.
Okay,
60 seconds.
So we got less than 60 seconds, folks. This is like New Year's Eve. Make sure you get in there, scan that code. No, you do not need to be following anything. Just scan the code. It's going to ask you to put in your information in a Google sheet. You're going to put that information in. It is not anything that is personal. It is, well, primarily your email address to confirm who you are, of course. But nothing, you're not going to be asked of anything critical, of any credit card information, nothing like that. We just need you to submit that entry into the Google form. It puts your name on a list, and then you might be the winner.
Raffle off a Mai Tai jersey.
Well, mine's is a little bit big. Lorcana spins. I don't know if mine's will fit you. You're not nearly as big as I am. I promise. In fact, you're nowhere near as big as I am. I've met you before. We've played before, actually.
Got about 20 seconds left.
Yes.
Yeah, you have to get the email. So people, sometimes people are like, oh, you want my email? I say, yeah, we have to contact you. Like, if you win and we can't reach out to you.
Yes, congratulations, you win, and we don't know how to get you your stuff.
Yeah, it's such a bummer. I think it's about. I started this 10 seconds. We hit 50 seconds from the announcement. I think that's about time.
Oh goodness!
I mean, hurry up and enter, but I think that's about time.
The code's off the screen. 33 will scan the code.
No more code. I'll wear it to bed. Wear the jersey to bed.
No, Devin says that he will ship it internationally if he needs to. So go ahead and scan that code.
Is amazing.
Yeah.
Devin gave me this Lorcana card.
Oh, I can't. When we get back on camera, I haven't seen it yet. It should be exciting.
It's hiding.
Yes. Hide it for me because I might take it if I'm being honest with you. I can't be trusted. I love a good Lorcana card. So.
Oh no, Forrest, the dog. We're SSG's doing a giveaway here, and unfortunately, I think the entry period just
Forrest
ran out. Pays to be here early on stream for these SSG streams.
Yeah, I mean, aside from getting to hear some or watch some fantastic games, you get to hang out with us. You get with great people. Yes, Forrest, that's how I feel too. As we are waiting again, we're still waiting on the players. They're finalizing the deck checks, making sure that that's good to go. We're getting those players over, and we're also ensuring that we get this contest underway. Crazy Jules, we have not figured that out yet, so we're working on that. We're gonna get that information to you in just a moment. Something will come up on screen when they are ready to start the sharing of who won that contest. And the actual rolling of the wheel, and I don't mean a whole new world.
A whole new world.
That's a different wheel.
A new fantastic point of view.
Yeah, listen, I got a fear of heights. I don't know about fantastic point of view, okay, but it's a point of view for sure.
That's true, and there are no seatbelts on that carpet.
Oh, absolutely, that carpet is crazy. Riding on a carpet without a seatbelt, that's crazy.
I know. It's a lot of trust. And a piece of furniture.
And that thing's been sitting in the cave way too long. I mean, I can't
know. Is it out of practice?
Yeah.
It threadbare? Like, yeah. How long has that been down there?
What's the weight limit on this carpet now, folks? Come on now.
That's true. No oxygen masks? Like there's
there's just too many variables that I'm not comfortable with.
And I think it's built by Boeing too, so you never know what you're gonna
gracious, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you see, folks, 9 hours and 40 minutes into the stream.
True.
Unhinged, folks, unhinged.
That's true. One thing is, commentating is always fun. It's a blast no matter when. It's a pleasure getting like entrusted to do stuff like this. But you get tired throughout the day, and your brain starts to wander, and the audience is tuning in to watch the high stakes matches at the end, and so you gotta up your energy and ramp your enthusiasm as you're getting more tired. It's both a ton of fun and a challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. That is exactly how it feels, and you're 100% right. Especially as we get towards the unhinged moments. I feel like sometimes the unhinged moments drive me. It's like a second wind. You get this pickup, and you're like, okay, I'm ready to go. It's going to be crazy, but we're going to get there.
That's true. And the unhinged moments are where it's where the fun stuff really happens. This is when you get JDZ slamming Uncrustables.
Right.
I heard Joel talking about, and then that becomes a thing.
100%, yes.
We need a thing to happen that becomes a thing.
Yes. Well, we did the pickled eggs that one time, and that was frightening. It has haunted me ever since. I get called. Katie calls me Eggman all the time now.
Eggman.
That's just my name now.
Glad I missed out on that one.
Yeah, I'm so glad you weren't here. As a user unhinged
so glad
comes out
here.
and says, "Why do I keep saying his name?" Love it. We love it. Oh, you got it, Lorcana Spins. Yeah, we're glad you're gonna love that lifetime subscription to Good Housekeeping. You will absolutely love that magazine. You're so welcome. Kidding, by the way, folks. Totally a joke. Oh my goodness.
Now that should be a thing.
It should be. Yeah.
I should give away a subscription to Good Housekeeping just as a joke. Now, see, unhinged. Goodness gracious. Deck lists and such. Why is there a link on the form? I do not know. All right. While we're waiting for that to wrap, if you're just joining us, we are looking at the breakdown of the top 8 here. Some surprises. The absence of Sapphire, the big one. We kind of already talked about it. I don't know. I'm really excited to see where this goes. I don't know. Do you have a prediction for who's going to take this?
Now that we see this kind of laid out as it is, I'm going to be honest with you, who I want to take it or who I think is going to take it are two different things. I think who can take it. Ooh, this is tough because I'm trying to like map out the pairings. Oh, and of course they take it away from us.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think I got to say Emerald Amethyst, I think can take it.
You think so? Okay.
I think so. I think it can deal with some of the speed that it'll face if it happens to get into Amber Steel. It can bounce things away. I think that it can if depending on which if we're talking about tempo versus like the discard draw version, it has the draw necessary to deal with some of the discard elements. So and also I'm biased because it's my favorite color combination.
I was gonna say, do you like that color combo? Because it feels like a biased prediction.
100% biased.
But I'll take it because
it's the reasons why I would play it.
All right.
Okay, what's happening right here?
Real quick disclaimer for those of y'all who tried to be slick and put in multiple, we got you out there. So you're still in, don't worry, but you only got one entry, guys. So sorry if you tried to be cute. We got you.
One entry and a scolding.
We're a step ahead. All right, we're a step ahead, children. All right. So what I'm going to do here, all right, just so we're clear. I'm not on the camera, so I'm not going to be able to show anybody anything. All right, I'm back on the camera. All right, I have a randomizer here. Do you see 773?
How many people are in this?
1,335.
Oh gosh.
Wow. I'm going to hit this button 3 times, just so we're clear. I'm going to tap it 3 times. The third winner, the third person, whoever that is on our sheet, that is the winner. Okay? Yeah, twice by accident. Yeah. We see you in your accidents, guys.
We bet, Colin.
It's a shame on you. All right. Are we ready? So I'm going to hit 3 times, and then we'll find it. Ready, guys? This is going to be for 1 case of Return of Jafar. Here we go. This is number 1.
Oh, sorry, 32.
This is number 2.
Sorry, 646.
And guys, the last one for the case. 93. So who is number 93?
It's going to be an early entry.
93. I'll give you back the headset, and you guys can figure out and party with number 93.
When I do our giveaways on stream, we get about 30 entries. So this is making me feel pretty.
Well, go ahead and run a 7-round tournament out of your house.
That's fair. That's fair.
93. I can't see it. It's blurry. I think it's somebody named Arnold. Could be wrong there. We're finding out though. But they did their entry at about noon. So congratulations to people who did it early.
Yes. Yeah.
Arnold. So Arnold, we're going to figure out who you are. Congratulations on your case of Reign of Jafar.
Arnold something or indeed. Ellie, good to see you in the chat, by the way.
All right. Yeah. So we'll learn more.
All right. The email, we can't expose all the email stuff, but
we don't
want
Arnold
A. Whoever Arnold
A.
We didn't want to dox anyone. So Arnold A, we know you have more to your email. It could be Yahoo, it could be Gmail. We don't know. But Arnold A.
There you go. Arnold A.
Else, you guys won. It's all good.
What should they be looking out for? An email, a text? What should they be looking out for to communicate with them?
We will be sending them an email to get all their information and their address to send you this case.
Okay, perfect. So Arnold A, check your emails. We will be sending you an email.
Yeah, no, that's right. It was in alphabetical order because they had to sort out all the multiple entries to make it fair for everybody. So that's why it's in alphabetical.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
correct.
but it's just as
If we all
random.
behaved, we wouldn't have to do alphabetical. But we gotta do what we gotta do.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Arnold A. Whoever has
Yes,
email
Arnold A.
Congratulations.
If that's you, let us know in the chat. Be on the lookout. You will be receiving an email.
Number 93.
Number 93, Arnold A. Wow. A case of Reign of Jafar that we've given away on stream. That is a first time ever that we've done a giveaway on one of these streams. I'm excited. I'm glad you were here for it.
I'm glad I got to see it. That's
historical.
That's a heck of a giveaway.
Yeah. And thanks to Aaron for walking us through how to do that.
That's funny. Yeah. Hey, it's good. There's multiple ways to do giveaways, but like this way, people throughout the day can enter, and you know, you have the email address, so you can like forward people, and yeah, it's good. It's good.
I see you're looking at something really exciting here, but where?
I'm just looking at some citrus.
Yeah.
You know,
so some lemon lime, as it were.
Yeah, just taking a look. I always like seeing what's going on. Always prepping between rounds. So yeah, so we're talking about, you were saying Emerald Amethyst is the one you think has the legs to take this thing. I think it's a strong bet. I never bet against Emerald Amethyst because it has a way to take almost any matchup.
It does.
Although it hates, in my experience, and I played it for a while, it hates steel.
It can be a problem.
But still, if Tiago, I'm going to mispronounce his name, but Tiago, has managed to make it this far through a sea of steel out there, a storm of swords, as it were, then clearly knows how to navigate that matchup. So that should be fun. I wouldn't be surprised to see him moving on. We're clearly going to see green steel on the other side of the bracket make it through.
Yep.
So it's fun that all the green steel is paired on the left side. So we're going to get something out of the other side, and we won't see a mirror in the final. That makes for a more exciting matchup. And yeah, pretty excited.
Yeah, I am too, to see how this pans out. This tournament is the last tournament that'll feed into the SSG Invitational. We've had a series of tournaments over the last 3 or 4 months, all of which have been feeding into this broader invitational tournament that will be happening. We'll have those dates for you as soon as they're available. You'll know all about that. We'll be blasting that on socials as well. Once we get the official date on that, we'll certainly lock those in. But this is the last one that'll feed into that. So the players here, these top 8 players, have given themselves, they're locked in for the invitational. If any of these players were already invited from a previous event, there will be a pass down process.
Okay.
So for our players who did well in Swiss, there's an opportunity for them to make it in. So be on the lookout, and congratulations to those of you who are going to be making it through that. It'll be a fun time. It'll be a huge event. I cannot wait to be there. Lots of big names that have been invited because of that event. So it'll be huge.
I'm super excited for that. What a fun thing, and what a good reason for people to come out to these things and compete, to get to play in talented fields anyway. But the opportunity to play against some of the best there, and also another reason not to split in the Swiss rounds. You know, battle for that pass down invite.
Absolutely.
No, it's going to be a ton of fun to watch. I'm excited for that.
Yeah, and I'm seeing some shout outs from Elio in the chat. How's it going, Ellie? ICL, we got the little shout out to the ICL. The SSG will be in season 2 of the ICL. So Team SSG, we're proud of them. We're excited to see what they do. As you all know, I'm on Team Illuminati. That's a different. By the way, I've gotten some questions about that. That's a different team. Team Illuminati is a different team than SSG. SSG supports all of the local teams down here. So SSG supports Freedom Gaming. They support us, Illuminati, the Inkcasters as well. And without SSG, without the love and care and support that we get, we would not have these great events. We would not be able to sharpen the knife, so to speak, to get our skill set improved. So every team that operates out of down here is very, very proud to be associated with SSG in the way that we just, we work together to be better. So Team SSG, Hector Harris, Zack Bivens, Jack, and Ray, those are the members of Team SSG. They will be performing on the ICL. They'll get a chance to showcase what great players they are on the very, very large scale, very large screen. So if you've not been watching the ICL, you got to watch it. Lots of fun.
It is a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. I love that it highlights the team aspect of it as well.
Yeah.
Because all the teams have to work together to win their matches to take the tournament. And a lot of times what happens with Lorcana teams happens behind the scenes, where the play testing happens before the event. And there is some scouting and stuff that goes on during tournaments, but it is really fun to put that team aspect front and center in the ICL.
Yes.
So I like it a lot. Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, it's been a lot of exciting things happening. Nothing more exciting though. Coming up in a month, we got Worlds.
Worlds.
Oh my goodness! I know we've been talking about it a couple times.
excited, nervous, overwhelmed. It's gonna be incredible.
I know, and what I'm most excited about is the news that, well, first of all, the news that we've been getting from Ravensburger, from the Lorecast has been. I think it's been really refreshing to get all the news, all of the updates that they've been sharing with us. So loving the communication plan that they've been implementing and doing. But we're going to be hearing a lot of fantastic things as well, according to Greg Tito, according to Rochelle, about what the future of organized play will look like at Worlds 2. So cannot wait to learn more about that too. So lots of great things happening for Lorcana. Lots of great things happening for the community. This is so much fun. And as we take a look, our players,
we're underway.
Ikaika and Nathan are both preparing as they start to draw and get ready for their altars. Now, Ikaika, I'll tell you, he is from Orlando. He did very well in the last event. He played. I believe this is the same color pairing he played last time. I'll have to double check to confirm that. But great player, great person. We had a chance to interview him, have a bit of a talk with him. Awesome dude. And one of the things that I really found very compelling about Ikaika is that he's actually part of his own. Like when I called it a team, he actually pushed back on me. He goes, "It's not a team. It's a group of 30 people. They're a community. They're like a community group that their job is to help each other get better. But they kind of shied away from the term team and they lean towards the phrase community." And I thought that was exciting stuff.
I actually really like that. I think team sometimes has this this implication that you're on or you're off. You're a member of the team or not a member of the team. It has this closed feeling.
Yes.
And when you voice it as that a community of people looking to help each other grow, it feels very open. And you can come in, you can be a part of it, or you don't have to be at different times, depending what's going on in your life. So I like that.
Yeah, I found that was very refreshing to hear as well. And take a look, my friends. Woof, woof. The dogs are here.
There are some dogs in this deck. Although I'm going to spoil the end a little bit here. It's not Sherna dogs.
Really?
Yeah.
It's just dogs and dogs.
It's dogs and things.
Sorry.
Dogs and things and other stuff. Interesting. Really excited to see this work.
Okay.
And so on the other side here, I haven't looked at this list, but it looks very traditional.
Absolutely,
See how this goes.
This altar is exactly what you expect from this color pairing as well. I mean, to your point, it looks very much what you would expect from Emerald Steel. So far, so good. I cannot wait to see this matchup.
This is going to be challenging. So I think one of the things in this matchup, Ikaika, obviously game plan of any green steel deck is to force your opponent into top deck mode as soon as you possibly can, perhaps getting your card draw engine aligned to give you that fuel into the mid game. This is an interesting matchup because, on the other side of the board, Nathan's game plan, potentially, especially if he's on the play, is to dump as much of his hand as possible on the board as early as possible and to force Ikaika into control. There's so many 1-drops and 2-drops here with high lore that you can really get a lot on the board as fast as possible. And doing that, especially when, the steel deck isn't running Grab Your Swords, which nobody does really anymore. It can be tough for Ikaika to clean up unless you get an Ursula to stick. But one of the problems for Nathan in this matchup is Ikaika has kind of some must-answer cards in here in these green steel decks. You have Ursula, Deceiver of All sometimes. You also have Diablo, which requires an answer. And there's not a ton of control. You do have Cloud Kicker and other cards that can bounce, but there's really not a lot of direct removal. And so if Ikaika manages to get one of those tools to stick, could run away with his game. So this will be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, Nathan's goal here is to run as fast as he can to the finish line. And so when we think about the control elements, control decks and things that lean towards like a mid game approach or like a mid range type deck, they have some of these elements of being able to stop things and they anticipate going a little bit further. With pretty much, I don't want to say every, but with most decks that run an aggressive strategy similar to, I guess we're calling this pups and dogs rather than Churna dogs, it doesn't want the game to go long. It wants this game to end by ink 4. By ink 5 if it can, and it can. Boy, oh boy, can it do it! The longer the game goes, the more of a disadvantage Nathan is at. And so, when you think about control, we don't want to slow the game down. We need to get to 20 lore. Period.
Oof. And what? Oh, okay. Wow. Okay. So, great points, and we're seeing Nathan do that here, dropping a bunch of characters on the board. That Piglet's going to be turned on, but here we have not an ideal opening hand at all. You could see a really rough opening game, and you can see one of the things that Ikaika's going for is that shift line, because it's the only thing you do on turn 2, but that shift line beast is available, which would be really tough for Nathan to answer. On the other hand, there's several songs here to pick. Nate, when I saw that first Let the Storm Rage On come down, I was like, oh man, he's going to pick it. It's great. But there's another one.
Yes.
And so now we do have some combos set up on Akaika's side of the board where we can shift the beast. We can then sing to do a little bit of removal. And Akaika is going to be able to establish a pretty big threat over there. So Nathan is thinking, again, how do I race, as fast as possible now, and go as wide as possible?
Yeah.
Because there's an avenue for Nathan to close this out very fast. But Akaika is going to manage to establish that big presence on the board and do a little bit of removal here.
Yeah.
Tools are now getting online.
Oh yeah, and it's crazy to see this. Here we go. So we're starting to pluck away. So Piglet, Poo Piglet, gone. The largest amount of lore generating on the table, no longer here. Nathan loves that card. Was able to get it off once, but we do see that Nathan's kind of slowing down. Like we've got 4 cards in hand. He can get to a point where he's just emptying his hand if he really wants to, but that may not be the play here, and we got to be careful with that. Let's see, because we do know we got that song coming. We know we've got ways to like deal with characters on the board. We've got to figure out how we can turn this and leverage this into a victory.
Yeah, this is, what an interesting opening here. Not an ideal opening hand for Akaika, but the power of that, morph shift line into the removal to blunt Nathan's momentum is pretty big. So if you don't get your ideal opening, having something else is big. So here another Ursula comes down. We're going to pick that Bruno.
There you go.
Send it off to the discard pile, and that feels, again, those 2 Ursulas feel particularly impactful.
Very, very strong
right now.
Yeah, the fact that we were able to get 2 Ursulas off, both of them being able to hit a target. The name of the game here, the name of this game, and the name of any trading of any card game rather, is to get value from the cards that you play. If you're going to spend resources in this game, of course, it is ink. If we're going to spend ink, the more value you can get from the ink that you spend, and if you do it better than your opponent, you get more value from the ink than your opponent does. Generally speaking, you win the game. That's what we're doing here. And we've gotten huge value. 2 Ursulas, 2 songs plucked. We're bringing Akaika down to some key cards. Those cards are still pretty scary. We do see he's got some ways to continue to draw. He just drew Hypnotize, which if we can get Prince John down, it means more draw for him. So we're working through that strategy. Can Akaika find the end of this game for himself as a victor?
Yeah, I'll point out Nathan heading up to 7 lore on his side of the board, presenting a wide board. Akaika is going to be able to remove another threat with a beast, but at this point, it's becoming more and more to answer. For another big threat, dropping down this lady, a new card from set 8 that we see, this dual ink card, Amber Emerald, gets an additional strength every time a character is played.
Yes.
If you manage to do that 3 times, or give her strength other ways, and you can do it with support and things like that, she gets +2 lore. And in a deck that runs a ton of 1-drops and 2-drops, or cards that are 2-drops that become 1-drops in the right conditions.
Right, exactly.
Nathan, with a full grip, can do that pretty easily, but running low on cards here.
Yeah, full grip is the key, and a full grip is not going to happen if Akaika's plan is in effect here, which of course is to get rid of what might be the most important asset for Nathan right now, which is his hand. We do see a shift. Wait, that was a shift?
Yeah.
We shifted Lady Miss Park Avenue. When you play this character, you may return up to 2 character cards with cost 2 or less, each from your discard to your hand.
Yeah, what a great shift here. It'll immediately be able to quest for 2 at 4 willpower, puts it out of reach of the beast, undamaged. But pulling back 2 cards from the discard pile, we know we got the Piglet back. I forget what the other one was.
Rapunzel.
Rapunzel.
Yeah. What's currently in hand is Rapunzel and the it's one of the new characters from Lady and the Tramp from this set.
I missed. What else came out of the discard? I know we had the Piglet there. Did we have anything else, or did we just get the Piglet back?
I think it was just the one.
Just the one Piglet.
Yeah, it was just the one.
Yeah, chat will let us know. Chat always knows.
Chat always has our back.
Chat always knows. But yeah, definitely getting back a card there. So limited card draw on these colors. In a deck that wants to go fast, you can run out of cards very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
You're relying in this color pair oftentimes on getting a well-timed Rapunzel to refill your hand. But when you can recur cards out of your discard pile, it almost acts as a second hand. It acts as card draw in a way. And this lady represents a new card that can do just that. So fun little shift there.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, why not quest the lady? I don't know.
Great question.
But for sure, maybe there seems to be a plan.
Yes. And Akaika with more cards in hand right now, looking at Diablos as we play a chip. We've seen this card a couple times. The chip, great card, 3/2. When you play this character, chosen opposing character chooses and discards a card. Great card. Fits in the strategy, obviously, of a discard deck. That's what we're here to do. And it presents a character on the board.
Yes. Yep. So we're going to see, this is exactly why you don't quest the lady there. Now, you could get away, you could cheat out a free quest and get that too. But on the offhand, Akaika has some damage cards in hand, some removal, like with the Storm Rage on, that'll finish off the lady. In theory, keeping lady up allows you to hit a Rapunzel. On the other hand, if Akaika does not challenge with the beast, doesn't present that as a target, you kind of have lost quest opportunity. So there's that back and forth game being played. But I think that's the calculation here, is protect the lady so that you can use the Rapunzel. Of course, when your opponent plays a Diablo and they know that you have the Rapunzel, now they can play around it.
Absolutely.
And so that's the challenge here. So now, of course, Akaika having that information, Nathan's questing the lady because, it's the surprise is gone.
Yeah. There is no surprise at this point. If Akaika is going to work through it, it may be necessary. Oh, and what did we put down? Sven. We love Sven. Yes, when you play this character, you may ready chosen character. They can't quest or challenge for the rest of this turn. So being able to quest with the lady, readying it, keeping it safe. Well, safer. Let's safer because Bruno's still a factor here. But it is safer than it might be if it was turned sideways.
Yeah, what a fantastic play here. What a fantastic card in this deck. And when you're trying to go fast, you can protect your high lore characters, help you close out the game. So now Nathan, even if Akaika manages to remove all of the exerted characters through questing, is presenting 4 lore and ready characters. But let's not forget that Pegasus there is sitting with evasive. So unless you can shift a Diablo or find some damage-based removal, you can't challenge those down. So game on the board with the evasive and the 2 ready characters.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, Pegasus, a great inclusion in this deck. Some decks and some decks that we've seen on stream have very easy answers for this. As of right now, all the answers that Akaika would have for a Pegasus are kind of inefficient. You look, if you want to deal with it, are you going to really waste a Bruno on this thing? We do have songs in the deck that can certainly blast it, that can shoot it down. But again, if you utilize a Strength of a Raging Fire on something like Pegasus, is that a high value, or would we rather use it on something that's bigger? The answer, of course, being we don't want to use it on something bigger. So that little Pegasus just kind of nagging there, collecting lore in a similar way as we look at like locations, so to speak, but a little bit more difficult to get to.
But we do have answers. There's some calculations going on here. So we have Diablo in hand. We can shift that and challenge the Pegasus. Do we have an extra action though? I don't think we do because we do have some action-based removal there.
We do.
So it looks like we're playing the Diablo and ink the Ursula, Deceiver of All, and probably going to see a removal card here.
Yeah, and you definitely need it because we do have Lorthel on the board.
But so there we go.
But we're about to not have Lorthel on the board.
We're going to challenge that. Banish the lady with the Strength of Raging Fire.
Yep.
And getting that 4th character down was important for that line.
Ooh, Chip coming in, doing some challenging. Ursula.
So we still have game on board. No, we don't.
No, not anymore.
4. Okay, so here we go. There's some other lines there. I'm really, really interested. I got to look that turn back. There were so many options that we had with the shift available because I think we kept a Bruno in hand, if I'm right. So there were some other lines there, but this certainly protects game this turn and buys another turn for Akaika.
It does buy another turn if Nathan opts to. So much.
That was Bruno. One of the things you needed.
Yeah. You know how we stopped talking about Bruno?
Yeah, there he is.
Discard pile.
He's back, and fascinating. Possibly one of the reasons you keep that because you could have sang it. There's other things you could have done, but looking to pair that with the Prince John to give yourself some gas later. But now picking that at the perfect time. Prince John is available, but nothing to pair with it. So that's tough.
Yeah, tough understatement for sure. This is looking not so great. Akaika is trying to prevent Nathan from crossing the finish line. The problem is you cannot be playing a strategy where you're constantly on the back foot. It's just a matter of time. One lore here, one lore there, and the game's over in just the turn of 1 to 2 characters.
Yeah, so decision there to keep that Pegasus up. One of the reasons is it is vulnerable to the Diablo. You do get 1 lore closer, but a Pegasus shift here represents an instant 2 lore in game. So if you draw into that Pegasus, you can close it out with 1 draw, which I think is one of the reasons you Nathan decided to keep that up.
Yeah.
Questing here with the Ursula, again, that puts you at 18. You are one Pegasus shift away. And is that, how many damage on Beast there? Is that...
that it looks...
is that just one?
It's a little bit hard. It's hard to tell on that dice. They're not using the dice that we have there, unfortunately, so it's hard to tell.
I forget. Chat, tell us how much damage is on that beast, because Go-Go top deck is the other way you close out this game, and there is currently that that card sitting there. So we are going to get rid of the just in time. And that'll draw a card from the Prince John. So now Nathan here just hoping to top deck the right answer. Double sing there, clear the board, and now Akaika's in the driver's seat. But so the Pegasus top deck won't do it. I don't know how much damage is on the beast. If it's only one from Ursula, then it's a bummer. Go-Go won't do it on the top deck. We'll get one away.
What we drew is the
lady. Okay. All right. So we have to draw into an answer here. But Ursula, Deceiver of All, makes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we're sitting 9 lore on the board. And I don't think any reach in Akaika's deck unless we any shift. So one way to close it out is to...
Well, I mean, the only if we happen to draw and not we'd have to shift the Diablo to not even it's one.
Not even that.
That's not even that. No, no.
So
the answer is no. It's 9.
It's no. So have to find an answer to the Miss Park Avenue here, but certainly having the Ursula Deceiver of All on board means you're a lot more. There are cards that help you close the game that wouldn't otherwise let the Storm Rage on in particular. So let's see. We'll put another Pegasus out. Pegasus
Beyond the Horizon.
Beyond the Horizon. I'm not sure why. Yeah, thinking that was the Ursula. The Ursula was in the inkwell, but so just taking showing it there.
So accidentally revealing the hand to his opponent.
It won't matter so much here, but that could be a very impactful card here. Because you need to draw into removal. Very specific removal.
And we get a Diablo, and we get a second Diablo.
Okay, so no help there.
No.
So let's see. We have the Beyond the Horizon. Let's see what we do with it. Looking for some outs here.
I mean, at this point, he could even play that thing just directly. You just hardcast that thing. But opting not to, of course, because cool interaction here. Deceiver of All, when you play Beyond the Horizon, it is a sync together. She's involved in that sync together. He can trigger that thing twice if he really wants to.
But we drew into one of the cards we needed. So no need to do it twice and take that risk. So we're going to sing the Strength of Raging Fire, drawing into one of the cards we needed.
Yep.
Both of them.
Boom.
Oh, man. Because if you only draw into one, random removal, you're still one Go-Go Tamago away from the top deck. I want to know if Go-Go's on the top. Please show me if Go-Go's on the top.
It's a Pegasus. No.
That was game. You needed 2. Needed 2, and you drew 2.
Oh, Nathan.
Oh my goodness! I'm so glad Nathan showed us that top deck. Oh my goodness! My goodness! You had to draw. You had 3 cards to draw.
Yes.
You have to draw 2 removal cards to win it.
Check.
but then think about this, because then there's a decision, right? If you draw 1, right? If you draw 1, do you do it again and go for 2? You probably don't.
No.
You probably keep the 1. You get rid of the lady, and then you cross your fingers that you don't draw into the Go-Go or the shift. And the shift was there.
Yes, that is so rough. Nathan had that at just the fingertips. It was right there, and was not able to close the deal. Akaika climbing a mountain and reached that pinnacle, reached the top of that mountain before Nathan was able to. That was one heck of a win. Cannot wait to see this next game.
I understand why the decision was made, and it would have changed the whole game.
Yes.
But not questing the lady that one turn does loom large.
100%. It does.
And it's, it's not fair, any of us watching, to go back and be like, if you did this one thing on this turn, you would have won the game, because that changes the rest of the game.
Correct.
Lady's exerted, and then, perhaps Beast challenges in and does some stuff, and there's all sorts of things that could have happened. But it is interesting. It's interesting to go back and rewatch and think about how that would have played out differently.
Yep.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Crazy. That was an awesome game.
Wow.
Yeah. And look, and we're in top 8. We're just in top 8, folks. We're not even in the semifinals. We're not even in the finals. Exciting gameplay. All
right. Well, that was game 1, folks.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
That was game 1. Now I forget, was Nathan on the play that game?
Nathan is 4th seed, so he would have been.
He would on the play.
Yes.
Okay, so really impactful there. Akaika taking a game on the draw. Yeah, so now Nathan, tough road to climb back in, but we saw him so close that game, so close.
Yeah.
Looking at the opening hand, not a lot of low cost cards. A lot of cards you like to see later on. Cricky, I think Rapunzel in there. Although, so you really want to, I think, alter your hand a bit. Try to get some more aggression. On the other side, I mean, you really want the Diablo shift line with removal if you can. You want to slow down your opponent's board.
Correct.
Let's see.
We do see songs that can deal with problems on Akaika's side, of course. The problem here is the color emerald. Emerald is a funny little color. You keep answers that normally would deal with problems, and then Ursula comes down and just takes it all away from you.
Yeah. Beyond the Horizon. When we've talked about this a lot today, and about how it hasn't been as impactful as I think we thought initially. But one of the interesting things, the only time I've seen it played, it's been in the end game as an out.
Correct.
And I think a lot, when a lot of people saw it, I think a lot of people, myself included, were thinking about the power of playing it early with singers and being able to dump cards and force your opponent to discard their hand. We haven't seen it used that way.
We have not.
Generally been held on to until, late game, and then used in very late moments in order to draw through cards and look for your outs as an insurance policy.
Now, to be fair, it's not for lack of trying. We did see Zack Bivens' deck that was running ward characters intentionally designed to try to prevent you from being able to target those characters so that you can sing that song. So it's not for a lack of trying. People are trying to play it early. But to your point, there was a moments to play it. The problem with that thought process is that that's a very conditional place to be.
Mm-hmm.
So will it work in certain moments? That's true of literally any card.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a card that we'll see play? If I draw it, will I want to use it? Out of 10 times, what's that number? Is it 10 out of 10 times? Is there going to be times where I see it and I'm like, I ain't playing this? And so there's that question too. Like, how frequently will you want to use it? Will that circumstance present itself where it makes sense?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Interesting. Somebody in the chat asked, is this Chernodogs or discard that Nathan's playing? And the answer is neither, actually. You can't call it Chernodogs without one of its namesake cards, and I'll let you guess which one that is.
Yeah, kind of a big
Cherno
deal.
part. So it's actually neither, but it is a dogs version. It is not the discard version.
It's pups and dogs.
Pups and dogs.
I'm calling it pups and dogs.
Pups and dogs. Crickets and dogs.
There you go.
Cricket dog. Dog.
We'll workshop that.
Yeah,
okay?
we'll workshop. Yeah. Oh dear. All right, but what a fun matchup. On the other side, all right. So we do open a daisy, and we also I do see the Ursula there for turn 2, which is kind of what you want to play when you're worried about that Let the Storm Rage On opening.
Yep.
So this is potentially the ideal, or very close to an ideal first couple turns here for Nathan. Let's see how Akaika responds.
Yeah, interestingly enough, when you have a song in your hand, when you're going up against Emerald, you either want, if you're going to have one, it's ink. But if you're going to have more than one, then you hope that you can try to push through something that makes sense. We're going to find out. I saw bits and pieces. We can't see bits and pieces of Akaika's hand. We're about to get...
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought we were going to get more of a view. I guess not.
So we would have, if there was a turn 1 drop that would have been able to Diablo shift, I think that Ursula comes out and tries to pick that song. But because there's nothing presented on board and no way to play the Let the Storm Rage On, that opens up an aggressive opening from Nathan. And now we can quest with the Daisy and go wide. So that not playing the 1 drop changes the calculus for Nathan.
It certainly does. And it really opens up the ability for Nathan to just run away with this game. There is that Ursula.
Oh, and what a great opening hand. I mean, this fantastic opening hand, because you have the Ursula there to pick a song. You have the kit to do a little bit of control. And then on the other side, you've got that Daisy paired up with that Rapunzel. Now, Akaika, knowing that Rapunzel's there now, is not going to leave himself open to that Daisy Rapunzel kind of challenge. But so may see her go into the inkwell. But that could have been particularly impactful if the Daisy stuck around and Akaika started to develop a board.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's going to come a point where Akaika can only dance around it so much, as we see that there are 2 songs.
What a rough opener, though.
Yeah, it is a rough.
What a rough opening hand.
A lot. Yeah, I mean, we do see the Diablos. It's a lot of mid to top end. Akaika's in a spot where he's like, if I can get past this hump, if I can just get past this 3 turn slump, boy, oh boy, are you in trouble, Nathan.
Right.
But that's not where we are right now. Right now, we need to create opportunities and moments to slow Nathan down so that we can get to that point, so that we can play that Diablo, play the Muses, and to start to take control of the board. Plenty of targets for Muses, plenty of targets to be able to choose from.
And whiffing on the Daisy.
That Nathan likes to see that.
We did draw into an Ursula, though. I mean, this is a card that doesn't do terribly a lot for you in terms of board state, in terms of power, but it does set up some very powerful swingy plays if you draw into some more removal. Or you do have Strength of Raging Fire as well.
Yeah.
So probably going to establish that. That does two things. One, it does set up your swingy plays. Two, once you do exert her, it really invites a response from Nathan, which is going to require him to take a turn off from questing with all of his characters in order to answer it. So establishing that as a threat is decent. Oh, we drew into the second Rapunzel. Okay, so now you ink one.
Yep.
Your opponent thinks you've inked the first. And going to send that Ursula right back with that kit.
Of course we are.
My goodness, this is an opening.
Let's see. What are we about to reveal? We reveal the card titled not a
Hidden
character.
Cove, another miss. I mean, not a card that's going to be super impactful now anyway, but yeah, send it back. And we drew a Pete, which wonderful card. No target for it. And again, a card that we may see going to the inkwell here.
Certainly.
Just not drawing into anything that he needs.
And the thing about the Daisy, it's the thing in this case, the Hidden Cove, not as impactful. When we think about what makes Daisy Duck, quote unquote, a fair card, is the fact that you're supposed to net a benefit for your opponent. And that could have been ink. That could have been an opportunity to ink a card that allows Ikaika to keep the rest of his hand together. So still a disadvantage in that regard. Still rough to see. Again, we talk about value, a value added for what you're paying for in terms of ink. And Ikaika's not getting that with this Daisy Duck right now. This Daisy Duck does not like Ikaika.
No, but we establish the muses that allow us to do a little bit of control here, bounce a couple things back, potentially one or two, depending on how we draw. So not an awful card to get established, but now, unfortunately, Nathan, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore, going to go up to 17 this turn.
Ouch.
And as Rapunzel goes to the inkwell, we're going to bounce the Ursula.
So rough. Yeah, Kit is so good in this matchup. It's like most of the things that Ikaika's using, smaller strength characters. The Kit, there's a lot of great opportunities to use it on characters like Diablo. It's a fantastic card in this matchup.
Yeah, and goodness gracious. Bouncing the Ursula, it is a card that can challenge. It seems kind of like a low impact play, but it is slowing your opponent down. But Ikaika does have sequences where he, let's say, draws into a Prince John with the Daisy and then pulls a sudden chill, where all of a sudden he's playing the Prince John, playing sudden chill, forcing a discard, but the Muse bounces something Ursula's singing sudden chill.
Yeah.
And so that opens up just a little bit of wiggle room, but man, Nathan just leaving no doubt, closing that thing out. That didn't feel like a game. Nathan just running away with that in short order.
Yeah. Thank you. And I've been corrected. The pronunciation is Ikaika.
Ikaika.
Thank you.
It's what a game. So one of the things there, Nathan, again, as we highlighted at the front end, with really one of his ideal opening hands, I think, in this scenario with the Daisy, and then having options on turn 2 with either the go wide strategy, as Mo Shamlin used to say, and going into Nat's 1-on-1, 2-on-2, going wide, or with the Ursula option there, depending on how Ikaika develops the board, and Ikaika just with a awful. I'm feel pretty confident saying that Ikaika had an awful draw.
Yeah. You need to be able to deal with things early. This is not a mid-range game, and what he drew was a mid-range hand.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. So Nathan on his ideal game plan, Ikaika just bricking with his hand a little bit, and now though, Ikaika on the play. It's all even with one game apiece. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, I mean, we are looking at this is one of these players will not be moving forward, and so there's a lot of pressure on these players to perform here. A lot of pressure to think about how they're going to mulligan. What's the cards that they're looking for? Ikaika not wanting to draw what was drawn previously.
No.
That's not what we want. And so now's that moment. They're reflecting on it. They're thinking back. What do I got to do? How do I win this game? What are my answers? How do I get them sooner?
Yep. Yeah. So one of the keys for Ikaika, and hasn't managed you, but if you can, with this deck, against a deck with little removal, other than you have the kit on turn 3, but with little removal, if you can establish the early Diablo, you can gain yourself a little bit of advantage. even if it does manage to get bounced by the kit later on, you've drawn a couple cards off of it. And one of the ways that this deck wins green steel always is just filling its hand through cards like, Let the Storm Rage On, or double singing that, Diablos, Prince John's. It just loads up on cards. It's a discard deck, but it's also very strong. It draws a lot of cards. And so if you can get that to stick on the play, that line, especially if you pair it with Let the Storm Rage On, it gives you a huge edge. So I think that's an opening he's looking for.
That's putting, it's we see the alter phase happening here. It was just a couple of cards though, just 2 cards on Nathan's side. I missed the exact count on Ikaika's side. And so, I think that both players are somewhat okay with their hand. They don't hate it. They feel that both players feel as though their hands are mostly able to get them through what they need, and they're hoping to get a couple of pieces that'll lock it in for them.
Yeah, if both players are confident with their hand, or at least fairly confident in their hand, and mulligan very little, I give the edge here to green steel on the play for sure. Just in time for lemon lime. That is the deck name.
That is cute, and I love it. I'm a fan. That's what we're calling it, folks.
That is what he calls it.
I love when the chat is like, okay, guys, we need to name this deck. Okay,
well, that's what he named it.
Yes, just in time for lemon lime. Yeah, there you go. We got friends of Ikaika in the chat is what we got.
This we awesome. Do, right? He's like, they're like, I know this deck. This deck has beaten me before.
Yes, this darn dog deck. We love it.
Doggone it.
Yes, this is great. I love that one. Oh, there you go. And we see, it's okay. So we see Rapunzel's. We see some piglets as well in Nathan's hand. Taking a look over at Ikaika's hand. It's a little bit harder to see. He's got his hand covering that, but we do see Sudden Chills, Muses, Ursula's.
So I'd say he looks pretty confident.
Yeah. I mean, they're having a good time. Listen, they've played a lot of Lorcana today. You get to a point where like you can be tense, or as you're kind of rounding out these final games, you're like, you know what, we're here, we've got prizing, we're able to enjoy it. So they're working through that, and a lot of being able to be calm as you're making these decisions can be very, very impactful for you, as we see Ursula hit the table.
Here we go. We're going to take a look at not a lot of songs. I think no songs over in these Turn Dog decks. So we'll use it to take a look. I will note we do see Lady over there, Decisive Dog, a delightful new card. This is a decent card on turn 1. It gains a little bit extra power. It definitely affects Tramp, who gets a little bit cheaper when she's in play. But importantly, she also has 3 in the stat line. And so against this deck, or any deck where you're looking at a potential Let the Storm Rage On turn 2 against a Diablo, having that 3 in the stat line is particularly good. Allows it to stick.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, that's exactly the strategy here for Ikaika. If he wants to deal with the lady now, creating a very weird line where you have to have a certain set of cards. You'd have to put down 2 more characters just to be able to use strength on the following turn. So putting Nathan in a very weird spot for sure. But that Piglet, if we do have Let the Storm Rage On, makes the math a little bit easier. So Piglet is a card that, as we see, Strength of Raging Fire drawn from the top of the deck.
Yeah, so won't be able to do that here, but an interesting sequence here. The Piglet's a fun sequence here. I'm thinking through a scenario where we do have Let the Storm Rage On, remove the Piglet to prevent that 3-lore quest, but then another great card you pair with that lady is the Shift Lady, the Miss Park Avenue. And so she comes down, pulls the Piglet back, and now you've established a 4/4 on turn 3.
Bingo.
So that lady is that line is a lot of fun.
Yes.
Hypnotize coming down, forcing a discard for Nathan and draw for Ikaika. Kind of with this here, seeing the Ursula there, knowing it's not going to be impactful on Nathan's hand, and then into the Hypnotize, lets me know that Ikaika does not, again, have his ideal hand, and is kind of looking for answers. So Nathan perhaps smelling an avenue here to victory.
Oh, you did it again. You did it again.
If Miss Arc Avenue comes down, I'm going to call it Savant. But so normally you'd like to do that, but instead here of the Shift, if you establish another character, perhaps with that Cloud Kicker bouncing the Ursula back, now you're questing for 3 with Piglet. It just kind of feels wide open right now.
It really does. I mean, that Piglet, of course, is quite the menace. It is very small in size, small in stature, easy to deal with, but even one time getting value from that Piglet is a problem for Ikaika. That represents a significant percentage of the lore that's necessary as we put down the Tramp.
There's the Tramp, of course, getting a little bit cheaper with that lady in play. The 2 of them like to run together. So Tramp for 1. Will we have another? We don't. So we won't play anything else. We'll pass back over just enough characters to turn on that piglet, but that will be a quest for 4. And yeah, now back over to Okaika for a response.
Yeah, and the responses need to come sooner than later. We are looking at a potential of 5 lore every turn that this piglet is unaddressed. So Ikaika needs to deal with these problems because this game ends way sooner as we ink a Pluto and play
the muses. Now, one way to get back into it is to get the muses on board. There it is, singing that Ursula.
There you
now,
go.
we talked about this sequence last game where we bounced an Ursula. It seemed kind of innocuous, but this exact sequence or something very like it is something we had in mind where you establish something that bounces and the Ursula sings a sudden chill, forcing a discard, and then we will send a card back. Most likely it'll be the High Lore Piglet, although if you're afraid of that shift from Lady, you could do that too, because at this point, Lady, if she shifts and comes into play, you pull back the Cloud Kicker and another card. But the High Lore Piglet being the value here, I think that's the right call, sending it back. And that is a response.
Yeah, you got to deal with today's problems today. That's
true.
That's the issue. Tomorrow's problems for tomorrow. Oftentimes in card games, the foresight and the ability to see into the future can win you more games than not. But the reality is today's problems are today's problems. As we see, we're turning ink sideways. And we do
there's
shift.
the Miss Park Avenue. There's that
shift.
line, and it's going to shift. It's going to challenge. She's going to come into play and pull back 2 characters with cost 2 or less. So I got the stat line wrong. For some reason, I thought it was stat line 2 or less because that's what we usually see from like Perdita and stuff. But this is cost 2 or less.
Cost 2 or less, yes.
So it's my bad there. So the kid is not a viable target for that.
Oof. Okay.
Unfortunately. Yeah, kid costing 3, but would have been a fun pull.
Yeah, and that's an interesting line of effect because instinctively when you're forced to send characters into your discard pile, instinctively you want to send those larger cost characters because you think about when you can play them, when you can't play them. There may be some lines where it makes sense to throw away those 2 cost characters early on if you've got enough of them to still be able to not miss playing on curve, so that you can benefit from that later on. I mean, we'd have to go back and look at the specific cards in hand at the time to really analyze that.
Perdita cost as well.
Yeah,
we're confused that because the puppies are cost 2, and they always pair with the puppies. So perfect cost 2 strength. Yeah, that's good. So yeah, great shift there. Where are we at 8? I get distracted by puppy shenanigans.
They're all cute. They're so cute.
Chip coming down, forcing another discard. And so Nathan's still well ahead in lore, still in the driver's seat, but starting to feel a little bit more, dangerous now with Akaika having established the muses.
The oxygen's a little bit light here. Our hand is slowly getting to a point where we need to think about how do we stretch this out over the course of the next few turns. How do I start to see more of these cards? That oxygen. Oh, and Go-Go. Is something you don't want to generally play without characters on damage. You're putting it down now tells you are just trying to establish a board state, and you're trying to make sure you've got characters, particularly Go-Go, that has evasive, something to have answers for things in the future.
She absolutely has evasive, forcing Akaika to have answers every single turn. Draws into one of them. Let the Storm Rage on there. It's a card that we can sing. It can remove something, and then again we're bouncing some of the muses. So a fantastic top deck to deal with this board state. And all of a sudden, it's feeling like Akaika's finding card after card that he needs to get back in this game.
Yeah,
I'm sensing a shift here.
I am too, and we do have it looks like Beyond the Horizon in hand. That can create some problems as well if we can effectively get that off, because with muses on the table, we get to do the effect of Beyond the Horizon, plus we get to take a character off the board. So more songs equals more characters that are not on the table to do things with. Oh,
so let's see. I think we're going to see that song sung. There it is. Let the Storm Rage on. So we're going to choose Lady, do 2 damage there.
And this does
draw a card.
Afford a draw. Yep, a card draw. Important here.
The muses will.
Yep, choosing to bring back the Go-Go. All right. Ikaika's still thinking through.
Very measured here. This is game 3. We have plenty of time. Oh, and we have some more removal. And this is going to do it because the Muse is choosing Tramp. And there it is. The power of the Muses. Nathan,
so good.
Definitely not finding them amusing. Managing to take out his entire board with those couple songs. So What a frustrating turn of events for Nathan.
Yeah, the Muses are known for singing beautiful songs, but sometimes they just sing the most annoying song in the world, and that, of course, is things like Strength of a Raging Fire, and then that screeching voice of theirs sending people back to the hand.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. Nathan is not happy. You can see it. You can see in the body language, kind of slumped, hand in the face, just thinking through and finding it harder to come through with play lines that feels effective or efficient. It's tough. It's a tough spot to be in, but you have to stay focused. You have to stay positive. You have to think through those lines and not let your current board state or the fact that you had control and now you don't. These things can kind of get in your head and put you in a position where you kind of give up before the game's even done. And I do appreciate seeing Nathan fighting through that, keeping the board state, making sure that we are still presenting answers that Ikaika cannot jump from. Nathan, of course, sitting with 11 lore. The game is nowhere near over. Just 2 characters on Ikaika's side, 1 character on Nathan's side. Can either of them figure this out? Who's going to figure it out? Who's going to cross the finish line? That's why we're here. That's why we're watching this, ultimately.
It's definitely fun game. And so Nathan trying to play around the Muses, dropping a character that is not choosable by them at the moment. Miss Park Avenue, also drawing a card back from the Inkwell. So another card that should stick around, allow him to quest for 2. And this is going to be a game of just squeezing out, 2, 1, maybe 3 lore a turn, and forcing Ikaika to answer every single turn. But it's easier to answer when you're getting 2 cards a turn. Establishing this beast here is going to be it's going to be so impactful.
Yes.
This, in order to win, Ikaika has to keep drawing into removal cards or cards that will trigger the Muses. Has to keep fueling it. There's a sequence here or a board state where a state where he keeps drawing into characters that are not super impactful.
Mm-hmm.
But drawing 2 with beast is super helpful. Of course, we do have 2 Beyond the Horizons in hand. So
what's better than 1?
I mean, not 2 actually in this scenario. Yeah, another great card to play here. This is 3, so it's also not choosable by the Muses. 3 in the stat line for strength, rather. Evasive and with 2 lore, so it has to be answered by targeted removal. Ikaika, of course, as we mentioned, not having any, but he does have an insurance policy there with Beyond the Horizon. So
certainly, yeah. And I noticed Ikaika is doing this thing with the cards, like kind of flipping through them in the same way that I do when I have 2 whole new worlds. So maybe they're cut from the same cloth. These 2 cards. Beyond the Horizon and a whole new world.
That's funny. Yeah, probably.
you do this thing where you're like, oh, I got 2 of these.
Yep, they're the same.
They're the same card.
Which one am I going to play? I don't know. Choose it randomly. So yeah, Nathan managed to quest there for 2, and again, it does feel like Ikaika's got a solid hold on this game with the board state, but Nathan definitely can win this. Has to if he keeps drawing into cards like that. Instead of like 1 cost Pegasus that are susceptible to Muses, like he definitely has a way to close this out. But let's see here.
Oof.
There's a couple different ways we can go.
Kind of in the tank. It looks like we're deciding on an ink here. Yep, and we are going to ink the Pete. Okay. I think we've noticed a couple times the Ursulas haven't been very impactful to us. Their actions may not be of concern to Ikaika. As we play, we don't talk about Bruno. No.
We do not. Heading back to the hand.
All right.
Let's choose at random here. So there was a line of play, as Ostoner points out in the chat, 207. And by the way, if 207 is your area code, big fan, because that's a Maine area code, and I'm from Maine, so I appreciate it.
Really?
We're going to get rid of card 3, which is the lady.
The lady.
So there is a line where you give her evasive by shifting the Pegasus, because I think you have the baby. No, we don't have the baby Pegasus. Assuming we did, there's reasons not to do that. You do give lady evasive, but you're getting rid of 1 extra card in your hand, and there's lines where you want that Pegasus later, and then it also gives you extra insurance in the event of Bruno with an extra card in hand. So, but here we have, we're going to take a look. We're going to pick. We're going to choose 1. This is great. You have 2. I'm going to get rid of 1. You would have discarded anyway.
Pick a card,
awesome.
any card.
Yep. The fact. So we joked about having 2 being worse. Here, in this case, pays off because losing that card would have been perhaps the game. But having 2 in hand here is fantastic. A little extra insurance, and so it feels bad. Feels bad to discard 1 and leave 1 behind.
Hashtag feels bad is true and crazy. As we continue to just put more characters out, Go coming down. We're going to quest with that Pegasus.
Go wide up to 15, going wide here, and now we need We need a lot of responses. So we have cards to sing. We have a card to draw you 3 cards. We drew into, oh, goodness gracious.
Wow.
Great draw there.
At the scene of all. She's here, but is she too little too late is the real question.
She probably is to establish her. Let's see. So you can oh yeah, this is tough still.
Yeah, I mean it is tough, and you do want to make sure you're making the right calls here. We do have muses, so muses, of course, we've been talking about modifies the math. Muses changes the way we interact with this board because we've got songs. If we can deal with the character and then bounce a character, so Ikaika is thinking through what is the optimal play here. Which character needs to go back in hand? Which one do I send this damage into to make sure that we get the most and the maximum value of each of these cards? Gogo, of course, going away, drawing a card.
Diablo. So there's just a lot of different lines here and a lot of different ways to play this.
Yep.
So we will get rid of the Gogo with the Storm, bounce the Lady back to hand. We will establish the Ursula.
Yeah.
Okay, get that to stick. So it's interesting because there's another line here where you. Oh, it looks like we will quest. Okay, there is another line here where you leverage the Beyond the Horizon here. Use that to bounce as well as singing or playing to let the Storm Rage on. But instead saving that. But the result, because you're looking for cards to banish the Pegasus. The result is here we're going to leave 3 lore on the board.
Oh, goodness. All right.
Yeah. So there's another consideration here, too, where,
and this is a very thinky turn. Ikaika wants to make sure that nothing gets messed up. There's a lot of possibilities here. Just tons of options, thinking through what those options might look like, what the implications they are of them. If I do this, what happens to me in 2 turns, in 3 turns, and then going through the other play lines and walking through the same thought process.
Yeah, so here's the interesting thing here, too. He's just dumping everything.
Let's just go. Let's just turn it sideways.
So, fascinating here. Find the answers. That's a lot to answer. Interestingly, one or lore. Gogo actually represented 3 lore there because you could run in. There's a possibility we run the Pegasus into the Beast, get the extra lore out of it by playing the Gogo. But yeah, this is just. What do you do about this? Now you have cards to deal with. You can sing Beyond the Horizon. You can bounce them with the muses, and you can double sing with Ursula. So there is a possibility here. If you do it right, you can actually pull this off. Sending Bruno back, we're going to discard the Bruno. That's going to trigger the muses. We're going to send something back to hand. Oof. I don't think you want to send the Gogo if you can avoid it. You'd like to remove her a different way. So the lady goes back to hand. Okay, so now we're down to 3. We're doing okay here because we do have Beyond the Horizon and we have a double singer with Ursula. One of the questions is, do you sing? Well, I think you have to sing with Ursula at this point.
I mean, I agree. I think we need to start dealing with these problems
because Ursula represents a double sing of a removal option that you get. So ideally, you want Ursula to sing twice.
Yes.
So you can hard play the Beyond the Horizon and then leave Ursula up to double sing removal that you get. There's another option where you use it to cycle
double sing
Beyond the Horizon twice,
and it also lets you muses twice as well. So you get a few more abilities to control that board.
Yeah, and you bounce everything with the muses. That's right. The muses change the calculation. You just bounce everything with the muses anyway.
Yeah.
So there you go. I mean, that's the answer. Double sing, which you have, bounce everything back, and then just what a swing. The muses are
such a good card.
Rough.
It like since it was released, since that card came out, it has really changed the way Emerald is played. Really changes the way we think about it as we reveal and play by double singing. Well, potentially.
We'll see what we get.
Yeah. Let's not speak for.
But look, we drew into 3 songs.
Yes, we did.
You drew into 3 songs.
Yes, and so this first instance of this song will allow Ikaika to bounce a card of 2 strength, and we do.
Because here's the danger, right? You bounce everything back to hand. Let's say you sing it again. You bounce everything back to hand. Now he's just going to go wide again next turn.
Yes.
So now you've kept a sudden chill, which is effectively removal at this point because you're banishing something from the hand, or you're discarding something from hand. And you also have the Let the Storm Rage On. So now you're removing it. That Gogo is no longer a threat because of the damage. So you don't sing it again. You drew into exactly what you need to deal with this problem. We also have Hypnotize. So we're just gonna crush your hand here.
Yikes.
One card left.
And I do believe, is that a sudden chill I see in Ikaika's hand? Yes, it is. It is, in fact. So we effectively banished those characters. We didn't do it literally, but we did it
Effectively, yeah. Oof.
Ouch.
What a comeback. What a swing.
Yep. Nathan nonchalantly putting the card down, kind of recognizing the very poor spot he finds himself in. Not the end of the game.
Nope. That beast just drawing 2 cards every turn, though, is rough.
Prince
So John. Prince John. Is there another discard to draw more cards? Oh, there's the Bruno. Oh, goodness gracious. I just threw up in my mouth a little bit. Getting rid of the lady, drawing a card. Still routes back in this. I don't think we have game on board 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we don't.
Almost
we drop a 2 lore character. It requires a response. It is not. It's a just in time, which you can't pair with anything here.
No,
that is the worst. That is the worst possible card he could have drawn in that scenario. Just in time, coming way too late for it to have an impact on this game.
Nathan. I'm sorry, buddy. That was rough. As they're talking it over, it looks like they might be having a conversation with the judge. So we'll take a look there.
Yeah, I'm interested in the chat here. I have to go back and do the math because I saw the extra lore from the Go-Go. Right, you run the Pegasus in, you do 3 damage to the beast, and you get yourself, an extra lore out of the Pegasus instead of the 2. I think that still puts you at 19. So I would have had to double check the math there because people talking about lethal or game. I saw the 19. I'd have to go back and double check where he missed the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is the line? Tramp makes Ursula into 3 damage. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yep. That go. Could have done it. But wow, what? I mean, this is what you want from the top 8 of a major event, right?
Yeah.
We got to see each deck do what it wants to do, and some really, really high level play in that last game, game 3.
Yep.
For a long time, could have gone either way. If we're right, and the chat's right, there was a line where Nathan could have taken, and you missed the line, and sometimes that's it. But the muses showing how brutal they can be when paired, especially with Ursula Deceiver of All managing to double sing things. And if there's one weakness that a deck with wide low strength characters has, which is I think way more than 50% of this deck. I don't know. There's only like 16 cards or fewer that have greater than 1 strength. It's the muses which just send all the low cost characters back. So wow.
So let's my dream may be coming true. Look who made it through and beat their Amber Steel matchup.
Are you saying that there's a match coming up with no steel in it?
Yes.
That's amazing.
I know. And you are going to get an opportunity to see that with Skinner. So I'm actually I'll be watching it too, but I'm going to be watching it. I'll probably be watching it with Aaron by the bar over there by the TV. So I'm going to be glued to the television watching this match. This is turning out to be crazy. We have a mirror match on the other side. Mark Miller, as we know, great dude, going up against Ikaika. It is very, very likely. I can't imagine a scenario in which we would not be streaming that bracket game.
I think so too.
I think it has to be. Let's not pretend here.
Green steel mirror.
Right. So we won't do that to you. We won't do that to you, certainly. And it's going to be exciting. It's going to be fun. The question becomes now is who is going to face that green steel matchup, whether it's Mark, whether it's Ikaika, that they'll determine that coming up in this next round. But who moves forward between Tiago and Dylan in order to close this? Dylan, of course, being Dylan Crowley. We saw his matchup earlier today. He was actually on stream earlier, very effectively running that Ruby Amethyst deck, which we love to see it. We know it was representing a minority of decks. It was in the other category.
Yeah, very few here.
Crazy talk. Ruby Amethyst, folks, in the minority of the decks.
Yeah, I'm gonna look up how many there were. There were not many.
It wasn't. Yeah, it was like it was definitely less than 6 because the even at like the 8% range of the decks, it was like 6 of them. So it had to been like 3, maybe 4. We'll figure that out in a moment. But I'm stoked to see this because, again, I am biased. I am a human being after all. And human beings, they have feelings and emotions.
We do.
and most of my feelings are colored in purple and green. So
mine too. I kind of love it, and I love when it does well. I love mid-range decks, and it's the mid-rangest of mid-range decks, I think, in Lorcana. So yeah, sort sheet columns A to Z. I need to find out this answer. I don't know why.
Well, while you're doing that, I have some lore for you that's coming through in the chat. I believe this to be true. It's Sierra. She says, "I love my husband." Her husband's Mark Miller, by the way. I love my husband.
I love your husband too.
She says, but for the love of everything, no mirror match stream handle it.
Well, there we
my
go.
heart can't handle
I mean,
it.
how that I feel like that request is.
Yeah, how do we not honor that request? That's so messed up not to honor that request.
So Ruby Amethyst 6 in the field.
6 in the field, so just below. Like it, so it wasn't like it was just below the rest of the fifth deck.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean that makes more sense, but still, like this is a deck that we've seen operate in the majority for a long time since the beginning of this game's existence.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if there's one club bigger than all the clubs, all the WhatsApps, all the group chats, it has to be the one that Kendall's in, right? It's got to be that one.
That's right. It's like the OG club. In fact, fun fact, the oh my goodness, I don't know what's going on over in the chat.
There's people acting crazy right now. I don't know. We can't trust them. They're nuts.
So fun fact, way back in the day, and Rise of the Floodborn, the whole meta was Ruby Amethyst.
Oh yeah,
literally the entire meta.
Yeah.
So that was a fun time.
Oh, Madam Mim, maybe we won't miss you, but a lot of people are talking about missing you.
Yeah,
coming up in 3 months, so we'll see.
I'm not sure I will. As much as I love playing her, I'm not sure I will. I tell you, leave Snake. Leave Snake.
I'm okay with Snake.
Good with that.
Yeah, Snake's a good one.
I will miss Fox, but give me a bounce. And yeah. So. Golly, what a fun match! I'm still getting over that last match.
That was intense. Yeah, my blood pressure has to lower. I'm kind of excited to see that. Now we know that every game is done, so they're working through, and they've got to be getting ready to either. I'm not sure if they're planning on jumping into an interview, if they're going to go into the next game.
We're going to go right to the next game.
Okay, cool.
Right to the next game.
What we decided is no mirror matches.
Yes.
Yeah.
No mirror matches.
I like it.
That's what you guys want.
That's exactly what the chat is asking for. Exactly.
I think that's what the people want.
The people have demanded.
The people have demanded, and more importantly, Mark's wife has demanded.
Yes, she says, please no mirror match.
Yep.
So that works out. All right. Very, very cool.
Yep. So yeah, and it's fun. It's a deck that we both love, and it feels kind of like a throwback. To be quite honest, both these decks, like a lot of decks here, are very similar to their previous meta iterations. Green, purple, amethyst, emerald, getting a few new tools, in particular the levers. Very impactful. We've seen them used a couple times here, so that deck is going to make that card's going to make that deck click a little bit more. But on the other side, on the Ruby Amethyst side, not a ton of new tools for it.
Yeah, I mean, new, maybe not in Reign of Jafar, but somewhat new in Half Shark.
That's true. I mean, sure. Half Shark, new as in today.
Yeah. Today is yesterday was old. Today is new.
Yeah.
But yes, it's newish. But if you haven't seen it, then it's new to you. Is essentially where we're at here.
That's fair.
Now, which is interesting because it's not that they haven't gotten any tools. I think we haven't figured out the placement of those tools. I mean, you think about the new Hades, the dual ink Hades. I think that's a pretty good card. I don't know if I'd play 4 of them. I think that's a good inclusion at like 2 of them, and it's a great way to draw. But
that's true.
I think we just need to figure out what that deck looks like.
That's true.
I think it doesn't look good in what we have now. I think it looks better in maybe a different variant of that. So
yeah, I don't know. What do you all think in the chat of Ruby Amethyst? Is it holding on with its previous iterations, or does it have some new tools that'll kind of make it survive in the current meta?
Yeah,
I don't know.
And Smashing Patty, your wish is our command. We've already figured that out. We will be getting Tiago versus Dylan.
Yes.
So congratulations to you. You've won the contest of deciding who will be playing on stream.
You all, the people have spoken.
Yes.
The people have spoken.
We do love it. That's one of our favorite things here at SSG is we want to make sure that the people get what they want to see.
Yeah, red purple best deck since day one. It's an interesting comment from Lex Ferrante there, and because it's true, except it's so different. One of the fun things about this deck is, the initial versions of this deck were very, very hard control. Ursula's Cauldron on turn 2. Look at every single...
What a classic.
Card, right? Doesn't that bring you back?
Yes.
Every turn, Cauldron.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, man, Cauldron. Maui on turn 6, Be Prepared on turn 7,
Aladdin.
and then Aladdin coming down, and then Maleficent, scorching you on turn 9.
Oh.
By the end of the game, your opponent's only inked 1 card every turn, but for some reason they have 20 cards in their inkwell and have cycled through their deck with Cauldron 3 times. That was set 1, Ruby Amethyst. Set 2 is kind of similar, and now oftentimes it's an aggro deck. It goes aggressive, and then it has some great end game, finishers. For a while it was Queen's Castle, and now Maui Half Shark, and there's other things you can do. So it is fun to think about because it would be fun. Here's a good video idea.
Okay.
You all should do this on your podcast.
Okay.
Because I want to do it, but I don't have the time. Set 1 Ruby Amethyst versus current set Ruby Amethyst. Just to watch those two into each other. The new one would crush it, but what a fun dichotomy that would be, like getting to watch.
Oh my
both.
god, yeah, and how much slower? Because I remember the biggest complaint of the first chapter with Ruby Amethyst was how often those games went to time.
Oh yeah.
So that'll be so much fun to watch. I kind of want to see it.
Yeah, you might need to give a handicap to the set 1 deck, right? You get 5 Lotus
we're playing golf here with Ruby Amethyst. We love it.
Yeah. Have fun. Of course, Minnie Mouse Surfer was all the rage for a while, and then she surfed out of the meta after a while. So
she did.
But yeah, no, that's
she probably would really hate Peter Pan. She probably wouldn't be a big
100%.
fan. Yeah, that's not a thing she wants to deal with.
Nope, not at all. Peregrine Fox and all that.
But still no item removal in Ruby Amethyst, so Cauldron goes hard, is what I say.
That's fair. They have Cauldron every turn. Cauldron.
Yep.
Cauldron. Yeah. Cauldron on turn 2 is like the worst. A, because it just because, and then B, the game takes so much longer because every single turn you're just like I think 5 minutes were added to games just in people deciding which of their Cauldron cards,
which is the craziest thing. The craziest thing. Yeah, that's just so funny. I mean, we do with how do we figure it out with Ariel? Ariel gets to see 4 cards. Steel Song players, they got their stuff together. Mm-hmm. They can look at the top 4. They look at a song. They know what they're plucking.
Oh yeah, boom.
What's going on, guys? Like, what was wrong with Cauldron? Why are we doing this?
I don't know.
Oh my goodness. DeCandio says 5 minutes added is generously low.
Yeah, that's probably, I said 5 per game,
right.
Not 5 per match, but I think you're right, Brennan. I think it is.
Let's call it an
very
average.
Generous.
Let's say an average of 5 minutes.
Oh, that was so brutal. That was the worst part of seeing Cauldron, honestly. It's just like, this game just got so long. What a time to be alive.
It is.
What a time to be alive.
And as we're waiting, just another huge shout out to SSG. Lots of people still outside hanging out, watching the games. People sticking around, enjoying Reign of Jafar. We thank you. I'd love to get a count, if I can, from production of our total viewership. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah. So everybody count off from 1 to whenever we end in order.
There you go. Yeah. So production will get us those numbers. I'd love to know. So production, if you can hear us, I'd love a total count across all of our platforms. How many people?
Range from 1 to, there we go.
Yeah.
While we're waiting, I do want to talk more about the meta, but I have to say, just because for anybody watching, just a bit of a tangent here, side path. For those who've watched our channel or watched like Lorcana content at all, you know that my chase card for this set was the Enchanted Bambi. I got very emotional on a Lorcana stream when they revealed it, and it made me cry in front of 400 people online. And today, I just got it. I got it. This was a gift from Dylan, and I'm very, very moved. I did.
That's amazing.
So I had to.
That's awesome.
It's
that is so awesome.
It is one of the most beautiful Arcana cards ever created.
It really is.
I love it.
I'm so happy. I'm glad you got it.
Thank you.
Glad you got it.
I can't believe, as this SSG and you all weren't great enough, Dylan, I'm like, hey, has anybody traded in a Bambi? And he's like, I got you. I was like,
oh my goodness. Well, you enjoy that. I'm telling you, that's what the store is all about. It's about making those memories. Speaking of memories, I'd like to be nothing but one. Would you like to join?
I would like to.
Because I need to go see.
My wrong levers that I was.
Yes, wrong lever. Pull the levers.
Wrong
friends,
lever.
I will be back. You will be seeing me in the finals. But we are going to go ahead and let.
You're not playing in the finals,
I'm gonna go play in the finals. I'm gonna go coach these guys so they can actually play right. In fact, I might go to Tiago and say, hey, if you need a swap, if you need a tag team,
tag in.
I got you, dude.
That's how this works, right? The deck qualifies, not the player.
Yeah, it's the
you
deck.
Rotate out the pilot.
It's gonna be fantastic.
Tiago had, I know we don't talk about the Forbidden website on
Please don't.
The Fight Club, Lorcana Fight Club.
Yeah, exactly.
He has 3 accounts in top 10 in Lorcana Fight Club.
That's insane.
Tiago.
Well, here you go, my friend.
He's got a lot of time and a lot of skills. I watched him play Green Purple. It was very impressive.
Oh my gosh.
Green Purple is impressive.
I had to literally sit there. I'm like, can I watch you, please? Because like,
I'd like to learn.
He did some 4K chess.
I feel like there's there's this moment among Green Purple players where you all realize that each other, you like the same deck, and you're like, I see you're also
you
have
good taste. Yeah,
I see you also enjoy the finer things in life. It's like a fine wine.
Absolutely, you gotta we gotta stick together, us Emerald Amethyst enjoyers. But I did get myself a play set of Wrong Levers. So
you said it wrong.
Wrong lever.
Wrong lever.
So I'm very happy. I just got that, and you got your Bambi, which makes me even happier.
I'm so excited.
That is incredible.
I'm so excited.
That is so awesome. I told you it looked nicer in person. Isn't it beautiful?
It does.
So good.
It is going to make me cry again. All right.
All right.
Do this.
All right.
Great matchup here. This should be a lot of fun to watch. These are 2 classic decks with 2 great players. I have to say, like, as a Green Purple enthusiast, I always liked this matchup myself.
Yeah,
I think this is a fun one. I think it's a favorable one. I know there's a lot of Ruby Amethyst players who feel the opposite and are confident going into Green Purple, but I do feel like my gut says that Tiago has the edge in this particular matchup. So we'll see.
I agree.
How it goes. We have a Maui going to the Inkwell on turn 1, and we're off. Good to see you.
That's it. Yeah, you too. I'm back, and we are just churning along here as we get into our semifinals. And we have Tiago versus Dylan. Is super exciting. I did get a chance to watch Tiago's top 8 match while you guys were in here doing commentary. And Tiago, wow. I mean, I thought I was a Green Purple player. He showed me some tricks that I never see. I mean, I watched him shift the Diablo, attack with it because he had rush from the pan, then play a fox, bounce the Diablo, shift the Diablo into a different Diablo, rush with it because it was like it was a crazy sequence that I saw him do. So Tiago, very experienced on this list. I asked him about his experience on it. He says he's been on this list since its inception. So he has lots of reps on this deck, guys. So if anybody's going to be performing well with it, it would be Tiago. So let's see how he does. And Dylan, no stranger either. Dylan has won many events here. Well, he won the first big event here and topped many others. So also a great player. And I don't usually see him on Ruby Amethyst, but clearly he's been having a great day on the deck. So both these players going to be a really good matchup and seeing who can take it down. And truthfully, I know you said Tiago has the advantage, and I have to agree with you, but I don't know. Dylan's no slouch, so it's going to be interesting.
Both great players. I say that based purely on the matchup.
Of course.
Purely on the matchup.
Oh, yeah. No, I understand. I'm just saying, like on paper, I also would give it to Tiago, but given the players, it's hard to pick a favorite for sure.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Both fantastic players. I'm interested to see. One interesting note: I do see 2 friends in the other hand, friends in the other hand, friends on the other side
Sure.
in Dylan's hand. Card that dropped out of popularity for a little while. It's been out and in, but in a meta full of discard, a lot of discard. It's probably one of the cards that helped him navigate the top cut. Getting rid of that hand pressure.
Definitely.
So good to see that there.
And Dylan actually recognizing here, obviously, that he is up against an evasive deck. We see Iago in the hand, which that card most likely going to be very clutch in this situation, as well as this, Pegasus and Pan that are just here to attack evasives, right?
Yep.
I find whenever
Diablo, I think is the real.
Well, we have a lot of evasives to choose from here, so most of them are Diablo. But it's going to be crazy considering that both these players are playing a handful of evasives. Kind of becomes like this aerial sky battle. Like I feel like it's all these evasives are just battling it out while the other things are on the ground, kind of thing. So
that's a great
that's how I picture
visual,
it, at
least. and it's proving true here. We have a back and forth here with evasives going into evasives, removal after removal, Bra taking out the Peter Pan Shadow Finder, leaving 1 on Dylan's side of the board. So just a real back and forth here between these 2 players.
Absolutely. And right now Dylan coming out on top in the trade as he gets to keep his Pan, and Tiago loses his Pan and his Diablo. So right now Dylan, asserting some dominance on the board here. But we're still very early as Tiago goes ahead and adds a genie to the board, and that will put quite the pickle here for Dylan. He does not have that Iago as he once did. I don't know if he just drew one. I think he might have. Let's see.
So skipping over lore with the broom.
He does have
broom might not stick
Iago.
around. We have the rabbit coming into play. We'll pop the broom. We do pop the broom. So that's 2 cards off that play. Looking for more answers.
Oh, yeah. And he's got it. Next turn, if he does decide to quest, Tiago will be, unfortunately, in the pathway of this giant parrot that is in Dylan's hand that will have rush next turn. So we will see if Tiago is able to identify the threat here. But we still have Dylan figuring out the rest of his turn here. Lots of cards in hand, just deciding what we want to ink here. And we'll send it to the Elsa. Yeah.
That Shadow Finder paired with that Iago is just so...
what a force, right?
So brutal. Yeah.
Yeah, that the little 1-2 combo. I remember the first time it came out, I felt like I was one of the few that knew about it, and I was like, "Oh yeah, it's so powerful." And then everybody that played, Amethyst started including it in their package, and then it was like, so it becomes like kind of like I don't know if you remember when Minnie Mouse Surfer was a big card. And the only way to dispatch a Minnie Mouse Surfer was to play your own Minnie Mouse Surfer and then crab
it. Yeah.
So that now we have these genie battles where like you have to like genie and then Elsa genie to crash the genie, and then like there's Pan that comes in. Like it's like all these. That's what I was saying. Like to me, it's like this battle in the sky of like all these evasive characters.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that this back and forth. We had the aerial battle at first with the evasive coming at each other. Now we do have the genie back and forth.
Yep.
One of which we're used to seeing. The Elsa coming down, cleaning something up, and then on Dylan's side, he could have challenged with the parrot, but we also had the Elsa in hand.
Yep.
But rather than play the Elsa, we now have 2 very impactful characters on Tiago's side of the board. So we're going to play Lady Tremaine, force him to discard 1, or banish 1. And there's this real back and forth here. And this game has just been removal after I play a card, remove it, dispatch it, back and forth.
And it's going to stay like that for a while. I mean, we haven't seen Tiago be able to attack much of Dylan's hand yet, which I think is a big, upside for Dylan, because usually the discard is pretty bad for red-purple decks. But you see that he reveals his hand, and there's not even a song available. But we did see that Dragonfire, which has been making its rounds into some of these Ruby Amethyst decks again, just like old times. And there's nothing like a good Dragonfire, right?
I love a good set 1 callback. Like anytime set 1 callbacks are my favorite thing.
Yeah, we saw Flynn Rider earlier.
We saw the first set Emerald Aladdin.
I was about to say Zack Livins was playing Aladdin. Yeah, we got some
Prince
good.
Ali, I think.
We got some good callbacks today. I got to enjoy that as well.
So,
go ahead. I was also just figuring out what's going on here.
Tiago sticking a genie on his turn, getting 2 of them online here, and then Dylan questing or with the rabbit, and then bouncing it back to hand to get a little bit of extra gas going into the late game here. So one of the keys, for Ruby Amethyst is you really, especially against a discard deck, you really have to get your card draw online in the mid game. Games where you find that rabbit in the mid game and where you miss the rabbit in the mid game are very, very different games.
Of course.
And so Dylan managing to get that a little bit of extra juice there. Speaking of Dragonfire, there it is. We'll get rid of that genie. It's not sticking around. Quest with Lady Tremaine. Get a little bit of lore, and it's back over to Tiago. The back and forth continues.
You see the threat of that genie also by, we had to ink a shark, which is a half shark is a very big threat. So we inked the shark and spent the Dragonfire. So 2 huge resources that Dylan spent at the expense of getting rid of that genie. So it goes to show you maybe, he's a little concerned with these evasives. He wants to make sure that Tiago isn't able to clock up too much lore, but we still have this other genie in play, which is, going to keep on doing the thing and keep on getting that lore. Ursula will take another peek, and we do have another shark. Okay, so that would explain why he inked 1. Okay, so Dylan's, still got some options here, but Tiago just trying to go wide on the board here. Gets in with the Ursula, another lore.
Yeah, quick be prepared check, and then not there. We'll go a little wide.
Yep, just got to check it out, and usually it's the next card on the top right after the Ursula.
Of course, it always is. It always is.
All right, so let's see what's going on here as we... Let's see. We're going to add our genie of our own. So another character out there for the evasive battles.
Couple rabbits. We'll draw another card.
Yep.
And we're just going to keep refilling hand. And I think that's fine. In this game, Dylan's managed to keep the lore comparable. We're doing some control. But importantly, with the genies, with bouncing the rabbits bouncing back and forth and hands and up and down, like cards refilling Dylan's hand. And this is exactly what this deck wants to do in the late game. It's one of the reasons why this deck is so good is that mid-game card draw.
Yeah.
So right on plan here, I think, for Dylan.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think right now Dylan is, right where he wants to be. He's a little bit up on lore, and he's just slowly, establishing his board while also removing things off Tiago's board. And as I mentioned earlier, Tiago, I haven't seen him play anything hand destruction. We haven't seen any kind of Prince John, no sudden chills. I mean, nothing. So, possibly he just hasn't seen that side of his deck yet. I do see a chill in hand, but most of the other stuff is just evasives. Potentially powerful, but right now, just not what he's looking for. But we will add an Elsa and happily remove that rabbit. Yeah, we can't let that turn into more rabbits. So
one rabbit's drawing, giving him a card off rabbit feels bad, but them getting 4 more cards off rabbit, if the bounce shenanigans continue, feels even worse.
Absolutely, yeah. It took me a while to learn that when I started playing red purple. I was like, why would I want to remove somebody's rabbit? They get to draw a card. And it's like, well, if you don't, they're going to draw 5 more cards.
So many cards.
So choose 1 or 5. So yeah, very smart of Tiago, just acknowledging the potential, amount of gas that this rabbit can provide, and just removing it from the table. And we will add more evasives here, and that's the father of all evasives, Mr. Half Shark, and he has rush because of this pan.
What a combo!
Yeah, just sneak attack from the sky here. Boom.
Yeah, shark coming down, finishing off Genie there.
I was trying to think of a quick shark pun, but my brain's not ready. I would have maybe earlier in the day. I would have had a good shark pun there for you, Liam. But that's a pretty good one. So we'll get to draw some cards as well off the friends on the other side that we got back from the shark. So shark will essentially draw us 2 cards and gain us a lore. That's a pretty good turn, in my opinion. So we're going to have to pass it back over to Tiago here in a minute and see if Liam with the best dad jokes in the game. Pretty much. All right, so we'll get in there, knock out that one.
And look at this board state swing. That rush, and then the shark rushing out. Very impactful this turn.
Yeah.
This is a tough spot for Emerald Amethyst to be in. Very little removal in these lists. There's some bounce removal. You're relying on damage, things like Elsa's, and against a board state like this, it starts to become very, very, very oppressive. There's not much you can do at some point here. We may be at that point.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, if you were just looking at the board right now and you were just tuning in, it's pretty clear Dylan is in a very favorable position here. I won't count Tiago yet because obviously we have seen people come back from crazier, but definitely a good spot if you're Dylan. You're definitely feeling good about this. And Tiago's just trying to figure out how he can put the pieces together. As I mentioned, I watched his top 8 match, and there was turns where he would just take a minute to think it out and then somehow remove the whole board. So I think right now he's just putting the pieces together, seeing if he has what it takes to stay in this game. And we'll find out real shortly here. But again, I would love to see him maybe start the next game off with some more discard. But here's a little bit of it. So we'll take a card here and draw a card as well.
Getting this engine online. If there's a way back into it, this is one of the ways. It's just establish something that'll get that card draw engine going and put some more hand pressure on, draw you into more answers.
Wrong lever. All right.
Bottom of the deck.
Yzma will send him down, and we put the pull the lever at the bottom of the deck. Okay, perfect. So we removed that shark. That's a big one. And we did add a Prince John to the board. We drew a couple cards. It's not terrible. We still have our work cut out for us here.
Yeah, the lever's doing work. That was like I said, there's not a ton of direct removal, a lot of bounce removal. That Maui shark coming down again this turn and doing rush shenanigans would have felt bad. But those levers, we talk about impactful cards in new metas, and the lever combo, definitely something that this color combination can make use of, because it gives it like some really hard removal that it was kind of missing,
for sure,
if you sequence things right. So the power of the levers on full display here, getting rid of Maui Half Shark in a potentially pivotal moment.
And it plays really nicely with this Diablo, right? Because you want to be discarding an action, and normally discarding an action doesn't feel super great, but when you're playing pull the lever, wrong lever, all of a sudden, you're setting up a potential removal for the following turn, and it could be quite good. So I did see a turn when he was playing earlier where he, I told you he bounced, he attacked with Diablo, he bounced the Diablo with a Fox, he reshifted the Diablo by discarding pull the lever, and then he wrong levered something. Like, it was just like a whole setup. It was pretty impressive. So I definitely think that card is finding a good home. I always felt like Hypnotize was kind of the worst card in the deck. So finding some new actions that are a little more powerful, I think, is great. But Tiago, unfortunately, not able to find what he needs here. Takes a peek at the next ones just in case. So do you ever look at the top cards when you finish playing, Liam?
Always.
You do?
I always do.
You always take a look?
Yeah, I always do.
I can't do it. I don't have the heart.
I know. It's painful. The funny thing is, one of the things, here's why. This is dumb. This
Here's
is probably
why.
dumb.
Let me get some Liam logic in here.
But here's why. TCGs are all about resource management, but they're also about math. And this is something that, like, Frank Carson and Brendan DeCandia and some of these players who really love getting into the hyper geometric math of games will tell you. As you move through a game and you draw every single turn and you're altering your hand or whatever, your odds of drawing certain cards become much greater, and the odds change with every single card that you draw. Now, those who are really good at math, which I am not, and study the math of games and everything like that, can do kind of the calculus in their heads, and they know on a given turn, like let's say turn 10, if I haven't seen a goat yet, what my odds are of seeing a goat the next turn, and they're high. But for those of us who aren't into like the really nerdy math of it, it's kind of an instinct thing, where once you play TCGs long enough, particularly with a given deck, you start to get a feel for when certain cards that you haven't seen it will make an appearance. Now, there's always the odds that all 4 Be Prepared are stuck in a chunk in the bottom of your deck. That happens, but more often than not, the distribution is a lot more like you would expect. And so when I look at the top 2 or 3 cards at the end of a game, based on that game state, it kind of hones my instincts, I feel like, and I get a better feel for, I don't know, my likelihood of drawing cards.
You're a vibes player is what I'm hearing. You play off vibes. That's what I do too.
I sharpen the vibes.
I don't play on math and stuff like that. I just play on my vibes.
Yeah.
I'm like, I feel like I want to fight. I feel like it's coming. Here it comes.
Right.
So yeah, we don't need math. We just need vibes. But yeah, I definitely have looked at the top card, and I'm guilty. I do it every once in a while, but I try not to because it never feels good. It's always like either the card wasn't there or it was the next card, and then you feel like, oh my God, how did I lose? So sometimes it's better just to let it go. Let it go.
Let it go.
No pun intended.
Never say no pun intended. You always,
pun intended.
Always pretend the pun was intended.
Always pretend.
People asking about how many cards in this Ruby Amethyst deck are set 8. Couple? Just 2, maybe?
For what are we looking for?
New cards.
Okay. I think it's...
Everybody's Got a Weakness.
Oh, I didn't even know he was playing Everybody's Got a Weakness. I've only seen him play Monstro. But Everybody Got a Weakness. That's an interesting inclusion as well.
There are several Ruby Amethyst decks here that are running just last set with no new cards. So this is not one of them, though, with a couple of fun tech pieces worked in. But with that, we're off the race.
He's playing so many. Whenever I see these deck lists, I like seeing the 2-liners.
Right?
That's just like a clean deck list. Like you see the 2 lines, you're like, ooh, that's 4 ofs. That's nice. Whenever you see this, like almost going into the 4th row of cards, I start to get a little worried. But clearly, it's working out for Dylan, and he's finding all the pieces. When you draw so many cards, and look, there you go. You were talking about clumped Be Prepareds, and I think you sent some of your vibes out there.
They are, yeah, apparently. So what a bummer of a hand for Dylan, because again, in this matchup where you're placing that, that Ursula is there, you generally never keep those in your opening hand. So that tells me he probably altered his hand, looking to improve a little bit, drew into 2 Be Prepareds on the hand altar, and that feels bad. Unless you have 2 and you can keep 1 until turn 7, but now Tiago knows that it's there and can play around that Be Prepared. So
for sure, rough. And already a better start for Tiago, right?
Fantastic opening.
Yeah, he's got to shift. Let's see if he can even get rid of this. Okay, so interesting to see what he does here. Okay, so I was curious if he was going to offer up the trade, but he does choose to give up the card or rather give up his Diablo for an extra card. So I was curious if he would hold back or not. I'm trying to learn a little something here, trying to hone my skills as well and see what his decision making is. And I feel like in my brain, I would have maybe not quested here, but Tiago says it's worth it. Like he'll go ahead and there we go. We lose the Diablo here. Okay, so we didn't even have to give up the Pegasus. Interesting.
No, so it's an interesting choice because he knows the Pegasus is available, but Tiago got a good look at the hand. He knows pretty much everything else is dealing with there. But yeah, definitely making the choice to get that extra card. Because I think the alternative is that Diablo stays up forever. Get some value out of it. Genie coming down is going to challenge immediately paired with that Shadow Finder. Yeah. We have the Genie Shadow Finder battles. We've hit that phase of the game at turn 4, so we're going to see a lot of back and forth here with the Genies and the Elsas and Shadow Finders, and we'll see where it shakes out.
It's crazy how Shadow Finder it's been around for quite some time, and it's always been a decent card, but it just hit its stride, right? Last set, all of a sudden, it was just like a staple 4 of, or not always 4 of, but everybody's playing it now with all these cool new evasives, and it's funny how it just takes a couple of cards to just take something that used to be kind of just hanging out, and all of a sudden that card is like an essential part of the meta. And I think, Pan is definitely getting its limelight and time in the sun right now, and it didn't necessarily always, wasn't always like that. So I love getting to see the representation of some cards that were a little bit dormant for some while. For some while, but
it is funny too because the one that used to be popular was Peter Pan's Shadow. Was the one for a while and during the Minnie Mouse Surfer days that used to be popular. But it is fun to see this card pop back out.
We switched it up, but I love it. It's a great card.
But look at this. With this back and forth, we're in the mid game here. Genie's made an appearance. A bunch of cards have made an appearance, and we're at 5 ink. And now we're sitting on turn, 1, 2, 3 cost cards. A couple Diablos facing an Ursula and a Peter Pan Shadow Finder, and a library coming down on the other side. This could be a fairly impactful card. Sending a Diablo over there already. This is definitely going to get some extra cards, unless we manage to chain foxes and crabs together or something here, which I don't think is in the cards.
Okay, we're drawing 2 cards off Pull the Lever, which will activate our wrong lever if we choose to play it later. And we will take a swing at the library and pass it on back. And without any big evasives to kind of rush into this library, it is going to get a couple of triggers here. And as you can see, these Diablos also getting a couple of triggers with their lore. Let's see, Dylan deciding, okay, we're going to get 2 more lore. We'll go up to 6.
Get lore off, remove. You lose the Diablo, you get a card out of it. You get 2 cards out of it with the one in the library.
It's a good
stack
trade
up your lore here.
Yep, absolutely. And this is Tiago's time to really try to apply some pressure here. It looks like Dylan is just slowing down just a bit. I believe did he not play anything last turn?
Oh, but I think we top deck a crab here, which I haven't mathed this quite out yet, but potentially a very impactful draw, especially with that 2 damage already on the library. So fantastic top deck.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not sure what's in Dylan's hand if he was only able to play
5. There it is. I mean, that's perfect. What a top deck. Clear out that library. And now the Diablo is susceptible to removal. Only drawing you 1 card. There we go.
Amazing. And now look at Dylan. Now look at Tiago's board. Going nice and wide here. Definitely a better predicament than he was in the first game.
But we know we have that Be Prepared. Unless... Nope, it's sitting at the bottom there. So, and more importantly, Tiago knows it's there too. Tiago doing a discard pile check. I think one of the things he's looking for is just ensuring himself that Be Prepared didn't get discarded at some point.
Of course.
Knowing that those 2 were there earlier. Rabbit coming down now, drawing a card. So Tiago definitely wanting to push the board state, wanting to push his lore total, but wanting to draw out that Be Prepared on his terms.
Absolutely. Tiago will get his turn back here, and Dylan not presenting a lot of pressure here. I mean, we are playing rabbits. We are digging deeper into the deck here. We do have this Diablo that if it is attacked into, will get you another card, but overall, kind of a slow game here for Dylan so far. I feel like Tiago really needs to put the pressure here, but the problem is if he puts too much pressure, we could run right into a Be Prepared, which we don't want that. So we're going to draw another card here. Genie doesn't feel so bad if we lose him because he's going to replace himself, and we're going to get 2 more cards here. And he's going to get 2 more cards here.
Here we go. Friends from the other side. I love seeing it.
A little +5 turn. Not too bad, right?
Yeah.
A little 5 cards. And we still get to rush in with this Genie, which is even better. That's not terrible.
No, and I think we are. If I'm looking at it right, we're still 1 turn away from the Be Prepared. So Tiago can stretch another turn here. I do wonder. We did have probably a little bit of an inkable challenge there over on Dylan's side, forced into certain decisions based on the lack of ink. There's a rabbit in there. There's the Be Prepared. I do think we have an Iago Parrot as well. Drawing another inkable with the Maui, so we can ink, do a little bit of cleanup with the Maui, buy ourselves some time, and then importantly, hit that Be Prepared next turn. However, the problem here, we need to keep an eye on the inkables because this is a scenario where you ink, you play, and then you leave yourself with no wiggle room if you draw into an uninkable. So I'm trying to eyeball the hand here.
This is like a Finders Keepers, what I can see, a Rabbit.
And the Iago. So I do think we have 3 inkables. Oh man,
we'll know in a minute. Dylan is he's not even sure either. He's really he's grinding his gears here. You can see his expression. He's taking breaths. He's like, all right, how do I get out of this?
He's moving his hands so fast. Yeah, you have to play towards that Be Prepared, and hope that Tiago doesn't have the Ursula.
Sure.
And so keeping an eye on the inkables is important because you could play a bunch of cards here, but you have to leave enough that you can ink and play. Be prepared next turn.
And Tiago instantly catches that trigger. As soon as that bunny hit play, he pointed right to the Diablo. He's like, I will take that. I'll take that draw too.
Because he's looking for that Ursula. So right now, I mean, if the Ursula is in hand, or if we drew into it, and it is,
I
it's
think
there.
it's
there. Oh my goodness,
just
it's coming.
Just a glimpse.
Just a glimpse, right? If red always has the red, green always has the Ursula.
There it is. He's bringing that right to the front. Yeah, we're going to need that.
Absolutely. Be really surprised if we didn't get a be prepared check here. That check will be successful. There it is.
Oh, there's no be prep.
Oh, look at that. When did that get discarded? Chats like that was discarded turns ago. You all missed it.
Yeah, finders, keepers. Okay.
Where did it go? Oh, yeah. It disappeared a while ago, apparently.
Okay.
Maybe do a discard.
Even better. That's even better for Tiago.
Look at that.
Well, if it was there, it was gone anyway. So it's not gone anymore. So now we're going to discard or draw two. We're going to just draw two.
Draw two. Pull the lever. So many cards. The card advantage. Pull the lever. Friends from either side. Just so many cards over on.
And we haven't even played a Prince John yet. You know? So I mean, it's like, oh my god, just so much draw.
Diablo doing Diablo things. This is just rough. So now we're hoping to draw into that. Be prepared. I don't think we did. It looks like it's an Iago. Spectral Parrot? Vanishing Parrot?
Spectral Parrot?
Giant Spectral Parrot.
Giant
so close.
Spectral Parrot.
Try to get
Not just any Spectral Parrot. It's a giant Spectral Parrot.
Right.
Got it. Oops. Yeah, that's one thing that I'm not great with in Lorcana is the subtexts. A lot of them I sometimes don't even see them. So I need to learn. I need to get better on my subtexts. Giant Spectral Parrot. Okay.
Giant Spectral Parrot.
Okay. Well, now we know. And Dylan, looking for a way out here. We're going to get another lore in from the rabbit. Most likely going to bounce it here. Okay.
Just playing our outs.
So let's get that.
Another card with Diablo. Fox.
Got a Brawl in hand. Brawl will help us with the Diablo here, but we have a lot more to worry about.
I mean, really, your route back in here is hoping for that be prepared top deck and resetting the board. So just buying as much lore space as you can before you go for that top deck. So we'll see what it does here.
Yeah, it's definitely one. I think we're definitely unloading this Brawl somewhere. I think it has to be the Diablo, even though Genie does quest for 2. I think we just have to take out the Diablo. The thing is, there's just so many threats, right? There's just so many cards that we need to get rid of. Yeah, so we are taking the Genie here.
Yep.
He's got to stop that lore count, even though the Diablo pains to leave him in play. But you got to do what you got to do here.
It does. The lore is just we're so close here, and once you get within, go and goat strike range, it becomes a lot. It was difficult to dig out of.
Look how many cards are in Tiago's hand.
So many cards.
So
many cards. Diablo is a menace.
Gosh. What? I mean, not even Diablo. It was pull the lever, sing friends, Diablo. It's like
it's true. They only net you it's
the
true.
whole symphony.
They net you a card each, but I don't know. I need a Diablo card count.
Yeah. Well, it's surely drawn him quite a few of cards, but it also helps that he's drawn, multiple cards that say draw 2 on them. So that does help for sure. And we see Tiago, he's got a lot of choices here. So he will choose this one and he's going to keep checking. That's it. He's going to keep on bouncing this Ursula. He wants to have perfect knowledge and know exactly what he's playing into. He does see that there's an Iago there. Okay. We're going to add some stuff in. Okay. And that's something these good players value so much, right? Some people, when they play Ursula, they just look to see if there's a song and then they're done. Okay, no song, all right. But you need to know the knowledge that you get from looking at your opponent's hand. I mean, it's so powerful, and these good players are able to leverage that information and really figure out their turns in a way that most players, I won't say most players, but a lot of players ignore. You play a Diablo, you take a peek, and you're like good to go. But good players like Tiago, they really use this information to get ahead, and there you see it. So Tiago scoops up game number 2. And oh boy, we got one more. We got one more for all the marbles here. Yep. Dylan will be on the play here, so I'm sure he's happy about that. But Tiago, deck looking much different this time around. The first game felt like he couldn't quite find his footing. Just the pieces weren't quite coming together. Well, this game, all the pieces, they came together.
Yeah, I mean, the Diablos, the early game Diablos are just the thing about Emerald, especially when you
think about Emerald.
The thing about Emerald is it has cards, that you just have to answer.
Yeah.
If they stick around, they're going to allow you to slowly run away with the game, or sometimes quickly run away with the game.
Yep.
And there's several in these builds. Diablo is one. Ursula, Deceiver of All, is another. We saw that go out of control. A few games today, where left unchecked, it just wins you the game.
Absolutely.
And so this deck has plenty of ways to win without those cards. The green purple tempo. There's plenty of ways for it to gather lore steadily throughout the game, and then use closers like Go Tamago and Goat Bounces, etc., to pull away with things and close out the game. But it also comes with these just must answer cards. And we saw Dylan, I think, have an answer for the first Diablo. Shadow Findered it right away, but then that second Diablo stuck around for a while.
That's the one.
And close it out. So
that's how it goes. Sometimes you can't just deal with one. You got to deal with multiple. And that makes it really, really tough, especially when you consider that I just lost my chain of thought, but yeah, I agree with you 100%. You just got to be able to deal with those things in the moment. And, if you're able to get these off without any answer, there's cards that just have to be answered in that moment. And, I think Diablo and Ursula are two great examples. And, I remember what I was going to say. So yeah, Tiago, what's interesting about, this version is it is a quote unquote discard deck. But you'll notice the last game, we didn't really ever touch the discard. What's cool is the game plan can change. I feel like Green Steel, you're really all in on the discard package, right? Like that's what you're trying to do. You're grinding your opponent's hand out. I feel like the Amethyst variant can very well just kind of go evasive, kind of just, kind of float around, get in there, do some good trades, quest. And if you do have the opportunity to kind of pick your opponent's hand apart, if they do make the mistake of dropping down to one card in hand, now you've got them with that sudden chill. Now you've got them with that pull the lever, So it's just sprinkled in there, which I think is the perfect blend. So the deck actually doesn't play much like a discard deck until you get too comfortable with the amount of cards in your hand, and then all of a sudden, boom, it hits you with the discard. So I love the balance, and I love the way that the deck plays, and I love that it doesn't just go on some decks. Like, when your opponent has no cards left in hand, like you draw these sudden chills, you're like, oh god, this card doesn't do anything. But this deck doesn't have that issue. This deck is able to play genies. This deck is able to play, Iagos and such. So, I think it's part of the reason why I love this archetype so much in this color combination. And I think it's very powerful. So clearly we see how powerful it is. Yeah, and I see you studying the list. I'm going to be studying it later as well.
No, yeah.
It looks pretty traditional, but some of the ratios are interesting. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot.
No, your point about the discard is very good, because we call it a green steel discard deck, or purple, green discard deck, Amethyst Emerald, but it doesn't have a lot. It has sudden chills, which you work in, but you usually don't run the hypnotizes. Really, what it's actually doing.
Ursula technically is the discard.
Ursula is, but you run Ursula generally anyway because you're trying to counter their songs. So really, in terms of the traditional tempo variant, the only thing you're really doing is mixing in sudden chills and Prince Johns. And what that does is just give you a different avenue towards victory, another lane that you can take, but it's not critical to this deck's game plan or identity. The other discard that you work in is Pull the Lever, of course, which gives you a little extra discard. It gives you options. But interestingly enough, I think that's a card that you may run anyway, even without the Prince Johns, because it gives you that little bit extra card draw, but then it also allows you to hit that discard at a critical moment. And it pairs with the wrong lever, obviously, which is that hard removal you want. So,
of course.
So yeah, I don't know. We call it discard, but it's just those couple cards you're actually working in. And here we have, look at that opening. What an opening. Brutal.
If you've ever wondered what it feels like to sing Friends of the Other Side off your shifted Diablo, it is bliss. I will tell you, it's one of the best feelings in Lorcana. It's just to shift in and then draw two off that bird. It's so good. And then pass and draw again. It's crazy.
It's a brutal opening from Tiago, because one of the downsides to shifting Diablo is you lose potentially two cards. A challenge like that, where Peter Pan Shadowfinder or Brawl, or somebody comes up, cleans up two cards, and you've perhaps netted one off the Diablo. But when you can net one off the draw plus the two from Friends of the Other Side, now you really haven't lost much in terms of card advantage. You forced your opponent to respond to you, potentially set up a card that runs away with the game, but you're not behind in cards. Because that Friends gives you that little extra energy. And let's keep in mind, as you pointed out last game, we've already dumped Pull the Lever into the discard pile. So we've already turned on the wrong lever combo that we need in order to remove a big threat with wrong lever later on.
Absolutely. That card now reads for the rest of the game until that Pull the Lever is removed from the discard pile. target something and bottom deck it for 3 ink, and that's incredibly powerful. We know that Dylan plays, Maui Sharks and these big, really scary characters. So if Tiago's able to just kind of hold on and eventually hit one of those with this, massive value for Tiago for sure. And Tiago following it up here with another evasive. He gets a genie on board. And we already saw a little bit of what I was talking about also, that evasive battle. We saw, the pan come in and take out the Diablo, but then the Diablo is gone, and now the other pan comes and takes out the other pan. And then, it's like, this is kind of the game you have to play until somebody's left with evasives, and that's the person who starts the quest. So right now, Tiago is he's playing the evasive game. He's got 2 evasives on board. And Dylan,
There we go.
he got the brawl. That's very good.
Just bounce the rabbit, get another card, brawl the genie. It's answer. It's quid. Yeah, back and forth.
Got a lore there, drew a card, and we got to remove the genie. But we have another genie where that came from. And Tiago will continue to draw cards here. Inks himself a Spectral Parrot and passes it on. Okay, so we're in the same boat here. Do you have another brawl? Or are we going to finally stick here with these evasives here? We'll see. I see Dylan. He's looking at, I think he's a friends on the other side in his hand. I think I saw. Okay, we're getting another rabbit. One of my favorite pastimes is just playing rabbit after rabbit and bouncing rabbit and playing rabbit and then rabbit. So right now Dylan is playing the Merlin Mim game here. Okay, we're going to ink the friends. Interesting. I think we're getting enough cards off the rabbit. So he says, we could use this one as ink. And we'll just add a crow to the board and quest for 1 and pass it back. So not able to play an evasive here to answer Tiago's turn. Tiago could potentially play a big... I don't think he has another Iago in hand because he inked one, but Iago would be crazy good. Okay, so we're going to draw 2. Okay.
Pull the lever so good.
Yeah. It's just... I was worried about, a hard casting of friends on the other side all the time, but Tiago makes it look so powerful. You just draw yourself a quick 2. We still have 2 ink up, potentially 3 when he inks. Just a really great card. Okay. We see that he has that wrong lever. I can never say it any other way again. You've ruined it. Well, not ruined it. You made it better.
made it better. That's right.
Yeah, you made it better. So we know he has that in place. So if he does eventually see a threat worth playing it on, that definitely is an answer that he's going to have in his pocket. So yeah, we're at two apiece here. Both players
bouncing that rabbit.
Yeah, Dylan is he's saying, you wanted to draw cards last game, I'm going to draw cards this game.
Agreed. 6 cards off that rabbit when all is said and done, maybe 7.
Telling you, we spoke about it. You got to dispatch of that rabbit before it's too late, because once they start multiplying, those rabbits, they love to multiply. And no different here with Merlin. As Dylan has it back in his hand now, which means whenever he decides to play it again, he will get another card. And Dylan going in old-fashioned, just getting a couple more lore in and passing it back over. But lots of cards in his hand now. Tiago taking a quick discard check, just saying, hey, how many brawls have you played? Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so we're going to draw a card here. All right, I see Ursula, Genie. Okay, he does have an Iago as well. Iago's a great one here. Iago's just able to rush in.
Now let's establish that Prince John. Let's see if we can follow it up with a sudden... Are we having the Ursula? Nothing to pull there.
No.
Unfortunately, would have loved to get a card off that Prince John.
Yep. Yeah, Dylan was banking on the fact that there was hopefully a song there. And I'm pretty sure that's why Dylan inked that Friends earlier. He most likely just assumed that Dylan was going to eventually play that Ursula and take it anyway, so might as well just get rid of it. Plus, you're drawing so many cards off the rabbits at this point that it doesn't make any sense to... It's a liability to keep that Friends in your hand. So, a great heads-up play from Dylan. And, Tiago not able to find a song here. So, although Ursula will still get to hang out on board, does not get to claim any poor unfortunate souls this time around. And we'll pass it back over to Dylan. And both players at 4 here. So, we have ourselves a game. This is going to be a grindy one. I think both players are going to take turns here, dispatching each other's board until somebody's left. And that's going to be interesting to see. We got another rabbit.
Not another. I think that's
it's
the
same one.
Rabbit.
But,
his name is Carl, and he's back.
Poor Carl.
Poor Carl, bouncing back and forth. The rabbit. The fox coming down, taking out the Diablo. And the rabbit is back in hand, just drawing so many cards.
That one rabbit is just producing infinite.
And it is starting to feel like this game is tilting a little bit towards the Ruby Amethyst player, towards Dylan. It does feel like in the end game here, once we get to 7, 8 lore, and players are working through their deck, the card with the reset button, or the deck with a reset button rather, has the edge. So we're at the point now where those board wipes are available for Dylan. I don't know if he's running Sisu, but for sure the Be Prepareds are there. And so in a pinch, we're going to draw into those and likely draw into those. And this is a really fun game to watch those. Both players go back and forth.
Absolutely.
Cricky coming down.
The great equalizer.
Yeah. Giving everything +3 strength. We're going to do some very efficient challenges here. There we go. Peter Pan Shannon coming down, clearing stuff up. Cricky, very impactful card here.
That card has did nothing but impress me.
It's
every time I play,
bug.
it's very, very high on my list. That card is very good. Especially when you have all these little leftover 1-drop Diablos and such, you're just able to all of a sudden turn the whole turn into the most efficient trades possible and leave yourself with a 3/4 that quests for 3, which is no joke either, and can sing your Brunos and stuff. So yeah, I mean, Cricky, just an absolute powerhouse. And I think it's just a great addition to these kind of decks. And we have John and Cricky, and you see Tiago full head in palms here as he's just praying that Dylan doesn't have another answer here as he keeps on drawing cards off this rabbit. Is he going to draw it again? Let's see. Okay, we got an Elsa.
Okay,
we got an Elsa this time.
The rabbit will stay around this turn.
Yeah.
Elsa coming down, exerting Cricky. We're going to send both. Is it the Snake and Elsa into Cricky, send him off the board, and so an answer there.
There's 2 more lore,
and this Dylan's just going to grind this along, drawing so many cards off the rabbit.
Yep.
I see a Maui Shark in hand. So we have another way to, and we do have the Be Prepared as well. So the great insurance policy is there now.
Yeah, and Tiago has his own insurance policy as well. He has not played that wrong lever. So if Dylan does get brave here and decide to try to resolve a shark, Dylan, I'm sure will happily greet it with a wrong lever. So we will see, and I'm sure Dylan has to know at this point. He's put 2 pull the levers in his discard pile. He hasn't played a wrong lever, so Dylan has to be aware that there's a possibility that he's holding at least one of them. So I think Tiago is undervaluing his Iago in this matchup. It's possible. He has inked it, and I haven't seen him play it with Rush, and it is a really, really powerful card. I feel like Red-Purple doesn't really have a lot of ways to deal with Iago, right? They can't brawl it. They have to pretty much Be Prepared it, right? Because you can't target it with anything else. You just have to ram
Bruno,
into it.
but it feels like
no, for Dylan. Dylan can't. He can't.
You're talking about
Red Purple or for Ruby Amethyst trying to banish a Iago. It's very hard for them. And Tiago hasn't really exploited that. He hasn't really played this Iago. Could potentially be a 4/6. That's quite problematic. So yeah, I do agree with what Hayes is saying in the chat.
Yep, that's fair.
Yeah, it's just a sticky card. Like these, even the 1-drop Pegasus I found when I play Emerald Amethyst. It's just a solid card against Red Purple. That's why they have to play these cards like Pegasus and Peter Pan. Like these cards are just to try to not lose to these evasives. And I don't think there's one that quite deals with Iago. The 4/6.
I'm doing the math here, and yeah, you are right. I mean, other than the board wipe, there's really not much else.
That's it.
The stat line that makes it choosable. So yeah, it's a fantastic point. Very well statted character, and something that can do some work cleaning up the board.
I mean, I trust Tiago's knowledge of the matchup and whatnot, but I definitely agree with the statement that Hayes, aka Freedom Gaming, in the chat is making. Allowed to hear his reasoning because he's an incredible player, so I'm sure he has one. Oh yeah, I'm sure there's something I don't know or that we don't know, but I do agree with you in thinking that card is actually very, very strong in this matchup. So I'll be interested to ask him after this game. Maybe I get a chance to talk to him, but we'll see. So far, game's going, as good as it can go for Tiago. And he's gonna wrong lever himself. Oh, he bounced it. Whoa. There's one of these 4K chess moves here.
Yep.
So he decided to bounce his own genie just to play the genie and get to draw another card. Wow.
Plays the genie, stands it up. Yeah, I mean, not really many good targets over there. So if you have nothing else to do, draw for another answer. And there you go.
That's cool. I was under the impression when I first read Wrong Lever that once the pull the lever is in the discard pile, it changes its effect. But interesting to note that you can still choose to just bounce if you choose not to, bottom deck a character. So yeah, he was able to just use it there as a bounce. And I think that's a really heads up play. I mean, something that maybe not every player would be thinking of, but if you ever need that last bounce for some reason, you can always use a lever on yourself. So, but Dylan, I mean,
so there's
he is just doing the Merlin Mim dance right now. I mean, there is so much going on with these rabbits and these foxes. It's going to be really tough for Tiago to get back in this game. We don't have a board wipe, so we just have to kind of we have to combat old-fashioned way, and you can see that both players having a chuckle about it because it's not going to be easy here. Tiago's thinking, oh gosh.
One note for those watching, since this is the first set 8 tournament, we did see one of the new cards in this build, one of Dylan's tech cards. Everybody's got a weakness go into the inkwell there. So one card that he's playing that we haven't seen in this deck before. So just a fun note.
Yep, and we see Mai hanging out in the chat. Hey Mai, all our contenders from earlier in the day have just gone and hang out in the chat now, which I love to see. So Tiago and Dylan both playing incredibly well. I mean, this is that's a big one.
To be prepared.
But look how many cards are in Dylan's hand here. I mean, this is like Tiago's hand last game.
So it's when you do the math on the number of cards that one rabbit, Carl, as I call him, drew as he bounced back and forth.
Big Carl.
He got at least 8 cards, I believe. That's the entire size of Dylan's hand right now.
Yeah.
That he got off one rabbit throughout the mid game. So. The games where Ruby Amethyst gets the rabbit engine going in the mid game, at least a couple cards off, and the ones they don't are very, very different games.
Of course.
And Dylan just doing all the rabbit shenanigans to keep himself, energized for the end game here. Tiago's going to give it a go, try to clean up a few things, but it's going to be tough to take care of everything he needs to.
For sure, yeah. Usually the person who bounces the rabbit the most, comes out ahead. And Dylan's definitely bounced it a lot, but you can see.
You see
Tiago
Cricky?
using this Cricky, the great equalizer, as I said. It comes down and it does definitely put up a fight. Unfortunately, there's the Pirate's Life. All right,
give me a little bit of extra reach.
Yeah,
and Tiago putting it one turn, trying to buy himself one more turn, but Pirate's Life. I hate that card so much. I hate that card so much.
It is one that leaves you with a sour taste whenever you lose to it or whenever it's played against you, but. We see Mr. Mark himself.
Graphics team, really quickly on the draw here.
That's how we do things here. A championship fight between Dylan and Mark. I believe that's Mark Miller.
I think you're right.
Yeah, it's Mark Miller. So that's awesome to see him. I know he's here for all our events and he's always out there grinding. So hard work paid off as he takes himself all the way to the finals against Dylan. So this is going to be a very interesting match. A little bit of a rematch of, I believe we saw a match earlier, right, with Ruby Amethyst and Emerald Steel, if I'm not mistaken. But I feel like it's a match we've seen earlier today. But I feel like on paper, Emerald Steel might be favored, but we just talked about how Green Purple is technically favored, and Dylan was able to maneuver his way through that. So let's see. I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see that matchup. I think it's a worthy finals. What do you think? Green Steel versus Ruby Amethyst in the finals. Is this what you had on your radar when you think of Reign of Jafar?
No.
Okay.
I did. Green Steel is so good, and it got a few new fun things. So I did see Green Steel being pretty represented. Surprised at Ruby Amethyst doing as well today. Although we saw Dylan pilot it, very, very well. It's essentially the same deck as last set without many new tools. A couple weird tech cards worked in, but that didn't make an impact on any of the games that we saw other than turning into ink. So I'm a little bit surprised by that one, I will admit.
Yeah.
I think I would have predicted Amber Steel kind of working its way in as well.
Yep.
And so, really fun finals though. One note you see from the bracket, Mark was the 1 seed. I have to go back and check, but it's possible he hasn't lost a match all day. I have to check Melee.
I believe you might be right. I have to also, let's see, we can look at Melee here.
So really solid performance by Mark. Whatever build he has, clearly, did him solid today. So fantastic player and performed very well. And then on the other side, Dylan, another fantastic player. One of the fun dynamics here is based on the representation of Ruby Amethyst. I'm pretty sure Mark, the odds of him having seen a Ruby Amethyst throughout the day are pretty low. 7-1-0. So is that?
Yeah, this is Mark. And this is Dylan. Dylan hasn't dropped a set all day. He's drawn twice, but I think those were the two draw-ins.
So
Mark dropped one game, but he
game.
didn't draw with anybody.
Okay.
So I believe he is technically first seed because he is 7-0 or 7-1.
Yep.
So he takes the first seed.
Interesting facts on Mark.
Interesting facts.
Since we're talking about facts, Mark actually did lose a game earlier in the tournament, and Mark would have been bubbled out at number 9. So he said to May, "I'm going to play you in the final round," and he won the match, and that's how he got the 1 seed. But if he would have actually split and ID'd, he would have been knocked out and been 9th.
He would have bubbled out.
So he fought, and that's how he ended up being 6-1.
Oh,
fun facts. Production here. Yeah. This is what you get with SSG. You get the story.
People running the room with breaking news.
No, it's a great story though. You know,
people kicking the door here.
It's a ton of fun. Mark has a ton of experience against Red Purple. I'm sure he does. Mark is a fantastic player. Red Purple's been a deck forever. So yeah, sure, a ton of experience against it. I'm just interesting note he probably hasn't played against it, today.
Yeah.
What I was saying, but yeah, fantastic story. It's always fun when you go out when you're going into the last 2 rounds, because every player who is like sort of in contention, you see them all doing the math. They're looking at the bracket and they're like, all right, if I draw, but this person is playing down, so if they win and the person playing up loses, and yet trying to do the math on the splits.
Yeah.
And there's always matches where you're not, you think the split will get you in, but you're not sure. Or you think the split will get you in, but there's like a 25% chance if the person playing down like loses that you get out. And so oftentimes when you're on the bubble, you're in that area, there's this moment where you're like, split could be good. I know it gives my opponent a chance, but it's kind of a gamble.
Yep.
And so in this instance, Mark making the choice here to play it out, pretty much guarantee his shot in the top. Unfortunately, another fantastic player not making it in based on that loss. But Mark, as production said, for those who may have missed it, Mark making it in as the 1 seed, where he would have bubbled out as the 9th seed had he split that match. So it's just fun, nerdy tournament math.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's how it goes. Sometimes you gotta, put your money where your mouth is, and it pays off. Some people play. We see Zach Bivens do that a lot at these high-level DLCs, where you could just take an easy win and you make it to day 2. But if you want to put all guts, no glory, you're going to go ahead and play it out and potentially put yourself in the number 1 seed, but also put yourself in a potential position to not, maybe not even make day 2 or not put yourself in a good position at all. So yeah, some of these players, they're forced to play it out, and sometimes when you do, you can see how it goes. I know there's a couple guys in SSG that they don't do splits. Like, unless you're a teammate or something, we're playing, we're not splitting. And I think that mentality when it comes to a seeded top 8 can be quite powerful. I mean, getting to go first all of top 8, it's not a joke. I mean, that's definitely a really big, big boost to your performance if you're able to go first all of top 8. And clearly, Mark, he made his way through. He beat our boy Kylie. Kylie was a mirror match.
Fantastic player.
He beat Ikaika, another mirror match.
Fantastic player.
And now he gets to play Dylan, who's another fantastic. Thankfully, not another mirror match, but we'll see. I'm interested to see how this matchup goes. We have Mr. Gabe in the house. What's up, Gabe?
Yeah.
You good? You got a Gatorade over there? There's probably food coloring in that, man. You shouldn't drink that, dude.
Well, I drink Red 40.
Are we close to them going, or
Mark just sat down. They're giving them the brief.
Okay.
Briefing, the stream table briefing.
Okay.
So they're pretty close.
So we're getting close. All right. Well, with that, here's what I'm going to do for all of you. Thank you all for watching. I super appreciate it. I can't tell you how much.
Tell all the people all the stuff.
I can't tell you how much I appreciate being here at SSG. I've been raving about them all day. You all have heard me talk about how wonderful it is here. And I fully believe that everybody should make it to an SSG tournament if you're into Lorcana, because it's one of the best vibes and environments that I've been in this game. So thank you to SSG for having me here, and Aaron and Olena as well. Thank you all for being amazing broadcast partners. I enjoy every second I get to sit next to you and commentate. A lot of fun. And thanks for putting up with my rust, getting through a little bit of the fog. And it's been a long day and a long flight. But for those, I'm going to mention for those interested, next weekend I'll be up at World Class Cards commentating their tournament there in Wisconsin. So you can catch me on their stream at 20 Lore Pro. So I will see you all there, and hopefully I'll see you all on our show on Monday nights on our channel. where we talk about Lorcana every Monday at 8 p.m. And we may have a couple people from this tournament on the show on Monday. We're gonna try to talk to some folks.
Good old Liam. Every time the tournament ends, I see him, pulling people aside. He's like, "How can I book you? Well, can I book you for this day? Can I book you for this day?"
That's
Liam,
right.
Liam always standing on business. So I love that about Liam, and it's been a pleasure having you as well. You're always welcome here. You and your family are family to us as well, and I hope you know that we mean that. We're not just saying that because we're on the air. I mean, we really do mean that. And we wish you best of luck next week at your world class cards. And I know you said you might be doing another event. And then it's I
think I'm gonna do Charlie's.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna do Charlie's, and then Worlds.
And then
2 weeks
Worlds.
after
What's
that?
What's Worlds?
An intimidating event, but one that I'm excited to go through.
You're gonna be great.
Some awesome other broadcasters, including JZ Quest, who's in the chat.
In the chat, absolutely. You're in good hands over there, and they're in good hands with you. And I really cannot wait to see you Worlds. So we're excited to have you, and I think you're going to represent NA and the casting team so well. We couldn't have a better representative over there, and I think you're working with amazing people as well. I love everybody on the team, and there's a reason why you were chosen. So don't talk down to yourself. I know you're always like, I'm rusty.
It's true.
You are.
I'm my own worst critic.
You are too modest. You are incredible, and you're great at what you do. And we're happy to have you here, and thank you for joining us. We really appreciate you.
You all are the best.
And go check out the Illuminateers everywhere on X, on. You guys on Instagram too? I don't do Instagram, but
we're on Instagram. We're on Blue Sky.
Blue Sky. Do it all. Follow. You probably already do because come on, let's be real. But if you're not, go check them out. They're incredible, and just the best kind of people. So, they deserve it. Go check them out.
Your hearts,
Liam. You're the best. Thank you. Go enjoy. Get yourself a little break. Get yourself some rest.
Bring it. Yes.
Oh.
Group hug. Yes, we fought it. It was a long, hard fight.
Clip this. Somebody send me that. All right. If not, we'll go back and screenshot it later. Right. Liam, thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks. Always.
Hey, good to see you.
I will be watching.
We know. Always watching, Wazowski. Always watching, Wazowski.
Oh, hi, friends. I'm back.
What's up, dude?
What's up, buddy?
You don't smell as nice as Liam.
Wow. That's mean. That's rude.
I mean, I guess that's not the first thing I should say. Gabe, it's good to have you back, brother.
Thank you. Now
that you're back, you don't smell as nice as Liam. Oh, just kidding, guys. We have Dylan versus Mark, my friends. We have made it. Doesn't feel that late today.
It isn't that late today.
Gabe, usually it's like
it's not bad.
Usually it's like midnight right now, and I'm just like dying. And we have red blue versus red blue, but that is not the case today. We have actual respectable players in their decks today. And Dylan, as we just saw on red, purple, ruby, amethyst, the old school. I did look at Dylan's list. I was a little disgusted by the amount of lines in his list. If you know, you know.
Yeah.
The perfect Dreamborn list is 2 lines, guys. 2 lines.
4x all.
Sometimes I dip into the 3rd line just for just one little extra. But Dylan, he's playing this crazy 3-liner, guys. With a lot of different variants. But guess what? He's cooking. He's cooking. He's drawing lots of cards. And when you draw this many cards, you're able to see all these little unique inclusions that you add in the deck. Only 2 new cards for Dylan. We did see Monstro making his debut. He never played it. He just, it was in the hand. I haven't seen him play any of the new cards. He also has one. Oh, God, now I'm going to forget the name. It's a new card. Something weakness.
You're gonna put me on the spot.
Somebody's gonna say something in the line.
Just put it in the chat. What was there?
Exploit weak? No, not exploit weakness.
Exploit weakness.
That's a different. That's like a World of Warcraft ability or something.
Yeah, that's one of those activated.
It's a card, and I don't really know what it does, but it's a card, and he's playing it. And then we have Mark. Mr. Marky Mark. Everybody has a weakness. There you go.
Everybody has a weakness.
That's the one.
That's a good one. And Mark Miller, both of these players have like a long history here at SSG. Both players on stream. Dylan having actually won one of these events before, so Dylan is currently on the slate to be our first time champ, our first time 2-time champion.
He's a champ.
First time 2-time, right?
First time 2-time.
First time. First time 2-time.
He is the first time 2-time.
Well, he has to win before that. He has to win before he can.
He has to win first. I mean, Mark is not going to make this easy for him. Mark is very experienced. Has played at a lot of these events. Been on camera many times. Absolutely awesome dude. I chat with him all the time on X.
Yeah.
Just a really swell dude. And I know he always comes to our events. He's always talking great about SSG, how much he loves